Nicholas Callis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Pirates routed the Seattle Mariners yesterday. The Mariners ended up taking a 1-0 lead they had through 3 full innings. Then in the fourth, the Pirates were able to score 5 runs in that inning. They ended up scoring 4 in the 7th and 2 in the 8th to put it away. Pirates 11 runs on 15 hits in the game. Brian Reynolds with 2 hits. Nick Gonzalez with 2 hits. Ryan O'Hearn broke out for 4 hits. Andy Rodriguez stays hot. He had 2 hits in the game. Also, Braxton Ashcraft, a solid pitching performance from him. 1 earned run given up in 6 innings pitched. 10 strikeouts for him, and Carmen Mlodzinski earned a save after pitching 3 innings and giving up no runs on 2 hits. Pirates and Mariners, they play the rubber match of the 3-game series this afternoon at 12:35. You can listen to that game live over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. Their 5-year price guarantee and same-day Wi-Fi available right now. It is the most intelligent, the smartest Wi-Fi. It can heal itself when there's a problem. It's also the most reliable Wi-Fi for everything. Streaming, gaming, working from home, you name it. Wi-Fi coverage in every corner of your house, from the top of your attic all the way down to your basement floor. There's also a security blanket for your network. That's a big deal. Fiber-powered network with 99.999% reliability. It is built for speed. It can make everything in your home work together. So right now, lock in 5 years of predictability, 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes. Just like that, with same-day Wi-Fi. The price slot guarantee, 5 years, the same price, no contracts or commitments, and everything you need included: data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Joe Starkey here, and I talk about follicles a lot. In this case, hair follicles and my lack of them. That's why I'm launching a new journey with New Image. I want some hair back. My consultation was great. So many proven options at New Image, where they've been solving hair loss issues for over 40 years. I left with a plan. I've already started FDA-approved laser hair therapy. I'll be sharing some hairy tales as I move toward a fuller frock. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
Pros, save more on what you need to get the job done right. Right now at Lowe's. Get 15% off select custom entry and interior doors. Plus, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt Max 2-tool combo kit. Now just $169. And at the Lowe's Pro Desk, bring us your materials list and get a quote in minutes. Handwritten, a photo, or even a sticky note is all you need. Keep your jobs moving faster and on budget at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let cost keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
This week has flown by. I mean, most of them do. When your day starts at 4 and ends at 10, or 11 for me, really. But, yeah, once the day's over, it feels like the rest of it just flies by. There's so much more time to enjoy the day when your work is done. Mostly when people are waking up and going to their jobs. Is waking up at 4 o'clock, does that have its drawbacks? It does, but I mean, as long as I'm up and I'm here, nothing to worry about. It's Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Appreciate you joining me for sports talk at this odd hour of the morning. I do it every weekday morning from 5 to 5:35, 5:40. I'm the first local voice that you hear every morning, every weekday morning, so it's a pleasure to be with you. You can call 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X. At Callis_33 is my handle, so you tag me in a post if you have anything to say. I do read those posts when I am tagged on occasion, so you can do that again at CALLAS_33. And you can go to youtube.com, search 93.7 The Fan in the search bar, and we've got a live video stream that is active right now. But there's a live chat that accompanies that video feed, so if you want to talk to me that way as well, I do also pay attention to that. Pirates won. We'll talk about them here in a moment. The World Cup continues for the United States. I believe they have a game today. Just got to be able to find it. I didn't have it pulled up. Yep, they played Turkey. That's what I thought. 10 p.m. tonight, Turkey and the USA play in Group D, in a Group D matchup in the World Cup. So, and there's that. I haven't really watched the World Cup yet. I haven't seen a game that the U.S. has been in, so I might. I mean, if we're at 10 p.m., it'd be different. I mean, I got to work tomorrow, so it's tough. Some of these start times, it's difficult to catch for me just because I have to, if I stay up too late, I'm not going to wake up for work. So that's just the bummer. A lot of these later games, like I'm sure not all of you will be able to stay up for the complete game because once you're approaching midnight with the bedtime, I think it might be hard for you to get up as well if you get up at whatever hour you do. I know you're up with me right now. I think most of the people that have the traditional 9 to 5 are still sleeping. Those people I've heard usually don't get up until 6:30, 7 o'clock. That's the thing that it's a slight bummer, but I also get it. Like everybody's got to have their routine, and I don't blame anybody. Anytime anybody tries to apologize, like, "Oh, sorry, man, I'm not up for your show," though, I'm like, "Don't apologize. Like it's 5 o'clock in the morning." It's 5 o'clock in the morning that you got to get up and listen. Like it can be torture to some people. I get it. I used to be a night owl, and I don't know how I did it. That was one of the things I was nervous about when I first started this job. Was like, can I handle getting up? Like it used to be a pain. It used to be torture, and now it's not. Like it's just my routine. But I get it. But yeah, I've noticed here too, like most people, like when I talk to them and they talk about, they love Adam Crowley, they love Doran Dickerson, they love the main morning show. That's the one thing, like most people will tell me, they're like, oh, I'm usually up by 6:30, 7 o'clock, and that's when I start. And so I'm thinking of all the people like, okay, well, what would a good time to go to bed be then? And would they be able to stay up for the World Cup game? Would they want to stay up for the World Cup game between Turkey and the U.S. tonight at 10 o'clock? I don't know. If you're going to watch it, let me know. 412-928-9370. And let me know. I mean, I like soccer. I definitely have an appreciation for it. I think a little more so because I had a couple of my best friends growing up played soccer in high school, and they very grateful for them because they taught me like rules and some strategies for it. I played FIFA a lot with these guys, and I played mainly because they liked it, but I ended up learning like how to play it. It's fun. I mean, it's one of those sports games that I think anybody could pick up, and with a little bit of practice could be decent enough to compete. I mean, it's I don't find it to be a hard game. I think soccer by nature is very fluid, so it's easy to understand as long as you can make passes and know where the button to shoot at the net is. I think you'll be okay. But yeah, no, I'm grateful because, like I said, I think I have a further appreciation for it just because I knew guys, and I was very good friends with a couple soccer players, and that actually helped me in my announcing career when I got through high school and into college, is that I ended up being somebody that could announce soccer, like, which was cool. Like, it gave me more opportunities because not everybody knows. Wrestling was the same way. I was grateful to wrestle too in high school and learn that, not only for the exercise that it gave me, and I mean, wrestling beat you up. It kept me in shape. It allowed me to drop like 15 pounds each wintertime after football season, and then that helped me in baseball for sure. But same thing with the announcing opportunities. It's like I remember going through college, like I could announce wrestling when many others couldn't because I was able to understand the niche sport. So yeah, just to tie it all together, yeah, I appreciate soccer. I just wish the games weren't so late, and this one tonight, Turkey and U.S. at 10 p.m., so I probably won't be able to catch that. I'm usually in bed by 9:30, but maybe I'll touch on the highlights. I know the U.S. is doing pretty well so far in these early rounds, so let's see how they do tonight. I wanted to gripe about one thing real quick and just express some sadness as well. We'll get to the Pirates coming up, so if you have Pirate comments, get a phone line now. Reserve your spot early at 412-928-9370. Some very good things from yesterday's game to go over. The Pirates are back to 500, and they walloped the Seattle Mariners in Game 2 of the series. So if you want to talk about them, let me know. If you want to talk about the World Cup at all, let me know. 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X at Callis_33, and go to youtube.com, search 93.7 The Fan. Then you have the option to join the live chat with the video stream on there as well. But I'm really sad. So I don't know if I told this story on the air. I think I did briefly, but now I have some definitive news on just what I'm considering it's a tragedy. Like, it feels like a gut punch to me. So with the aid of my parents, when I was in college, I was going into my junior year, and for like the first time in my life, I had purchased my own laptop, and I was really excited about that. And this laptop was great. I mean, it took me through several games announcing. It got me through school. I'd type notes on it. I'd keep notes on the computer, right? Like, it was great. And it was really cool because it was the first computer I have ever owned, like, that I ever put money toward in my life. It was cool. Well, this computer was real fancy. If you guys heard about the emulators that I would put on computers and play traditional games and extract game files from the discs that I owned, right? To use these emulators on my computer. Like that's the computer I'm talking about here. Like that computer was that powerful. It was able to handle a lot of intense graphics. I played a lot of video games on it. It's the laptop that taught me how to PC game. On top of the laptop, I used to, like I said, pull up notes when I would announce sporting events for high school and college teams when I was doing play-by-play there. I also used it to make some designs and some of the graphic programs that you have, and it got me through this job and the other full-time job I used to have. I would do things on that very frequently, like edit audio and video and graphics, like I said. And so the big thing though that I did was that whenever my phone would get too full of storage, I would put all the pictures and videos that I would have in my camera roll in my Photos app, I would put those on this computer. And well, one day recently, the computer stopped working. It gave me that frowny face on the screen, and it said, your computer has to reboot. And I didn't think much of it because I'm like, okay, as long as the computer reboots, is there a huge problem here? And so it kept rebooting and everything was fine. Well, one day it wouldn't turn on. And it would just go to this terminal screen. It's like, if you know about computers, if it can't read your startup information, like if it can't read Windows, which is what I had as a PC, so if it can't read the operating system, it can't turn on. Like it just doesn't function. And so I was like, oh, this isn't good. So the hard drive isn't working. And the hard drive is like the storage unit where you have all these pictures and stuff on, and videos. And that's where I had them. It was on this hard drive. And so, I took it somewhere. I tried to get it looked at. And I just got the diagnostic that it won't turn on. It won't be read. The files can't be transferred, nothing. And the explanation was like, oh, yeah, these hard drives, they've got this big processor and this small processor, and they don't use this design anymore because these hard drives have been known to fail after 5 to 7 years. I was like, what? Really? I was like, I wish somebody would have told me that. And that's nobody's fault. I mean, this is just something that happens. That's how it goes. But all the pictures that I've taken between 2019 and now were vanished. They were lost. All the home videos, all the stuff vanished. And I'm just really sad this morning because, the biggest reason why I'm upset, I actually recovered some stuff because I've kept my old phones. I like to keep phones. I don't like to trade them in because I think phones have value to you as long as they can connect to the internet or connect to Wi-Fi, right? So I'm fortunate enough that I kept 2 older phones, one of which I was able to get photos back to 2023, so I'm happy about that. But this other phone I've been working on, it won't charge properly. And I had just turned it on and looked at it again before I knew this disaster was going to strike, a few months ago. I just turned it on to see what old messages do I have? Do I still have certain pictures on the camera roll here? But I left them on there. I never thought I'm going to need to re-download these pictures onto another computer, right? Never thought about it. And now I thought that this phone was going to be easier to turn on and get working, and it's giving me a fit right now. It's not turning on. It'll tell me that it's charging and receiving a charge, but the port is a little loose and it won't hold the charge enough to turn on. And I'm annoyed because I'm like, well, I might have pictures on this phone dating back to 2020, so that would shorten the gap. So I'm just stressed and frustrated with that, too. But an absolute tragedy. I mean, I lost a bunch of pictures, videos. When I went to the Waynesburg University sports announcing camp with Lenny Fratteri, we got a USB thumb drive where all the activities we did were put on this hard drive. Video of a sports report, audio of a sports report, audio recording of a promo that I had. There's a baseball game we got to announce. Live in real time. I did a couple innings of play-by-play, and that video is gone. So there's a few things like that I will never be able to recover, which is upsetting. There's a Minecraft world I've been working on for 6 years in there, I was just getting ready to fight the wither, if you know what that means. And that might be gone. I don't know if that was stored to any type of like cloud data instead of like housed on the computer. But like that world is gone. Like it ain't coming back if it wasn't saved over the internet. So a little bummed out. I've been dealing with that for the last few days, and I thought I'd share because up until this week I didn't know whether or not like this company could retrieve any data from the hard drive, but apparently not. So I am sad. But thank you for listening. All right. What's not sad is that the Pirates won 11-1 yesterday, and so we do want to be joyous about that. There's definitely some things to dissect, and we will go over that game right now. I'd like to take some calls and see how people are feeling. So 412-928-9370, that's the phone number. You can join in as well. You can join along with GP, who's going to be the first caller this morning. Hello, GP.
Hey, Harry. Cheer up, buddy. The weekend's coming. You know what I mean?
I'm excited. Yes, I need the weekend real bad.
Yeah, so just a thought on what you were saying about that late start on that soccer game, that 10 o'clock start.
Yeah.
What I find is I'm up pretty early. I'm up probably around 4 o'clock every day and work 8-10 hours a day. I go home. If you go home, Harry, maybe take a little nap. Take a 2-hour nap or something like that. If you're the kind of guy that like sleeps and you can't, you sleep too long, then maybe you stay up later. Set yourself a little alarm, Harry. It works, man. I did it last night. I went home. I was tired. I was bushwhacked. I took like a 2-3 hour nap. Got up, fired the tamper up. I had to tamp my driveway. I got new gravel delivered. I was up till like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and I went to sleep and got back up at 4. Harry, just an idea. You know what I'm saying? If you want to stay up and watch that game tonight, you gotta prepare for it, Harry.
Gotta take a nap. I like that, GP. I like that, man.
All right, brother. Have a good day.
You too. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Yeah. I just always get nervous. Like, I used to get less nervous about waking up because I lived at most 7 minutes away from this office. Now it's a half hour. And so, like, I want to do nothing at all to compromise my ability to wake up at 4 o'clock, because if I'm not out the door by 4:15, I'm in jeopardy of being late. I'm terrified of that. So maybe I could take a nap. Maybe I could trust my body, trust myself. Stay up for maybe an hour, right? Stay up till 11. I don't know. When I don't get like a continuous reel of sleep for like 6 or more hours, I just feel groggy in the morning. Not a bad idea, though. Maybe I'll give it a shot. Maybe I'll emphasize a nap. I appreciate GP's suggestion there. He always calls in and says some decent things. So maybe I'll try that. Because the World Cup only comes around so often. 412-928-9370. This caller's on the air. Good morning. What's your name?
What's up, Nick? It's Sean.
Hey, what's up, man?
I'd like to take a nap during the World Cup, but that's besides the point. Listen. You used the word dissect, okay? So I'm going to dissect a little bit, and then I'm going to throw some criticism as well, even though we won 11-1.
Mm-hmm.
So why are we using Mlodzinski in a non-leveraged situation when we're pounding him? I don't get that. Seems to me like this guy's dictating when he wants to pitch. When he's not pitching, he's in the dugout. Why isn't he in the bullpen?
Yeah,
that's a mystery in it. That's a mystery in itself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because it seems like he's dictating what he wants to do to the Pirates, and that doesn't come as a shock to me at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. Number two, everybody's on the Henry Davis. That as far as he's hitting, and he's awful, and he always will be. He always has been, and he probably always will be.
Yeah,
we've had enough of a sample size to say that he's probably never going to hit major league pitching. Not to mention, the caller called the other day that said he's second in the league at pass balls. He's actually the worst in the league with pass balls, number one. Then let's move on to Jared Triolo. You realize he's the only one in that entire lineup that didn't get a hit last night. His career batting average is .216. I hope that Connor Griffin goes on a Cal Ripken-style playing streak So we don't have to see this guy again because he absolutely sucks. It's either he pops up, strikes out, or grounds into a double play. Yep. And it just goes to the fact that the Pirates have zero depth, that we have to see him every single night. I'd like to use a couple more adjectives in regards to him, but I've had enough of Jared Triola, and I understand why he's in there because he has to be in there. But I just hope when Griffin comes back, I never have to see this guy again. And I'm sorry to be negative, Nick, an 11-1 win. You know what? He needs to be talked about a lot more, too, along with Henry Davis, because he's terrible.
Yeah.
Have a good day, bud.
You're good, man. You don't have to apologize. Thanks for the call. I appreciate your perspectives. I know you're a regular on this program, so I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. No, I have no issue complaining about things as well because the Pirates, they're 500, right? But despite winning by 10 against one of the weakest division. How do I want to put this? They are a division leader, but they are a weak team. Like the entire American League is weak, and the Mariners, they're 41 wins right now. It's like, I mean, the Pirates should be able to handle them. So, like, if you want to be negative, that's fine. They got a long way to go. The Pirates 500 right now. Again, they're 40-40. We got valid reasons to complain about certain things. So don't apologize for that. I totally understand. Yeah, Jared Triola, it feels like it's predictable when he goes up there. I mean, we've talked about this for over a month now. It seems like it's predictable. Like he doesn't come through in big spots. And yeah, I mean, it's a glaring thing. I know a couple times in other games, I know he's gotten hits to drive in runs, and good for him. Despite that, though, I mean, yeah, 0 for 4 yesterday, and a batting average around 230 for the season is just, it's not exciting. Now, if you want some hope, Connor Griffin had his first game played. He's doing a rehab assignment in Double-A right now, and he hit a triple and a home run in the game. So that gives you any hope. That is something that's happening. He looks like he hasn't missed a step. And I know he talked during the 5-alarm marathon that we had this year. Last week he came on with me and Adam Crowley and Jason Mackey and mentioned a good bit about how he is feeling the urge to get back, and he can do whatever he can do to make it back and recover and get back to the Pittsburgh Ball Club as soon as possible. DHing is something that, you know, he also said he was willing to do, and so, I mean, a good first step, I guess, is the Pirates are sending him through a rehab assignment. It's good to see a solid game from him. Jared Triola's batting average has actually gone down from where I last saw that it was. Right now, Triola batting .225. In his last 7 games, he is 5 for 23. So it's not great. So, I mean, he's somebody we want to focus on. Henry Davis didn't bat yesterday, but yeah, I know there's still the controversy that he was left on the roster, and Joey Bart got traded to the Atlanta Braves. So the Pirates very much exposing the fact that they are willing to have Henry Davis on the roster. You know, I mean, and he's batting 130 something. So yeah, a lot of issues. And then I wonder how much Pirates management this season is allowing players to dictate certain things. I know there's the rumor going around that Paul Skeens wants Henry Davis around, and that's the only reason why he's still around. You know, that's never been said. It's just, you know, I know Paul Skeens has seemed very fond of Henry Davis over time, and whenever Paul Skeens pitches, it's Henry Davis catching. So, some reason to believe that that theory could have something to it. But yeah, I mean, are the players starting to run things a little bit too much? I mean, Carmen Mlodzinski had to be put on the restricted list because once he got moved to the bullpen, he was upset and needed time to process that. And the last few times he came out, he was a piggyback to Jared Jones' starts. Since Jones is coming back from an injured elbow, and he needs some innings limits on him just to kind of ramp up and get himself back. So Jones has pitched, I don't think, more than 5 innings in one start since he's been activated from the injured list. But Mlodzinski, yeah, I think Sean brings up a great point is, you know, what the heck? I mean, Mlodzinski's supposed to be one of the top right-handed pitchers on the Pirates, whether it was from his role as a starter or whether we talk about him as having a bullpen role like he is now. I mean, he's one of the top right-handed pitchers they have, and that's a great point by Sean. When you've got a 10-run lead, a 10-run win like this, and when he came in to pitch, I mean, it was 5-1 when he came in to pitch, so there's that. The Pirates didn't score another 4 runs till the bottom of the 7th. I guess that has a factor in it, I think. And Mlodzinski ended up earning a save, too, because he went 3 innings in relief, which I think is interesting. That's one of it's a niche concept in baseball. You can get a save if you throw 3 full innings to end a game. So good on him for that. Maybe that's a little bit of the reason why he went in, because, I mean, the Pirates haven't been able to protect leads very much. And so a 4-run lead, like something the Mariners theoretically could have come back from. So Mlodzinski just put that fire out. Now, why did he have to go 3 innings by the time the game was, at 8-1 and then 11-1? Like, I think that's a good question. And as Mlodzinski dictating what he's doing, maybe he's not willing to go in for short innings. Maybe he's telling the Pirates, like, well, you're going to pitch me multiple innings because I'm still a starter, but I'm just going to be a starter out of the bullpen. Whatever he's saying, I think Sean poses a fair question. Is Mlodzinski kind of steering the Pirates a little bit too much and not really fitting the role that the Pirates designed him to play in this season? That's a good question. All right, 412-928-9370. I got time for one more caller, so we'll take this one. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road.
Hey.
It's been a while since I called. I had enough of a sample size to see this Pirates management do too many analytics, too many bad decisions. Nick, it's time to fire Don Kelly.
Oh.
Have a good day.
Wait. Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure, go ahead.
I mean, if Don Kelly's going to get fired, if we're saying that, I'm not willing to go that far. But if you are, should Ben Cherington go at the same time?
I agree. Yes.
Yeah, that's
what
we.
Ben Cherington go do.
That's what we got to focus on. Thanks for the call, Dave. I appreciate it. Dave, if you don't know, Dave used to call in all the time and say, fire Mike Tomlin. And that was going on for the 3 years that I've done this Fan Early Morning Show on a full-time basis. And now he's calling in and saying, fire Don Kelly. So I guess that's going to be his new thing now. But yeah, I mean, I don't want Don Kelly to get fired. I still like him. I mean, I don't know if he's making the best decisions all the time. I don't know if he's letting the players run things and he's being a little too lax with them. Don't know. He's definitely made some questionable decisions this season. He is not somebody that is absolved of all scrutiny. But if we are throwing that hypothetical out into the universe, if he does get fired, I mean, Ben Cherington's got to go as well, and the Pirates got to start it over again. They've got to turn it around, right? That's what they got to do. So I mean, let's not just focus on Don Kelly in this situation. Like if we're starting to fire people, I mean, Ben Cherington is one of the people that's got to also be put in that conversation. There's just not enough depth, and I think Sean, the caller before that, made a good point too. There's not enough depth for this team to sustain success, and hopefully some of them can figure it out. But for this month of June, the lack of depth on the Pirates has been exposed. Without Connor Griffin, without O'Neal Cruz supporting this lineup, I mean, you see, Jared Triolo's got to be a regular. For some reason, they want Henry Davis in the lineup on a regular basis. Not good enough. So, rubber match of the 3-game series, Pirates and Mariners. That'll take place today at 12:35. You can listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. All right, I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Jack Hillgrove. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. The United States has already won Group D, but still has to get through 90 minutes against Turkey before starting knockout play. The USA is coming off back-to-back wins at a World Cup for the first time since 1930. Turkey is already eliminated and has been one of the tournament's biggest disappointments. I'm Mike Conti.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Looking clear so far to start your morning. No new accidents to report of as the parkways are free-flowing right now. Same goes for 28 southbound and your way up 51 as you try to head towards the Liberty Tunnel. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, KDK. Listen here. You want the best price on the best ride available, don't you? Well, how about Schultz Ford? Uh-huh. Yep. You know what they got all June still? Employee pricing. That's the way to go. So you pay what all the employees at Ford pay for their vehicles. That's fantastic. Get to all the great Schultz locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And they've been doing a booming business, by the way, at Schultz Ford and Wheeling. But anyway, get to all the great locations. You can always go online to do that. Check out what ride you want online. Do some shopping at home, kitchen table, all that at SchultzFord.com. And employee pricing. Gigantic selection of inventory right now. So check out what you want, and you're going to get that employee pricing all June. SchultzFord.com and all those great locations at Schultz Ford.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Sir Grout Pittsburgh is a hard surface restoration company that cleans, repairs, and restores tile, grout, and natural stone in homes and businesses. Sir Grout Pittsburgh, 412-844-2643. Tee it up at the second annual Pittsburgh Veterans Day Parade Golf Outing, Saturday, June 27th at Cedar Brook Golf Course. Golf prizes, raffles, food, drinks, and more. Register your foursome by calling Jim Hay, 878-212-0856. Proceeds benefit the Pittsburgh Veterans Day Parade. Thanks to all of you for helping out with the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your contributions will help 25 local fire departments purchase gear, equipment, and other crucial supplies. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Julian Gray & Associates, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, and Target Freight Management. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
It's the City of Pittsburgh Independence Day celebration. Join us in Point State Park July 4th beginning at 4 p.m. for free family fun, music, food, and much, much more. Then hop across the river to the North Shore for music on the PNC Great Line. And enjoy the Remax Hot Air Balloon and the brand new Hyatt Company's Salute the Service Wheel. The day's main attraction, fireworks, begins at 9:35 and is heard exclusively on 100.1 FM KDKA Radio. For details, go to 937thefan.com.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
I wish we were at the game right now.
To be honest, I don't mind watching it at home.
You'd rather be here than at the game?
I mean, kinda. We have comfy seats, replays, and this entire fridge full of Faygo.
Red hot. 60-40. Dr. Faygo. Rock and ride.
What the heck was that?
Oh, yeah. My fridge does that ever since I stocked it with all this Faygo.
Can I try?
All yours.
Root beer, candy apple.
Orange.
I think one just said my name.
Faygo, with over 50 flavors. What flavor you got?
Here's the tale of the daily Medfield. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. Deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Summer means a whole lot of extra miles. Last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
A wonderful, beautiful, fantastic.
Jack, wait for the beat to drop.
Oh, my bad. Did you make this? Is that why you're telling me to do that?
No.
I'm sorry I didn't wait for that. Gets the blood flowing.
It's like a thing.
Yeah.
You hear the music, you build up, and then climax with your words.
All right. I don't host this show often, so I wasn't aware of the beat drop. Like, I'll know most of the beds as we get through the show when beats drop, and I'll roll. But that one was new to me, so I apologize.
So there's a song that's out there that they used to play, but now we have to worry about copyrighted music because we stream.
Yeah.
And so a nice fan made a song called Sand Trap.
Instead of the other one?
Mm-hmm.
Ah. Is that what that is?
So a fan made
Same vibes. Same vibes.
Exactly. So it was very kind of that person to submit that. And then a Fistful of Ballers, the name of a band, they made Adam and Doran their own special intro, which you won't hear because neither of them are here. But, yeah, we've been privileged with some fans who like the show and they like to make us music.
Heck yeah. Well, you do that from time to time.
I do, yeah. I did all the stuff from last year with the Steelers raps, and I made the Holy Mole, it's Mark Cabole theme. That one's my favorite, probably, of all the themes. Yeah, music's fun. It's a good time.
I used to play piano. I played piano for like 4.5, 5 years.
And why did you stop?
Just playing sports, and just kind of stopped practicing and just kind of decided that it didn't really fit in the whole ordeal with what I wanted to do and like extracurricular wise.
When did you stop?
I played from like 4th grade up until like maybe 7th, 8th grade. Yeah.
You know who I saw playing, I think Beethoven. What's that song? La 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 la.
Is that copyrighted or is that okay because he's been dead for like 300 years?
Oh, that's definitely in the public domain at this point. Yeah. That's definitely not anything to worry about. I forget the song, Feral East or something. Or anyway, intern Dom was playing that, or now graduate Dom, we got to call him. But we were at this music shop next to, out in Robinson, next to our 5-alarm
Is that when Starkey was singing the Beatles?
Yeah, but Dom knows how to play that song on the piano.
Like all of it? Because I can do like the first part of it.
Yeah, he could do the first part. He was screwing it up though a bunch, but like he eventually got it. And I'm like, okay, I respect that. I can't play a piano that in depth.
Yeah, I wish I never quit because I think a lot of the reason, and I forget exactly why, but I think a lot of the reason why I did was because I wanted to get more, athletic time in there, and I was bad at the sports I chose to play. So I wish I would have stuck with it for a little bit longer because now, seriously, if you held a gun to my head and told me to like sound like I play piano, I forgot a lot of it, which I do regret, believe it or not, but I did play. Took lessons for like 4.5, 5 years almost.
You know, it was an unexpected thing that I did in college was I thought I was going to play sports longer. I thought I was going to play baseball longer. And then I went to these, like they had those, the fair where you got to learn about the clubs, right? There were a bunch of tents everywhere outside on campus and they had clubs and you could explore and figure out what you might have wanted to be a part of at Waynesburg. And I saw the jazz ensemble and the symphonic band. And I was like, maybe I'll go. Maybe I'll talk to the music people. I'll see what's up. Ended up playing in the band longer than I played baseball there. And I didn't realize that I could get an arts credit for that. And I'm really happy because I've always been pretty musically inclined. And so to be able to just do that, like I didn't feel like work at all. I'm just like, I get to show up once a week and play like the drums.
Why not?
Exactly. Got me a credit and ended up doing it, like I said, longer than baseball, which I didn't expect. So that was...
we needed an arts credit, right?
Yes.
I forget what I did.
It was like, was it like a bunch of my baseball teammates I remember did like a paper mache class?
Yeah, I didn't do anything like that. What did I do?
Did you color? Did you paint?
No. What else were we able to do?
I don't know.
I forget. Callis and I went to school together, in case anybody that was listening was unaware. Man, what did I take for my arts credit?
Wow. You have a transcript anywhere you could pull up? No.
No, you think the what do they call our student portal or whatever? Ours are probably closed by now.
The email still works.
Does it really?
Yeah. Yeah, I've tried it before. It's still there. Do you know where your degree is, by the way?
It is hanging up on my wall in my apartment.
That's good. Mine's buried somewhere in my parents' house. Yeah.
What do we need college degrees for at this point?
So that if
the physical degree.
I think there's a lot more of a background check. Like if somebody wants to know where you've been. I mean, I guess they could check with the university if they wanted to call and just see like, oh yeah, this person.
Because any experience I've ever had, like trying to get a job, I just mention on a resume that I have a bachelor's in arts.
I think sometimes it's impressive for like medical professionals or like lawyers or stuff.
Oh,
to have that
absolutely.
For us though, yeah, we can either talk or we can't. So, I mean, like, there's nothing we need to hang on the wall for us to prove that we're worthy.
Yeah, man, if I was one of the fine folks at like LGKG or like head of oncology at UPMC or AHN, one of those things, you better believe that my medical degree or my law degree that I busted my ass for is going to be like right behind my desk. So whether or not you come into my office, you see it. Multiple degrees because you work your tail off for that and it's really, really hard. With all due respect to Waynesburg University and the communication program, I'm okay if, like, I don't ever display my college degree. Now, when Maddie and I moved in together, we, like, in the corner of our one apartment, because she works from home a little bit more than I do, next to her work from home setup, we have both of our college degrees next to each other.
Aw.
Yeah.
Wow.
I ordered I don't even remember if I ordered it or my parents did. We had an option when you got your degree, when we graduated, you could order a fancy frame for it. So I have one of those and it's on the wall.
You said that she works from home a little more than you. Do you ever work from home?
That's a great point. No, I don't. I don't. Yeah, no, I mean, technically when I'm on the clock, and I work from home when I prep for these shows, or sometimes if I was covering a Steeler game on a Sunday night, instead of going back to my station or sitting there editing in the press box, my story isn't going to run until the news at 5 a.m. the next day because of just the way it shakes out. So I'll go home at 1, 2 in the morning and edit from home.
Okay,
but
that
when
counts.
when I'm physically on the clock for an 8-hour workday, no, I'm not working from home.
Okay. There was one time Craig needed a Pirates postgame host. It was back when they played the Giants.
Oh, wait, no, I take that back. Have
you ever hosted from home? Okay.
I have, yeah, and it may or may not have been because I've overslept, but yes.
Whoopsie, yeah. But it was a chaotic day, and I remember Jada was graduating that day. She was getting her undergrad, and I just told him, I'm like, hey, I got to go through a bunch of stuff. Is there, I'll do it, but is there any flexibility I can have? And he was like, oh yeah, just do it from your house. And so I'm in the new house with Jada, right? And I was in the basement in the recliner, and I have my own tiny audio board, and I had set that up to the computer and just called in through a video call system here. And I listened back to it, and it sounded just mwah. It was still, it's cool how.
Well, when we remember that horrendous snowstorm we had.
Oh yeah, I was still here for that. I had to show up.
Yeah, I couldn't. We had to be at my full-time gig out in Steubenville. I did, at least. I had an air mattress in my office in Steubenville. Slept on it for 2 nights. A lot more comfortable than you think it would be. I got one of those pretty nice air mattresses that I spent way too much money on one time. That has the inflatable headboard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I had that in the office, and I slept there Saturday night into Sunday, Sunday night into Monday. And I had a Sunday morning show. No chance I was going to be able to get here at all. So I did my Sunday morning show from our podcasting studio. The foam on the walls, podcasting mics, the whole 9 yards, set up to a computer. And Sean Myers was producing. I'm like, just don't, put me up on the video stream, but I'll be able to call him through the video stream. If you went back and listened to it, you would not be able to tell.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Technology is great now. Except for the producers that have to be here. You know what I did that day? Big snowstorm. I remember Seattle was playing in the playoffs in the NFL. It was that part of January. And I remember my mom and I, back when I was living with them, had dug out our cars from the snow that night. And it was still snowing and it was awful. We had to dig them out twice. But I ended up taking her car because she's got an SUV and mine wouldn't move even after shoveling as best we could. And so I took her car at 6 p.m. and just came here. And I slept here. And I remember it was nice because I had a gaming console on me. I had my PC back when it was working. And I was playing games on that with Jada online. And we were just FaceTiming and talking. And it was actually very pleasant. And I forget who was here that night. I might have been Ty Polk, actually, now that I think about it. But yeah, it's good. Technology, the way it works, though. That's... In fact, you can play video games online as much as you can now, and that you can. The hosts can do shows from not here. It's cool.
It's fun. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. I did have a topic listed for the pre-show this morning, which good thing we're getting to as it's coming to a close. As I was watching the conclusion of the Pirate game, they take a shot of the battery. Carmen Majinski, Andy Rodriguez at the end of the game, and Andy Rodriguez had his earpiece dangling from his ear. That's something that catchers wear now on a consistent basis, thanks to the Houston Astros for ruining it for everybody, the cheaters. I want your take on it as a baseball guy, because as I've covered high school baseball in the Ohio Valley, I've seen high school pitchers wearing earpieces. So the catcher and the pitcher, they're both wearing earpieces. I would assume whatever coach in the dugout's calling the game, calling the pitches, is using a walkie-talkie that both the catcher and the pitcher get the call. But I've seen guys have to stop either during warm-ups or in the middle of an inning because the thing goes out or the thing falls out of your ear. I could not be able to do it. And I say that too because like when I anchor my sportscasts and I wear an IFB connected so the producer and the director can talk to me, I have a hard time having that thing shoved in my ear for like 4 or 5 minutes. I could not imagine being Andy Rodriguez or a catcher in baseball, as physically strenuous as that is to begin with, to have to worry about like that thing shoved in your ear. And more importantly, foul balls fly and hit you. Like, who's to say that like one of those little, the physical like earpiece doesn't get detached and like get lodged in your ear?
I think the mask would protect from that, especially if you're wearing a hockey
you
mask.
would think it would, but you never know.
Yeah. Well, so the two-piece mask, the old traditional one, I know has a couple of bars sticking out of the sides to protect your ears, but that's way more susceptible to damage. The hockey mask covers your whole head. So that one I think would be a little bit different. Aside from that, though, I know how much I would sweat playing catcher. I don't think it would stay in my ear.
No.
It's actually a good... Yeah, I can't imagine it.
I have a solution. We talk about technology. Watch on the pitcher, watch on the catcher. Maybe a couple of guys in the infield wear an Apple Watch or something to that effect. And it's one of those things where you just tap something and the pitch and the location goes to the pitcher. Probably keep it on their offhand, look down, and you're good to go. What do you think about that?
You think that's susceptible to abuse, though? I mean, if it's a generic watch, if it's a watch that Major League Baseball designed specifically for this type of situation, maybe. But, like, I would have to worry about people cheating because, like, you never know what they're going to be doing on a device that can communicate.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, it would have to be obviously very specific. You know, the one thing, I don't even know if they still do it anymore. Remember going into sporting events and you would have to show people your cell phone and, like, click around on it, and, like, the security people would have to make sure that it's, like, a cell phone, not, like, a detonation device?
I don't remember that, no.
I don't know if they still do that or not, but that's, like, you know, you'd have to make sure, obviously, that the umpire or whoever, crew chief, would have to make sure that your watch is for, that purpose only. Maybe it's just a piece of technology that Major League Baseball comes up with themselves. I don't know. But I just know from a pure comfortability standpoint, I would not be able to do that for a whole game.
I don't know. I'd have to experience it, but I would be worried about it falling out. Like I said, with all the sweat, all the movement, that's actually a good point. I didn't think about how annoying it would be. It seems like it's more convenient for the pitch calling sake, but...
Well, yeah, because the Astros, again, ruined it for everybody.
You and I actually, back to Waynesburg, you and I did a piece on them once. I remember
that.
We were assigned in a class to do something where we did like
it wasn't just you and I, though. There was somebody else, right, involved, or was it just you and I as a partner?
It was you and me at the desk, yeah. We were talking behind a blue background in the TV studio there, and that was when that was fresh. It was 2021 or so we were doing this, and I remember we had to do a piece on it, and you and I, we talked about them. And who was the owner? Who is the owner? Is that Jim Crane?
Sounds right.
Yeah, I remember we were making fun of him because he was saying back then, he's like, well, this scandal, this didn't impact the game of baseball. And you and I were like, how can you sit there and say that? Nope, we didn't win a World Series because of this. Nope, never impacted the game. And I was like,
yeah, AJ Hinch, bad guy.
Now the Tigers doing,
and I will root for them to lose every single game he coaches and manages in.
Why do you think you take it so personally?
I don't know. I don't know. Truthfully, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, like, I don't care. Like, the Pirates weren't good enough to, like, it's not like my favorite team got screwed over by the Astros cheating.
You're just a principled man then.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah, I think I'm just, a traditionalist. Now, AJ Hinch is with the Tigers. I do not think Jeff Luno, however you pronounce his name, the guy that was the GM at the time, I don't think he has been with anybody since, which is interesting. But I guess, you would think that AJ Hinch was the more guilty of the two, and he was able to find another job pretty quickly. And the general managers at the time is just nowhere to be found, seems like. Oh, well. All right. That was the pre-show. Fantastic sports radio, if you ask me. Pirates 11, Mariners 1. We're going to talk all about it this morning. A massive win for the Buccos. The Penguins have a new owner. They're going to be introduced officially via press conference today. We'll talk about that and what the future holds for the Penguins under new ownership. Pat Bostic will join from 8 to 9. That'll be fun for me. I was in the press box for Pat's first game as a Pitt football color analyst. I've known him my whole life. He and his wife and a young baby Trey were at my high school graduation party. I know. And now Trey's old enough to be beating you in basic sports trivia.
Yeah.
Colin Beasley at 9:20 as we break down the Pirates. That is the Fan Morning Show with yours truly, Jack Hillgrove, who's filling in for Donnie Football, who's filling in for Crowley and Dorn. We're going to have a fun show regardless, and it all starts right now.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The fourth, a 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. Line drive right field, base hit. That'll do. That'll give the Pirates the lead. Andy Rodriguez into second base. Ball bounces past Raley. He's into second with a double. Andy gives the Pirates a 2-1 lead in the fourth. 2-2, 2 outs, 2 on. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Raised the Jolly Roger. The Bucks even the series. Braxton Ashcraft gets the win. The save to Majinski. The bats bust out tonight.
Yeah, they needed that. And Greg Brown said it, bats bust out. 15 hits, 11 runs. It gets you back to 500. But more importantly, the other team had the same amount of runs at the end of the game than when the starting pitcher exited the game. I'm not sure I'm still a fan of the way that occurred, but a sight for sore eyes nonetheless. Thursday, June 25th, 2026. Today is the 25th of June. Good morning. It's the Fan Morning Show. Jack Hillgrove filling in for the guys who are on vacation. Donnie Football was in the building Monday through Wednesday. It's yours truly today, and Callis Donnie is back tomorrow, right?
Yes.
How's it been working with Donnie for 3 days?
I like Donnie.
Donnie's a good man.
He's a pleasant guy.
Fantastic man, some would say.
He's getting more tired by the day, though, I noticed.
Yeah,
it was kind of funny.
Tell you what, it would really, if I worked this shift, no matter of the profession, like up before the sunrise consistently on a daily basis and before bed, like last night I watched the end of the Pirate game because I wanted to make sure I saw it, was able to really fully talk about it. Not a big deal when this is a rare occurrence for me, up before 4 a.m. and out the door before 5. I could put up with a few hours of sleep. It's fine. I don't know if I could do that on a consistent basis. Don't know if I could.
Nah, I did. I mean, I say this all the time. I did 2 full-time jobs once where I worked here until 11 and then at the other place from 2 to 9:30. I don't know how I did it. Sleep is important. Spending time with your loved ones is important.
Yeah.
I mean,
without a doubt.
It's difficult to do every day.
It'll be a fun show today, though. Callis is here. I'm here. Pat Bostic will join us from 8 o'clock until 9. We'll break down the first 2 games of this series and look ahead to the series finale. Big day today for the Buccos. Once this game concludes at 12:35, well, it starts at 12:35 and then concludes, we'll officially be halfway through the Major League Baseball regular season. Today, game number 81. And yes, the All-Star break is, the halfway point, but technically they're well past the halfway point because today is the 81st game of the regular season. That is half of 162. We'll kind of look back at the first 81 games with Colin Beasley of the Post-Gazette. He'll join us at 9:20 and also look ahead to this matchup at 12:35 as the Pirates look to win a series against the defending American League runners-up. So that's all on tap this morning on the Fan Morning Show. The last time I hosted this show was on Friday, filled in for the guys in the holiday, And on that program, I let off clamoring for a sweep of the Rockies. Obviously, that didn't happen. Probably should have happened. The Rockies aren't very good, but that's neither here nor there at this point. But because that didn't happen on my Sunday morning show, which is where you normally hear my voice, I officially came out and said that in my humble opinion, the Pittsburgh Pirates are not a wild card caliber playoff team in their current form. I'm still in that camp. I'm not swinging back the other way on this team as of yet. After the day game, as I mentioned, these guys will officially be halfway through the regular season. Today's game 81. And at best, through the halfway point of the regular season, they'll be one game above 500. At worst, one game below 500, obviously, because they're 40-40 right now. I thought they'd be better than this. I certainly thought the bullpen would be better than this. And again, not quite there yet on the possibility of this team being in a wild card series in the fall. However, it's games like last night that don't completely, for me, rule out the possibility of the Pirates playing postseason baseball in a few months. They scored 11 runs last night. 11 runs against the team that was in the ALCS last year. These Mariners are not last year's Mariners, but this is still a team that we're talking about here that was in a spot to win a World Series last year and one game away from the World Series a calendar year ago. That also pretty much brought back its supporting cast. And the best thing last night for me, obviously the offense, right? 11 runs, 15 hits. But you saw the true display of depth that this lineup has. The display of options that this lineup has. Multiple layers, if you will. When it clicks, right? We see Spencer Horwitz being one of the better leadoff hitters in all of baseball, hitting leadoff home runs. Last night, 0 and then left the game due to a hamstring issue. Esmeralyn Valdez picked up the slack, had 2 hits. Andy Rodriguez, Nick Gonzalez, 2 hit nights. And of course, Ryan O'Hearn, 4 for 5, a 3 RBI performance. Brandon Lau, a hit last night. Lau's batting average, not necessarily anything to write home about, but leading the team in homers. Top, 15 in homers in all of baseball. And the OPS is still pretty darn good. They're both as advertised. The additions that this team made to be better offensively are as advertised and are making this team better offensively. And from an offensive standpoint, at least, the mainstays we've been used to are taking a step forward this season. Brian Reynolds, who in my mind should be an all-star at this point with the June that he has put on display. Cruz, before he went down, most of this, having relatively a career season, obviously, before the injury. And then Gonzalez, Horwitz, guys that were around here last year taking steps forward offensively. That's a big deal. And it's a big deal, especially when you compare it to the team that they're playing right now in the Seattle Mariners. They've taken a step back, and a big reason why they've dropped off is because of Cal Raleigh. Remember the big dumper, Callis, and all the headlines that guy stole a year ago? 60 home runs as a catcher? It's pretty good.
Yes.
He was hurt for a decent chunk of this season. Pretty much missed a month for them with an injury. But before the absence and after the absence, he's not anywhere near the same guy he was a year ago. His numbers are actually a little bit more comparable to a certain Pirates catcher that we all love to complain about, and rightfully so, offensively, that may or may not have been a number 1 overall pick once upon a time. The offense for these Pirates are keeping us all in it. Another sight for sore eyes last night is the bullpen not giving up any runs. Actually, what was funny about last night is that it's pretty much the exact polar opposite of what we're used to when we're watching Pirate games in 2026. Instead of the Pirates bullpen giving up leads or letting games get blown open, right? Because we've seen that. We've seen the Pirates carry 2, 3, 4-run leads late into ball games, and all of a sudden they're gone. Or, a guy like Skeens or even Ashcraft will exit in a 2-1, 3-2 ball game, and then all of a sudden, like when the Pirates are down, within striking distance, and all of a sudden, bullpen comes in, other team blows it open, and then come inning 6, 7, 8, they're out of it. That's what we are used to with this Pirates team so far this season. They did that to the Mariners last night. Mind you, and again, this Pirates team, for as bad as they've been at times, for as atrocious as the bullpen has been at times, they do things that are pretty darn impressive from an offensive standpoint. Stuff, for my money, that you couldn't even think about portraying or cooking up the possibility of the Pirates doing a calendar year ago. One of those things is what they did last night. They blow the game open against the Seattle Mariners, who have the third best bullpen ERA in all of baseball entering last night. Nick Davila hadn't given up a run at the major league level at all going into last night. And that's who the Pirates scored 4 off of and really blew it open in the latter half of this ball game. Nice to see them do it to somebody else for a change. All while the Pirates bullpen didn't give up a run. Whoop-de-doo. Hip, hip, hooray. But coming up later in the program, we're still going to talk about why the way it happened. Why the way the Pirates didn't allow any runs out of the bullpen last night is still a mistake. Still not the best idea in the world from Don Kelly. That's in my humble opinion. And based off of a phone call that Callis took in the early morning show, I would venture to guess that the majority of the Pirates fan base shares my opinion as to why, yes, fantastic, whoop-de-doo, they didn't give up a run last night. The Pirates bullpen didn't. But the way they are going about it in those situations is not the correct way of going about it. 412-928-9370. That's the number to join the conversation this morning. June 25th, 2026. We'll also talk about not just the Pirates bullpen, but the Pirates starting pitcher last night, Braxton Ashcraft. You can make a legit case that he hasn't been a better starting pitcher than Paul Skeens. Skeens has a lower whip and a lower ERA. But at times, Ashcraft is the more dominating figure in that rotation than Skeens. You can make that case, and that case has a lot of legs to stand on. We'll talk about that. Is Braxton Ashcraft an all-star? 412-928-9370. And phase 1 of MLB All-Star fan voting has come to a close. We'll talk about where some of your favorite Buccos stand so far in the fan voting. And one Pirates outfielder has been getting votes. But who that is might surprise you. We'll talk about that later on in the program as well. And at 412-928-9370, how many Pirates will be in the Midsummer Classic? How many should be in the Midsummer Classic? And who, for your money, specifically, name drop them, deserves to be a Major League Baseball All-Star here in a couple of weeks? 412-928-9370. Callis, can I have the reads?
Oh, I saw I sent them to you in an email yesterday.
I'm sorry.
Donnie, I definitely shafted this entire week because I was umpiring.
Well, because he texted me and was like, hey, you're in for me tomorrow, right? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, okay, Callis won't get you the reads at all. At least for at least an hour. But it's good to know that you were
I was diligent. I got them done yesterday before I went to bed, but I'll print them right now.
No, you're good. I can print them, whatever we got to do. The fan pre-show where we talked about helmet communication and wearing IFBs as a catcher. If you want to chime in on that at 412-928-9370, feel free to do so. Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. I personally don't have access to the fan text line. Callis probably does. And you can communicate with him there. And it's brought to you by I apologize. See, the reads aren't the way I like them. So I misspoke. Brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I am logged in to the YouTube chat. We will chime in through there throughout the morning as well. Good morning to you, those of you tuning in on YouTube or on X. Brian commented, how did KG do at Altoona last night? That's a topic this morning as well, which we will discuss. And in my most elite way to tease to a radio segment, I will just do this. He did good, to say the least. We'll talk about Connor Griffin making his way back to the Pirates. Looked really good last night in his rehab start, assignment, debut, whatever you want to call it, with the curve at the Double-A level. So we'll talk about KG trying to work his way back, talk about this Pirates 11-1 win this and then this afternoon going for the series win at 12:35 over the Seattle Mariners. All that on tap this morning. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation. Coming up, Braxton Ashcraft. Is he an all-star? Yes or no? And why the Pirates need to still reshuffle the way they use Carmen Mlodzinski. Again, fantastic. Bullpen didn't give up a run last night. But Mlodzinski's usage is still incorrect for my money. We'll talk about all that and more coming up next on the Fan Morning Show. Jack Hillgrove filling in for the guys. Nick Illis, Harry Callis is here as well. And we're with you until 10 o'clock this morning. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates strong 11-1 win over the Seattle Mariners yesterday to even that series. Braxton Ashcraft pitched 6 full innings in the game. He gave up 1 earned run on 5 hits, struck out 10 batters in the game. Carmen Mlodzinski earned a save. He pitched 3 full innings, no runs given up by him on 2 hits. He struck out 3. Game time for the rubber match. Today at 12:35, you can listen over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's a message from Doran Dickerson.
Thinking about tackling a project this summer but not sure where to start or where to get your materials? Give Reed Building Supply a call. I've known the team at Reed Building Supply for years, and what sets them apart is their customer service. They're knowledgeable, reliable, and always willing to help you find the right products for your job. Whether you need TimberTech decking, flooring, vinyl windows, Hardy LP, or vinyl siding, doors, cabinets, stone, or more, Reed Building Supply has you covered. Plus, they pride themselves on being dependable and on time. And right now, they're offering special savings on select AZEK siding products, including discounts and rebates for a limited time. Visit them online at reedbuildingsupply.com or give them a call, 412-875-6320. That's 412-875-6320. And make sure you tell them Doran sent you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is brought to you by Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Conley Resort and Golf Club, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. In a winner-take-all match in Group B, it was Switzerland over Canada 2-1. Switzerland wins the group. Canada finishes second and advances. Bosnia and Herzegovina has a match looming against the United States after they defeated Qatar 3-1, eliminating Qatar in the process. I'm Mike Conti.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Stop me if you've heard this one before, but Brandon Ayuk does not want to play for the 49ers. He took to Instagram again. It's like the 5th time in the last 5 days. And he pleaded to be cut. He wants to go sign with Washington. This feels like Groundhog Day. Rinse, wash, repeat. It's the same thing over and over and over again. I don't think Brandon Ayuk has a PR team at the moment. Just a guess. But if he did, they need to step in, have him put the phone down. I'm dead day.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. And all season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements.
Hey, it's Dan Zang, really wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honey-do list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first-position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%! Wow! Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Book us. 2men and a junk truck.com.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Light rain with a high of 70 degrees for the morning.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway East inbound already starting to build up. It's a little slow go for you around Edgewood, Swissvale. Parkway West inbound is stop and go starting at the top of the Green Tree Hill. 28 southbound starting to build up just a touch around the Shaler Waterworks area.
From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your number one choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Jack Hillgrove filling in for Crowley and Doran. Callis is here. Callis, say hello to the people.
Hello.
This is fun. You and I have done the 5 Alarm together. It's fun to be with you for like an actual show that happens on a consistent basis.
Oh, yeah, we did do that last week, didn't we?
And last year.
Did we?
At 3 a.m. with Dom and Austin.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was only thinking Austin because he was the only one that was supposed to be on. But yeah, you guys ended up jumping on and yeah, it was fun. That was a good time.
Yeah, this year was a good time too, other than that one thing that happened that we won't mention. You know what I'm talking about.
Probably. Yes.
Yeah, we can't talk about that. You know what we can talk about, though, is, yes, the Pirates did score 11 runs last night, and that kind of steals the show, right? I mean, if you were to look at the, live under a rock standpoint, right, and just wake up in the morning and look at the box score and look at the Pirates scoring 11 runs and winning by 10, offense the story, absolutely. But Braxton Ashcraft is really good. He's an all-star at this point, is he not? Other than that 7 2/3 of shutout ball in what seemed like the fastest game ever against the Cincinnati Reds. I covered that game, Callis. And yes, the pitch clock obviously makes things faster, but I think it was him and Burns went toe-to-toe. Forget what day it was. It was some point in May. Maybe it was April. Nonetheless, it took like less than 2 hours, it seemed like. In and out, as some may say. Other than that game, which was May 3rd, it was. Early May, late April, tomato. Other than that game, 7 2/3, 4 hits, 6 Ks, a goose egg on the board. Last night was Ashcraft's, second best start of the season. 10 Ks, no walks, powerful, efficient, 86 pitches, 68 of them for strikes. And of the 23 batters he faced, 19 of them 0-1 counts. 19 of 23 on first pitch strikes. Yeah, I've seen more than enough. That guy's an all-star. And if he's not a part of the all-star festivities, I think something goes catastrophically wrong. Maybe he doesn't get there because he's not a household name, and there are a lot of really good starting pitchers in the National League this year. But I'll be really upset if Braxton Ashcraft is not an all-star. And you can make, and I said this in the last segment, you can make a legit case comparing Ashcraft to Skeens that he's been more of a dominating presence in that starting rotation. Something not on my bingo card for 2026. I thought Ashcraft's transition from bullpen-ish guy to full-time in the starting rotation this year was going to be one of the underlying big storylines heading into this season, and he has exceeded all expectations making that leap into the starting rotation. But again, you could make a case he's been a little bit more of a dominating guy in the rotation than Skeens. He's not the better pitcher. Skeens is a lower ERA. Skeens is a lower whip. But performances like last night for Ashcraft seem a little bit more often than they do for Skeens, do they not? It's at least close. One of the things that we haven't seen a whole lot of Skeens from this year are the efficient, effective attacking batters early on in counts. like we saw from Ashcraft last night. Again, started with an 0-1 count 19 times out of the 23 batters he faced. A huge advantage. And especially a huge advantage for a guy like Ashcraft, a big guy that throws hard. You know, we'll see more of that from Paul Skeens, I would bet on it, from now until the end of the season. You know, if you look at, and I had mentioned this on a Sunday show last week, you know, if you were to compare Skeens' ERA through the first 16 starts he had last year versus the last 16 starts, he was better the latter half of last season. And I have a feeling he'll be better the latter half of this season, without a doubt. Like, if you look at 2025 for Skeens, right? Through June 19th. I'm sorry, June 25th. End of June. His last start in June last year, he had a 2.12 ERA. That last start in June, he only went 4 innings last year, 4 earned runs against the Brewers. They lost. So a 2.12 ERA at the end of June. It ended, his season ERA did at 1.97. Yeah, he was better last year than he was this year. His last start in June, the 20th against Colorado, he'll probably have one more. 2.86 ERA. His ERA is going to be lower than 2.86 at the end of the season. I don't want to say guarantee it. I don't want to jinx it. Fortunately for me, bigger jinxes host shows on this station than I do, so hopefully I won't take the spotlight there. But again, I have a feeling Skeens will be better at the conclusion of the season than he is right now. And like Skeens, right, he's a big guy that throws hard, like Ashcraft, and I would venture to guess, because of Skeens' numbers, and obviously he's a household name at this point, he'll be an all-star as well. Ashcraft's really good, and he was really good last night. The bullpen. Ashcraft exited. Mariners only had 1 run. The game ended, and the Mariners only had 1 run. Fantastic. Wonderful. The way innings 7 through 9 happened last night, though, I still cannot come around on the way it transpired. Carmen Mlodzinski has been great so far this season. Serviceable as a starter. Last night was his 3rd straight scoreless effort out of the bullpen. If you're watching on the fan video stream, you saw my air quotes there. And other than whining like a baby about being taken out of the rotation, like, Carmen Mlodzinski's been a great piece of these 2026 Pirates. But now, he's a reliever. Now, he should be available more than once every 4 days. 39 pitches last night. We probably won't see him again until what? Saturday? Sunday? Since being moved to the bullpen, Mlodzinski pitched on June 4th, June 10th, June 15th, June 20th, and the 24th. If you didn't know any better, again, live under a rock and you look at Mlodzinski's game logs and what days he pitches, you think, oh, okay, still in the rotation. Well, he's not anymore. And I really can't come to grips with him still being utilized like a starting pitcher without him throwing more innings and more pitches like a starter normally does. It's actually quite simple. When Don Kelly does this with Carmen Mlodzinski, it makes him unavailable for like 4 out of every 5 games. 80% of the time. 80% of the time, the 18th best bullpen in all of baseball, a bullpen with a 4.38 ERA, is down a guy. Make it make sense. Try to make it make sense. I have a hard time believing you can. 412-928-9370. Your thoughts. Again, he's been great out of the bullpen. 3 straight scoreless efforts. But why is he only available like a starting pitcher is normally available still? I don't get it. 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on that as we continue to react to an 11-1 victory last night for the Pirates over the Mariners. They go for the series win today at 12:35 with Bubba Chandler on the mound. We'll dive into more on this series finale afternoon tilt later on in the program. You can listen to Pomp and Joe every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation. You'll talk to Callis. He'll put you through, and we can talk about the Pirates as they continue into the official halfway point of the regular season. Today is game 81 out of 162. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll talk Penguins, the Hoffman Group. They're here. What does it mean for the Penguins moving forward? 8 o'clock until 9, Pat Bostic for the whole hour, and then we go back to the Pirates at 9:20 with Colin Beasley, Pirates beat writer of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Back with more on the Fan Morning Show right after this. I'm Jack Kilgrove, and this is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The USA men's team in the World Cup plays Turkey tonight at 10 o'clock. The U.S. is 2-0 in Group D games so far. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
Call.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Joe Starkey here, and the last nickname I want is Baldy. I'm getting there, though, and that's why I called New Image for a consultation. That's 1-800-514-HAIR. Who better? New Image has been offering the best scientific solutions for hair loss all in one place for over 40 years. You don't have to be bald to be losing your hair. For women and men, hair loss often shows up quietly. A widening part, more strands in the shower, thinning around the temples. I started noticing that more, especially in the front, so I went to New Image for a consultation. Excellent. Cookie runs the show over there, and it's simple. They have all the answers and experience on hair solutions. They started with a hair and scalp analysis, and I finally understood why my hair loss was happening and what I can do. Tons of solutions, including eye hair technology that targets where you're losing hair and fills in where you're thinning and balding. My plan includes FDA-approved laser hair therapy. First treatment, easy and fun, and I'll be sharing stories as I move toward a fuller head of hair. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or NewImageHairClinic.com.
We are turning up the heat here at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks save big with 0% financing. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Gladiator Sports save up to $10,000, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. Make this the summer event starts now, and it's too hot to miss. Shop CrownJeep.com. See the dealer for details on all offers.
Pirates baseball is back. Celebrate with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook at 93.7 The Fan on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. This is going to be a really big deal for the USA match against Turkey this week. The final match in group stage, the U.S. has already clinched its spot, number one seed coming out of this group. That means that they're probably going to do a lot of substitutions, and we're going to see a lot of different faces for this last game. So protect yourself. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax where applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. That's Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jack Hillgrove, Nicholas Harry Callis with you on the Fan Morning Show. At the top of the hour, we'll talk the Hoffman Group and the Penguins, what it means for the future and the immediate future. Pat Bostic at 8, Colin Beasley at 9:20. Continuing to react to the Pirates' 11-1 win last night over the Seattle Mariners. Bucks go for the series win today at 12:35. Bryce Miller for the Mariners against Bubba Chandler for the Buccos. One of the things that I love about Major League Baseball these days, Callis, is that teams, like when a guy's hit a home run, they come back into the dugout and have like a prop to celebrate with. Even at the college level, like West Virginia, Crowley's domain, they had the football helmet. It's pretty cool. Pirates obviously have the welder's helmet, which is a nice ode to what goes on in Pittsburgh and what went on in our city's history. One of the coolest ones, and I think they still do it, the Mariners use that trident.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty cool. What would, if Waynesburg, did Waynesburg have one of those things?
I don't recall.
Putting Sting's like mascot helmet on would be pretty funny.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, I know when I was playing, they struggled a little bit. They actually made the playoffs though once when we were there, the baseball team.
Well, that had something to do with the best closer in Major League Baseball.
He was a starter in college.
And starter to start his career.
Yeah.
And then had an issue. They shut him down and said, you're going to be a reliever in what was formerly known as the Oakland Athletics. And paying off for him.
It worked out.
It worked out. I think his ERA is below 1. What's Mason Miller up to these days? 0.79 ERA. That's good. That's pretty solid. 66 strikeouts. How about his whip, Callis, and his ERA are the exact same. 0.79 ERA, 0.79 whip.
Wow.
66 strikeouts in how many innings? 34. Pretty good ratio. 21 saves. 0 blown saves. Bethel Park's and Waynesburg's and Gardner-Webb's finest.
You know what? Actually, this is kind of actually funny. We didn't have props, but I know the communication department did a unique thing with sound effects. If you remember the Wii Sports voice that would say things, like the announcer would make the calls. Like,
nice shot.
You're out.
Yeah.
Foul ball.
Single.
So every time something like that would happen to the opponent where the opponent would get out, somebody would play a sound effect like, you're out. And I remember one time I was public address announcing, and our sound effects guy was playing those noises. And
the Bobby Fox?
No, I think it was. I want to say it was a guy named Nathan Grella.
I know him.
Yeah, I think he was doing it. But it was just like a theme they were doing that year. But I remember it actually frustrated this one guy on the opponent's side. And I was like, we're doing our job.
Yep. Well, it's like the Wild Things. I haven't been to a game yet this year, but I'm pretty sure they still play like kid songs. A, B, C, when the opposing guy bats. The beer batter, another fantastic thing that the Wild Things do. They play the beer batter song. They always pick a guy that stinks. And if he strikes out, it's like $2 beers till the end of the inning. And that also just fires up everybody in the crowd. So like when the beer batter strikes out, everybody, big pop, because you get cheaper beer. And then everybody floods to the concession stands to find the cheaper beer, which is always a good time. Yeah, Mason Miller, really good. He'll be an all-star. Speaking of all-stars, Phase 1 fan voting for the All-Star game, it began on June 3rd, and I believe it's over now. It was over this week. But the numbers came out for that. Where guys rank as far as, the Pittsburgh Pirates. Brandon Lau, I think, is 7th among second basemen in the National League. An outfielder for the Pirates is also receiving votes. And it's not Brian Reynolds. Connor Griffin's got votes, 10th amongst National League shortstops. Yeah, Brandon Lau 7th. Ketel Marte, Luis Arias, Hyesung Kim of the Dodgers, Bryce Terang in Milwaukee, Stott with the Phillies, Ozzie Albies with the Braves are ahead of Lau on the second baseman of the All-Star voting. But of the National League outfielders, 17 guys rank ahead of the Pirates outfielder with the most votes, and it's Oneil Cruz. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, especially when the voting began June 3rd, and Brian Reynolds is like one of the best players in baseball in the month of June. 29 consecutive games in which he's reached base. Batting average well over 300. OPS over 1,000 in the month of June. So far this season, Reynolds, a 290 clip, an 890 OPS, 11 homers, 52 RBI. Yeah, in June, he's hitting 330, 1025 OPS, and 5 of his 11 home runs this season are in the month of June. I really don't get why Reynolds, especially since this voting started, hasn't received more votes. Might be an uphill battle for our guy to be an all-star, but he's certainly making a case for it. And a large chunk of the reason why the Pirates are still sniffing around in the National League wildcard race is because of a guy like Brian Reynolds. No Cruz, no Griffin for the time being. The offense down a couple of their big swings, and Reynolds is absolutely, without a doubt, picking up the slack. And, the timing of this all-star voting just really confuses me because it started at the beginning of the month. And Brian Reynolds has been the best offensive player for the Pirates since the beginning of the month. Not in the top 20 of outfielders in the National League. Oneil Cruz is. And Cruz is an electric player. But his numbers prior to going down are not as good as Brian Reynolds is right now. And since All-Star voting started, Cruz played in 4 games. His last game before going on the injured list was June 6th. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but here we are. He's out, and so is Connor Griffin. But our guy KG began his rehab assignment last night in Altoona and did well, to say the least. We'll talk about it next. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation. Top of the hour, we'll shift to the Penguins, but we'll talk about Connor Griffin starting his rehab assignment off on the right foot, to say the least. Talk about it next. Jack Hillgrove and Nicholas Harry Callis with you on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates 11-1 winners over the Seattle Mariners yesterday, and the Pirates back to 500 exactly. Their record is 40-40. The Seattle Mariners still lead the American League West with one more win than the Pirates have. They're 41-40. Both teams now going into the rubber match of the 3-game series. That is today at 12:35. Coverage on the Fan. They play on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. And that coverage will start this morning at 11:40 with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
28 southbound is getting very backed up right now due to an accident near the Shaler Waterworks area. You're going to be backed up all the way to the Sharpsburg area. Very slow go for you. So you want to take extra time this morning if you're taking 28. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Stone & Company, servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. DOH certified, 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
New jewelry may not be in this year's budget, but have you considered redesigning your existing jewelry at only a fraction of the cost? Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our design experts can help you repurpose some of your own gemstones into exciting new creations. And now is the perfect time. It's our spring sale, and you can save up to 30% on the custom creation you've always wanted. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Peters Township. We're like having a jeweler in the family. Hurry, sale ends soon.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an odds boost token and no sweat token. An odds boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your odds boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. KDKA TV will handle that. 412-928-9370. It's the number to join the conversation. Let's take a couple of calls. Luke down on the strip. Hey, Luke.
Hey, Jack. How's it going this morning?
Good, man. How about yourself?
Doing well. So I live in Pittsburgh, but I'm actually from Altoona, and I was in town last night and got to see KG and his rehab assignment. And let me tell you, he looked phenomenal.
Yeah.
I believe he walked, triple, and the biggest home run I've ever seen in that ballpark.
Which is giant, Luke, because the big thing when he was getting ready to start this rehab assignment, and again, he's been fantastic, right? Especially since turning 20. But the thought process for me was, okay, he is a young guy, not old enough to drink yet, and he suffered a pretty relatively significant injury. How does he respond? Does he respond like a guy, young, but still look like a guy that is a formidable major league bat at the minor league level in his rehab assignment? That was the main thing I was looking for, and he passed the eye test for sure.
Oh, yeah. It was incredible. And to the young point, I mean, he was fired up. You could tell he was happy to be there. And the only frustration as a Pirates fan, you think about 4 runs scored in 2 games against the Rockies, and it's like, man, we could have used his bat, but I understand, being cautious with him.
Yeah, absolutely, Luke. Thanks for the call, man. And I said this on a Sunday morning show last Sunday. The ball travels in Colorado big time. Would have been nice to have O'Neal Cruz's pop in that ballpark as well, but it is what it is. Yeah, Connor Griffin last night, we saved it for this segment. He batted second and played shortstop. Big. Because the $1 million question with Connor Griffin about his arm, how serious was it? No, he went down for a little bit when the injury happened, came back DH'd for a game, and then went on the injured list, and you're thinking to yourself, oh man, is this arm injury more serious than they're leading on? Is he going to be able to play shortstop at all for the rest of this season? Played there last night, but more importantly, 2 for 2 with a walk, 3 RBI, and the last 2 legs of the cycle were complete. Hit a homer that Luke said one of the more monstrous ones he's seen, and it tripled as well. Again, 2 for 2. I'm sorry, not with a walk. He was hit by a pitch to start his day. And then again, 3 RBI, a triple, and a homer. That's the big thing with him, Callis. He needs to, in these rehab assignments, look like a big-time major league player playing against Double-A competition, and he did that last night. And hopefully it's a sooner rather than later situation with KG, because getting him back in this lineup, especially with the tear he had been on since his 20th birthday, will be much welcomed for this team.
He wants to come back. I know that. We talked to him at the 5 Alarm over the phone last week, and he talked about, whatever he can do. He is... He's apparently urgently ready to get back on the team, and he would come up and DH in a heartbeat, was his words. But yeah, he's the rehab assignments where you want to get reps. It looks like whatever's going on with him isn't serious enough to prevent him from dominating. And yesterday's game was indeed inspiring.
Hopefully it's sooner rather than later for young Connor Griffin. O'Neal Cruz still with the team, was in the dugout last night. It's going to take a little bit longer for him. It seems like, I bet you a couple more weeks and then a rehab assignment. So maybe at the start of the second half of the season, post All-Star break, from an optimistic standpoint, you see Cruz. But, I think maybe a month from now, end of July, late July, is when Cruz gets back into the swing of things at the major league level. And based off of what I saw last night from Griffin, I don't think it's outlandish to suggest that you see him back in a Pirates lineup before they go on the All-Star break. Series finale with the Mariners at 12:35 this afternoon. Bubba Chandler, who's trending up, pitches today this afternoon against Bryce Miller for Seattle. Bucks have 3 with the Reds this weekend at home, 4 at Philly, then 3 at Washington, a 7-game road trip at the end of June through America's 250th birthday, and then a 6-game homestand to close out the first, well, I guess today's the first half, but like before the All-Star break, because today's game 81. 3 with the Braves, then 3 with the Brewers, their last game before the All-Star break, July 12th at home against the team everybody's looking up at in the NL Central, and then they return to action Friday, July 17th, and start a 3-game set with the Cleveland Guardians. All right, coming up next, the Penguins have a new owner. A new ownership group, and I'm really excited about it. We'll tell you why coming up next. Pat Bostic at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Pat will join me from 8 until 9. Quiz Callis at 8:50. Just because there's no Crowley and especially no Doran, we will quiz Callis. And I'll tell you right now, Nicholas, that it is football related.
Great.
I think you'll do okay. It is football and NFL draft related.
It must not be easy then.
It's easy I thought it was easy for me. We'll see how you fare. That's at 8:50. Colin Beasley at 9:20 this morning as we get set for a series finale against Seattle. Coming up, Penguins talk. 412-928-9370 is the number to join the conversation. I'm Jack Hillgrove. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7. The Fan.
Morning, most of your day is going to be dry, but strong storms, including a risk of tornadoes, will roll through late this afternoon into the evening hours. If you're in Pittsburgh, or storm chance peaks between 6 to 8 this evening. While we wait, it's going to be another nice one with highs hitting the low 80s, morning temperatures in the 60s. Oddly enough, humidity levels will remain low for the day, and most of Friday also looking dry with the rain chances moving in around sunset. I'm KDK First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title in place. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West inbound is stacking for you at the top of the Green Tree Hill. Parkway East inbound, you're going to find slow-go traffic starting around the Wilkinsburg area, and 28 southbound is now starting to clear up after that earlier accident, but you'll still find slight delays at the Etna bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the Fan Morning Show. Hour number, excuse me, 2. Jack Hillgrove in for the guys. Callis is still here. Callis, good morning.
Heyo.
Big day. Pirates go for the series win over the Mariners at 12:30. Before that, we'll meet the Penguins owners. Press conference is scheduled for 11 o'clock. And I'm fired up about it. Without a doubt, fired up. More so that, again, I'm encouraged by what I've read and seen about the Hoffman Group so far. But more fired up because Fenway Sports Group is the hell out of town. Yeah, the Penguins have new owners. It's official. And all I can say is that they've won me over already by just a few simple, basic facts. We have names of people. We know who's at the forefront of the organization. And it looks like old number 66 will be back in a somewhat of a capacity again. A much larger capacity. Much larger than the doofuses at Fenway Sports Group that own this team for a brief time. But a time, for my money, not brief enough. First of all, even though it's called the Hoffman Group, and they own a bunch of stuff, the one thing that we have with these guys that we didn't seem to have with previous owners is one guy, David Hoffman, and his 2 sons, Jeff and Greg. Seems like we already have our organizational structure as well of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Jeff Hoffman will be the governor of the Penguins. And then brother Greg and the old man will be alternate governors. That's according to King Jemison's article, Penguins beat writer for the PG. This is also in there about Jeff Hoffman, the new governor of the Penguins. His sons play hockey, and he and his wife, they founded Type One Timer Hockey. Fantastic name. It's a nonprofit hockey camp supporting young players with diabetes. That's all great. And the best part of it all, I invite you, do this safely. You know, if you're behind the wheel of a car, don't do it while you're driving. But I invite you to just Google the phrase, what sports franchises do the Hoffmans own? And you're only going to find 2. The ECHL's Florida Everblades, who knocked the Wheeling Nailers out of the conference finals this year in the ECHL. And now the Penguins. A far cry from the previous owners who own one of the most prominent franchises in Major League Baseball and a Premier League soccer team. I understand that, FSG put more money into, an analytics department and really supported Kyle Dubas in that regard. But when you own the Red Sox and you own Liverpool and then the Penguins, it really just seemed like the Pens just fell through the cracks with FSG. And I think the average hockey fan was able to tell. With all due respect to the Florida Everblades, the Penguins are going to be priority number 1 for the Hoffman Group, and you're going to be able to tell right away. From, I think, an in-arena experience and an on-ice experience as well. I mean, Kyle Dubas is the right guy for this job, and I think the way he built this team last offseason proved that. He's going to get help in some capacity from Mario Lemieux, one of the biggest indictments an ownership group has ever done to a sports franchise. It seemed like just completely alienated Mario Lemieux for 5 years. I know he and Ron Burkle tried to buy the Penguins back from FSG, and it just seemed like the Hoffman Group outbid them. But it's one of those things where I would venture to guess the Hoffmans were like, hey, We want you back. And even if it's one of those things where he has like some, a title, President Emeritus, or something along those lines, having Mario Lemieux in the building on a nightly basis and around this clubhouse, around the locker room on a semi-consistent basis, it's going to be huge. With Mario Lemieux back in some capacity, another brownie point in favor of the new owners. What else is going to help is Ron Francis, a special advisor now to the Pittsburgh Penguins, and a guy, obviously, that Penguins fans know very well from his time playing in Pittsburgh, and then from a front office standpoint, he ain't no inexperienced guy in that regard either. So that's going to only assist Kyle Dubas as well. Mario Lemieux doesn't need to be an assistant GM or have some big fancy title or really given too much responsibility. Again, he needs to be in the building every night, be around the locker room for these guys. And I go back to the ushering in of the Crosby era, the era now that we're at the tail end of, and the job that Mario Lemieux did to help usher in a new era of Penguins hockey. Now, granted, the Penguins had all kinds of high draft picks to build a core around. Fleury, Stahl, Malkin, Crosby. Penguins aren't quite there yet with a promising young core. But the one thing that I think Mario Lemieux can really help with is ushering in a new era of Penguins hockey post-Sid, post-Gino, post-Letang. Or maybe even assist Sid and offer some pointers there along the way, because Sidney Crosby is slowly approaching the age that Mario Lemieux was back when Sid was a young player. So that is something I'm very much looking forward to. A couple of other storylines that I'm keeping in my back pocket with the Hoffman Group and the Penguins now with the ownership. The Wheeling Nailers and the Penguins have the longest standing affiliation between an ECHL team and an NHL team going right now, 28 years. No ECHL team has been affiliated with an NHL organization longer than the Nailers have been affiliated with the Penguins. As I mentioned, the Florida Everblades are also owned by the Hoffman Group, as is the arena that they play in down near Fort Myers, Hertz Arena. The Florida Everblades were affiliated with the St. Louis Blues. That affiliation has expired and will not be renewed. And it would make a whole lot of sense, especially with the Hoffmans literally owning they own a bunch of stuff, but they only own 2 sports franchises. Wouldn't it make a lot of sense for the ECHL team that they own to be affiliated with the NHL team that they own? I think there's a very real possibility that that's coming down the pike. Nothing official yet, but there are rumblings that maybe the partnership, the longest partnership between an ECHL team and an NHL team, the Nailers and the Penguins, it might be coming to an end. And then the other factor in all this, obviously Sportsnet Pittsburgh is owned by Nesson, which is owned by FSG. That seems like it's going to stick put for the time being. Again, King Jemison writes for the Penguins for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, covers the team. That was mentioned in his article yesterday. Seems like hockey games will be featured on Sportsnet Pittsburgh this season as well. Obviously, the remainder of the baseball season will be on SNP as well, but fair thing to wonder, because all that was ushered in the same time Fenway Sports Group bought the Penguins, and that is no longer a thing. So it'll be interesting to see what this new ownership group has to say, and I think it could only be good for the Penguins moving forward. 412-928-9370. What do you want to see? What do you want to hear from the Hoffman Group? What changes do you want to see? And as the NHL offseason and free agency quickly approaches, a lot of rumblings about what Kyle Dubas may or may not be up to. What do you want Kyle Dubas to pull off this offseason? 412-928-9370. That's also the number of the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll take your calls And we'll talk more about these new owners of the Pittsburgh Penguins coming up next on the Fan Morning Show. Jack Hillgrove in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates were 11-1 winners yesterday over the Seattle Mariners. Braxton Ashcraft pitched for the Pirates. He pitched 6 full innings. He gave up a run in the first inning, and that was it. He ended up striking out 10 batters in the game. Pirates and Mariners will not play in the rubber match of the 3-game series, which is this afternoon at 12:35. You can listen to coverage live of that game over on 100.1 FM at AM 1020. KDK, their coverage starts at 11:40 with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. The Group C champion is Brazil. They had a dominant 3-0 win over Scotland in Miami. Morocco ends up finishing second in Group C after a come-from-behind 4-2 win over Haiti, who was already eliminated heading into the day. Scotland may not make it to the knockout round after finishing third in the group. I'm Mike Conti.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Well, this is bad. Detroit Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold has been arrested and charged with 4 counts of kidnapping and 4 counts of robbery with a firearm. Authorities in Florida alleged that in February, Arnold orchestrated a retaliation attack after a separate burglary at his rental property. Investigators say Arnold directed co-defendants to lure 3 men to an apartment where they were held at gunpoint and assaulted. I'm Drake Toll.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured? You're in pain, frustrated, and don't know what to do. We lawyers know what to do. So in your time of need, other law firms want to charge you 40%, almost half your settlement. A good friend or neighbor would never do that to you. That's why our fee is only 25%, because you are the one who's been injured, and it's your money. And there is never a fee unless we win your case. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Yinzer Nation, pro football is coming to Paris, and True Fan Travel is bringing you there. October 20th through the 26th. 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris. Steps from the Arc de Triomphe. A private group tour of the city. A dinner cruise along the Seine. A pep rally with a black and gold legend. And an all-inclusive tailgate before kickoff at Stade de France. This is the first ever pro football game in Paris. You don't want to watch this one from your couch. Book now at truefantravel.com. Spots are limited.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West inbound has you backed up to right around the Parkway Center Mall overpass. Parkway East inbound, very sluggish for you starting around the Wilkinsburg interchange. 28 southbound is stop and go starting at the Etna bypass down to the 40th Street Bridge, but the Parkway North continues to be clear. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by Southwest Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Listen to the Fan Morning Show on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever yins get your podcasts. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the Fan Morning Show. I'm Jack Hillgrove filling in for Crowley and for Doran. Donnie Football back on the morning show tomorrow. He was on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I tag in today. Donnie tags back in tomorrow morning. The Hoffman Group will hold a press conference today in about, less than 4 hours from now, 11 a.m. And the new governor of the Penguins, Jeff Hoffman, the son of Dave Hoffman, he'll take questions from the media following their press conference. So it'll be the Penguins governor, Jeff Hoffman, alternate governors David and Greg. So it'll be the three of them. And again, the biggest takeaway I have from this purchase now becoming official and the new era of ownership from the Pittsburgh Penguins being ushered in. And you know, when you compare the Penguins to the other two franchises that we root for in this town, the other two professional franchises, it's different, right? Like, the Rooneys have owned the Steelers forever and will own the Steelers forever. The Pirates have changed hands, but not since 2007 when the Nuttings took majority control over from Kevin McClatchy. It's not the consistency I'm sure Pirate fans have come to appreciate over the years, but consistency nonetheless. The Penguins have been in limbo since I've been alive. The Penguins have been owned, almost sold, almost moved out of Pittsburgh, bought by Lemieux, and now sold twice. So the lack of consistency with this franchise, it's not alarming because for the most part, like when it was really, really bad, like the Penguins were on the brink of leaving this city because they weren't going to get a new arena. Whenever that got put to bed, it seems like the solidity and the likelihood that this team's going to stay here has not wavered. But still, the fact that this franchise has changed hands multiple times kind of sucks. This new ownership group, the Hoffman Group, has people that you're going to meet today. that you're going to hear from today, and a clear-cut, black and white organizational structure with Jeff Hoffman, whose sons play hockey. He and his wife have a nonprofit for young hockey players with type 1 diabetes. They are hockey people. He's the governor of the Penguins. His brother, Greg, and their dad, David, are alternate governors. And as far as major sports franchises and major sports leagues, it's the only team that they own. Something that we could not say about Fenway Sports Group, who owns Liverpool. And they're called the Fenway Sports Group, and they own the Boston Red Sox. Like, where do you think the Penguins were on their pecking order? At least second, probably third. And you felt that from FSG. And I said it earlier, I'll say it again. 5 years was not short enough. I am optimistic for what this new ownership group will bring to the hockey franchise in this town that we all know and love. And the fact that it is official, Ron Francis is back in a front office capacity, and it seems like Mario Lemieux will return as well. That's only going to help. (412-928-9370). What do you want to see happen, change, hear from the Hoffmans today? If you sit down and watch that press conference, what are some of the buzzwords you want these Hoffmans to hit? (412-928-9370). The big one for me is we ain't going anywhere. We sunk $1.5 billion into this franchise. And I want to hear, yeah, we're big and we own a lot of stuff. But we're deeply rooted in Pittsburgh now as owners of the Penguins. They're going to get everything we got, and we're going to do everything in our power to bring another Stanley Cup to Pittsburgh. That's what I want to hear. And hopefully we hear it. 412-928-9370. Coming up, from a more personnel standpoint, front office, on ice perspective, NHL free agency is right around the corner. It's going to begin July 1st at noon. And the Penguins have cap space for days. What do you want to see him do? It seems like, according to a lot of reports, that Kyle Dubas is going to be heavily involved in trying to bring in some big-time guys, whether that be via trade, whether that be via free agency with almost $38 million in cap space, which is a lot when you're talking about the NHL. And while I think Kyle Dubas has done a very good job, not a whole lot to work with financially the last couple of off seasons. He's been a tactician, signing journeymen and lower-level free agents to financially friendly deals. Now Kyle Dubas is in a position where he can really go big game hunting. They've got draft capital if they want to make trades. They've got, for what I think are some intriguing young prospects. Do they pull the trigger and make like an Erik Karlsson type deal and bring in another really good to superstar caliber player? 412-928-9370. We'll talk about that next. And coming up at the top of the hour, Pat Bostic will join us. We'll hit some NFL topics with Pat. Did the NFL do the right thing? Not letting Brendan Sorsby into a supplemental draft, not holding a supplemental draft. Talk about that. Jerry Dulac mentioned something yesterday in his chat. Real under the radar. And kudos, I forget the person's username in Jerry's chat yesterday at the Post-Gazette. But kudos to the person that kind of called him out on it. We're going to talk about what Jerry said and why it might now mean potentially that one of these guys that's due for an extension with the Steelers, the likelihood of that happening might have changed. And also with Pat, of course, Quiz Callis at 8:50. It'll be NFL draft related. Where else do the Steelers need to add to this roster? Do they need to add elsewhere to this roster? 412-928-9370. Pat Bostic from 8 to 9. Colin Beasley at 9:20 as we get back into the Pirates, Bucks, and Mariners as the Pirates go for the series win this afternoon at 12:35. Bryce Miller's really good, and Bubba Chandler's trending up. So we'll wait and see how that one goes this afternoon. Day game for the Buccos against the Seattle Mariners. 412-928-9370. Again, that's the number to join the conversation. What do you want to see Kyle Dubas do in the offseason? Where do the Penguins need to add? Give me a name. I'll give you a couple, and they ain't no slouches. I'll tell you that. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown and home and business security company. We'll come back in a couple of minutes on the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The USA Men's World Cup team plays tonight against Turkey. It's 10 o'clock start time for that game. The U.S. has 2 wins in Group D games. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
He's making food noises and he's eating ice cream at 7:30 in the morning.
Come on, Pony, try it. I won't let you leave with that just real quick. Num, num, num.
I'm not doing it.
Real quick.
If I do, will you donate $50? 20.
All right.
Nom, 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 nom.
I can't believe you got him to do that. He was all into it. He was like, nom, nom, nom.
It was really the facial expression that did
I got
it.
tears.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Summer is all about open windows and backyard cookouts. And to make the most of the season, maybe it's time to upgrade your windows and doors. At Pella Windows and Doors, we do more than just look good. We offer blinds and shades between the glass, innovative hidden screens, and smooth roll screens, features you won't find at most other window companies. And right now, get $200 off windows and $550 off doors or 36 months 0% financing. 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook at 93.7 The Fan on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. This is going to be a really big deal for the USA match against Turkey this week. The final match in group stage, the U.S. has already clinched its spot, number 1 seed coming out of this group. That means that they're probably going to do a lot of substitutions, and we're going to see a lot of different faces for this last game. So protect yourself. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, it's Pony. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Go to XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity, imagine that. Saving compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Go to XfinityMobile.com or call 1-800-XFINITY today.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Precision Pointing and Restoration is hiring. Great pay, great benefits, and a great career. Apply today at brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Welcome back to The Fan Morning Show on this lovely June 25, 2026. I'm Jack Hillgrove filling in for Crowley and for Doran. Callis is still here. We're taking your calls at 412-928-9370. Talking Pens right now. What do you want to see him do? Give me a couple of names. Name drop some big fish and say, I want to see this guy in Penguins black and gold this year. 412-928-9370 because NHL free agency is right around the corner. Pat Bostic will join us in 25 minutes. Quiz Callis at 8:50. And we'll get into some football chatter with the former Pitt quarterback coming up at the top of the hour. Josh Yohe said yesterday that a league source over the weekend told him that Kyle Dubas is ready to quote-unquote go big game hunting. And when I hear big game hunting, I think of two guys. Two guys that I would jump through hoops to see play for the Penguins next year. One's a trade. One's one you'd sign. Dylan Larkin and Jason Robertson. Pens have 37 million in change in cap space. A lot for the NHL. Dallas is where Jason Robertson has played since the start of his career. They reportedly offered him an extension of 8 years, around $12 million a year, and he said no. He'll be 27 next month. And I'm more than okay with Kyle Dubas throwing like an 8-year, $14 million AAV to a guy that's not 27 yet and scored 45 goals last season. Doesn't seem like the Stars will match it. Again, when I hear big game hunting, I think Jason Robertson throwing an offer sheet his way in free agency. Now he is a restricted free agent, so that throws a little bit of a wrench in the whole process of not just the Penguins, any other team not named the Dallas Stars trying to acquire him. But he seems like the prize fish, the big name as far as the free agent market goes. Larkin, you're going to have to trade for. 29 years old, making the Sidney Crosby salary, $8.7 million a year. And he plays for Detroit. And that salary, that contract, $8.7 a year, runs through the 2030-2031 season. $1 million question with him is how much is it going to take? First rounder? Yeah, probably. Multiple firsts? Maybe. A young player or two? Likely. Again, it all depends for my money. Like, will it take Ben Kindle? I sure as hell hope not. That's a guy, and I've talked about the way the Pirates should attack the trade deadline. As far as bullpen hope goes, I mean, enough is enough. Anybody not named Seth Hernandez, I'm okay with the Pirates parting ways with from their prospects. Anybody not named Ben Kindle, there might be another guy or two in there that I'd be like, oh man, really? especially Sergei Murashov, but any guy pretty much not named Ben Kindle or Sergei Murashov, I'm totally okay with Kyle Dubas trying to move off of and usher in some immediate success surrounding Sidney Crosby while also ushering in, guys that'll be around. Like if you sign Robertson to a long-term deal, he's going to be here well into the post-Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin era. Dylan Larkin's contract through 2030-31, assuming that he comes here and doesn't stink and that contract doesn't become a nightmare to deal with, like he'll be here through that point too and be 35, 36 when it's all said and done. Again, anybody not named Ben Kindle or Murashov, I could come around on. Guys like Bill Zonin, Rutger McGroarty, Harrison Brunick. Take the Sean McVay approach and F them picks too. Penguins have all their first rounders for the time being. They have 2 seconds this year and next year, and 3 second rounders in 2028. I mean, that's a lot of picks, and I'm excited about the idea of drafting young players and creating a new young core. But I'm also totally okay with moving off some of those firsts and a couple of those seconds to get a guy like Dylan Larkin. I mean, Malkin's going to play the wing. It seems like, again, next year it worked out well, ushered in a little bit of rejuvenation, if you will, into Evgeny Malkin last year when he was healthy and ready to play. You're going to need a second-line center, and Dylan Larkin can be that guy. And as far as Jason Robertson goes, the idea of pairing him with Sidney Crosby, scary. And you could do some real damage there. So again, Josh Yohe, one of the top Penguins insiders, covers the team for The Athletic, plugged in. Heard from a league source that Kyle Dubas is going big game hunting this offseason. They've got picks. They've got cap space. Use it. Jason Robertson, Dylan Larkin. Well, I'd be upset if they don't end up with either one of those guys. Maybe a little bit, but I mean, I understand it. There are other teams that are well equipped with cap space and draft picks that can pull those deals off. There's even the discussion of a sign and trade situation with the Stars and the Red Wings where Robertson goes to Detroit and Larkin goes back to Dallas. Not back to, but goes to Dallas. Like, those two teams might solve problems with each other, and the Penguins and everybody else might be SOL. That happens. You compete with 31 other teams. But the worst thing I feel like Kyle Dubas and the Penguins can do is just stay dormant, and I don't think they're going to. And that'll be something, I'm sure that the Hoffmans will be asked in a couple of hours here. What are you advising your president of hockey ops in your front office to do this offseason? Right away, do you support just absolutely making splash after splash if you can do it? Interesting to hear what they have to say if that question comes up. 412-928-9370. Callis, thoughts on spelling the name Jeff, Geoff?
I think it makes a Jeff unique and separates them from the other ones.
But like, if I told you that you were obligated to name your firstborn son Jeff, would you just do it Jeff? Jeffrey, instead of Joffrey?
Yeah, I wonder what the origin of that, though, is. I want to look that up now that you mention it.
English?
Let's see, of the name.
And I say that because the new governor of the Penguins, Jeff Hoffman, is spelled Geoff. As long as they do what I think this ownership group can do, we promise not to hold that against them, even though it's a particularly odd way to spell Jeff.
The name comes from Old French. Name Geoffroy, which is rooted in Old High German elements. The name was introduced to England by the Normans in 1066 and became highly popular among medieval nobility and writers.
And here we are 1,000 years later. And the owner of the Penguins, one of them, is spelled Geoff.
How about this? As a popular variant is Godfrey. Next to Joffrey.
Like as a first name?
Yeah, it's like a variant to it, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You ever meet anybody named Godfrey? First name?
No.
What's the most particular first name you've ever heard somebody utter in your entire life? Like, hi, I'm Nicholas. Nice to meet you. Hi, I'm...
Oh, that's the one I got to think about. I'm sure I've heard some interesting ones before.
You know how they used to, I think they still do it from time to time. If you go buy a bottle of Coke or Diet Coke, and it says share a Coke with, and they would have like a first name on the bottle.
Yeah.
I saw Clarence.
Oh, well, that's not, I don't think it's uncommon. I think it's becoming more uncommon, but that's one you hear every now and again. My brother-in-law's name is Cedar.
Like spelled like wood?
Cedar.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I was almost named Griffin.
Hmm.
Kind of like that.
Oh, yeah?
What's up, Griff? And Griff as shortened for Griffin. Like if you're like, oh, that's Griff. It's kind of a badass name.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Ezekiel, that's one.
Zeke.
Yeah.
Big Zeke.
I had a guy in high school named Ezekiel.
I knew a couple of Zekes.
Oh, I knew a guy named Quran, and it was spelled with a Q.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. He was a good receiver. Quran Poe. Never forget. Nice guy.
Golden Eagle.
Yeah.
Just like Miles Carrigan.
Yes.
Legend.
He is. He played with Doran. That was a nice little tie-in I saw. I went to school. I was the same age as his younger brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
He also played with the man that's joining us at the top of the hour.
Yes.
Pat Bostic. He'll join us from 8 until 9. 412-928-9370. Kyle Dubas wants to go big game hunting. Give me Dylan Larkin. Give me Jason Robertson. I'm not shy about it. $38 million in cap space and a bunch of picks. Use them. Trade guys. Help this team win now while also ushering in a new era of Penguins hockey with a couple of younger players that would be here for well into the post-Crosby era. 412-928-9370. Take your calls on the Penguins plus the Pirates. Going for the series win today. Who's an all-star in your mind? 412-928-9370. Is four of them a little too optimistic for a team that's 40-40? I think Lau, Reynolds, Skeens, and Ashcraft could all make legit cases for being in the Midsummer Classic. What say you at 412-928-9370? Take your calls on the Pirates and Pens. Pat Bostic at the top of the hour. We'll be right back on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates winners yesterday 11-1 over the Seattle Mariners, backed by Braxton Ashcraft. Throwing 6 innings, he gave up 1 earned run that was scored in the first inning. He ended up striking out 10 batters in the game, and then Carmen Majinski was credited with a save for pitching the final 3 innings of the game. Pirates and Mariners will now play in the rubber match of the 3-game series. Third and final game today at 12:35. Coverage on the Fan starts at 11:40 over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. It's the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West right now is a sea of brake lights here. On the inbound, you're stacking to the top of the Green Tree Hill with heavy delays heading down to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And on the outbound, there's heavy delays as well. It's got you in sluggish traffic starting almost right as you get out of the tunnel, heading up the hill next to Route 19. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, McCall, a platinum preferred roofing contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711. Joe Starkey here, and I talk about follicles a lot. In this case, hair follicles and my lack of them. That's why I'm launching a new journey with New Image. I want some hair back. My consultation was great. So many proven options at New Image, where they've been solving hair loss issues for over 40 years. I left with a plan. I've already started FDA-approved laser hair therapy. I'll be sharing some hairy tales as I move toward a fuller frock. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Zero Res wants to help clean your home. Big summer savings with 3 rooms cleaned starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, KDK. Listen here. You want the best price on the best ride available, don't you? Well, how about Schultz Ford? Uh-huh. Yep. You know what they got all June still? Employee pricing. That's the way to go. So you pay what all the employees at Ford pay for their vehicles. That's fantastic. Get to all the great Schultz locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And they've been doing a booming business, by the way, at Schultz Ford and Wheeling. But anyway, get to all the great locations. You can always go online to do that. Check out what ride you want online. Do some shopping at home, kitchen table, all that at schultzford.com. And employee pricing. Gigantic selection of inventory right now. So check out what you want, and you're going to get that employee pricing all June. schultzford.com and all those great locations at Schultz Ford.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Pat Bostic in about 10 minutes. Which Steeler that could be, well, not could be, is due for a contract extension? Which one of those guys getting a new deal is now potentially in jeopardy? Talk about that. Maybe where else the Steelers need to add to the roster, and more. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, Pat with us 8 until 9. Colin Beasley of the PG joins us at 9:20 on his way to the ball yard ahead of the series finale with the Seattle Mariners. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Jack Hillgrove with you. For the guys, Donnie was with Callis Monday through yesterday. I'm here today. Donnie back tomorrow. And then do Crowley and Doran come back both next week from vacation? Do you know?
I think we're losing Doran for a few more days after that.
Okay. But Adam will be back.
I think.
Maybe. It's that time of year, man. Everybody takes off, especially it's funny, like before the beginning of training camp and the end of OTAs and minicamp, it seems like everybody that works in Pittsburgh sports takes off because once training camp starts, it's go time.
That's true. I actually, I'm going to Ireland. I'm heading.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm going to Ireland next, 2 weeks from yesterday. Yeah, I'll be gone.
Dublin?
So,
or just bebopping around?
We're going all over.
Nice.
We're going all over. So that'll be good. Yeah, I usually take off around this time, too, at the end of June. That's when I ideally start to want to take off because I'm hitting the wall this week, man. After the 5 alarm and having fun last week, I'm just like, man, it's warm outside and I had fun last week, and not that being in here isn't fun, but it's not outside in the warm, meeting people,
Yeah.
It's not with a snake around my neck from Living Treasures Animal Park, man.
Big fan of Matt from Living Treasures, but if I don't see that snake again, it won't be soon enough.
Nobody was going to wear the snake, and Matt had $1,000 on the table for the firefighters. I said, I'll do it. He said, okay, here you go. And it's like a massage. Python, a non-venomous python. Also not strong enough, apparently, to beat our muscles as humans.
That's good.
That's what Matt told us. It was a little baby, and it was still
but eventually
5.5 feet long or something.
But eventually it'll be stronger than us.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I remember I asked him, I said, how, full grown? He's like, 30 feet. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I've never seen Donnie so scared. I expected Joe to be scared.
Of course Joe was going to be scared.
Joe bolted from the table while they were doing their show. He just wasn't going to be around the snake. So I brought it up to Donnie and Andrew Filipponi there, and I was like, look, guys. They were like, Callis, come over here. And then Donnie was like, okay, Callis, we get it. Okay. And the thing was bobbing its head toward Donnie. I've never seen him scared like that. He was terrified, though, of the python.
Yeah, no thanks. I was next to it and I'll look at it. I refuse to feel it touch me or me touching it.
It felt like a massage. I mean, it was just slithering around. I mean, I was pleasantly surprised. I was scared of it at first, but I mean, anything for the firefighters, man.
Amen. We raised enough money and I didn't have to do it. So win-win. Boston coming up in a couple of minutes. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, looking to retire soon. Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. High of 84 today, low of 59. High tomorrow, 79, low of 64. 30% chance and 40% chance of rain today and tomorrow, respectively. One exotic animal that you would love to have as a pet, what is it?
I wouldn't mind a snake now. Are we talking about
But people have snakes. I mean something that nobody owns or very rarely people
or a dangerous animal, assuming it wouldn't kill me.
Yeah.
Do you hear about a lady that owned a panther one time and she got killed by it?
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah,
that's kind of her own fault, actually.
A panther would be kind of sick because it's like a giant
a black panther.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
It'd be sick if I could tame it. But again, they have the instincts to just
kill,
rip you in half. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like her own.
Well,
fault.
a bear would be kind of cuddly, wouldn't it?
Again,
if it wouldn't kill you, that's what we're assuming here, right?
Tell you what, I wouldn't mind. I saw the Michael Jackson movie, a chimp like Bubbles. Now, granted, the chimp in the movie was CGI, and they made it look in CGI to be a little bit more cuddly and adorable than they probably actually are in real life.
You like monkey? I mean, people.
The fact that they're you could teach it to do sign language and talk to your chimpanzee or your monkey. A lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
That wouldn't be, I wouldn't mind that. I also wouldn't mind a kangaroo. Those things are vicious, but assuming that it wouldn't harm you, kangaroo would be fun.
Yeah, I'm with it. Kangaroos are cool.
I had a history teacher in middle school that owned an alpaca farm. And just had a bunch of alpacas running around on some property.
But those aren't exotic, right?
No, but
I mean, what do you define as exotic? That's what we got to look.
I know one. I haven't talked to that guy in probably 10, 15 years, and he's the only person I've ever met that owns alpacas. So I think that counts.
I mean, you find those on farms or petting zoos and stuff. I've been around Yeah, I think Keystone Safari up there. It's one of the Living Treasures extensions. They've got alpacas.
Okay.
I think you can feed them, and they're just like, they're in like their zoo complex. They're out there.
Giraffe would be cool.
Yeah, I fed a giraffe once too.
My nephew fed a giraffe at Living Treasures.
How about that? Yeah, I went up to Keystone Safari. Like they're owned by the group there, so they got all the giraffes. But yeah, they just they have to put you up on this, like you walk up this bridge, this little bridge thing. Like you have to get like a little higher, and then the giraffe comes down, and it's just like with the long purple tongue. I'm like, all right, this is unique.
Oh boy! All right, well, we're gonna go to break. Pat will join us in a matter of moments. Which Steeler that's due for a contract extension might not necessarily get one? Or is it at all in jeopardy? Jerry Dulac seemed to allude such a thing yesterday in his chat with the fans on the Post-Gazette's website. We'll talk about that, Quiz Callis, and a whole lot more when it comes to football coming up in the 8 o'clock hour with Pat Bostic. I'm Jack Hillgrove. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an odds boost token and no sweat token. An odds boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your odds boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed the never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer & Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer & Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer & Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
In Pittsburgh, we take pride in supporting local businesses. That's one reason why I'm proud to tell you about West Shore Home. You know, it was founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native. West Shore Home still has their headquarters here in the state, and they employ more than 70 local team members across the Pittsburgh area. Save big on your bath, window, door, or flooring project right now with their 20th anniversary sale. Learn more at westshorehome.com/fan or 1-800-WEST-SHORE now. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Hey, Pittsburgh. Join us at PNC Park on Sunday, June 27th for soccer night when the Pirates take on the Cincinnati Reds at 4:05 p.m. Arrive early to enjoy a pregame block party on Federal Street presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Fans can enjoy live music, drink specials, and more. Plus, the first 20,000 fans take home a Pirates soccer jersey courtesy of Allegheny Health Network. Learn more and get tickets at pirates.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you. TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway East inbound, you'll be heavy on the brakes starting at the Wilkinsburg interchange, heading down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. 28 southbound continues to be stop and go, starting around that Shaler Waterworks area, heading down past the 31st Street Bridge and over on Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard in both directions. You'll find delays still at the intersection with McKees Rocks Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Are there any more boxes that you need to check off for your rehab, or do you feel pretty good to go back to Pittsburgh here soon?
Yeah, I mean, I feel good. It's just, just taking it easy, not letting, a good game dictate, I'm ready to go. It's more just about getting reps at shortstop, making throws, because that's the most important thing. So I don't know. I don't know what their plan is. I just going to take it day by day and enjoy just getting to play when I can.
You know who that is, Callis? It's another Waynesburg University graduate of the Department of Communication, hard at work there. Year younger than us, it's Riley Holsinger, sports anchor reporter with WTAJ in Altoona. Obviously, that's where the Curve are located, and Riley is a very smart man and knows when sports stories arise, big ones. Like, oh, Connor Griffin, rehab assignment right down the road. I'm going to go cover that. So that was Connor Griffin to Riley Holsinger of WTAJ Channel 10 in Altoona about what boxes he needs to check in order to get back to the Buccos sooner rather than later. And again, the big thing, right, and you're a baseball guy, Callis, what was your initial reaction to the Griffin injury, especially what it was? I was concerned when he didn't play and then came back as a DH, didn't play the field, and then went to the injured list. I thought the arm was a little bit more serious to be let on, and I put a lot of stock into the fact that, he's got to get back into the grind and the swing of things, no pun intended. But the fact that he played shortstop last night for Altoona, they're not going to play him there if he can't throw the ball from shortstop to first base. So the fact that he did that, had an error, but was able to throw the ball from shortstop to first base in an actual baseball game last night, and then you couple that with what he did at the plate is a big deal.
Yeah, arm injuries are usually pretty concerning. A lot of these medical professionals can tell pretty quickly what's super serious and what's not. And he was kind of in limbo there for a while, which, I wasn't truly concerned. And after he talked to us last week, like I talked about at the 5 alarm, like when he said that he would be willing to DH,
right,
and he'd come back in a heartbeat if he could, I'm like, we're good. We're fine. A big thing, too, about the new era of baseball here where there's designated hitters in both leagues now, it leaves more opportunity for players to be able to come back and kind of recover from injuries like this, or if an injury is so serious that, that player can just DH, right? Like, you don't need the arm.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about hurting your arm too much if you can still swing a bat, if you can still run. So, I mean, all those factors considered, I mean, I wasn't super concerned. I was just hoping that, there was some possibility for him to return and to be able to contribute in some way. Arm injuries are always scary, but, like, none of the news that I heard about him made me overreact.
I'm one of those people now that since the DH has been universal for a couple of years, I wonder why it never wasn't a thing. Like,
do you want to hear the story?
Well, no, the concept of and I was talking about this with Matt Clement at the Fan 5 Alarm. Like, now it's a thing, right? Like, the concept of Greg Maddux or John Smoltz having to step into a batter's box in a playoff game, stupid.
Well,
the fact that we ever let pitchers bat in the first place make no sense to me.
I actually heard John Smoltz tell a story once on the air because he started calling the World Series games with Fox. I became a TV broadcaster, and he
does a great job, by the way. I think he's really good.
And I heard him tell a story one World Series about when a pitcher was batting, and he told the story that he would tell umpires, "Hey, look, just get me out of here. I'm not swinging."
Yeah.
So if it's close, you can just call it a strike.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I was like, that's not exciting. It's a great story. It's a good perspective.
It's a hilarious story.
On pitchers hitting, but I was like, that doesn't make for good baseball.
No, it doesn't. And the fact that you've got to pitch to 9 guys now, or unless when Jared Triolo or Henry Davis in the lineup, or both of them at 7 or 8, it just makes the game better.
I mean, do you know the story about why the DH didn't become universal sooner? Do you know the Pirates had a huge thing to do with it?
No.
So
maybe, but it's been a while since I had heard the story.
After the year of the pitcher in 1968, where they were super dominant, the league lowered them out a little bit. They also gave the American League an experimental designated hitter for pitchers. It was super successful. The American League was generating more runs. So in the early 1980s, the National League put it up to a vote. It was before Major League Baseball was making universal decisions. It was still the split leagues. And it failed by 1 vote because the owner of the Philadelphia Phillies was on a fishing trip. And he was instructed to vote the way that the Pittsburgh Pirates did, and the Pirates had voted no. So if he wasn't around to make the decision, the Phillies had to follow what the Pirates were doing, and since the Pirates said no, the Phillies said no. It failed by a vote.
Wow.
And that's why we didn't get it for another 40 years in the National League.
That's crazy. Man. Better late than never, right? I guess.
The pandemic kind of helped with that, unfortunately, but yeah.
I'll tell you what, man. That was some weird stuff, that baseball season. I was on the board for a lot of those games because when I was hired as a producer, PJ Comanchic, great man, shout out to PJ, brand manager over at KDKA 100.1 FM and AM 1020, hired me to do the on-site producing for the pre- and post-game show. I would be down on Federal Street when they would, have home games. I'd produce the pre- and post-game show, and then I would go from there. Then COVID happened, and then luckily I was able to get some training on the board and work during that time, because if I didn't get trained on how to literally do what you guys do back there, I wouldn't have worked. That was weird times. Piping in crowd noise, then not piping in crowd noise.
That was your job.
Yeah.
So the crowd noise was part of the broad. Okay, I never realized that was artificial then.
Well, it came from, I think, the video game, I believe. Everybody had supply. I think MLB The Show supplied a lot of the markets, their audio file of the crowd noise that they use in the video game, and then that's what you, believe it or not.
Wow.
How about that?
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
I never listened on the radio enough back then. Because we were all worried about getting through school at that point, too.
Yeah.
A lot of online classes and stuff.
Saved me. Saved me. I would have failed a science class if we didn't get sent home.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Good times those were.
Yeah.
Pat Bostic's here.
Pat Bostic is here, and we will welcome him into the fold. Coming up next, it's the Fan Morning Show. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. Text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say they never get a fee unless we get money for you. Pat Bostic joins us next. He's with us till 9 o'clock. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates 11-1 winners over the Seattle Mariners yesterday. That makes the Pirates back at 500. They're 40-40. The Mariners are 41-40, though both teams are in way different positions within their respective leagues. The Mariners are the leaders of the American League West, and the Pirates are still behind on the third wildcard spot in the National League. Pirates and Mariners play the rubber match of the 3-game series this afternoon, 12:35 start time. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. The Charlotte Hornets are at a crossroads. Despite a resurgent 44-win season, reports confirm the team is now seriously engaged in trade talks involving star guard LaMelo Ball. Ball has expressed a desire to stay in Charlotte, but multiple teams, obviously, like the Timberwolves and Raptors, want him. I'm Drake Toll.
There's enough needless nonsense in the world already. Your phone plan shouldn't add to it. Verizon's new Simplicity plan cuts down on the nonsense in your life. Now there's just one plan, one price. $30 a line per month, even for a single line. And everyone gets our best 5G network. It's a phone plan designed to do exactly what a phone plan is supposed to do. Isn't that a lot simpler? Switch today at Verizon.com or at your nearest store. For new customers, $30 per line includes auto pay and switch discount. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply. Unlimited data is restricted to on-device smartphone usage. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
We are turning up the heat here at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks save big with 0% financing. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Gladiator Sports save up to $10,000, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. Make this the summer event starts now, and it's too hot to miss. Shop crownjeep.com. See the dealer for details on all offers.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Got junk? 2 men and a junk truck.com.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A Hash Brown Scramble Burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Here's
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with the new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Germany is in rebuild mode, but never count them out. A tenacious central midfielder drives the engine room while young forwards bring speed and creativity. Their tactical discipline and tournament pedigree remain formidable.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. And the match is about to begin. Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
From paws, hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West continues to be a mess in both directions, so definitely take extra time if you're heading in or out of the city on that parkway. Parkway East inbound is very sluggish still, starting at the Wilkinsburg interchange. 28 southbound has started to clear up a little bit. You'll only be delayed starting around Millvale, heading down past the 31st Street Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
93.7 The Fan trading cards brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have picks and stats of the Fan host. You can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community. The first Austin City Limits trading card was autographed by Callis at the Fan 5-Alarm.
Yeah. You know, I didn't get one of those yet. I figure if I complain enough like Austin did, I'll get one.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're at the point now with I don't have one, which is fine. I'm a part-time employee. It's whatever. But the fact that you're literally the only person that's a part of a show 5 days a week that doesn't have one's kind of bogus.
Do you think it was a good move to not complain? I try to be classy. Like, I don't let that stuff bother me. I'm me. I'm sure the general will figure it out at some point. It's fine. I don't blame him. I've never been up to the card place, and I live up in that area now, so I actually might stop by.
Yeah,
it is on my way home. It is on my way home now.
I told the general at the 5-Alarm that I'm coming, so we'll have to stop there. Pat Bostic's here. Pat, did you ever have a trading card made of yourself, or was that like pre-NIL? And
I think I did. I think if you go on eBay somewhere, you can buy one for like 60 cents or something. Some high school or college cards. People used to come to, we used to have Fan Fest at Heinz, Acrisure now, and people would come with like binders of pictures of every player, but then there'd be one page or two of me, and there'd be trading cards in there. I didn't know if they had them made or if they were out there, but I don't like to Google myself, but let me see if
wait, you know what I just thought of too while you're Googling that? How much do you think this would go for at a charity event maybe in the future? I actually have like 2 or 3, you had a picture day for your youth athletics.
Yeah.
And the photography business offered you could make a baseball card out of your pictures.
I did that.
I did it too, only 1 year. And so there's one for my travel team and one for my rec league. I have different cards of myself. You think if I signed that, somebody would contribute money in like an auction to donate? Like that's more rare than a fan card because there's like hundreds of those made.
We might have to test that out at the 5-Alarm next year. I have a Tom Ricketts Pitt football card.
Do you?
I do, which was hilarious because I found that somewhere when I was younger and my dad went to high school with him. and like we've been
Tommy
family
Ricketts,
friends with
one
them.
Of the biggest, he had the biggest hands I've ever.
Yeah.
I used to shake his hand and be like, "Oh my god." Still see him. Obviously still see him around. The trading card is definitely not for sale, so it must have been manufactured by somebody. But yeah, so I guess that kind of counts for having one.
Yeah.
But, I don't take a lot of pride in it.
Nah, it's okay. This is cool to be able to be here with you. I told this to you when I texted you earlier in the week. I mean, 90% of the time I host these shows by myself, so anytime I get to be with somebody, it's a bonus. I was in the booth for your first ever game.
I know. Yeah, I mean, I always want to call you Jack William because that's how it would. Wow. Callis, did you try that?
You heard that? That was my fault. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, you did. You just totally.
Somebody
interrupted.
commented and said that we're not over the FM radio waves, and so I was testing our over the air sound real quick.
I definitely heard it coming in.
I hit the wrong button. That's my fault.
All good. Yeah. So you would be spotting, and it would, we thank our spotters.
That's me,
Bill Hillgrove Jr. and Jack William Hillgrove, and you were this big. Went to your graduation party. You were saying that earlier.
Yep. And
I always remember it was hard to keep you focused during the games because you got so into it, and that's how I am too. And during the breaks, your grandpa would be like, "Jack, focus."
Yeah, get yelled at every now and again. Maybe not yelled at us.
And now here you are, man. You're like mainstream, doing your thing. Very proud of you.
Appreciate it.
It's a full circle moment to be able to sit here and do a little radio with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Couple of topics for you this morning before we go to break. Obviously, the big one's Brendan Sorsby.
Yeah.
And it's, are the Steelers going to think about taking him? I don't think that's ever going to be in the cards. I don't know how you feel about it. But now that the NFL, I guess, reportedly isn't going to have a supplemental draft, this is the right decision by the league because this guy, I don't think deserves to really play anywhere at all in 2026.
No, I mean, it's so, being in college sports and at Pitt, right, and following it, this is such an important issue for college football. Because it really is the only rule that the NCAA has any control over anymore, which is gambling. And it looked as if for a period of time they were going to lose this situation and that judge in Texas was going to overrule and Sorsby was going to play. And that would have been a death nail for college football in terms of any control the NCAA had. Obviously, Texas Tech made the decision. They made a joint decision to move on, going to go in the supplemental draft. The NFL is like, nope, wait a minute. Not going to happen. They have the option whether or not to hold that draft. They don't hold it sometimes. I think it's the best move for the game of football for him not to play. I mean, his the numbers, the dollars aren't egregious, but the volume and the fact that he's gambling on his own school and things of that nature, I think it's is there more of it happening? For sure. But this is a high-profile position, a high-profile player that needed to be made an example of because, frankly, I think it would have been maybe the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of any normalcy in college football. I worry about college football more. I think the NFL, they've taken a position on the Protect College Sports Act. They want that to go through. I think this is the NFL standing up for college football again, which has been a long time coming because the NFL benefits from college football greatly. They don't have a minor league system.
Right.
College football is their minor league system. So it's in their best interest to protect the integrity of college football to the best of their ability. I think this is a way to do that. And frankly, that would have created more noise than they need right now in the offseason trying to get ready for a football season coming up.
Well, and Calvin Ridley had an issue as a professional, right? I mean, it's not like it's baseball where the guys that bet on it are banned forever. Calvin Ridley was suspended for pretty much all of the 2022 season, reinstated. This is kind of de facto that for Sorsby. He's not going to be able to play anywhere. Could he go play in Canada? Maybe. Would one of the minor league teams, or not minor league, but the UFL, is that a possibility? Maybe. But this is his de facto suspension, and he can come out in 2027 and go from there. But again, the root of it all is that he doesn't deserve to play. I mean, it was something that maybe it happened at Indiana. Was he just bored on the bench and doing it? Yeah, but you can't do it, especially in an era where college athletes get paid.
There's no question, and obviously he's a good player, and he'll remain a good player. And I don't know what his options are to play, the UFL or otherwise, but I'm sure he'll try to play if he wants to remain fresh and sharp and ready for next year's draft. But this is going to be something he's going to have to overcome his entire career, right? It's a major character flaw. Not that gambling itself is a problem, but this became an addiction. He admitted so much, right? And that's something that I think any NFL franchise will consider. I remember Kevin Colbert coming to talk to us at Pitt with examples of file folders on players of every incident they've ever been a part of. I mean, this will have its own folder for Brendan Sorsby.
Oh, yeah.
And I think any team worth considering him is going to have a lot of questions moving forward. And I agree. I think it's just that he not play this year, both in college or pro.
It's Pat Bostic, broadcaster, former quarterback, with us until 9 o'clock. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Coming up, get back to the Steelers a little bit. Joey Porter Jr. It seemed like it was just a matter of time. Now it seems like people are wondering whether or not he is even going to get a contract extension in black and gold. We'll talk about that coming up and more on the Fan Morning Show. It's brought to you by Guardian Protection. We'll be back in a couple of minutes right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The U.S. Men's World Cup team is playing tonight at 10 o'clock against Turkey in their first two Group D games. The USA beat Paraguay and beat Australia. This is Game 3 of the Group D games. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky. And I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly, because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
I finished a 5K in 94th place. Right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and we're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax where applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
Summer means vacations, weekend getaways, and spending less time at home. Make sure your home stays protected while you're away with Guardian Protection. Right now, get free professional installation with the purchase of a security system. Our experts handle everything so you can spend less time worrying about setup and more time enjoying your summer. From intrusion and fire protection to smart home security, Guardian Protection has you covered. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's your buddy Crowley here for Zero Res. Summer is finally here, and that means barbecues and graduation parties. And for me, playing around in the backyard with my girls in the sprinkler, getting muddy, watering the plants, playing wiffle ball. Lucky for you, Zero Res is there to help you with your mess. Zero Res can handle every surface in your home: carpets, tile, grout, hardwood, laminate, upholstery, rugs, air ducts, oh yeah, and more. And this month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. That's the best deal of the summer. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Big summer savings. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Hotline, it's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's the Fan Morning Show. Jack Hillgrove and Pat Bostic with us for another few segments. Quiz Callis at 8:50. Now with Brennan Sorsby in the 2027 draft class. We'll talk some quarterbacks in 2027 for Quiz Callis.
Ooh.
Very cut and dry.
I like that.
Very cut and dry trivia questions for our guy here coming up in about 15 minutes. Jerry Dulac, in his chat yesterday, kind of hinting at the fact that maybe Joey Porter Jr. might not be getting an extension in Pittsburgh. And another quote from one of his stories: they haven't soured on the idea, but I don't think they're prepared to pay him the amount some people think he is worth. Pat Bostic, what is your confidence level that this gets done at some point before the season starts, and how much has it changed, or has it changed at all?
Yeah, I mean, I when we originally talked about this on the very show, I wasn't as gung-ho about get this done right now as, I was about Herbig was interesting, right? I mean, they're paying on projection a lot. Mm-hmm. I think we're kind of past that point with Porter Jr. He's kind of been a primary player. And I think that his production would indicate and probably merit consideration of an extension. I think he's going to want top corner in the NFL type money. And I'm not sure he's performed like that consistently. The stats can belie that a little bit. He's been highly penalized, better last year. But I look at their depth chart back there, and at least for the short term, they're really deep in the secondary. Like, they're deeper than they've been in the secondary. And I think as they start to look at an aging rush edge position with TJ Watt, potentially Highsmith, is he going to be here long term? It made sense, right, to act on Herbig. But when you look at the secondary, are they young there? But Asante Samuel Jr.'s in the early part of his career. Jalen Ramsey's in the latter part of his career. They bring Jamel Dean in. Brisker's back in the secondary with Elliott. They're veteran back there. Do they need to pay a corner $35 million a year? I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I'm not paying him more than Trent McDuffie. I'm not paying him more than Sauce Gardner. McDuffie and Gardner are the two highest paid corners in the league. Stingley's third. All of those guys are above $30 million. If that's what Porter wants, then this thing is way, way out there and way far apart. The $1 million question is, are the Steelers prepared to have two of the top 5 highest paid corners in the NFL? And is that something financially smart? Because you've got McDuffie, Gardner, Stingley, then J.C. Horn in Carolina, and the 5th highest paid corner in the league right now as far as average annual salary is Jalen Ramsey at $24.1 million a year. What is Joey Porter Jr.'s baseline? I would venture to guess it's probably around that mark. Are they willing to have two of the top 5 highest paid corners in the league? Nobody else is really near that. If you just look at where these guys rank, they all play for different teams. And then between Porter and Ramsey and Dean, are you going to sink at least $65 million a year in salary in 3 guys that play the same position?
Well, then expand your viewpoint and look at that defensive cap hit. It's like this, offense, defense still. And they're going to have to, at some point, pay a quarterback.
Yep.
And they're going to have to, dig deep into their pockets to do that. It's not in the next 2 years, but at some point it is. And who knows? I mean, do they acquire someone via trade? Is there a Sam Darnold out there that they want to go get at some point if they're not happy with Aller or Howard or whoever else they draft in 27 after Rodgers calls it a career? But, Ramsey's under contract through 2028, averaging $24.1 million a year. To sink another $25 million in the secondary, and look at what they've done on defense already with $100 million going to Herbig, $100 million plus. I think I venture to say that Mike McCarthy would like to balance that out. And if you look at what's held them back from competing, their defense hasn't performed to what they're paying it in the playoffs, but largely this team hasn't won a playoff game since God knows when because they haven't scored enough points. And to me, that's where I distill it down to that.
Jalen Ramsey and Jamel Dean's contracts expire both after the 2028 season, so they're under contract for the next 3 years, both of them. If you extend Joey Porter Jr., you're looking at what? 1, 2, 3 after the 29 or 30 season if it's a 4 or 5 year deal. If you're not planning on paying a quarterback until 2029 or 2030, that's fine. And if it were up to me, I would extend Joey Porter Jr. I think the odd man out in this whole situation is Keanu Benton. And I look at, once upon a time, not too long ago, Javon Hargrave was the odd man out, second, third round defensive lineman. They just drafted Derek Harmon. I think Benton was the odd man out from the get-go, and I still think he's the odd man out. I think he's going to have a massive year. And it's going to drive his price up and just be out of the question, I think, for the Steelers, especially if they extend Joey Porter Jr. But if you do it now, again, if you don't have to pay a quarterback till 29 or 30, whether it's Howard or Aller or somebody else that they draft next year, which is even further, it's fine. But if you extend Joey Porter Jr. and give him $25 million a year at least, everybody's talking about potentially Baker Mayfield next year if he doesn't get a contract done in Tampa. That probably takes you out of the running to maybe sign a guy to a Darnold-like deal or give Baker Mayfield all kinds of money in the offseason. If you extend Joey Porter Jr., you're probably not in a spot where you can get a franchise quarterback on the market next year.
My guess is that they want to do business, Porter and the Steelers. I think the Steelers want to keep him here. My guess is they're off on value. And I think that Porter Jr. is looking to probably clear $30 million. The Steelers probably value him in the $20 to $25 million. And what Jerry might be hinting at is the Steelers really like him. He goes out, has a great year, and proves he's worth that price. And at that point, can you really do business? Can you really, in the offseason, with all the happenings in the most important position on your team now being an open competition at quarterback, an audition throughout the course of this preseason, and then Aaron retires, we think, and it's anyone's ball game. If you want to go get somebody, you got to have some cap space. And I know the cap goes up, and there's room, and there's moves that could be made to free up cash, but I think they're probably off on value, and I'm not sure that they come together on that anytime soon.
So Gardner's the second highest paid corner in the league, and then they are paying Charvarius Ward, the Colts are, $18 million a year. So $48 million between two guys. Like, how's that going for the Colts right now? Probably not particularly well. Again, do the Steelers want to do the same thing, and does it line up with the fact that maybe they don't have to pay a quarterback till 2030, 31, whenever it is. If they're not set on paying a quarterback next offseason, a Baker Mayfield like that type, fine. But it'll be interesting to see how long this thing extends and whether or not, they're able to get something done with Joey Porter Jr. in training camp. I would venture to guess that they will. I think it'll be very similar to like when Minka signed his extension, when TJ signed his extension. Deontay Johnson signed an extension at the first week of camp. You might get a hold in for the first week, and I think eventually Joey Porter Jr. will sign a contract extension at some point during training camp. Is the secondary, in your mind, the strongest position group? Like if you couple corners and safeties together, are they the strongest position group on the team?
Definitely on defense, I would say it's either that or outside linebacker. I mean, I like that. I like outside linebacker just on paper. Now, will they stay healthy and all of them play the whole year? But I think they've done a really good job reinforcing the secondary and adding some depth. I'd say, if I had to go to another position group, I'd say probably tight end would be another one. I mean, they continue to be so deep there.
Yeah.
And if they can get the best of Pat Freiermuth and then the best out of Darnell Washington, and then obviously they've got supplemental help after that, I think it's a really strong position group that, will challenge Mike McCarthy to get into more 12 personnel and play with more 2 tight end, which is not something he's done a whole lot of traditionally. They weren't structured that way in Dallas. I can't remember how much they did in Green Bay. It's so long ago now. But I would probably rank them in that order of position groups.
The idea of, one side of the line, an offensive formation lining up, if you have like DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman, and Darnell Washington all loaded to one side, excites me.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's going to potentially be very, very hard for teams to match
so
up
long
against. Big, physical, but I still think they need to add at wide receiver. I still think if a veteran name comes up, maybe if it's a guy that's available right now or a cut late in camp, I think they need to add that receiver. And I said this earlier on a show last week. Like if you look at a lot of McCarthy's rosters in Dallas, I mean, he took 7-8 wide receivers into week 1. And right now it seems like it's 6 with Metcalf, with Bernard, with Pittman, and then Weechin, Roman Wilson, and Ben Skoranek. Skoranek and Weechin, I think, are going to primarily be special teams guys first and maybe receivers second. And yeah, it's a clean slate for Roman Wilson, but how much of the Aaron Rodgers doghouse still carries over into a new regime? And it's a Mike McCarthy. It's an offense that's going to rely a lot on 3 wide receiver sets. I think they still need to add at that room.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this hinges on, can Jeremy Bernard, can he get going? How fast how steep is the learning curve for him? Smooth, like what I've seen so far, at least on videotape. Obviously a really good productive player in college. They can get him going. I think it takes a little bit of the pressure off, but I would tend to agree with you. I'm not sold on this being a resurgence for Roman Wilson or an emergence, if you will. Never really believed in the player. Good player, but is he going to be a mainstay? Is he going to be their slot guy? I'm not ready to say that yet. And I still think that with the two big boys outside, Pittman and Metcalf, if they could get somebody in the slot, if Bernard can become the guy that can work in there, they'll be dangerous because you got to pay a lot of attention to those two, perimeter guys, and that just opens things up inside for your tight end group and whoever's that third receiver.
It's the Fan Morning Show. Jack Hillgrove and Pat Bostic coming up next. Quiz Callis. Callis, are you ready for the topic?
I'm never ready.
Okay. So Brennan Sorsby, for all intents and purposes, now is going to be a member of the 2027 NFL draft class. This is a combination of a couple of websites that rank the top quarterback prospects for next year, but also mostly the top 10 highest rated quarterbacks in the new college football video game. A lot of overlapping names. I'm going to give you the name, and you just have to tell me where they went to school, where they currently go to school.
Jack messed this up, Pat. Doran usually doesn't tell me until the segment. Because,
well, I trust you not to Google it.
Oh, the problem is I like to interact with the YouTube chat, and they like to provide answers.
Oh,
so
boy.
I can't be
so you're admitting you're cheating?
No. We're on a delay, so they can't even tell me the right answers until after.
Okay,
but
good.
When I look in the chat after the quiz, I see them all.
Jack is being very kind to you.
He is, isn't he?
Well, it's because
that's the kind of man he is.
We went to school together. I feel bad sometimes. You take some horrendous beatings in Quiz Callis. I am a substitute teacher. When you went to school and you show up in one of your classes as a substitute teacher, easy day, right? It's a 50-minute vacation.
It's a really good analogy.
Thank you.
Well, yeah.
This is a substitute
I used to love
teacher.
having substitute teachers.
Oh, the best.
Unless you knew you had one that was just gonna
We had a couple rough ones.
Yeah, a couple rough ones.
School.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we got so and so, and it's like, man,
there were times that
supposed to be a break day.
We were supposed to have a pretty rough day or a quiz or something, and then a teacher gets sick, and you walk in and you're expecting a tough class, and then a sub out of nowhere. Those were always
that's a great day.
Great day.
Quiz delayed till next week.
Yep.
Perfect.
In college, that was big. It was big when the professor was just like, "Hey, we're not making it today."
Well, anytime in college, they would just cancel class.
There's no subs in college.
Yeah,
correct. And that was the best.
All right, I goofed up, but hopefully we make it easy on Callis coming up next. Quiz Callis in a couple of minutes. Jack Hillgrove and Pat Bostic on the Fan Morning Show. We'll be right back.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates 11-1 winners over the Seattle Mariners yesterday. The Pirates had a great pitching performance from Braxton Ashcraft. He went 6 innings. He struck out 10 batters in his outing, gave up that 1 run he did in the first inning of the game. Carmen Majinski pitched 3 innings out of the bullpen. He ended up earning a save for pitching 3 full innings to close the door on the Mariners. And now the Pirates are back to 500. They're 40-40. With one more game coming up in the series, it's the Mariners and Pirates today at 12:35. You can listen to the game live over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Not seeing any flashing lights, just brake lights here this morning, as even though there's no accidents, delays continue to be heavy over on the Parkway West inbound, where both directions, again, continues to be slow go. On the inbound, though, you'll be stacking at the top of the Green Tree Hill with very heavy traffic down to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Parkway East is very backed up at the Wilkinsburg interchange. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
If you've got experience, though not necessary, working as a stonemason, bricklayer, concrete finisher, work on retaining walls, or you just need to break in as a laborer with a company that has its best days ahead of them, well, listen up. Precision Pointing is on a trajectory like a rocket ship. They're growing so fast, and they need people. So join the team with a winning culture, a place with true upward mobility. Don't just be a grunt for someone else. Be a valued team member at Precision Pointing. Real skills, real pay and benefits, and a real career. If you're interested, head to brickpointingpittsburgh.net to find out more.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hey, it's Pony. The summer heat is rolling in, and the last thing you want is your home's cooling system to not keep up. If your air conditioning system is making odd noises, blowing warm air, or won't start at all, call the trusted professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric. Don't wait until a small problem becomes a major breakdown as temperatures climb. Call McVeigh and schedule your cooling system maintenance today and keep your cooling system running all season long. Call McVeigh or schedule online at callmcveigh.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. High of 84 today, 30% chance of rain. Bucks and Mariners at 12:35. Class is in session. Substitute teacher Jack Hillgrove filling in for Crowley and Doran for Quiz Callis. Callis, I goofed up, but I trust that you haven't cheated. I gave you the topic before the break to try and do a radio tease. I goofed up. If you missed it, again, with Brendan Sorsby now seemingly in the 2027 draft class, I'm going to give Callis the names of the top quarterbacks for next year's draft class. And Callis, all you have to do is just tell me where they currently go to school and who they'll be playing for this fall. Are you ready?
Yeah.
How many of these does Dorn usually give you?
12.
How many do you have?
I have 10.
10? Okay, let's set the over-under. I'm going to go 4. No, 4.5. I think he's going to do well.
4.5. I don't know anything about college.
I think under 4.5. I think he'll get the first 3. And then
he usually doesn't start fast.
Okay. Well, let's
you might be setting him up to start fast, which could be, could bode well for him.
All right. Well, we're going in order of I just found a website.
So ranking
the top quarterback.
So you're going in order of best to worst as we stand today. Perfect. Yeah. So he should do well.
Okay.
Let's see.
Callis, are you ready?
No.
I'm going to go anyway. Quarterback number 1, Arch Manning. Where does he go?
Oh, God. Oh, he's in one of the Texas schools, isn't he? Is it? Which one is it? It's not. It's Texas A&M. No, Texas Tech. No.
Oh boy.
No.
All right. The Texas, the Longhorns, right?
Yeah, but we're not counting that.
I don't think we can give you that.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, we can't.
One of the Texas schools, the Texas school.
Always start with the main school if you're unsure.
Yeah.
Especially when you're going the number 1 overall quarterback. I think Texas is a good bet. But go for 1.
Get the red pen out. Ugh. Big X substitute teacher.
That was a meatball down the middle right there.
I got the Texas. I got the state.
No.
Pat.
Good. There's no bonus points in this game. You don't get a half credit.
I actually will give him a half credit for one of these guys, but he's not going to get it regardless. All right, number 2. Dante Moore.
I don't even know who that is.
Okay.
Oregon Ducks.
Oregon. Guy that I actually would.
So you said he was going to get the first 3.
I thought at least the first 1.
He was on the right path. He was in the right state. Oh, goodness.
All right, this one I think should be easier than Dante Moore. Julian Sayin.
Not even a little bit of a clue.
I sat at home last night and thought I do want to try and make it easy, and I thought this was easy enough.
The names ring a bell. I just don't remember where they go to school. I did have an idea where Arch Manning went, but no, I don't know where this guy.
If we would have said, what position does Julian Sayin play?
That I got quarterback.
You would have got it? Okay, that's we're getting better. We're getting better.
Because I do want the Steelers to get a quarterback in the next draft.
Yeah, so you're starting to study it a little bit.
Yes.
So we're 0 for 3, but we're making incremental progress. I like it.
Okay. No chance you get this one.
great.
This is why I would give you half credit because he's going to play for a school that he didn't play for last year. Drew Mestamaker.
Penn State.
No. He's going to play for Oklahoma State. You got State, but he transferred there. He was with North Texas last year, transferred there with the new coach. All right. Easier than the last one. May or may not have come to Acrisure Stadium last year and won a game over Pitt. CJ Carr.
Notre Dame.
Wow.
I love it.
I kind of set that one up for you, but we'll take it. He's 1 for 5.
12 teams came to Pitt. Not 12. 7 teams came to the Acrisure last year. So,
yeah.
And I remember
he had a 1 in 7 chance.
All right. Another easy one because we talked about him. Quiz Callis, top NFL draft class of quarterbacks next year. Where do they currently go to school? We spent the first segment with Pat talking about Brennan Sorsby. Actually, I'll take both. Either where he was going to play this fall and where he had played previously.
Texas Tech. That was one of my first famous answers on Quiz Callis a year and a half ago.
Yeah, Texas Tech.
Where'd he play before?
Come on. Oh, I actually probably know this. He played behind somebody important.
Well, actually, I guess he played at 2 schools, but I was going for where he started.
I don't know.
Cincinnati. We'll still give it to you.
Oh, that's right.
We started at Indiana.
Pat Narduzzi talked about him last week. Drat.
2 for 6. 4 more. Darian Mensah.
Not familiar with that.
Throwing out. I'll even give you the conference. ACC.
Ooh, I do know those teams.
Do you?
Don't tell me. North Carolina.
No.
Drat.
That's close to where he used to play. He'll be playing for Miami this fall.
Drat.
2 for 7. Jaden Mayava.
Nope.
West Coast.
CalU.
No.
California.
CalU.
No. Not the Vulcans.
CalU.
Not the Vulcans. Not even the Golden Bears. He plays for USC.
I don't think Jack fully estimated what I don't know about college sports. Because Jack's been around it his whole life. He's just like, Callis will know quarterback.
I thought this was basic enough to where you would. I mean, two.
And that's the point of the game. That's everybody's supposed to think this stuff's basic.
Okay.
You're playing it right, though.
You're playing it right.
Josh Hoover.
Oh, nope. Nope. Not a clue.
Throwing out there.
Don't tell me.
Hold on. One of the teams that was in the national championship game last year.
That's a 50-50. Miami. The other one.
We already had the dude from Miami.
This is like when you play like a matching. Remember matching for like in a test, like get a match.
Yes, like draw a line.
He drew a line from Miami to 2 quarterbacks in successive answers. You had Mensah and Josh Hoover both playing for Miami.
Yep. Well, that's not happening. He's gonna succeed. What's his face? Fernando Mendoza at Indiana. Last one. Quiz Callis. Top quarterback prospects for next year, where they will play this fall in college. Callis got CJ Carr at Notre Dame and Brennan Sorsby. Well, he won't play for Texas Tech, but that's where he was supposed to play. Callis is 2 for 9, missed on Arch Manning, Dante Moore, and Julian Sayin somehow. And because of that, you're probably not going to get this one. Nico Iamaleava, West Coast.
What kind of last name are we doing there?
A lot of vowels.
Pronounce that again.
Nico Iamaleava. Nico Iamaleava. I need to say it all at once to really get it right. I'll even give you the one he was at before the current one.
Wisconsin.
2 schools. No.
The Ohio State.
No.
You just said West Coast.
Oh, you said West Coast?
I did.
I didn't pay attention to that.
Yeah, clearly.
Thank you, Pat. Nevada.
No. Were you almost about to say Vanderbilt?
No, I was actually going to say Vegas, but no. I don't know if there's a Vegas call. There is. Yes.
You know who does their play-by-play? UNLV.
No.
Remember Tim Neverett?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
His son.
Really?
Yes. And they play in Allegiant Stadium, which has to be pretty darn cool.
That's awesome.
All right. Quiz Callis, 2 for 10 on where the top quarterback prospects will be playing college football this fall. Good effort. I tried.
Was it really, though?
There's room for improvement. Significant room for improvement. But I'm proud of you.
Are you? Are you, Pat?
I'm proud of you.
Are you proud?
Well, I'm proud of you for trying to put yourself out there, Nicholas, young man. Keep it going.
I don't remember doing this voluntarily back in January of 25.
Keep trying, fella.
Do you remember the first Quiz Callis?
I just Very well.
What was the quiz? You remember?
I don't remember what the
It was
quiz was.
Pitt's schedule because it had just gotten released.
It was,
and
yeah.
it was the pizza toppings that they put on the pizzas, and Adam and Jordan.
When they did the what was the Cuban? You go Texas Tech.
Good times. Drat.
Pat Bostic, this was fun.
That was fun, man. Quick, went quick. Appreciate you having me.
Absolutely. Former Pitt quarterback, Pitt broadcaster. Real quick before I let you go, I'm hearing good things about Mason Heinchel in spring ball.
He's a stud, man.
I'm excited.
It's going to be fun. Be fun to watch, man. He's taking ownership, he's taking leadership, and he's got some pieces around him. I expect him to have a big year.
Yeah, me too. I'm excited. All right, we got to get to the ID, and then last hour of the show, we'll get back to the Buccos at the top of the hour, and then Colin Beasley at 9:20. Bonus guest. We thought he was on vacation, but he is back. The Hawk, Jeff Hathorn, will join from vacation at 9:35, and then we'll put a bow on it before 10 o'clock in the Pomp and Joe show likely without Pomp. I'm Jack Hillgrove. It's the Fan Morning Show. We'll be back in a couple minutes right here on the Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Drive in style with the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo from South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Payments start at just $299 a month for 36 months. Comfort, capability, and legendary Jeep performance. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
The outbound of the Parkway West has now cleared up. However, the inbound, you'll still find very heavy traffic once you get halfway up that Green Trail. Parkway East inbound as well. You're hitting on your brakes once you get to the Wilkinsburg interchange. And 28 southbound has now started to build up a little bit again once you get to the Shaler Waterworks area. Traffic is brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Car accident?
LGKG. Work accident?
LGKG. Dog bite?
LGKG. Med-mal?
LGKG.
Born and raised in Western PA.
That's us. LGKG. We try cases, and insurance companies know it.
A 90-year reputation. LGKG.com, where your case becomes our cause.
Hadn't mentioned this yet this morning. Shout out to Pittsburgh's own Malik Thomas. Went to Lincoln Park, went and played for John Calipari at Arkansas. Played well, declared for the draft, didn't go in the first round, but ended up getting selected 34th overall in the second round last night, way early in the second round by the Sacramento Kings, and his draft rights were traded to Cleveland. Now he'll play for the Cavaliers. So cool for him. family that's still up in this neck of the woods will be able to have a nice short trek to go watch him play in Cleveland. He may or may not be joined by one LeBron James. Rumors circulating that LeBron might go back to Cleveland to wrap things up for a third tenure with the Cavs. But nonetheless, Donovan Mitchell, maybe James Harden again, Jared Allen, Evan Mobley. That's a really good team that a Pittsburgh native will go to and try and find a little bit of a role there, as Malik Thomas is now a member of the National Basketball Association. So congrats to him. It's Jack Hillgrove on the Fan Morning Show. Welcome into the program. If you're just joining us, we just wrapped up Quiz Callis. Went a little bit late. That's why we're late getting back here at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Callis was quizzed on the top quarterbacks of 2027. I gave him the name, and all he had to do was just mention where they go to school, where they will be suiting up this fall for what seems to be pretty much all these guys' final college football season. Callis got Brendan Sorsby, which technically counts. I mean, he's not going to play for Texas Tech this fall, but I mean, he might get drafted in 2027, so he got Texas Tech. He also got C.J. Carr, who will be Notre Dame's quarterback this fall. Did not get the one that I almost guaranteed he would get, Arch Manning. Did not get Julian Sayin in Ohio State. Did not get Dante Moore in Oregon. And then a couple of the other guys that are tougher, I think a lot of people, Darian Mensah, Jaden Mayava, Nico Iamaleava, Josh Hoover. There were some other guys on there that were tough. Drew Mestamaker at Oklahoma State. 2 for 10 went Callis. I'm just shocked, my guy, that you did not get Arch Manning. If you would have went 3 for 10 and just without a doubt, no hesitation, Arch Manning, Texas, I would have been like, okay. But you said one of the Texas schools and guessed like 3 of them before like the Texas school.
You didn't do me any favors. I could have just stopped there.
What do you mean just stop there?
You could have just been like, you got it.
Took your ball and went
been
home?
like Texas. You guys could have been like, oh, yeah, you got it. But
no, you said one of the Texas schools, which is like 8 at the Power 4 level.
Yeah.
Maybe not 8, but there are a lot there.
What does Power 4 mean?
Dead air is not good for sports talk radio, but I need a minute before we transition here. Okay. Now that was uttered on this show, we've got a surprise guest. Not a surprise, a unexpected guest for this morning. We all thought Jeff Hathorn, our esteemed sports director here at Odyssey Pittsburgh, was still on much-deserved vacation, but he's back today and texted me right before the end of Quiz Callis and said, hey, I'm back today. So if you want me to come on, I will come on. We weren't planning to, but it's Jeff freaking Hathorn, for crying out loud. So Jeff will join us at 9:35. Colin Beasley will join us in the next segment. But right now we're getting back into the Pirates at 412-928-9370. And we're going to take a phone call. It's Reese in the Hill District. Hello, Reese. How are you?
What's up? What's up, sir? First time calling with you on the line, but HC knows who I am. But I'm going to say something. In defense of HC, he did say Texas. And then he said one of those Texas schools.
Is that what he... Oh, I would have to listen to the replay, but did he say Texas? One of the... If Texas came out before one of the Texas schools, I would take it.
Right. It did. Guarantee you it did. He said Texas, and then he hesitated and said, one of the Texas schools.
All right. Well, we'll give you... I'll give you 3 for 10, Callis. I'll give you 3 for 10.
Thank goodness, man. That's what I needed. That 3. I still hit the under.
Reese, I thought the substitute teacher was going to take care of him today, but on the whole, I guess not.
Okay, on the Pirates, I got 2 things. But
yeah.
On the Pirates, I mean, they got, as we know, they got to make some moves, bullpen-wise, to perform right. But I got a suggestion. Okay,
go for
it. This goes to y'all 5-alarm marathons. Has anybody ever thought about maybe like having like a softball game or something, to help benefit that? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You have
That's a good suggestion, Reese, and thanks for the call, man. Happy to talk to you for the first time. We did tee off on Bechtold in some wiffle ball on the first day, but that could be and I know Limits would be all for it. Next year at the 5-alarm, maybe like a 4-on-4, 5-on-5 wiffle ball. And if it's 5-on-5, everybody is in for $50, and the losing team sends in a $250 donation.
What if we did something tournament style? I could organize that.
You could do that. And
what if we had fans? You have to have like an entry fee to participate, and the winning team can get half of all the donations?
Here's an idea. We draft teams for something, tournament style. We make the teams known ahead of time what they are and obviously what it is, if it's basketball, wiffle ball, whatever. And you submit like a $50 donation, and you pick Team Callis, Hillgrove, Filipponi to win in wiffle ball. And if the team you pick wins, you and everybody else that picked the correct team will be up to win a Connor Griffin signed bat.
That could work too.
It's a good suggestion. I like it. Taking notes for next year's Fan 5 alarm. A lot of fun this year at the Wexford VFD and outside of the House of Brews, outside Aaron Robinson Town Center. It was quite the event. Indeed, that's where Callis got high and ate ice cream pancakes. Jeff Hathorn joining us at 9:35. Colin Beasley in the next segment, 9:20. Bubba Chandler today against Bryce Miller. That's the pitching matchup for this series finale as the Bucks try and take the series over the Mariners. And through the official halfway point, because today's game 81, through the official halfway point, try to be 41-40, which is worse than I thought they'd be, but potentially still above 500. Chandler is 2-7 with a 4.62 ERA, but he's pitching well. I mean, his last three starts, a combined 3.18 earned run average in his last three starts. Last Friday at Colorado, went 6, gave up 6 hits, 2 earned runs, walked 2, only struck out 1, but only walking 2 is very much a sight for sore eyes when you take all of Bubba Chandler's appearances into account. A 4.09 ERA in the month of June, much better than his 5.80 ERA in the month of May. And since May 5th, a 4.40 earned run average. So Bubba Chandler definitely trending in the right direction, and especially as of recent, a 3.18 ERA for Bubba in his last 3 starts. Bryce Miller, he's been really good for them. 3-1 with a $1.58 ERA. His last start was also on Friday. The Mariners were at home against the Red Sox. Miller went 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned runs, no walks, 7 strikeouts. Started the year on the injured list and has come up, and he's been pretty darn good ever since. But these Pirates bats are riding high. They scored 11 runs last night, and they're looking to keep it rolling today at home at 12:35. Series win would be huge. Series win would be massive because you got a divisional opponent this weekend, one that, whether you like it or not, is still kind of lingering around as far as where the Pirates are in the NL Central. Bucks are 4th at 40-40, 10 games back of the Brewers. And the opponent this weekend, the Cincinnati Reds, in last place, but only 2.5 games worse than the Pirates, as the Reds are 37-42 entering Thursday. So Bucks have some ground to make up. A win today obviously bodes well for this series this weekend against Cincy, and they need it, especially after a dominating performance last night. Keep it rolling. And Chuck in Uniontown said it, and I agree. If you look at everybody else in the NL Central, with the exception of the Reds, because they're not very good, but everybody else ahead of the Pirates in the division. Cubs, Cardinals, Brewers. The Cubs are 6 games above 500 at home. The Cardinals are 3 games above 500 at both the home and on the road at 482 and 36. Despite being -1 in run differential, they're still 6 games above 500, but nonetheless, a better winning percentage at home. And the Milwaukee Brewers are 10 games above 500 in Milwaukee. 20 games above 500 for the season. The Brewers are crushing teams. 7-3 in the last 10. Pirates have to be better at home. It's that simple. All right. Colin Beasley's next. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll talk to the Beeswacker after this on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates winners yesterday 11-1 against the Seattle Mariners. The rubber match of the 3-game series is this afternoon at 12:35. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Junk Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Chevrolet in Latrobe, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, forthepeople.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NBA coaching fraternity is up in arms over the Trailblazers hiring Mike Nori. While they're excited for him, because, longtime assistant gets head coaching job, it's a slap in the face of their profession. That's what J.B. Bickerstaff said. His contract. He's in essence a lame duck. It's a 1-year guarantee with team options for year 2 and year 3. That's bad. I'm Drake Toll.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Pants Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 5-star reviews and 50% off installation right now. What are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
Joe Starkey here, and the last nickname I want is Baldy. I'm getting there, though, and that's why I called New Image for a consultation. That's 1-800-514-HAIR. Who better? New Image has been offering the best scientific solutions for hair loss all in one place for over 40 years. You don't have to be bald to be losing your hair. For women and men, hair loss often shows up quietly. A widening part, more strands in the shower, thinning around the temples. I started noticing that more, especially in the front, so I went to New Image for a consultation. Excellent. Cookie runs the show over there, and it's simple. They have all the answers and experience on hair solutions. They started with a hair and scalp analysis, and I finally understood why my hair loss was happening and what I can do. Tons of solutions, including eye hair technology that targets where you're losing hair and fills in where you're thinning and balding. My plan includes FDA-approved laser hair therapy. First treatment, easy and fun, and I'll be sharing stories as I move toward a fuller head of hair. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax where applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy.
Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Back at Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with our friend Taylor Fournier. Taylor, why is it so important for the customer to understand family-owned and operated?
We guarantee a member of our family is always working to get the best deal for our customers. Dealerships all buy their cars for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' price in less time all the time.
And during the Make This the Summer Sales event, I hear you're expanding your Three Rivers Protection Program.
We sure did, Bob. The new and improved Three Rivers Protection Program. When you buy a new vehicle at zero cost to our customers, we cover paintless dent and ding repairs, wheel and tire coverage, lost key replacement, and many more. It's all part of our 3RP Protection Program.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
I wish we were at the game right now.
To be honest, I don't mind watching it at home.
You'd rather be here than at the game?
I mean, kinda. We have comfy seats, replays, and this entire fridge full of Faygo.
Red Hot. 60-40. Dr. Fago. Cotton candy. Rock and ride.
What the heck was that?
Oh, yeah. My fridge does that ever since I stocked it with all this Faygo.
Can I try?
All yours.
Root beer, candy apple. Moon Mist. Orange.
I think one just said my name.
Faygo, with over 50 flavors. What flavor you got?
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Getting reports of an accident in McKeesport City. It's on the intersection of Mercantile Street and Indiana Avenue. So you want to watch out down there if you're in McKeesport City as crews hit that scene. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. And it's 9:28. Step up to the plate. Call Buell Insurance. 724-443-5610. Bucks and Brewers. Why did I say Brewers? I have no idea why I said Brewers. They play the Mariners today. I know that. You know who else knows that? Colin Beasley, who covers the Pirates for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. 12:35, first pitch today, Bubba Chandler against Bryce Miller. Colin, first things first, any rumblings on Spencer Horwitz, or will you guys presumably find a little bit more out when Don Kelly speaks today before the game?
Good morning, Jack. And no, I haven't heard anything quite yet. I'm driving over to the ballpark right now. I think that when Clubhouse opens in about 15 minutes, I guess we'll probably hear a little bit more then, but as of right now, I haven't heard any updates on him.
Is Braxton Ashcraft an all-star?
Man, he's certainly performing like a guy who wants to put himself in the conversation, like a guy who should be in the conversation. I don't know if he's quite an all-star just because of how good the starting pitching has been in the National League this year. Heck, like this is a season where even there's even a tiny bit of debate over whether Paul Skeens is an all-star. I think he is, for what it's worth. But when you've got guys like The Miz and Christopher Sanchez and Shohei Ohtani and a whole lot of starting pitchers just with unbelievable ERAs, it's tough to say for sure that Ashcraft is one. I think he deserves to put himself in the conversation. I think he deserves to be there. But I also think that there's been so many good starting pitchers in the National League that it might be tough to give the Pirates multiple starting pitching all-stars, because I'm 100% certain that Skeens will be one of them.
Colin Beasley with us.
That's nothing for Ashcraft, though. Like he has been really good and certainly deserves to be in that conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Colin Beasley on his way to the Ball Yard. Pirates beat writer for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Colin, the All-Star fan voting started on June 3rd, and a Pirates outfielder is getting votes, but it's not Brian Reynolds. O'Neal Cruz made his way onto the list, I think 18th among all NL outfielders, but no Reynolds. Where do you stand on his likelihood? And I mean, he's certainly making a push. The month of June is a month for the ages for him. He's been on an absolute tear.
Yeah, he's someone that, frankly, I'm really surprised that he's not getting more traction. Again, he's one of those players that certainly deserves to be in the conversation, and the fact that he's not top 20 is wild to me. I think that he's certainly been one of the top 20 outfielders in the National League at a minimum, and honestly, better than that. He's, again, considering how good the outfielders have been in the National League, it's tough to say for sure he's going to be there, and I think the gap is probably too big at this point to make it happen, but he's someone who's deserving to be in the conversation. I don't know whether he'll get another trip, and considering where the Pirates are, I don't know how many All-Stars they'll get, but he's been really, really good and really, really impressive.
Couple more for you, Colin. Connor Griffin makes his rehab start in Altoona last night. Obviously, on a tear at the plate, had a home run, had a triple. Looks like a major league player against AA competition. What did you make of it, and did that make you think maybe it is sooner rather than later for his return to the big leagues?
Yeah, he certainly did look like a major leaguer, which is a good thing to see. You know, he was the youngest player in that game in Altoona last night.
That's hilarious.
Easy to forget just how young he is and just how talented he is, but he was young even for AA competition. As for timeline and how he did, it didn't necessarily change my mind on anything, because I don't expect him to need many rehab games at all. I'd heard, like, I didn't think he's going to need too many, and I don't know whether it's 1 or 2 or 3 or exactly what it is, but I know the Pirates are certainly looking forward to get him back. One thing I am kind of interested in, I didn't see the game. I haven't seen the defensive clips, but I know he did have a throwing error. I don't know what type of throwing error that was. I haven't seen the video. I haven't heard reports on it or anything like that, but that kind of was the box that he was still looking to check was the defense. The hitting, they kind of knew that he'd be pretty much ready because he stayed hitting throughout this thing. He was DH at first. Like he's for sure been ready hitting wise. I'm curious whether they made anything of that throwing error or not. I doubt it. I think that he'll be back sooner rather than later, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing him back in Pittsburgh whenever that does happen.
You think it could be this weekend against the Reds?
I think it's possible. Yeah, like I haven't confirmed this myself. I'd seen someone report that he may even be back in Pittsburgh today just to like get checked out and see major league coaches and talk to us and that sort of thing. So honestly, it's something where potentially even Friday could be a possibility. I don't know exactly what the plan is and whether it would be Friday or Saturday or Sunday or wait until Philly, but I don't think it'll be that long at all. I wouldn't be shocked to see him in the clubhouse in 15 minutes, though I've heard that the plan isn't to activate him today.
Couple more minutes with Colin Beasley, Bucco's beat writer for the PG. Colin, you had a piece on Marcell Ozuna and the opportunity or potential that he has to maybe expand upon what he's done at the plate so far, but with limited opportunities. Take us behind the curtain a little bit. Do you think that there's room for more Ozuna, like more of an opportunity to maybe get hot or maybe kind of re-cement himself in this lineup? Or is it just is what it is with where we are with the $12 million DH?
Yeah, it's a really interesting balance because he is showing some signs of life. He's hitting around 300 in June, obviously very, very limited opportunity, and it's been a lot of singles, but he has been a little bit better, and it's coming at a time when the Pirates need some DH flexibility. They want to be able to give Brian Reynolds a day where you can't have him sit, so if you want to give him a day off his feet and a day out of the outfield, then he's got to be DH. Kind of the same thing with Ryan O'Hearn. If you want to give him some time out of the outfield, he's played more outfield innings than he has at any other point in his career, then that would have to be DH opportunities. And heck, Brandon Lau, he's someone that you want to be mindful of his innings, you want to be careful of his games. He's someone who could also benefit from some DH reps. And Ozuna, there's not really anywhere else to play him. So I think it's an interesting dilemma they're facing. It's kind of one that they've knew they were getting themselves into when they signed Ozuna at first. His struggles have made it a whole lot easier to not play him. But now that he's hitting a little bit differently, does that change anything? I'm interested to see what he does in more playing time, but at the same time, it's really tough to give him that playing time. So I don't know. He's finally doing something, and considering where the Pirates' offense has been, their struggles against left-handers, all that sort of thing, it would be huge for this team if he did get it going. But it's tough for the Pirates to give him that playing time and give him that opportunity to prove it, considering how many other guys on this team would really benefit from some DH reps.
Last one for you, Colin. Bubba Chandler today at 12:35 in Game 81. How does he stack up against this Mariners lineup in your eyes, and how much stock are you putting into his last three starts, because he's been pretty darn good as of late?
Yeah, I'm putting a fair bit of stock into those last three starts. I haven't looked at the head-to-heads and seen. I'm realizing probably none of these guys have seen Bubba Chandler before because he wasn't up when the Pirates faced the Mariners last year. But I've been impressed by Bubba Chandler of late. He's been more efficient. He's done a better job of pounding the zone. He's been more aggressive. It doesn't seem like he's nibbling around the edges as much. He's kind of just letting his stuff play, and it does seem like he's figured some things out at the big league level. Whenever I've asked around about Bubba and seen whether, like, is it an adjustment, is it a pitch mix, is it mechanics or whatever, and the answer I've gotten from pretty much everyone is simply he's learning more at the major league level, and he's getting more comfortable here. He's figuring out how his stuff plays and what he needs to do to be successful against MLB hitters as opposed to AAA or AA or any of the other levels he's gone through. I think these last 3 starts have been very, very positive, and I'm looking forward to seeing if that run can continue today.
There you have it. From the Bucko beat writer of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. You can check him out at post-gazette.com. Mr. Colin Beasley. Colin, good to talk to you, my friend. We'll do it again soon. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Jack. Appreciate it.
Yep, there he goes. 12:35 Bucks and Mariners this afternoon. Bryce Miller against Bubba Chandler. Coming up next, Jeff Hathorn back in his original spot. A couple minutes later because we're running a tad behind, but we'll get to Jeff as soon as we can on the Fan Morning Show at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The U.S. men's team plays in the World Cup Group D portion of games. They play Turkey tonight at 10 o'clock. The U.S. men's team is 2-0 right now in these preliminary games. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson.
Doran, I've got a list of summer projects. It's a mile long.
Same, and somehow every quick project turns into an all-day event.
That's why I like this offer from Guardian Protection.
Right now, they're offering free professional installation with the new security system.
So instead of spending your weekend installing security equipment, their experts will handle it for you.
Which leaves more time for golf, grilling, and pretending you'll get to the rest of that list.
That's right, man. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Everybody, Nick Costos here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals, Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a -165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. Beginning, middle, or end of the year, it's always a great time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. Your questions make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
.93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates. They want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send us an email. youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. Let's welcome him back from vacation. Our sports director here at Odyssey Pittsburgh, Mr. Jeff Hathorn. Jeff, welcome back. How was it? How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Well, the more important question is, how are you? How was your vacation, kind sir?
It was awesome. It was amazing. We got to go places we thought we'd never go. So it was cool. And it was cool to watch the World Cup late at night in Europe.
Yeah.
And like the excitement that it's kind of a mix between, it's more than a Steelers Sunday. It's like a major college rivalry, like party. Like if Pitt-Penn State, and you're in a bar watching Pitt-Penn State, except, you're in a Pitt bar. And it's awesome. It's really cool.
Yeah, no, I can only imagine. Well, we're happy you're back. You'll be back today covering the Hoffman Group press conference as they're officially introduced as the new owners of the Pittsburgh Penguins. What are your early impressions on this group as it's made official, and what are some of the things you'll be looking for as far as buzzwords go from the Hoffman Group?
Yeah, investment. Like how do they see it with the salary cap? We're used to a Penguins team that spends up to the salary cap. Not every franchise does that pretty much every year. Where does that stand with them? I think fans want to know what is Mario's involvement, because there obviously was a major disconnect between the previous owners and Mario Lemieux, to where Mario wanted nothing to do with anything with the Penguins, which is never good. Is there any relationship? Not that there has to be anything official even, but are there going to be, have they been in contact? Is there going to be some role? Is there, what is he going to be around? I think people want to know that. And then I think it's curious when an ownership comes in, and this is more from a fan experience standpoint, and they work for a minor league hockey or owned a minor league hockey franchise. What innovations, what are they going to bring that's different than Pens fans haven't seen before? What kind of maybe new, whether it's in-game entertainment or giveaways or just fan-friendly ideas? Because you have to work, as you know, with the Nailers, you have to work so much harder to try to generate interest. And I'm interested in that'll probably play out more over time, but that's something I'm curious with this group too.
And it just seems like there's more, at least, organizational structure, right? I mean, it's David Hoffman and his sons. One of the sons is the governor. The other one and the old man are alternate governors, or whatever the term is.
I love that phrase.
Yeah, I do too. And also because, if you ask the average person who from the Fenway Sports Group was in charge of the Penguins, it seemed like nobody knew.
Right. And what the fans want, and I think what they deserve, is an owner to at least be out there a few times a year, to have news conferences, to have media opportunities where the fans can see what they're thinking, know what they believe, know what direction the franchise is, know what some of the ideas. Whereas with Fenway, while they spent money, and they did have people that would come into town and they had a liaison, there was never a face for it. I think one time there was a news conference with a guy who came out as the representative of Fenway Sports Group, but he wasn't connected to the area. That's where hopefully the Hoffmans are going to be very proactive and being out there and letting us know what their intentions are. I mean, it's a pretty stable environment. They don't need a new arena. There's not... they've still got a couple of superstars that are under contract, so it's not a tumultuous time from those standpoints. It's just, what is this ownership group going to do to help Kyle Dubas get the Penguins back to where we all want them to be?
Last one for you, Jeff Athorn, because we're up against it, and I appreciate you coming on and back from vacation. It seems like a lot of reports, the Josh Yohe's of the world reporting that Kyle Dubas is ready to go big game hunting this offseason. They've got picks. They've got cap space. Do you anticipate Kyle Dubas to try and go grab a big name this offseason, whether it be via trade or signing somebody?
Yeah, I think they're going to attempt it at least. They're not sitting back and just accepting that they're going to use draft picks. I mean, they have multiple draft picks to try to make a deal. They're riding that fence of how do you ride out with the stars and yet build. Well, you can do that by going out and getting a late 20-something, early 30-something star that can be the next guy that you can build around while you still have a couple of those guys, and meaning Crosby and Malkin specifically, along with Rust. Who knows what they'll do as far as moving anybody, but that's what I anticipate them trying to do now. Sometimes, who wants to give up those stars? And those stars are in a ton of demand. So it may not happen, but I agree. I don't think that's just a smokescreen or just language to make it look good. I do think Pens are seriously considering adding someone that is a name, whether it's trade, free agents. It's a pretty small market. Most likely be a trade, and use those assets. Give it another run. I think you're at that point now. You saw the team get back in the playoffs. You know some of these stars can still play. If you give them one more player and a couple of these young guys come through, then you can talk about this team being, at least a team that can contend in the East.
There you have it. And I agree wholeheartedly. Jeff Hathorn, he'll be covering the Hoffman Group press conference today at 11 o'clock, and he's back from vacation. Jeff, thanks for hopping on. Welcome back. Appreciate you, good sir.
Thanks, Jack.
There he goes. Jeff Hathorn on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Callis and I will put a bow on it when we come back before Pomp and Joe. Without Pomp, I'm Jack Hillgrove, and it is the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates are 11-2 winners over the Seattle Mariners yesterday. Pirates and Mariners now tied at one game apiece in the series. Third and final game of the series is this afternoon at 12:35. It's a game you can listen to live over on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. 11:40 start time for that live coverage, which will be the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Well, the Parkway West outbound was already abnormal enough today, but now it's got reports of an accident over in Robinson Township on the ramp on the Parkway West outbound to Steubenville Pike, and that's to Lincoln Highway. So you want to watch out as crews hit that scene. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Moon Beer and Pop for less. It's their crazy June 30th pack sale. Get Michelob Ultra 30-pack, $27.99, and Lucky Streak, just $14.99. Moon Beer and Pop for less in Moon Township, right across from Robert Morris University.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at MHIRoof.com.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG Bowtie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross take up to $5,000 off. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now and is too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Show her you'd marry her all over again. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you're needing a fine quality anniversary gift, you're just in time for our spring sale, where you can save up to 30% on most everything. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, we offer the area's finest selection of unique diamond anniversary jewelry. We can also custom design a piece with emeralds, rubies, sapphires, or any birthstone. Register to win a $1,000 shopping spree. No purchase necessary. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township. Hurry, sale ends soon.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Fan fan weather. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. First pitch temp for Bucks and Mariners at 12:35. Probably 75, 76 degrees, cloudy. No rain, it seems like, all the way up until 6, 7 o'clock. So if you plan on heading down to the ball yard for the afternoon matchup to try and watch the Pirates get the series win, you should be clear. Should be a relatively decent afternoon for some Bucko baseball. Game 81. The halfway point of the regular season. The Pirates will be 41-40. Callis, I think it's safe to say that if you would have asked Don Kelly, if you were to ask some of these guys, they probably anticipated they'd be a little bit better than, at best, one game above 500 through 81 games.
Yeah, I mean, that's what fans expect, too. I mean,
That's what I expected.
They had a good thing going earlier in the season. I talked about how they got on a bit of a streak there. They were a little better than 500, but they were going up and down. They would win 2 in some 3-game series. They would lose 2 in some 3-game series, but the losing streak they had recently, they just kind of got wrecked in these last couple weeks, and now they're back at the 500 mark.
It all gets started at 12:35, and you'll be able to listen to it over on 101 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Callis, this was fun. I enjoyed this time with you this morning.
Would you like to wake up this early every day of your life? Not so fun anymore, is it?
No.
One day's fun, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's I've got to go put in another shift out in the Ohio Valley after I'm done. So by like 6, 7 o'clock tonight, I'll probably be a little tired, but it was fun. I always love the opportunity to get a chance to host one of the main shows. So thanks for Crowley and Doran for being off. Donnie Football's back at it tomorrow. He was hosting on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Donnie will be back on the morning show tomorrow with one Nicholas Harry Callis. Joe's next. Is Austin here?
Why wouldn't he be?
I don't know. I'm never used to like people actually being in the building when I'm here because at night nobody's here except who's working. Like you've got the other shows and the other stations, the people are here.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Austin called off last minute once because his voice was sore.
Mm-hmm.
And Donnie and I looked at each other and said, well, he does produce primarily. So yeah.
Interesting. Do you think the Pirates win today?
Yes.
I do too. I think you get another quality start, maybe not by the book quality start if Chandler can get into the 6th inning, but I think it's another 5-6 inning performance, 2 runs, and the 11 runs last night, I think they continue to build off of it today.
Keep Endy in the lineup.
Yeah,
did they release a starting lineup yet?
That's a great question.
I don't think they did. I didn't see one.
I subscribe to their tweets, so no. Not yet, but I think Endy. I mean, it'll be tough, obviously, because last night turned today. Maybe Endy Rodriguez is out of the lineup with an afternoon game, but something to definitely keep an eye on for sure. Thanks to Jeff Hathorn for joining us after vacation, Colin Beasley, and Pat Bostic for an hour. Thanks to you for calling, texting, watching, and listening. Joe is next. I'm back on the air next week. No Sunday morning show for me this week. I am going to be at a family wedding on Saturday and staying overnight. So I will be out of the mix for Sunday morning. Back at it next week, I believe on Thursday night this week before the 4th of July holiday from 6 until 10:35. So we'll talk to you then. I'm Jack Kilgrove signing off. Joe is next.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Drive home the power of the 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn, a South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Get payments starting at just $399 a month for 39 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Strength, style, and serious savings. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
28 southbound has cleared up nicely, but the same does not go for the Parkway West and East. Parkway West inbound, you're still stacking at the top of the Green Tree Hill, and Parkway East inbound, it's still going to be slow go for you once you get to the Wilkinsburg interchange and down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Traffic is brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a big law firm with no continuity?
That's not LGKG. Don't care about having access to a named partner?
That's not LGKG. Prefer working with those who have no clue of what makes Western PA people tick?
That's not LGKG.
Don't care about courtroom reputation?
Then don't call LGKG. We're not for you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
McCarthy in that picture, and then especially on video, you said, Mike, you can do one thing in the world right now with no repercussions. You say, let me loosen that tie. Let me give about 2 or 3 shakes of the tie, unbutton the top button, and let's kick back and have a view.
Almost ready to explode and hit somebody in the first row of that press conference.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that spot before. That top button was screaming.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, not ideal news for the Pirates, as being reported by Kevin Gorman of the Trib. Jack Brannigan has a locker at PNC Park. He is expected to be activated. Great news for Jack Brannigan, but not good for Spencer Horwitz, who came up hobbling, trying to run out a ground ball yesterday against Seattle. And with a hamstring injury, he's going to go on the 10-day injured list. Connor Griffin is back at PNC Park, but that was the plan for him to have a day off during the rehab stint at AA Altoona. So Griffin back for somewhat of a maintenance day today in Pittsburgh. And the expectation is at some point this weekend that he is going to be back. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's a Thursday edition of Pomp and Joe.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What song is this, Limits?
I don't know. Music inserted by Craig.
Why are we playing
It's a little energy music, right? 10 o'clock in the morning. Let's go.
I wanted to get Bob into a fired up mood, considering he has an early dismissal today.
How long before Bob ingratiates himself with the Hoffman family? Bob?
I think it's already happened.
They already have footprints in Chicago and Naples. You're going to be golfing over under, if I put it into months, 3.5 months over under that Bob is golfing with either Jeff or David Hoffman or both, Limits.
I would agree with that, and he might end up going to the Florida Everglades team and covering something down there and golfing.
I don't know if that Florida Everglades team is going to be part of the ownership group here.
Well,
ooh.
I mean, to me,
Could be.
that's some sort of a conflict, it would appear.
Do they need to sell that team to be able to own the Penguins?
It's in the ECHL limits.
Yeah,
Who
but they
cares
also
about
have
that?
the Wheeling Nailers, don't we?
Yes,
mean, that's part of their. I mean, you can't own both. I don't think.
But we're all going to survive that part of this.
No,
Bob.
I'm just saying, just for clarification. I don't think
You're going to be golfing with David Hoffman within 3.5 months at Laurel, right?
I certainly hope so, and probably you will beat me to it the way you're going. All I know is he's not on the tee sheet, then he appears, and he's out playing with guys who are real influencers in golf.
I can picture that conversation now. Mr. Hoffman, great to meet you. Welcome to Pittsburgh. I'm Bob Pompiani. I would love to take you out on the golf course at Chartiers one day.
Maybe I'll beat you to
Joe
it,
will
Bob.
attest that golf is the great way of getting to know people. You'll know so much about a guy in 4 hours, and you never get in an interview.
Yeah.
Never.
I mean, I might beat you to it. Maybe
Good.
I'll get on the golf course
we can do it together.
with
We'll
him.
get both Hoffman brothers.
That would be incrinculant, actually, Bob.
What if they don't golf and they just want to go to coffee?
Everybody golfs,
that's
Limits,
fine.
when they're doing that. At least somebody in the family must golf. I don't know if it's Jeff, who's going to be the governor of the Penguins, or David, maybe Jeff's brother, Greg. David is the father, and he'll be one of the governors. Listen, this is a big deal. It's a huge deal. There's a new ownership group in town. The Pirates have had 2 owners since 1996. Maybe 3 if you want to get technical, but it's basically been McClatchy and then the Nuttings in one form or another. The Steelers have had the same ownership family for their entire existence, Bob. Mm-hmm. The Penguins, meanwhile, depending on how you define owner or who you include in the various groups, have had like 10 or 11 owners, and now 3 in the last 5 years. We've gone over the years from when they started to win, DeBartolo to Baldwin to the great Roger Marino, no relation to Dan. You remember him, Bob?
Oh, I remember
From
Roger
Boston?
Marino, absolutely. I remember Howard Baldwin. Howard Baldwin came into town, had smoke and mirrors. Mario, the best things for Mario is Howard Baldwin showed up. He owed him a lot of money, and he transferred that into ownership of the team.
Exactly.
And made a lot more money.
Yeah, in a weird way, that did work out. Then Mario, then FSG, and now the Hoffman family being introduced today. What time's the news conference,
11
Limit?
11.
At our station, we have Chris Hoffman covering the Hoffmans.
Wow.
How about that?
No relation?
No relation. Although he may want to be related. Maybe he'll find some connection down deep in that family tree.
So here's my question. A couple of them, actually. for Penguins fans out there. Because I was talking to someone earlier today, and they were like, people don't really care that much about this. I don't know. Is that true? There's a new ownership group in town. I realize the Penguins have changed now 3 times in 5 years, but if you look at the entire history of Pittsburgh sports, this is a pretty big deal. And I'm curious to know from Penguins fans, what do you want to hear? And I guess from all fans out there, regardless of sport, what is it you want from team owners? And I go back to my time as a fan, Bob, as a fan who drank a lot of beer and had season tickets for the Bills right on the edge of the tunnel. And when Ralph Wilson, you remember the owner of the Bills back then, when he would walk through that tunnel when times were bad, the savvy young news sound was first leaning over that railing, yelling at him.
This is before you were a savvy.
Yeah, not so savvy. Yelling at him. Yelling. All I wanted was a winner. I wanted a guy who spent money, and I wanted to win. And I think that's all fans want. Now, it's great if it's nice people who come in, you know? I mean, the Rooneys have been wonderful people. But if you don't win, what's it matter? I want my team owner to spend and to win. And preferably, I guess, Bob, to not be Jerry Jones, or maybe you can include Mark Cuban in that type of owner that's very outspoken, very, very visible, sometimes controversial. I think I prefer my team owner to not be in the spotlight, to simply fund my team and make it a winner, and to choose the right people to run it. Like, I don't know what we can hear today. We can get a feel for what these people are like, I suppose. But mostly just show me the baby in the end if you're an owner, right? For a team in any sport, if I'm a fan, all I want is really your money. And then show me a winner. That's all I care about. And the challenge is steep for this guy or these people. The guy's Jeff Hoffman will be running again, but it's David Hoffman's empire. He's the billionaire. This is a steep challenge. And I think they're going to need a lot of patience. And that brings up another question, which is, where are we with the Penguins? Like, what are they doing? This new owner, this group, has arrived at a time when the sun is setting on a golden era of Penguins hockey. Sid is not going to be around that much longer at the height of his game. The sun is setting around here. So where are we with the Penguins? So, Bob, first, what do you want from an owner? And second, what are they walking into here?
I think from an ownership point of view, from what I can gather, this is a team of owners that really wants to be involved in community. They are. They're deeply committed to community, which community they're in. So I think that's what you're going to hear a lot of today. They don't want to, and as far as their visibility, while I don't expect it to be Jerry Jones-like or anything like that, I do think they'll be more visible than what we saw from the Fenway Sports Group. So you'll see them around more from what I can gather. And I also know that they have an absolute welcoming mat out for Mario Lemieux, and they should. And he should be somewhat prominently displayed in this ownership group. I'm not sure if he's part owner, if he becomes, just a figurehead, somebody in charge who's there. I think that's important for them, and I think they know that going into this. So I don't expect that to change. I expect them to really put Mario in a prominent position. As far as what they're
does Mario want to be in a prominent position, Bob? What does he want? I wonder.
I don't know that he's involved. He doesn't want to be involved the way he was as an owner. I just think the welcome mat out. Just, hey, I'm part of this team,
the presence.
I'm the reason it's here in the first place and the reason why you own it. So, yeah, there's the presence. I don't think he would be against that. He is a busy guy these days with grandkids and everything else, so he's got a lot of stuff going on. But I think in that role, you may call it a ceremonial role. Maybe it's more than that. I just think it's very important for them, and I think the Hoffman Group knows that already. I really do. So that'll be – what they're walking into is an uncertain time. Certainly – when you have guys who are at the end of their careers. And we thought this was the case a couple of years ago, but it continued. And, they got into the playoffs last year, didn't last very long. But I also know that they do have trust in Kyle Dubas. They're only going to support him, and they do want to win. I don't think there's any question. Everything this group has done in their business dealings has been about making money, winning, and they want to do both here. And I think that's going to be the challenge. Can they do both? One comes before the other. If you win, it makes it a little easier. How do you win when you're going to lose the star makers of your team? How much insulation do you have in your system? How many guys can come up right now? I think Dubas has money to spend this year. We'll find out quickly. This is the week of the draft. We'll find out what their intentions are. If they're going to make a big, bold move, it probably will be with their blessing. And if it can help them, come together pretty quickly and be a team that could be competitive within 2 or 3 years, and I'm talking about competitive to win a Stanley Cup, that's the challenge.
That seems... See, that's the thing, Bob. That's the thing about the Penguins that makes this situation so unique. Are they building toward that 2 to 3 years from now? It doesn't feel like it. It feels like Jeff Hoffman and David Hoffman are going to need to be very patient men. Because once Sid is gone, what then? Or you may be among those who believe that Kyle Dubas is building the system, is building through the draft, will add, and will put a contender on the ice even as Sid declines and eventually retires.
Yeah, I think that's their hope, that they can make a transition and it'll be quicker than one of these ones we've seen in Chicago or Anaheim or any of those, Detroit, that they can staff this roster with a bunch of people who can be significant. I looked at, Carolina Hurricanes. They're a team that's put together not with a bunch of star players. They really don't. They have good young talent, sure. They're fast, but they're not names you would really recognize. But they came together as a group.
But there's a lot of high-end players there, and the high-end guys here are mostly old.
But I also think that they expect guys coming up through their system to take those roles. And when I say about, this draft, I would not be surprised if they make a serious move in this draft.
Do they have a top 6 forward in their whole system right now? Who's coming up? Billy Zonin and who else maybe?
Well, Horkoff could be one of those guys, but I also think that they think who's the 18-year? I'm drawing his name now. All of a sudden it escapes me. The kid who just had a great year.
Kindle?
Yeah. Ben Kindle. I think Ben Kindle is a guy who can, if Horkoff can do it, if Zonin can do it, I know that's a lot to ask right now. But if they go out and make a deal we talked about Jason Robertson yesterday.
Yeah.
If there's somebody out there who can step right in and become one of these players, Crosby's going to be around for a year or two or more.
Or more.
So, they still have hopes that some of these young defensemen they have in their system can be players who come up and play. There are a lot of ifs. And that's
man.
And that's your question.
That's my question.
But we have seen turnarounds happen quicker. They're going to have to work toward that. I don't think this is something they want to linger for 5 years before they figure it out. It all comes down to Dubas and what he's capable of doing. They have money to spend this year. It may not be worth spending on the actual free agent market. It may be better spent trying to acquire someone who has a big contract coming for them, and they could fit him in here because they have money to spend. I don't know. What would you do?
The whole thing makes me kind of wish that Kyle Dubas had torn it down upon arriving. And I realize that would have been a whole lot easier said than done, because as long as you have Sid, it's incumbent upon you to try to win. Right. It would be wonderful.
You could do it like the Canadians did it. They did burn it down a little bit. They got high draft picks, and they turned them into star players who right now are young and making a difference. I expect them to be big players in the Eastern Conference for many years to come because of it.
It would feel better if a new ownership group was arriving with a couple high picks. I mean, let's be honest about the way that these Penguins were built at the beginning of this era, the Sid era. They had an almost unprecedented string of high picks. And not only that, they got high picks in years when you got Evgeny Malkin as the second pick.
Right?
Sometimes often there's no generational player as the first pick, let alone as the second pick. They got Malkin, plus they had a string of first overalls. They had Fleury. They had Sid.
Stahl.
They had Stahl was what? Where was he? Second? Third? They took him behind Taves, I think.
Yeah, but he's a high pick who was a big part of their
tons
success.
of top 5 picks, top overall picks. Right. They got their goalie. This is not that. This is a very unique situation. I don't think there's debate about the fact that they've arrived at the end of an era. Hopefully at the beginning of another one.
But their challenge is to start another one and do it through the draft and through trades, significant trades that can help you get there sooner than later. It is dangerous to start a rebuild just because you don't know how it's going to go. There are success stories, and you've cited the Penguins. You've cited, the Steelers winning when they get a quarterback in the first round like Roethlisberger. But there are teams that have had these picks and have not done anything with them. Chicago still, you look at where they've drafted the last 4 years, they should be much farther along than they are.
I know, but if the Hoffmans were walking into that situation in Chicago, man, it would feel more hopeful to have
because
that kind of young talent base.
A guy like Bedard and others who, I get that. But maybe, and again, we won't know this until it plays out. Maybe a Ben Kindle turns out to be a really solid top 6 guy, and Horkoff turns into one as well. And then you flank them with guys you can acquire in trade or next year after, free agent, and all of a sudden they have 6 players who are younger and form their core. Where that takes them, we'll find out.
Maybe. That hasn't been the Penguins' way.
What would you expect them to do right off the bat? It's kind of hard to walk into this situation.
I mean, I think Kyle Dubas has pretty much mapped out what he wants to do, and that is walk that line between building through the draft and hopefully acquiring younger guys. Chinakhov was a great example. Robertson would be another great example if they could somehow pull that off as guys still in their mid-20s who can be pretty high-end players.
And they have a lot of belief in Harrison Brunick, who came up here and really pushed for a roster spot before they sent him back down. The guys need to take internal steps, get better, and become players that they can count on.
I'm so curious, too, to see.
Would you expect them to trade their first-round pick this weekend?
I wouldn't expect it, no, but I'd like to.
Surprise you either?
Not at all.
Not at all. Yeah,
I'd like to see them.
It is
try
22nd, which is a hard place to be. But if you can package that with some things, you might be able to get somebody who can immediately come in here, be an impactful young player who can be here for many years.
Yeah, some of these teams you mentioned, like Chicago, are teams that need now veteran players to help them get somewhere. Somebody like a Brian Rust, to me, is a perfect example. I think Carlson could help a team. I had somebody yesterday mention to me, what about Tampa Bay with Victor Hedman's issues? Would Tampa Bay be a team that would be interested in Carlson? And that was a light up moment for me. I said yes.
At some point with Carlson,
I think they would. Yeah.
I mean, his contract's going to run out. What do they do?
Right.
Do they use him as ammunition to get something in return, or do they wait? What do they do?
You'll never sell higher than right now on Erik Karlsson.
His best season since he was acquired, maybe best season in his last 6 years.
But then you're also getting rid of a guy who I thought was their best player last season.
But
actually,
if you're trying to acquire younger, that's the kind of people
I know.
You have to look at a team that needs somebody like that.
Right. But you're also very much compromising your own chances if you trade Karlsson. And that leads us back to the theme of this opening, which is I think the Hoffmans at some point are going to have to either be very patient people or order Kyle Dubas to go for it now in a big way. And this is the conundrum for the Penguins all the time now is what are we? Where are we?
When you're walking
what
that
are
line,
we doing?
Are we one way or the other?
We trying to win? We rebuilding? We doing both? What are we doing here?
They tried to rebuild and they won last year.
Well, but they never made it out of the first round, though, and they won with old guys.
Yeah, nobody expected them to actually go to the playoffs last year. That's why it's not as perfect of a science as you try to make it to be.
He was great.
Screwed it up.
Dubas was great last year. Yeah. Everything he touched turned to gold, but the problem is it wasn't a young team on the rise. It wasn't the Penguins of 05, 06 losing in the first round and everybody's saying, wait till you see this team next year. Well, when we see this team this year, it's going to be a year older. All their best players were already old.
That's what a lot of people said about the Flyers this past year. Go to the playoffs, get some experience, Martone and that young team, build for next year.
I'd feel better about being them right now, too, Bob.
Well, they have a lot of talent, but they've earned it. They've had to go out and lose a lot, and they did, and they drafted wisely. That's the other thing, draft wisely. If you could figure out guys who, in every draft, one or two of them who come up and contribute in some way, do they need superstars? How many do you need? Some teams don't have that many and still win.
Right.
If you have a superstar goalie, and I think we believe they do, in Sergei Murashov, that can make a big difference in how they either elevate their game.
But that still has to happen.
I know. But we're talking about hypotheticals with all these guys. What is Will Horkoff? What is Bill Zonin? They look good. They had great years. Ben Kindle had a terrific first year as an 18-year-old.
I know all of them are not Lemieux, Yager, or Crosby, or Malkin.
How lucky have we been to have those guys?
I know.
How many cities can actually say that?
Right.
I wouldn't go around thinking you're going to replace any of those guys. What you have to find are guys who can contribute as a team and win that way.
That sounds depressing, Bob.
Well, because we're used to all high-end,
Yeah, because we've had it since 1984.
Do you expect that to continue?
I don't know. The only way to have given yourself a great chance to do that would have been to sink to the bottom of the league. And that didn't happen.
I don't think it ever could have happened with Crosby, Malkin, and Letang and Carlson on your roster.
Right.
Because
They never chose to sink to the bottom, try to sink to the bottom of the league.
They're coming up on expirations of contracts with some of these guys.
Right.
That's a bigger question to me than how long Sidney plays. Because he'll play as...
Which guys?
Rust, Carlson, Letang.
Raquel. Yeah.
They got to figure out something to do with those guys.
I'm curious. That's why I'm curious to hear the Hoffman family singers today, Bob. I'm very curious to hear what they have to say.
Barbershop Quartet.
And I'm very curious as to sort of what their personalities are like, what the personality of this ownership group is going to be. There's always a theme. There's always sort of an MO for an ownership group, right, Bob? For the Rooneys, it's been patience and staying the course.
Stability.
Yes, stability. For the Nuttings, for better or worse, it's been keeping a very low profile and trying to win on a shoestring budget. For FSG, it was sort of being emotionally removed from the situation, but also funding to the max. And like we all talked about yesterday, I think they left this place better than they found it. I do. For Mario and Burkle, it was sort of the best of both worlds. You had Mario Lemieux as your owner, and you had the money behind all that with Burkle. That was the best of both worlds, right?
Sure. Now you have
what do we have here, I wonder?
Well, we don't know until we see it.
We'll start finding out today.
In doing a little research on the group, they're interested in making things big, whatever they own. It doesn't matter. They're going to make it better. Their attempt, and that's different in sports because you can't always control this. It's not just put more money in, expect results. You can do that, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee results. So it's a combination of everything, and that's why I believe they think that Kyle Dubas will be still the man in charge, and they're going to believe what they hear from him.
Your thoughts on all of this at 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Is this a big deal for you today? As a new ownership group introduces itself in a town where, yes, the Penguins have had a fair amount of owners, but really, I mean, when you look across all of modern sports history here, there haven't been a ton of ownership groups. We got a new one now. Your thoughts on what you want from a team owner in sports and where the Penguins are. What are the Hoffmans walking into here? It's this never-ending riddle with the Penguins. Do you rebuild first? Do you contend and then rebuild again? Did they even rebuild this time? Do they squeeze the most out of the end of the Sid era? If you're the new owners, do you dare broach the subject of would the best thing for this franchise be to trade Sidney Crosby if he wanted that and really kickstart a rebuild? Do you privately have those conversations? Is that off limits? What do you think about that one, Bob?
Again, that would strictly be Sidney Crosby's choice.
Yes.
I don't think...
Absolutely.
It depends on what now, I'm sure he was happy with how this team performed last year and some of the people who came up through it. And he's always been committed to this. I mean, look at what he's done with his salary every year. It's well below what it should be. And I think he really likes it around here. So it depends on, if he sees progress in what they're doing in this quasi rebuild or whatever you want to call it, then he'll be part of it.
Yeah, it seems pretty certain that he wants to be a Penguin forever, and that's great. And I also think that his greatest gift could be to offer himself up for a trade and then come back here and retire later. And I think fans would actually understand
and people have done that.
And perhaps even embrace that idea because of what he'd bring back to jumpstart this franchise. I don't know where they are right now, Bob.
No, I understand, but I still believe that they're going to go through this process of trying to be a contending team while these guys are around, and then still rebuild it slowly but surely so you have a team that can at least be competitive on a yearly basis. And then he may have to make a major move, whether it's, in the near future or down the road, that can bring in a bunch of people with talent. But the question is, what do you give up for it? And is it too soon to talk about guys who are veterans here and getting closer to the expiration of their contracts?
It can't be. At some point, you have to think about rust.
You have to make a decision on what you want, and that's going to be part of what they do.
You mentioned the Hurricanes. That's a team that hasn't been able to get over the top, but look at the seasons they've had, Bob. Go back to 21-22, 116 points, 113
But Aho
points.
and Svechnikov are their two best players, but they're not dynamic players to the point where they're always being talked about.
They're not generational stars, but they're really good.
You have to have some of that. And if Kindle and Horkoff and whoever else can be those kinds of players, you can surround them with people who make it, it's a 4-line game still. That's how Dan Muse wants to play it. And they've had success going with 4 lines. He's going to need people to fill out those 4 lines in time.
Yeah, Aho was a guy they drafted, in the second round all those
Where
years
was Seth
ago.
Jarvis? He's one of their better players, but I think he was a draft pick, and it wasn't.
Svechnikov was the second overall pick.
But he's not been, when you talk about guys who are second overall picks, your expectations would be higher than what you're getting from Svechnikov. Very good player, but he's not the kind of name that goes around the league.
Their MO.
This guy is, he's Matthews, he's McDavid. He's
right. No, he's not a generational guy by any means, but he's another really good player.
Well, that's what I mean.
That's
you
what
need
they've
really
built.
Good players.
Yeah, tons of them is what you need.
So that's how they've put together. They haven't done it with really good goaltending either. It's been up and down.
Seth
this year.
Jarvis was the 13th overall pick. They just have tons of really good players, and this year they finally found a way to get over the top. The Penguins don't have tons of really good young players.
Not yet.
Where are they coming from?
Again, you have to see how they progress through the system. I don't know if the guys we've mentioned are capable. They were drafted as first-round players. If they turn into Seth Jarvis, I'll take that.
I know. You just need more and more and more of them, that's all.
Or you go out and acquire some big game hunting guys, and you insert them and sign them to long-term deals. We saw Alex Tuck go to the Capitals yesterday. I didn't see that coming for a third-round pick. But they apparently in Buffalo, they couldn't get him to agree to a deal, so he goes to where the money was. And Washington did a sign and trade deal, 8 years, $84 million for Alex Tuck.
Right.
So there are ways to add to your roster, even if you don't have, draft picks who are knocking you down with, performance quickly. So we'll see. It's a puzzle. It is, and they're going to move right into this. But I believe they're here for the long run, and I believe that they're going to be successful. I don't know, how successful, how soon, but they'll be successful.
Yeah, and the other thing with Carolina is they've made great picks in the lower rounds. They've been great at drafting guys in the lower rounds and great at taking other people's sort of, guys on the downturn or reclamation type people and coaching them up and putting them in a system and having them thrive, right?
Yeah.
Keandre Miller is a great example.
He's a Ranger, and he ends up down there.
Yeah, he ends up with 34 more points than he had last year with the Rangers, is what he ends up with.
But he's not a superstar player. He came and fit in well and elevated his game as a result.
412-928-9370. There's a new ownership group being introduced today for the Penguins. What do you want from your owners in sports? What do you want from them? What do you want to hear from this group? And where are the Penguins right now? Maybe the person who I was talking to today was right. Nobody cares about this. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's just an afterthought, a non-story. I don't know. It seems pretty big to me.
It's not a big story until things happen and you see them starting to do what they do as an ownership group.
This is the first time we're ever going to hear their voices. The first time we're ever going to hear.
We haven't heard it yet.
And you better believe we're going to be referring back to this day depending on what they say.
You know what Carolina also did, and this is interesting because you can do this and then turn it into something better. I believe they acquired, who was it? Minka Rantanen, who's now from Colorado.
Yeah.
They gave up Marty Necas, who was a good player for them, and somebody else. Well, they signed Rantanen to a $100 million some deal in that range. Then it didn't fit. He was a star player for them. They got into the playoffs, did all right, but then they They trade him, and they get Logan Stamkovic. He was a good player for one of their better players. You can always figure out trades, and if they work right, you can get what you need, and Carolina did it that way, even though they thought Mika Rantanen was going to be one of their best players, and he signed that big contract, didn't work out. So they then moved on to a different
My fear is that the ceiling for the Penguins over these final years of the Sid era is Steeler-like, that it's going to be, a
lot of in the middle.
Yeah, that's where they are.
Playoff spot, yeah.
That's where they are.
Well, what will change that is if these guys they draft turn into players. And all we can do is watch them. There's nothing you can say. They all seem to have high-end potential. Will they reach it here or not?
412-928-9370. A couple names being brought up in trade discussion. We're going to get into that. Bob's going on a field trip today, so I hear. Bob, you're going to the Pirate game. You excited about this?
Hopefully they can take 2 out of 3 after a big win last night.
You're going to be sitting in your regular seats right behind home plate everybody loves to see you in?
No. Those are nice seats. You need to go down there.
Limits,
please invite us.
Are you jealous of Bob today?
I am. Yes.
What time are you leaving, Bob? 11?
Yes.
That's hurtful, isn't it, Limits?
Bob is going to the game with a very special guest.
Are we allowed to say who?
Andrew Filipponi.
Ah, yeah.
There are other special guests, very special guests.
You and Pony on a little field trip together, Bob. You should take a bus like we used to do in high school for our field trip.
I like to walk. From where I park,
from here to the stadium?
Yeah, it's easy to walk.
Are you walking from
No, I'm not going to do it, but
KDKA?
normally I do. It's an easy walk. It takes less time than driving from there.
Jared Barton's going to drop you off.
Are you and Pony going together, or are you going to meet there, Bob?
I think meeting there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Day drinking, or no?
I have to work all day, so no.
So definitely yes. You have to go into the office later?
Yes. Do the regular gig.
Do you have any questions for Bob about his field trip?
I have plenty, but I don't know if they should be aired out over the air.
Okay, we'll talk about them in the break then.
We'll do that. 928-9370, off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, and the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob, you have a message for the Pompulus.
I do, Joe, and it's about West Shore Home, and it's about taking pride in supporting local businesses, because that's one of the things that makes Pittsburgh special. Everyone wants to support those local businesses. And I'm here to tell you about one that has really been thriving, West Shore Home. Founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native, West Shore Home still has its headquarters right here in the state. They employ more than 70 local team members across Pittsburgh. And over the last 20 years, very impressive, they completed more than 25,000 projects for local homeowners and earned thousands of 5-star reviews along the way. Whether you're looking for a beautiful bathroom remodel, maybe replacement windows that will improve the comfort and energy efficiency of your home, you may be in the market for a new entry door. How about flooring in your home that gives your home a new, fresh look? West Shore Home makes that process easy from start to finish. And right now, with their 20th anniversary sale, you will save big on bath, window, door, flooring, whatever you need. Those projects, 20% off, 20 months of no payments and no interest. Plus, as a fan listener, you can unlock additional savings when you visit westshorehome.com/fan. It's westshorehome.com/fan, or call 1-800-WEST-SHORE, and they do answer on the weekends to get started. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details. Austin?
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bob, the Pirates put Spencer Horwitz on the 10-day injured list. He's dealing with a hamstring injury. The lineup has been announced for game 81 out of 162, halfway home in the 2026 MLB season. Mangum will lead it off and play in center. Brandon Lau is DHing today. Reynolds, again, in the lineup in left field, has played every game this year. Nick Gonzalez will do the cleanup hitting at third base, followed by O'Hearn at first. Valdez, Callahan, Triolo, Henry Davis catches Bubba Chandler today. 12:35 first pitch, listed on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, starting at 11:30. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
93.7 The Fan, The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
He's making food noises and he's eating ice cream at 7:30 in the morning.
Come on, Pony, try it. I won't let you leave with that. Just real quick. Num, num, num.
I'm not doing it.
Real quick.
If I do, will you donate $50? 20.
All right.
Num, 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 num. I can't believe you got it. He was all into you, like, num, num, num.
It was really the facial expression that did it.
I got tears.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
With Austin Reeves locking in with the Lakers, the natural inclination is to ask, what does this mean for LeBron? I'm focused instead on what it means for the Detroit Pistons, who were set to go big game hunting on Reeves, but instead cleared cap space last night with an Isaiah Stewart trade. Detroit is dead set on being more than just a regular season wonder next season, and there's another move coming as the dominoes fall on the NBA offseason. I'm Chris Madden.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Traveling to Paris to see the black and gold? Use TrueFan Travel. TrueFanTravel.com.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. This week we're in the beer garden at Kennywood, exploring some incredible food and beer pairings from around the world at Bites and Pints. You can start with some of the delicious flavors of Cuba, including grilled shrimp and a Cubano sandwich, paired with Cigar City High Life India Pale Ale. Or take a trip to Bavaria with Schweinbraten or a Bavarian pretzel, accompanied by a refreshing Hocker Pashur Weiss beer or Von Trapp Helles Lager. Next, Polish delights including pierogies and halushki, paired with Poland's favorite lager, Ziewicz. Then travel south of the border for the flavor of Mexico with tacos de carnitas or a Baja crab cake and a thirst-quenching Stone Buenaveza salt and lime lager. These and other international food and beer pairings can be enjoyed through the July 4th holiday at Pittsburgh's favorite amusement park, Kennywood. So join us for some Bites and Pints. Please enjoy responsibly. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We got a new ownership group in town. The Hoffman family getting introduced today. Very curious to see how they come off in their first day, Bob.
First impressions. Everybody talks about do you win the press conference or not?
Right.
I'm going to bet they're going to win the press conference.
Somebody like Roger Marino did not, as I recall. And then where are the Penguins? Where are they going? I'm surprised that there's not more response to this. Where's this franchise going right now? They have arrived at the end of an era, toward the end of an era, certainly. Most of the Penguins' best players are old. Carlson, Sid, Raquel, Rust, Gino. It's not a great situation to be walking into for winning's sake as a new owner. It's just not.
I thought when Fenway Sports Group walked in, it was sort of similar. They knew they were coming into the end. I don't know how long the end would be.
Right.
So they had that hanging over them, and they've walked this line. And I would imagine they're going to continue to walk the line until, these guys decide that it's over with their careers. Some of them will be sooner than others. Sidney Crosby will probably be on his own timeline. But I wonder about some of the guys like Rust and Raquel, if they could be used as, bargaining chips and making deals. There are teams that are close to winning. We saw that last year in the Stanley Cup playoffs that need a piece or two. They may be willing to do some business with the Penguins. So I think that's all on Dubas this offseason, what he does. He had a great year last year. You had a guy like Chinakhov who could be around here for 10 years. That's a good move. He needs to make moves like that. Good moves. It doesn't have to be.
And let's hope Chinakhov is a player that continues sort of on the rise, right?
Well, you would hope so.
You would hope so. It didn't go well in Columbus, and it didn't go well in the playoffs. I'm optimistic about him.
Right.
But I need to see more than what we saw.
You want to see consistent what we saw in the regular season when he got here. And if that's the case, then he is a top 6 player, and he could be a good one for them.
Let's go to the phone lines, Limitless Wonder.
All right, let's do it. Let's start with Jim in Monaco to chime in on the ownership group.
What's up, Jim?
Hey, Jim.
Good morning, guys. First-time caller to your program. Thanks for taking the call.
Appreciate it.
Starkey, you asked, what do you want to see in an ownership? And, there's two wildly extremes. I put like Jerry Jones in that far right extreme of constantly having to have his fingerprints on everything that. Yeah, and I don't want that. And I also don't want, a Bob Nutting that sits back there and kind of just counts checks and, is pretty 99% hands off. What I'd like to see is something in the middle. And one of those guys that I thought really worked well as an ownership piece was, in fact, the great one, Mario Lemieux. I thought he got involved exactly when he needed to be. And I thought that he was mostly hands off and let the people he put in positions of decision to make decisions and do good for the team. And I think like the old adage says, when you got too many cooks in the kitchen, nothing gets done. So hopefully there's a balance there. I like everything down the middle.
Yeah, I think that's what you're going to see. They're going to be more visible than the Fenway Sports Group.
Don't you care more about how the team is funded?
Well, that's a different question that he didn't answer yet. So you can answer that.
I do. I think, Bob, I think you mentioned it. You're asked as an owner basically to be the investor and be that financial catalyst to allow a team to chase for a championship. And the one thing I hope the Hoffmans are very dedicated to is having a passion in the sport of which they purchased a franchise in, and they're hungry, to get a trophy. So that's my take.
Yeah, and all they can do is invest in it and supply the GM and his staff with what they need to try to be successful at this point. What else can they do, Joe?
Right now, nothing.
That's
and I think that FSG provided the Penguins with the right guy to run the organization.
Yeah,
I
was
think.
one of their,
I mean, his best moves, he stockpiled picks for the future, and he made a lot of great moves last season, but they were the kinds that sort of led them to a nice one-year surprise run. The Tony Manthas of the world, Bob. Maybe Chinakhov was a guy who will be around for a long time and be one of the franchise sort of building blocks. We'll see, but more of that, you know what I mean? Kyle Dubas still has a mixed record as Penguins GM. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. I mean, one of the reasons why he's no longer in Toronto is because of that. They couldn't solve goaltending issues. You know, they did make some big signings. So, I mean, he has to, this is another year. It's a clean slate in a way. He has to go out and say, okay, this is the team I now have. How do I make it better? What do I have to do to make it better? And we'll find out what his answer is, not only with the draft, but I think more importantly, what he does as far as trades. He's going to make trades in this several months, maybe starting with this weekend.
Maybe this weekend.
There have already been a few trades, and I didn't expect that many before. Now, we may see, during the first round, oftentimes that happens. And if they're going to be a player or not that way, they can go out. Joe, I looked at the free agent market. There's not much out there.
Well, that's why they're expecting the trade market to go crazy.
And that's why people are doing it. If you wanted Alex Tuck, you had to make a deal. If you want somebody, you're going to have to make a deal to get him. So the question is, how much would they want for what player they're looking for?
Next.
Here's Vincent in Sewickley to chime in.
Hello, Vincent.
Vinny.
Hey, what's up, guys?
We're waiting for you.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, there's a couple things. First of all, it's not even just Lemieux. They got Ronnie Francis back, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I do like
a guy
that.
like that. He's been through a lot in Seattle, and he's a smart man. Anytime you can add that kind of person to your organization, that's a win.
Yeah, and I think Dubas has definitely had mixed reviews. I mean, I really didn't like the Kulak trade. I actually kind of hope we re-sign him. He's UFA right now. But, if we're going to make a move for someone like Robertson, we got to give some up. I actually think Chinakhov might be the piece to get him, honestly.
Well, it's going to have to take a lot more than him.
Him or Kindle plus a pick, I would think.
Well, yeah.
Your first round pick, namely. Yeah.
Yeah, but both of them plus a pick.
You think both of them, Bob?
Yeah,
Robertson's a 40-goal scorer who has close to 100 points every year. He's young. He's got a lot to offer.
Yeah.
Do you see those other two guys are going to be good players, but they won't reach the level of that kind of numbers?
Yeah. Kindle's got a high floor, but I don't see him getting even 80 points would be kind of a lot for him. But there's another thing that I don't think anyone's noticed. His brother, Nick, in Toronto is also RFA right now. So maybe Dubas could get both the Robertsons in town. That would be huge.
That'll take a lot of wheeling and dealing.
What did he say, Bob? I blacked out there.
He was talking. Well, go ahead.
Well, Nick Robertson's Jason's brother, and he's not as good as Jason whatsoever, but he's in Toronto, and Kyle probably knows him a little bit. So if we could get both, I mean, he's not going to be as expensive as Jason is, but why not try to get both of them? I mean, we need the wingers.
There's been chatter about Austin Matthews, and I just don't understand it because they brought in Gavin McKenna. Why would you deal away from Austin Matthews? I don't know where this speculation comes from.
I mean, it comes from Americans leaving Canada in droves in the NHL right now.
Okay, maybe he wouldn't want that, but if you're them, why would you want to do that?
I wouldn't.
There's a couple different reasons, but the main thing is he's only signed for 2 more years. So if he's not going to re-sign there, it's kind of similar to what they did with, I guess Tuck now, but there's other players that they've traded before their contracts came up.
Are you a lifelong Penguin fan?
Yes, sir.
Do you feel good about where the franchise is right now? Do you like the trajectory right now?
See, the thing is I like the boys. I like Sid, Gino. I mean, Letang's fallen off a little bit, but I still like what we have and what they've done and what they are capable of doing. I mean, goaltending's been the Achilles heel for a while now. They should have never paid Vegas to take Fleury. They should have never done that. He took them to the Cup final that year. But,
that's hindsight. I don't think anyone had a problem with that when it happened. I know some people who did, but generally speaking, it made logical sense to keep a 23-year-old.
Yeah, but you know who was really upset about it was Sid. He saved his freaking seat on the plane for like 3 years. Like, you got to take that into account. That was Sullivan, too, though. Sullivan.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about right now? Them getting rid of Fleury?
To the Vegas draft, yeah.
I mean, Matt Murray won 2 Stanley Cups. There was like one person in the whole town who thought they were making the wrong move then. You knew that was going to happen with Matt Murray?
Well, I'm not saying I knew he was going to fall off a cliff, but I definitely would have rather kept Fleury. He's the established guy, Hall of Fame guy.
But older.
He's Sid's, like, best friend.
I don't care who's...
Goaltenders can take a, like, you know, they can play older. Like, Dwayne Rollison took the Lightning to, like, the Eastern Conference or Cup final one year. He was, like, 42.
I know, but Murray had just won consecutive Stanley Cups as a rookie.
Yeah, it's actually bad timing for that draft, too. I mean, you don't often have an expansion draft come in the middle of all the success they're having, and then they had to make decisions.
So. All right. Bob's going on a field trip now. Bob, we're sad to see you go. I hope you have fun at the Pirate game.
I love sitting here talking with you guys all for the next 3 hours.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page and the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Bob, rain this evening and a high of 82. John Stallworth, low of 66. You know who.
What a day for that to happen for the low temperature. Maybe that's something that's going to lead to something else. Who knows?
Perhaps it will. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. So Bob is off to the Pirate game. Shall we do our Pirate halfway report? Oh, Limitless Wonder?
I think we should, Joe. Yes, we definitely should. There is a lot to talk about.
The Pirates sitting here.
You guys are on track for your win totals? Because I had 85,
a little low.
I think.
I had 86.
Yeah, you and I both had 85, Bob.
So they're a little bit behind that. They have to get pace. And I don't even know if that's going to be good enough this year.
I feel like with Griffin and Cruz, they'd be 3 games better. Do you agree with that?
And with a bullpen that didn't blow saves, they'd be 5 games better or more.
Right. So, Limits, let me figure something out here. They've played how many games? 80?
80 games.
81 is today. So, yes, they've played 80 games. They're 40 and 40.
Well, guess what? If they were a mere 3 games better, guess what they'd be on pace to win?
88 games.
89.
Wrong. 87, just like the savvy old Newshound predicted.
The savvy old Newshound had 86 ones.
Same thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah, but those blown saves,
I know.
You can't have that many.
Can we agree on this? The Pirates should be better right now than what their record is. Pony argued yesterday that that's the manager's fault, that they're not. Mostly the manager's fault. Do we all agree or no?
No.
I think a lot of it's on the general manager for not acquiring better bullpen help. A lot of it's on the manager too, but the general manager isn't, free of any blame in this either.
That's not the topic. How much is the manager responsible for this?
He's responsible for some.
Some of the pitching moves, certainly. I mean, anytime you're in that position, you're going to be criticized one way or the other for making them. I just want to see guys go longer in the games to take less stress off your bullpen. And if that happens, I think they would be better. But in the meantime, their shortcomings are bullpen related mostly. They may need another starter along the way, but teams have injuries. I hear that a lot. People say, well, look, Cruz and Griffin are okay. Milwaukee lost some big players, including Jackson Churio.
You're right.
And here they are.
And Yelich. And they haven't even seen Quinn Priester yet.
And Priester's out, and he was a big winner for them last year. So the excuse part of injuries, I mean, that happens to every team at some point of the season. You just got to deal with it. But there's still a lot of time left, and they can make a run. They're only 3 out of a wild card spot, I think. But they have 4 teams to hurdle. That's the difficult thing. You're going to be all these series are going to take on even greater importance as they go along.
There's a lot of baseball left. I think Don Kelly has come off as an average manager. I think he's probably cost them a win or two. I'm not going to sit here and say he stinks right now. I mean, he's basically been a 500 guy since he got here. If you would have told me that Cruz and Griffin would be out, we're going on a significant period of time now, and that they were still at the halfway point, maybe have a winning record at 41-40, I think I might have signed up for that. Obviously, it's a very unique situation in baseball because your coach, your manager, is doing this for 162 games And a lot of it is paint by numbers. It's decisions you or I could make or not make. Do you pinch hit here? Do you pull this guy from the game there? A lot of it is just that. And there's going to be complaints on a nightly basis when they lose. Keller the other night was a perfect example.
You know, the thing is, if you look around baseball, even the teams that they're chasing, they're within reach.
Yes.
All they need is something they haven't provided yet this year. A good 7-game win streak. Something that jumps them over a bunch of teams. I still think they can do that, but they have to show it. You know, the Cubs, everyone thought, and I was leading the charge here, I thought they'd win this division this year, but they're only 43-37. That's 3 games difference than the Pirates at this juncture, halfway through.
And their pitching, their rotation has been ravaged. I think Council's doing a great job.
Their hitting right now is taking over for sure.
How much does a manager have to do with winning and losing in baseball, by the way?
I think more
Less or more than other coaches?
I think there are more games, I'd say more.
I'd say profoundly less than the NFL.
How many out of 162 can a manager win or lose? Is it 5?
I think it's more than that. I think it's more like 8 or 9.
Really?
And I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but yeah, I really do. With bullpen decisions, when do you pinch hit somebody, lineup construction.
So much of the bullpen decisions, though, are based on numbers anyway.
Right, but sometimes you have to be able to just trust how guys are already pitching and trust your gut and, you know, play matchups and not be diving in the numbers too much so that you have paralysis by analysis. At least that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I guess so.
When to have somebody steal a base. When to bunt in a situation. A lot of that is a manager's call.
Yeah, I will say that, Bob. They have been bad in extra innings for the most part, have they not? And I think a lot of that comes down to strategy.
Yeah, there was a situation the other day where they had like first and second. I don't know why teams don't want to bunt in those situations. I forget the score of the game at the time, but I think it was Nick Gonzalez up, who hasn't bunted in a long time. You know, every now and then a play like that is significant in trying to win games. Just add a run when, in fact, they get nothing out of it.
I don't think they're in a terrible position, though.
No, as I said, they're only 3 games removed from the Cubs, who are in the playoffs right now.
Right.
So they have many games against these teams, 10 against Milwaukee, I think 9 or 8 against the Cubs. It's going to come down. That's why this weekend is so important. Cincinnati is one of the teams trailing the Pirates.
Today feels like an important game for perception's sake. You know what I mean? It's like the old 500 thing with Pirates seasons. Did they finish above or below? You get to the break above 500, having lost Griffin and Cruz. That's not a terrible thing, I don't think.
And more importantly for them, if they go through the next 2 weeks before this All-Star break and they stay where they are or improve slightly, that's a good thing for them. They're going to, do away with, they got Philadelphia, they got Washington. Who else do they have in this stretch coming up?
I think they play
Atlanta.
the Brewers, too.
Atlanta and the Brewers.
Yeah, Atlanta comes to town.
All those series are hugely important as they go into the break.
Yes, they are.
And if they can do well there, all of a sudden it changes.
They should be better than what their record is. That much I agree with. However,
and a lot of that is self-inflicted.
If I'm placing blame as to why they're not, it's Ben Cherington first, players second, and Don Kelly third. That's where I stand. How about you, Bob?
I always believe roster composition is number one when you're looking at a baseball team. What have they done?
It ain't his fault that Dennis Santana stinks this year. And if Santana was good, they'd be 3 games ahead of where they are.
Even modestly take 17 blown saves down to 13. That's 4 games.
Right.
They'd be ahead of the Cubs, knocking on a door to second place, closer to first place. So
there have been some nights when we can argue all we want about Don Kelly's use of the bullpen. He simply didn't have options. Or he did things that made rational sense, but they didn't work out because of player malfunction.
Can I point out one thing? I know it's way, way far down the road, but I think it's fascinating.
Yes.
Like, let's say they are 2 or 3 games above 500, or maybe it's 2 games right around the beginning of September. These are the teams that they play in September. Giants, Angels, White Sox, we'll see where they are, Cubs, Brewers, Royals, very much struggling Tigers, and the Cardinals. Like, their September schedule is... pretty good. The Giants are terrible. The Angels
with
suck.
Teams that you thought they would beat, like Colorado this past.
But mostly they've been
Royals,
really good against
Tigers.
bad teams and really bad against good teams.
But those teams are all struggling, and those teams may be worse off because they're going to trade some of their players. So you're right. That's where you got to keep this close over the next 2 weeks.
You got to keep it close over the next 2 months.
If you fall 8 games back of the Wild, or something.
You got to stay around right there at 500 or a little above.
Totally agree.
I don't think that's a bad spot to be in when you get Griffin, Cruz, and hopefully additions to this roster within the next month here. I think it could be a pretty good team in August and September.
I agree. And that's all we want, isn't it? Competitive baseball till the end and trying to get in. And just imagine if they do get in. That's going to be unbelievable atmosphere in a 3-game series. And hopefully it'd be one that they'd host.
I think the vibe is that Don Kelly is in way over his head and stinks as a manager. And I absolutely disagree with that. You guys?
I just think it's too early to say that right now. It was really his first time doing this. Is he an upgrade from what they've had? Yes, but they went out and spent some money to make it easier for him.
Was there a question there?
Was the bar that high, Bob?
No, the bar wasn't that high. So, I mean...
We love Shelty as a guy, but was the bar that high?
We tend to make
who
these
would have won with
judgments.
Shelty's players?
We tend to make these judgments.
Nobody in history.
As the season... And it's you just got to keep reminding yourself how long the season is. Again, they were one 7-game win streak away from changing everything.
It's really not about comparing him to Shelton. It's not. Because it's two completely different situations. This guy has an actual baseball team. Shelton never did.
I agree with that, too. He never had the kind of offensive wherewithal this team has. And because of it, guys like Cruz and Reynolds have gotten better at the plate because they have a lineup that offers some protection for them.
I think the bottom line for me is there's a lot of overreacting when it comes to managers in baseball. And I think by and large, they are at the mercy of the talent on hand. Joe Torre, the greatest example of all time. He was a joke when he managed the Cardinals and Braves and became a Hall of Famer when he went to the Yankees. Why did that happen, Bob? Did he suddenly get smart?
No, he had a pretty good
No, he suddenly got Derek Jeter and Mariano Rivera, and the list goes on for an hour.
Yep. It does have to do with what the players you're dealing with, and I think you're hamstrung.
So guess what else would happen?
You can criticize the bullpen all you want, but what would you do if you had the same situations to make? If you know Santana's not capable.
If there's no good choices, what's he supposed to do? And I'm not saying I agree with everything he does. Right. But if there's no good choices on a lot of nights, what the hell are you supposed to do? Here's another thing. If Shelty or Don Kelly went to go manage the Dodgers, there would be stories about them every single day about, wow, where'd this guy come from? What a great manager.
Well, Davey Roberts has been in a situation where he has the best roster every single year. You know?
And they kind of want to fire him at certain points if they don't win the World Series. Those rumors have been floated out there.
The problem comes when you have a really good team and your team stinks, and I don't think the Pirates stink right now. I think they're average. I think they've had some injuries, and I think they should have more wins than they do, and that has a lot to do with I'll blame Cherington, yes, but it has a lot to do with player malfunction. Who thought Dennis Santana would stink this year? I didn't.
Not this poor one, no.
I didn't think that.
I didn't think Mattson would have to go to the minors. I thought Lawrence was okay, not great. They got rid of him. They brought up a bunch of... He's trying. They're trying to figure out. They haven't acquired anyone. That's what Cherington needs to do next. He needs to go out and get somebody else, a veteran, some guy who's had success in that bullpen.
Yeah.
Well, they kind of pulled the wool over our eyes, too, because the guys like Johan Ramirez and Justin Lawrence, who were having good, Septembers, we weren't watching as much because it was the start of the Steelers season, and they were out of the race. So they thought, we could just bring these guys back. They're cheap. They're controllable. They showed some success in September when the games were not nearly as meaningful for them, and it backfired.
All right, Bob, we'll let you go. We took you over time.
Did you like that analogy, Bob? The wool over their eyes?
I mean, you had to look at what they did and say, okay, we add Gregory Soto to this mix. They should be better.
I heard that in a TV show yesterday.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
And have fun today. Can you get us
Enjoy
a souvenir?
the game, Bob.
I hope you catch a foul ball.
Could you get me a ball?
Bring a ball
If
back
I catch
to us.
A ball, I'll give it to you, Austin.
Thank you.
Joe's had some.
Let's continue. I have had.
You've had.
Let's continue this conversation limits. I think all of us agree, and it's in the stat, really, the run differential. The Pirates are plus 23. They should have a winning record. The eye test tells you that as well. Who's to blame for why they don't as we hit the halfway point? Put it in order. I mean, it could only be, I guess you could go owner first, but it could only be GM, manager, players in some kind of order. Pick your order. And how would you rate Don Kelly so far as a manager? I think there's been mass overreaction negative to Kelly. Just massive overreaction.
And the Hoffman family, all three of them are up there right now. Jeff, Greg, and of course David. They're addressing the media over at PPG Paints Arena.
Successful family right there.
Holy ostrich follicles, Bob. Look at that. 2 of them are bald. Mulsey's going to relate to this, right?
You're no longer that way. So you have successful follicles developing, right?
Yes, I do.
Eyes.
I'll be talking about that later.
We'll hear from the Hoffmans coming up.
Just think, we're going to be, this is going to be this ownership group, I would imagine, for many, many, many years. I've never seen these people before. It's our first glimpse of people who will become part of our sports landscape for a long time, Bob.
Hopefully a very long time.
Yeah. I could be dead by the time they're done. It's depressing, isn't it, Bob?
If you think that way, yes, it is depressing.
Don't think that
Go
way.
the other way.
Have fun today, Bob.
Have fun, Bob.
See you guys.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The newest owners of the Pittsburgh Penguins, the Hoffman family of companies, currently speaking right now at PPG Paints Arena. Jeff Hoffman, Greg Hoffman, David Hoffman, the new owners after they were granted permission by the NHL on Tuesday to formally purchase the Penguins from Fenway Sports Group. And now an introductory news conference to get to know the newest faces of Pittsburgh ownership. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors, and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Pittsburgh, the World Cup is here. Join the Riverhounds for free World Cup watch parties featuring live match action, games, prizes, food, and drink specials. Plus, every check-in earns another chance to win $25,000 in the Boot for Loot contest. RSVP now at riverhounds.com/watch party.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Team USA's final World Cup game in the group stage is tonight as they will play against Turkey at 10 o'clock. That game is being played in Los Angeles as they've already clinched the group and a spot in the round of 32. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And now it's Julio Rodriguez who hits a one-hop smash past the shortstop Triolo into left. And it's 1-0 Mariners. In the fourth, a 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. Line drive right field, base hit. That'll do. That'll give the Pirates the lead. Endy Rodriguez into second base. Ball bounces past Raley. He's into second with a double. Endy gives the Pirates a 2-1 lead in the fourth. Cement part at the very bottom of the fence, and I don't think Endy saw it. There's a line drive right center field, base hit for Callahan. That's headed to the wall. Callahan into second base. He's headed to third, and he'll be there. Head first dive. Triple. Here's the stretch by Wu. The 1-1. Line drive, base hit into left field past the drawn-in shortstop. Mangum Mayhem makes it 4-1 Pirates in the fourth inning. And all of a sudden, they're whacking Wu around. Here's the pitch. And a high fly ball to center field, hit deep. Julio Rodriguez back to the wall. It's off the top of the wall. Esperlin Valdez. It's a long single for the rookie to bring home Mangum. It's 5-1 Pirates in the fourth. Here's the 0-1. Line drive, base hit into right field. This will score at least two. Lau in, Reynolds in. Gonzalez held at third. Double O'Hearn. Pirates lead it 7-1. The pitch is a ground ball, base hit into right field. Gonzalez scores. O'Hearn held it third, and it is 8-1 Pittsburgh. Nobody out. The batter, Tyler Callahan. RBI triple in the fourth. First and third. And a fly ball left field will be deep enough to give the Pirates another run. Arozarena will make the catch. O'Hearn will tag and score. Sac fly, Callahan, 9-1 Pirates. The 2-0. Rips this to right center field. And trying to chase it down in center, Rodriguez. He will, but Brian Reynolds into second base with an RBI double to give the Pirates a 10-1 lead. The pitch. Launches this to right center field. And that's going to get down and get past Raley. O'Hearn into second with another double. Another run. Pirates lead 11-1. 2-2, 2 outs, 2 on. The pitch. Swing and a miss, struck him out, raised the Jolly Roger. The Bucks even the series. Braxton Ashcraft gets the win. The save to Majinski. The bats bust out tonight.
An eventful night at PNC Park last night as the Buccos beat the Mariners. They lost 3-2 on Tuesday, but they beat Seattle 11-1. The offense comes to life. Doesn't it just feel like either the Pirates win a game and score 8 or 9 runs and just dominate their opponent and have a margin of victory of 9 runs or 10 runs like they did last night, or they just lose some heartbreaking game in devastating fashion by 1 run or 2 runs, whether it's the bullpen blowing it or Cole Young, Pittsburgh's own 2 days ago, channeling his inner J.J. Weatherholt or channeling his inner Matt Adams, remember him, who played at Slippery Rock, or Jed Jerko from West Virginia, or his inner Ian Happ, whose on-base streak against the Pirates at PNC Park has reached like 50 games in a row. It's just utterly insane how dominant he is against the Pirates. They win it last night, 11-1. Day game in about an hour and a half against the Mariners with Bubba Chandler on the mound as they look to move to 41-40. Today, the 81 game mark, halfway home out of 162, and Joe has now returned with a very concerned look on his face. Are you okay, Joe?
Yes, I had a little car emergency.
Why were you driving your car in the break?
None of your business, Limits.
Okay. I was concerned. I was in the hallway talking to you and Colin Dunlap, and then you disappeared after I told you we were back in 30 seconds.
Yeah, we had an interesting conversation about who is Don Kelly's veteran mentor, or not mentor, veteran advisor. Don't you need an old, didn't he have Gene Lamont last year? Who's that guy this year?
I don't think he has one.
Maybe he could use one.
He could, yeah. I mean, somebody to bounce ideas off of, somebody that's been around the block for a long time. I feel like Shelton bounced a lot of things off of Don Kelly. Is Negron, the bench coach, somebody who does he have enough experience in the game and is somebody that Kelly can trust 100% to make decisions if he's unsure of something? I don't know.
Well, the question stands that we left with. I don't know if anybody's responded yet, but I'm sure they will. The Pirates sit here at 40-40. Okay? I think we all agree that they should be better than that, based on the run differential, based on the eye test, based on the games we've watched that they've blown. How much better should they be? Why don't we establish that first? Listen, it's Major League Baseball. You're going to blow leads. You're going to have games you think you should win that you don't. We all know that. It's not going to happen all the time. So I think they should be about 3 games better, which would put them 6 games over at 43-37, which would be on pace to win 87 games. That's the team that I think they are anyway, without additions, is about an 86, 87 win team. That's what they should be. Do you agree with that, Limits? They should be about 3 games better?
I do, and with a better bullpen, I think they'd be maybe 5 games better. If you stayed healthy, and I know all teams deal with injuries, but health and a bullpen that's even just average, not as below average and poor as this bullpen has been, and yes, they'd be, I think, 5 games over. They'd be the number 1 wild card right now, or the number 2 wild card spot.
All right. So why aren't they? That's the question of the day. Place them in order. You want to include the team owner? I'm just going to go with the GM, the manager, and the players right now, though. So let's not include Nutting in this particular conversation. It's implied that if you blame Cherington, you are blaming Nutting. So why has this Pirates team underachieved by 3 to 5 games? The reasons are 1, 2, 3. GM, manager, players. How would you order them? I may start to go with players first. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's first on the players, second on the GM, and last on the manager, who again has been average, just like his team. I just think that managers, coaches, head coaches, if you will, in that sport, it's sort of the lowest common denominator to be yelling and screaming. I happen to see some of the YouTube comments. He sucks. Kelly sucks. Get him out of here. Fire him. Amateur, things like that. I just think people way overreact for some reason when it comes to baseball managers. I think they do. And I think they're overreacting with Kelly. Obviously, I don't agree with everything he's done. I didn't like that he played Billy Cook the other night because I guess his family was at the game. I didn't like that he pinch hit for his best offensive player for a lot of this season, Brandon Lau, with a minor leaguer twice. Worked once, didn't work the other time. I don't care. And I don't like some of the moves he's made, either taking starters out too early or any number of bullpen decisions, but those happen every night across baseball. They do. It can be very difficult to judge a manager because we don't know who's putting his lineups together. I still haven't received an adequate answer from anybody who covers the team, and I'm not blaming them. I don't think they really know either. How much of his lineup construction is his, and how much is it Cherington's through the analytics people? I don't know. There have been some lineups I don't like. Some of the so-called Sunday lineups have appeared on other days. But I think with Kelly, by and large, he's not the reason that they've underachieved so far this season. I think some of that goes on Cherington. More of it goes on Cherington, I should say. But I think it's mostly on the actual players. And yeah, there have been injuries. Everybody has injuries. They still should be better than they are. Period. Just look at the Brewers. The Brewers have lost players that are at least as good as the ones the Pirates have lost. And they're 20 games over 500. So you can't blame injuries. Dennis Santana stinks. A lot of the other people that have rolled through that bullpen have been horrible. The offense has been very good by and large, but who are you blaming for Ozuna? Are you blaming Cherington or are you blaming Ozuna? You know what I mean? Ozuna's actually hit this month and he doesn't play.
Yeah,
Do we blame Kelly for him not playing, or do we blame Cherington for him not playing?
See, if this was 10 years ago, I feel like we'd be blaming Don Kelly more, just because the general manager now, I think, has so much more power than years ago. And I know Don Kelly says, I'm the one that fills out the lineup card. I'm the one that makes those decisions. He had like an impassioned speech about that a couple of weeks ago that I recall. I wonder if it is truly him or if it's Cherington deciding not to play Marcell Ozuna. I do think it's Kelly, and maybe it's just an outlier from what I was just trying to explain, because you would think the general manager would want the $12 million a year guy in the lineup on a more consistent basis because that was his investment. But I think it's been Kelly's decision, and he wants to go with, maybe it is some of the utility guys that he's trying to give an opportunity to, like he was as a player, if it's Triolo or Callahan, instead of giving Ozuna a more extended run.
Let's talk about it. Give us your culprits in order then, Limits. I'm going players first, GM second, manager third, why they've underachieved. I think it's actually inarguable that they've underachieved. We've all watched their season. We sit there watching them winning games, sometimes with big leads and blowing them late.
Yeah, or even the game on Tuesday, which was so frustrating, where Keller's spinning the ball well, 6 innings of just 1 run, then he gives up a 2-run home run to another kid that's local to Pittsburgh that ends up winning a game for Seattle, and how frustrating that is. I have general manager 1. I have players 2 and Don Kelly 3. And they're all very close and can be interchangeable depending on what day it is and depending on what week it is. Because I think the general manager should have known better for what this bullpen was going to be. And I never liked the Ozuna signing. Like, I thought it was okay, but I was never like pounding the table all in favor of it and happy for it. There were some other reasons why, partly due to McCutchen, but I never was that bought into the Ozuna signing. But the bullpen in and of itself, and not acquiring a lefty, which Cherington has done every single year that he has been the GM of this team, not doing that, whether it was a Robbie Ray or just signing a Jose Quintana, who I know is hurt, but I blame Cherington first for that. I blame the players second because I feel like I knew what the bullpen was going to be. Like, I know that a lot of people in spring training were trying to say, oh, this bullpen, they're going to be fine. They're going to be just dandy. No, I think I was the only one really sounding alarm bells. Look at all the guys that have been DFA'd. Look at all the unproven guys. Where's your veteran? And then lastly, Don Kelly, and I still think that a manager accounts for 8 or 9 games a year, like win-losses. I don't think he's been great.
That's a lot of games limits.
I do.
8 or 9 games a year for a manager?
That's why I want to move him into second and interchange it with the players, but it's kind of like a 2A, 2B situation with the manager and the players for me.
You know, Pony put his twist on it yesterday. He asked, is Don Kelly a good manager? I'm all ears. You tell me why. I'm going to put my twist on that today. If you think Don Kelly is a bad manager, I want to hear reasons why. Why you think he's so bad, so awful, that you're either screaming at me or on social media or calling for change already or freaking out over Don Kelly so far. Give me reasons. But mostly I want you to place in order, if you agree that they've underachieved so far, and they clearly have. I mean, they clearly have. We've watched all the games. They should have won more games. 412-928-9370. And we're going to hit the halfway point here. I'm also engaged in a texting conversation with Matt Clement, as I often am, during the show. Limits, we ready to go here?
Let's start with Storm Tracker Dave in Hermitage.
Storm Tracker Dave, why do they call you that?
You know, it's been a storm chasing career for probably about 20 years since I got out of college. So.
What?
I've been a storm chaser since I got out of college back in 2002.
So you drive and run to the eye of the storm, Dave?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I'm a firefighter, too, so I also appreciate what you guys did for firefighters. That's fantastic. I want to put that out there.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Let's not bury the lead here, Limits. Tell us about the biggest storm that you chased. Did you go into the eye of a hurricane here? What's going on here? Wait, do hurricanes have eyes?
A little bit different. Yeah, hurricanes are just a southern thing. They can keep them down there. I have one. If you go to my page, stormtrackerdavelive.com, you'll see that I have a tornado in there. This area used to be not the area for a prime tornado area, but lately that's starting to change. So it all started from college, and it's been, just as a kind of a hobby. I slowed down a little bit over the last couple of years, but it's still a passion. Storms are awesome.
So you didn't go to meteorology school or anything, Dave. This is just like a side project for you, a side passion.
Yeah. I used to put videos on. I'm sure you guys have heard of WFMJ out of Youngstown.
Yep.
When I was in college, I would get storm damage or storms, lightning, wind, and all that, and they would want me to bring it to the TV station. I would put it on a TV station for free. I never took $1 from it. And so my name and my, videos were on TV. And it was a fun hobby,
What a wonderful man you are. What's on your mind?
Yeah. I think we got this order wrong. I think I might get some backlash on us. But as far as I'm concerned, if you're a signed Major League Baseball player, you're the one that's got to make a change as well. So I really think the players should be number one.
That's what I say. Yes, that's what I say.
General manager number two, and Don Kelly's a rookie, so he gets everything off unless he does something really dumb.
And by the way, you bring up something here. There have been many games where a guy who as a Major League Baseball player should be able to move a runner, should be able to avoid ridiculous mistakes on the bases, which they have made many of, should be able to throw to the right base, should be able to catch a pop fly. It's absolutely on the players. We haven't even talked about their defense. Defensively, they stink. And I know a lot of us, pretty much all of us, were willing to make the trade, better offense for worse defense. I own that, and I think it is worth it. I really do.
Yeah.
But that doesn't excuse little league defensive plays, of which they have many, and it ain't just Cruz. Reynolds has thrown to the wrong base. Mangum has thrown to the wrong base. They can't. Nick Gonzalez has trouble catching the baseball. Henry Davis leads the league in pass balls. Rodriguez was 0 until a few games ago, throwing out runners at second base. There's a lot of things that have happened defensively that you just need to be able to do as a Major League Baseball player. I'm sorry. You just need to be able to do that, and it ain't the manager's fault.
Exactly, and as far as like you were saying, throwing from just second base to first base on occasion, this should have a 99% success rate. I'm sorry, those are the easiest plays. I played ASA softball, and it was one of the things I always preached about, the easy throws. Make sure you're right field, you throw to second base. That was a given.
Yes.
It was just automatic things. And I think after year one, when Kelly sits there and he looks at that, he's going to circle defense and bullpen, and then he's going to have to make an increase, just like we did from 2012 to 2013. You got to get better from here. We're not going to get gold now. We're just getting a little bit of bronze.
No, thank you. I still think if the Pirates reach a playoff series, they're going to be hell for another team. I really do. I still think with Skeens, and you saw Ashcraft last night, that's as good a curveball as there is in Major League Baseball right now. I think Joe Block said last night he has more strikeouts on the curveball than any pitcher in baseball. You give me those two guys, maybe one of these young guys starts to flourish in the second half. And, man, I like that going into a short series with this offense. I do. And Ben Cherington better make some additions to this bullpen. Next.
Frank is in Plum. Hi, Frank.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. So, going to your question, I, without a doubt, think it is players, GM, manager. I don't think you can put all this like these losses that shouldn't be losses. I don't think surely you could put some on Donnie Kelly, but I think a manager is only as good as the tools you give him.
I agree.
Like you look like I trust Donnie Kelly to make. I trust his better judgment. You look at like he's been around the game enough to where I trust him to make the move, and I think as a player, if you can't come up in that situation, that's on you.
Pretty much. You agree with that, Limits?
I'd say so, yeah. I dazed out for a second, I'm not going to lie. I was podcasting. I was podcasting an episode.
I love that you admitted that right away. And I'm proud of you for advancing. You've advanced so far in your Mulsey disease. It's incredible.
It's embarrassing to say that you dazed out for a second, that you weren't paying attention in the last 20 seconds.
Right. When I said to you, do you agree with that? I knew right away when you said, yes, I do.
I didn't even know what I was agreeing to.
And then right away, because we've given you therapy, I don't know if you've taken medication for Mulsey disease.
I think you've tried to give me some.
You immediately snapped into the truth. No, I'm not trying to look better or smarter than I am. I simply was dazed.
I was dazed. Yeah, you were dazed earlier.
Do you respect that, sir?
Oh, he's not there anymore.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
All right, let's take, let's keep these calls going.
Yes, let's keep them rolling here. We got Tyler Kennedy approaching the top of the hour as well.
Yep, we do have Tyler Kennedy and a big weekend ahead in hockey, maybe a big trade ahead in hockey. Who knows? But let's keep the flames up here. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. If you think Don Kelly is such an awful manager, tell me why. Tell me why you think he's so terrible. And in addition to that, if we all agree that the Pirates have underachieved, that they should have won more games than they did, and I'm not sure how anybody doesn't agree with that. They should have won more games than they have. Tell me who you blame. In order. GM, manager, players. I say players, GM, manager.
I have one thing that might be a feather in the cap of the people that say they don't think that Don Kelly is a great manager. And I'll tell you what that is coming up.
Very different question than the one I've raised.
A good manager.
The one I've raised. No, there's many people who think he's a bad manager. I don't think he's a great manager. I don't even think he's a good manager. I think he's average. But all I hear and see and read, including the one who said Starkey sucks because he thinks Don Kelly's okay, I just think he's average. I don't think he's as awful as people want to make this out to be.
And I think I have a devil's advocate perspective to that as to why. And it happened in last night's game.
Thank you, A Limitless Wonder.
Thank you, Joe. Here's a message from Bob.
West Shore Home, and it's about taking pride in supporting local businesses, because that's one of the things that makes Pittsburgh special. Everyone wants to support those local businesses. And I'm here to tell you about one that has really been thriving. West Shore Home, founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native. West Shore Home still has its headquarters right here in the state. They employ more than 70 local team members across Pittsburgh. And over the last 20 years, very impressive, they completed more than 25,000 projects for local homeowners and earned thousands of five-star reviews along the way. Whether you're looking for a beautiful bathroom remodel, maybe replacement windows that will improve the comfort and energy efficiency of your home, you may be in the market for a new entry door. How about flooring in your home that gives your home a new, fresh look? West Shore Home makes that process easy from start to finish. And right now, with their 20th anniversary sale, you will save big on bath, window, door, flooring, whatever you need. Those projects, 20% off, 20 months of no payments and no interest. Plus, as a fan listener, you can unlock additional savings when you visit westshorehome.com/fan. It's westshorehome.com/fan, or call 1-800-WEST-SHORE, and they do answer on the weekends to get started. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Bob. The Pirates are playing the rubber match against the Mariners today at PNC Park. It's Bubba Chandler on the mound for Pittsburgh. Pre-game coverage is already underway on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Listen to it there for 12:35 first pitch. We'll give you updates throughout. Bryce Miller gets the start for Seattle. He's been very good through 40 innings, a 1.58 ERA. He was hurt at the start of the year. Chandler looking for win number 3 this season. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
You like that song Love and Marriage from Married with Children?
Yeah, it's a good song. They go together like a horse and carriage.
Can you finish it?
This I tell you, brother, you can't have one without the other.
Yeah!
Let's go.
You can't have one without the other.
Your dad loved that show, didn't he?
It's like his all-time favorite.
I think
sitcom.
loved implies that he no
Al
longer
Bundy's
loves it.
his all-time favorite character.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
U.S. match against Turkey means nothing tonight, but it's imperative Christian Pulisic gets some time on the pitch. As the Americans know, they'll more than likely be playing the highly physical Bosnian squad on July 1st. With that being said, wouldn't you want to get Pulisic out there to get the feel back tonight before his knockout round opponents are taking runs at him in games of massive consequence? I'm Chris Mack.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% kick of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step. providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
In a world parched for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Dan Zang, really wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honeydew list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%. Wow. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Our front paws, hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross take up to $5,000 off. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now and is too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Cloudy with some winds with a high of 80 degrees throughout today.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Rain tonight, a high of 82. John Stallworth, the low of 66. Really, Alan Faneca limits, not Mario Lemieux. I'm going to go with Mario. I did Mario for every single other hour except one, and I knew that you'd comment on one. That's why I put Faneca. Faneca deserves at least one. You're right. He's an all-time Steeler. I would say that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer, probably the best offensive lineman in team history.
Thank you,
behind
Lance.
Webster. I think Webster probably would be first.
Yeah. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. If you think Don Kelly is so bad, so awful at what he does, give me some concrete reasons as to why. And I think we all agree the Pirates should be at least 3 games better than they are right now. List in order the reasons why they're not. GM, players, manager. All right, Limits, let's go back to the phone lines if you'd be so kind.
All right, let's go to a man that calls himself G-Man from Bethel Park.
Hi, G-Man.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
I've never been better, and I value your inquiry.
Hi, G-Man.
Couple things with the Pirates. First thing was the easier one, Ozuna. You probably know who he bats better against. If he's better against lefties, put him in against all lefties.
He is pretty much in against most lefties, but what else?
Oh, and what drives me crazy about the managers, when they put a pitcher in there in the 8th inning, and he puts them down in order, and it's like 15 pitches, and then they don't put him back here in the 9th. He pulls them. I mean, why? I mean, most of them suck. So if a guy pitches good, leave him in there for another inning.
Yeah, I'll buy that. There are times that I've been annoyed by that. It's a good call so far. You got anything else?
No, I mean, what do these pitching coaches do? Like, what does the bullpen coach do? I mean, obviously they don't look like you're getting better. I mean, what do they do with them?
Well, that would take a long time to explain that, but a pitching coach is supposed to make them a better pitcher, right? They work on their repertoire. They work on developing new stuff in the off season, I would think, Limits. They work on refining what they have, everything like that. Their mental game, watching tape, seeing what works, what doesn't, game plans. They do game planning together with the catchers, all that.
All that.
Matt Clement could give us a better idea.
Into it, I don't see any results.
Any results where?
In the first 3 months. Has the bullpen changed anything in the first 3 months?
No, the bullpen's been terrible. You know that, and I know that. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Yep, he says at the end. Next.
All right, here is very valuable Pomp and Joe Show listener Stephen Latrobe to chime in.
Stephen Latrobe, Limits. Hello, Steve.
Thank you, Joe.
There
you go.
There you go.
It can't be pronounced either way. Do you get offended, Steve, when somebody calls it Latrobe and not Latrobe?
These guys from Baldwin have no respect for what happens out east. Right, Steve?
It is Latrobe. You could have asked Mr. Palmer that whenever he was alive.
Okay, Mr. Buffalo.
Mr. Buffalo, what does that have to do with anything, Limits?
You threw some shade towards where I'm from, so I'm throwing shade towards you. You're not from here.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, unequivocally to me, and it's not even a question, it's GM number one. Carrington is an abject failure for how he handled the offseason. He worked so hard on trying to improve the offense that besides Soto, he totally neglected the defense or the bullpen.
I disagree, and I'll tell you why. I won't say he didn't fail, but I was okay with the bullpen going into the season. It's the fact that he hasn't adjusted and moved to help matters as the season has progressed. I thought... What?
You can't overpay at this point, Joe. Every single GM knows what we need.
Yes, you can overpay at this point.
And then I would say second was the players, and why is that? Is because I think we should be 6 games better personally. I mean, whenever you have 2 games in a row where you make 50-year history because you can't score a run, our situational hitting's been terrible. We've had so many opportunities late in games, and all we do is strike out, can't get a guy over, can't even put a ball in the air.
I will say that. I'll say this, and I think and that is on the players partly. One thing that has annoyed me about Donnie Kelly is their failures in extra innings and how they can't get runners over. And that's at least partly on the manager. A lot of times, I don't know, can anybody bunt anymore? I'd like to see him just bunt the guy to third and try to drive him in. Of course, they can't even get runs in when they have bases loaded and nobody out. So I'm not sure it would work, but I don't like his approach. I haven't liked his approach largely in extra innings. How about you, Wonder Twin?
No, I don't at all. And whether it's moving a runner over with situational hitting or just playing small ball, man, like it's... For Donnie Kelly, a guy that has bounced around baseball before as a player and seems to have a good understanding of small ball baseball being important because that's the type of player that he was, I don't understand why they don't attempt it more or why they don't practice it more. Why Jared Triolo isn't out there with a bunting machine. Henry Davis, why isn't he out there? He can't put the ball in play most of the time to the outfield for a base hit. Why not bunt the ball?
Go ahead, sir.
And get a hit. He's gone.
He's gone. He was only one thing into his soliloquy limits.
I thought you were done with Steve.
You hung up on him?
Yeah, I thought you were moving along. We have other people that want to chime in.
Holy ostrich milk. The guy was barely getting started. I apologize, Steve.
Steve's
I think
a great caller. I'm sorry.
That was a latent reaction from Limits not liking that you insulted Baldwin.
No,
Go ahead.
You insulted Baldwin.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Paul in Washington's up next.
I never insulted Baldwin. I never insulted Bob.
You insulted me.
Do you have the famous...
How are you there, Joe?
Oh, no. Is it Paul in Washington?
Oh, yeah, it's Paul in Washington.
Hello, Paulie Pavilion. How are you?
Yes, I'm doing good, Joe. If you remember about a year ago around this time, we had a talent search out at the Iron Rock Tap House out in Greensburg, and I gave you all the reasons why Charrington should be fired. But now you want me to give you all the reasons why Don Kelly is an abject failure as a manager.
Yes, Paulie Pavilion.
By pulling guys out after 50-some pitches in 5 innings and they're throwing a one-hitter.
You don't think that comes from above him at times? You don't think that comes from above him?
Well, I don't know that because Don Kelly's never truthful with us. He's another Derek Shelton. I mean, it's Don, Derek Shelton, Kelly is who it is.
Was there a question there?
He bats Jared, let me ground into a double play Triolo with the bases loaded. You pinch hit with Callahan for a guy that hit a double the inning before. I mean, Don Kelly is in over his skis. He's cost us at least 14 wins with horrible pitching decisions.
Come on, Paulie.
Abject failure.
Actually, Paulie.
I want to tell Bob Nutting, come down off of the hill in Wheeling, West Virginia, and spend some of your daggone money. You can't take it with you. I want to see a World Series before I leave this earth. And Joe, get off the city limits in the Baldwin. I graduated from Baldwin, too.
I never said anything about Baldwin, Paulie. I was only insulting Limits, not the town he lives in.
Mic drop from Paul. He hung up himself.
He did.
Yes, he did.
Actually, he brought up, the more I talk out loud, the more I am annoyed with Don Kelly.
Yeah.
There are some things and some lineups and some... Here's one thing that annoys me, is that after a guy has a big game, is that a ticket to get benched? Callahan.
It is for Don Kelly.
Callahan, come on. You gotta have a little bit of gut feel here. Callahan just had the game of anybody's life, and you bench him the next day, and it's happened a couple different times, Limits. It just happened with Ozuna, where he hit a home run, would have had a home run in 29 out of 30 parks, didn't have one in Colorado, and then he's benched again the next day.
Yeah, hit the ball 412 feet.
On the other hand, who could blame Kelly for actually benching Ozuna? On the other hand, is that even his decision? I don't know. How much autonomy does he have?
I think he has.
Do you know?
No, not
Neither
entirely.
do I.
That's part of the problem. Like, we don't know how much control Don Kelly truly has. We know
nobody,
that
not even the beat writers. None of the beat writers know either. And again, I'm not blaming them. The Beeswacker doesn't know. The Ayatollah Gormini doesn't know. Nobody seems to know.
I think Ben Cherington holds the majority of the power, though.
So do I.
Like a lot of it over innings limits and pitch counts. And like, I remember a couple years ago, when Jared Jones, 2024, pitched like 5 innings at 59 pitches or whatever.
That is not a manager's decision.
Exactly. That's a general manager's decision. What makes you think that even though they changed managers, that structure of power is going to change when you promote it internally?
Very well said,
It's not like you
Very
added
well said.
Terry Francona.
Don't say any more.
I made that good of a point. You want me
I want that
to
point
shut it.
to sort of marinate for a moment.
I think we should have a moment of reflection for that.
It was downright poetic. It wasn't only a good point, but you said it very well, where it was a rhythmic quality to your sentence.
Thank you. I finally made sense.
Yeah, man. A lot of those decisions are coming from above. Having said that, the more that we have this conversation, the more I'm not going to say I don't get annoyed with Kelly. I never said he was good. He's not good yet. He's average. I just don't think that the over-the-top criticism of him has been fair. I don't. All right, Limits, let's take one more before we get to Tyler Kennedy.
All right, I haven't asked this man his name yet. Let's see who it is. Hello.
Hello, man with no name.
Hey, guys, this is Jake in Green Tree.
Hi, Jake.
Hi, Jake.
Here's a good example of Kelly. I agree with you, Joe. He's an average, at this point, he's basically an average manager. But going back to last Friday night against the Rockies, after 6 innings, Chandler throws 74 pitches, okay? And, of course, with the late games, I didn't see any follow-up columns in the Post-Gazette about anybody asking him about why he took him out after 6 innings at 74. So in the 7th inning, he brings in Ramirez, retires the side, allows Ramirez to come back out to the 8th inning, gets the first batter out. 6 pitches. It only took 6 pitches to get 4 batters out, and he takes them out and brings in Montgomery. Why wouldn't you allow him to at least go further? Face the next batter. So what? What's the big deal?
Wait, what? Hold on a second here.
Okay.
Limits. Oh, here it is. The Pirates game from last
Friday night.
They didn't play the Rockies Friday night. Which game are you talking about?
Yeah, they did.
I'm sorry.
Yes, they did. My bad.
No, you're fine. No worries. Chandler, after 6 innings, gets removed. It's 74 pitches. He brings in Ramirez in the 7th, retires the side in, 4 pitches, 5 pitches. And then the 8th inning, he allows Ramirez to come back out. He gets the first guy out. So that's 4 outs, and it was 6 pitches. The
6 pitches, 4 outs. You're right.
Yeah, and then he takes him out.
Well,
and he brings in Montgomery.
He brought in Montgomery. I imagine, to face a lefty, yes?
Yeah, it's just that lefty-righty stuff just kills me.
I know, but if you actually look at the numbers, listen, here's the other thing. Montgomery in his before that outing, 1, 2, 3, 4 outings, had gone 4 1/3 innings, struck out 5, and allowed 0 runs. This is what I'm talking about. It's easy to just focus on one decision by a manager over 162 games and say this guy's out of his mind. I would need to look closer. In general, though, I do agree with you. And what the other caller said, that there are times when somebody blows through the 8th or the 7th, just bring him back out. I tend to agree with that.
Yeah.
There's Tyler Kennedy. But in this situation, I would have to look closer to see what the matchup was. Surely if you were a manager, what's your name again? Jake, you would have all those numbers in front of you, and you'd be saying, all right, do I want Ramirez to face the lefty, or do I want Montgomery, who's really pitching well right now, he was at the time, to come in and face this guy? Limits, can you break this down? Why aren't you helping? Who did Montgomery face?
This is a good conversation here with Jake. I didn't want to interrupt.
I don't have the facts in front of me. Who did Montgomery come in to face?
I can't recall. I'm not sure, but Joe, that's just one Example. And Kelly, I can't cite any others. I'm sure Kelly's done this.
Rumfeld. He came in to face Rumfeld. However you say his
Yeah,
name. He's on my
Rumfeld,
home
the
run
catcher.
team, and I like him very much. Okay, so let's go to the splits here. Limits. You go to Mason Montgomery's splits. I'll go to Alvarez's splits. Let's break this down now that we have an example, shall we? Limits.
Yes.
I'll start as soon as you get yours. Say them, and as soon as I get mine, I'll say them.
You want Mason Montgomery's lefty-righty splits is what you're asking for, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted a clarification.
What do you got?
Mason Montgomery against left-handed pitching this year has an ERA of...
All right, I've got Ramirez
Okay,
against...
give me that first.
Ramirez against lefties is giving up an 811 OPS compared to a 546 against righties. He's given up 3 home runs. However, he's only given up a 208 average against lefties. So that stands for your point a little bit. Now give me Montgomery
Why
limits.
won't this load?
Oh, for God's sakes. Limits, you have one job.
He's giving
I'm going to get this before you.
He's giving up a 272 opponent batting average to right-handed pitchers, right-handed hitters, 171 opponent average to left-handed hitters.
That's all that matters.
Why doesn't it give me ERA?
There you go, sir. A 1-7.
I gotta say, you guys are a class act. You need to go on the road with your show. It's a class act.
Thank you.
Man,
But wait a
would be really
second.
fun.
You can't go now. I'm giving you the reasons. Montgomery's against
I hear you.
lefties gives up a 171 average. Now, Ramirez isn't terrible against lefties, but it is an 811 OPS.
Yeah.
So, you know what? On that night, I might even agree with you. Because it's not like Ramirez gets smashed by lefties. He doesn't. So I might have gone with you. He's pitching well. He's going to face presumably righties later in that lineup if he keeps going. So can he get through Rumfield and keep going? I think I agree with you there. But again, I see the reasoning when I can bring in a pitcher who's been pitching really well and who only gives up a 171 average against lefties. That's a defensible move. No?
Yeah, it's, you know what, Joe? Bottom line is, with today's baseball, it's all about the stats. That's all they look at.
I mean, that was true 100 years ago, too. You bring in Grant Jackson to go face a left-handed hitter.
Right.
You know, Chuck Tanner would have done that, too. That's nothing new. Lefty against lefty.
No, you're right. Probably.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you,
Take
Jake.
care, guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Limits, get that clip for when you and I argue, and you can just drop in, yeah, you're right. Probably. That hurt in the end, didn't it? Why are you so slow getting to stats like that? How did I get there faster than you?
Ask MLB.com. It doesn't give an ERA for
Go to
lefty versus righty.
ESPN right away.
I always
You
go to
that
MLB.com.
profile,
They're very good.
You go to splits, and it's right there, Limits. It's right there in front of you.
I go to MLB.com and I go to splits.
Man, am I glad that was the last call, because
It's a great call.
it's so... That's it in a nutshell. It's so easy to rip the manager when it doesn't go well. He did something that made eminent sense. I don't even know if eminent is the right word there, but
I
it
don't
felt
think it
like I
is.
wanted to say something more than he did something that made sense.
I wasn't even able to make my point about Don Kelly.
What was your point?
I'll do that at another time.
All right.
All right.
What time is it?
Time to go.
I know it's time to go. Rain this evening and a high of... Did I already do this?
Yep.
I did?
Why don't you do it again?
Rain this evening and a high of... I just did this, and we talked about Faneca compared to Mario.
Correct.
So I'm not
Why
doing
I said
it
you
again.
already did.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Tyler Kennedy. Kennedy is sitting across from me. Are the Penguins going to make a big trade? And what did their new owners have to say today? Let's talk about that coming up with our resident Stanley Cup champion, Dr. Kennedy.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, one thing we've learned is that it appears the Penguins are going to move their ECHL affiliate out of Wheeling, West Virginia, and to Florida. David Hoffman saying 100% they would run me out of Naples if we didn't. There's already people wearing Penguins jerseys. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Summer's already busy enough. Mow the lawn, clean the pool, plan the vacation. The last thing you need is another DIY project. That's why Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with the purchase of a security system. We'll handle the setup while you focus on enjoying summer. Get protection from intrusion, fire, and more, all installed by experts. Don't wait. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Hey Pittsburgh! Join us at PNC Park on Sunday, June 27th for soccer night when the Pirates take on the Cincinnati Reds at 4:05 p.m. Arrive early to enjoy a pregame block party on Federal Street presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Fans can enjoy live music, drink specials, and more. Plus, the first 20,000 fans take home a Pirates soccer jersey courtesy of Allegheny Health Network. Learn more and get tickets at pirates.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Miller time. It only happens if you make it happen. So say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Live a little. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an odds boost token and no sweat token. An odds boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your odds boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Hoffman family has spoken as they are taking over the Penguins this week. The sale is done, confirmed. David Hoffman speaking at PPG Paints Arena earlier today, the whole Hoffman family. And David Hoffman, unprompted, according to Josh Yohe, talking about how Pittsburgh does not have enough hotels and that they want to build more hotels in Pittsburgh. Interesting. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Tyler Kennedy joins next.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Tyler Kennedy.
Man, the Hoffman family's singing the right tunes over there today. New team governor Jeff Hoffman, David's son, David's the billionaire, the multi-billionaire, says the Pens will always be in Pittsburgh. Quote, this is not an investment. We talked earlier about what do you want to hear from owners of a sports team? That's one. He's not going to be running it like a mom and pop shop. You know, they've got their money. They're at least they're saying this. They want to win. I like hearing that, Tyler.
Oh, that was music to my ears.
Man.
Right?
Yeah, and that plus Mario, basically him saying that whatever makes sense for Mario is good with us as far as, you know, whatever he wants to do, we'll have him. You know what I mean? That's great to hear. They won the news conference near as I can tell, and we'll be hearing some of these clips.
I would say they hit that press conference out of the park.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Like, that was unbelievable. For a fan, a former player, I couldn't be happier with what they're saying.
Yeah.
From the Mario, like you said, I think everyone in Pittsburgh always wanted to see Mario back at the games, right? He hasn't shown up to a lot of games. Once there was some noise that they were selling the team or was already sold,
yeah,
Mario started showing up at the game. But I just feel from player standpoint, from fans, when you look up and you have a guy that saved the team, watching and involved in it and how much he does, that means so much. Like that, and it seems like the Hoffman group knows how much weight Mario Lemieux brings to that team, to the community. So that was unbelievable. And then saying
I love that.
It wasn't just an investment, which means they're a sports family. They already own a hockey team in the Everglades. They thoroughly know about hockey. And this is not, let's see how much we can, you know, make this team worth and then sell it off. This is a family that wants to see the Penguins do well and see the process and enjoy it and see them get back to the winning ways. And that, again, I can't be happier with that press conference.
Jeff Hoffman had a great quote, limits, if we can get this one at some point. He was asked about his ownership style, and he said, I don't think we'll be quite like Jerry Jones, but we will absolutely be present. That's a good one right there, isn't it?
That's awesome.
I love that.
That's like Mario being involved, right? Him and Ron Burkle in the 2009, when they owned the team, they were very involved with decisions. And what was awesome about that is when we played, Joe, when we went on road trips and you look at the front of the bus and you have the owners at the front, and we get to, you know, we go to LA or we go to, you know, Florida, and they take you out for dinner. That's how you get guys to go through the wall for you.
Not only that, they took you to some pretty nice places in L.A., didn't they?
Yeah.
Did they take you to Burkle's house, or where did they take you? What was his house like?
Well, his house was which house? We went to, he had
great line there.
Yeah, it was. That was the first time I'd been to the Hollywood Hills, but they were unbelievable houses, off movies that you saw.
Did you guys go up into the Hollywood Hills?
Hollywood Hill. We barely got up there because there's a lot of zigzagging get to the top,
right?
And all the hills, and we had the stretched out bus with like guys going crazy. But I'll never that's how I felt. I would do anything for the owners, because they took care of me. They showed me, just a different way of life, how to treat people, and all that stuff. That's how you get guys to block the shot with their face, do the extra mile when they do the little stuff. I'm excited for the players.
All right. Well, we're going to get to some of those quotes, but let's not bury the lead here, Limits, shall we? Tyler has new teeth. This is unbelievable. Beautiful. What is happening here? You look great. Where did you get your teeth?
Cranberry Dental Studio in Cranberry. The dentist is Brian, and he was unbelievable. Like, you guys seen my teeth. I hated going on Sportsnet or, even with you guys, when you see your teeth and you see all like the chips and the stains and all that stuff from, playing. And then I actually talked to Doran. Doran was kind of the guy that hooked us up. I was always jealous when I came in at 10 and I saw Doran's teeth. I'm like, those are unbelievable teeth. And then I got the call, and then he looked at my teeth, and
next thing you know, you're going to get Limits' mustache too.
Maybe in the fall.
So it's a brand new set of teeth. Do you get to pick it out like from a catalog? I want that set. How did that work?
So we go there, and my thing, I had a bridge at the bottom. So I took the old bridge off, and at the bottom are veneers, but I had the top. I think when I do
what are veneers? New teeth, basically,
they're
all
porcelain teeth.
Porcelain teeth.
Yeah, and they don't stain nothing. They stay white. And so the top, my teeth were so like chipped down, they were like half a tooth. So what they do, they take all these pictures. They go to like almost like a photography room.
Yeah.
And they do all these pictures, and then they do it. Then they send it to like an AI thing in Arizona, and they go, "This is the size of what the size of your teeth should be." And then you come back, and they put like it's almost like a mouth guard.
Yeah.
So they put a mouth guard in for now until my porcelains get done. But I'm trying to get the big thing with me. I'm trying to get used to my bite because my teeth were so.
I was going to ask you about that. The new bite.
Yeah, my bite. I'm just trying to get used to my bite because my teeth were so small. But what I just love when I smile and you see like white, big
pearly
teeth.
whites.
They look great.
I mean, your old teeth were fine too, but this is a profound change. Holy squirrel nuts, Limits! Can you believe this guy?
Yeah, look how bright they are too.
Everyone, I go golfing. I do all that stuff.
Yeah.
The first thing you see, even when you
is
said
your
like,
teeth.
Wow, your teeth look great.
Yeah. I mean, this is the last Pittsburgh sports personality who had a teeth transformation this profound was Bill Cowher. He went on TV one day. I'm like, oh my God, he has brand new teeth. Yeah. What's going on here? So congratulations. Do you also have new hair?
Yeah.
Let's see your hair. Can we see your hair?
Yeah. Well, right now it's still.
No wonder why we haven't seen TK in a couple weeks.
Oh my God.
So what they do is like they take your hair from the back and they put it in the front.
Yeah.
And again, I talked to some guys, Phil Bork and those guys that have got it done. Dr. Heil, he's out in Cranberry too. It seems like everything you want done is out in Cranberry. But I was like, you guys, I was losing my hair at the front and I wanted to take care of it. I had a little bit of a break, and now what they do is it takes a while. It takes like 6 months. It's like you're planting like a deep root. And then once it starts to grow, I'll have thick hair for life.
Wow.
This guy is unbelievable.
That's awesome.
I'm turning
new hair
40,
and new
guys.
teeth.
Great investments, TK.
I know.
You could have gotten a whole new head while you were at it. This is incredible.
My wife's like, no, you're done. So I'm turning 40 in a couple of weeks, and my wife thinks I'm having a midlife crisis.
You are. But you're solving. I admire that.
Hey, you gotta
Limits. Can you imagine if they did head transplants? I would get one. I think if you could pick out a new head and just get it transplanted
and a completely different face.
Yeah,
That's like the Kardashians, right? You look at the old pictures and the new pictures.
Everything, right?
Yeah.
That would be incredible. I admire you. I'm also on a hair journey with New Image. And you can see I had a little frock of hair growing in here.
Yeah.
This is incorrigible.
Well, you want hair. It's fun having, a thick set of hair. But I'm not even 40 yet, and I was losing a lot of hair.
I know.
Yeah.
I know you were.
And even like Dr. Heil was like, hey, this is why you're losing it, where you're losing it. And that's why they take this hair from the side. Because, I'm like, I wish my hair was as thick on the sides.
Yeah.
On top, and so that's how they do it. But it was.
Now, is your wife glad about it in the end that you have new hair and new teeth?
No, yeah, 100. Like, yeah, he's happy about it. Like, I think she wants a good looking husband with a full head of hair and white, nice teeth, but it was more for myself. I wanted to look in the mirror and be happy and not be trying to cover my bald spots, not trying to be covering, my teeth that were knocked out 17 times because.
How many teeth were actually knocked in half or fully out in your hockey career?
I would say like 6.
Yeah.
6 solid teeth that were either cracked in half or knocked right out. And when you put so when you're playing, and I wish someone would tell me after I was done hey, go get veneers right away.
Yeah.
Because you're on the insurance for 6 months. But when they do it, they don't do the best job because they know they're probably going to get knocked out or beat up again.
Right.
And, that's why I remember you see when Pascal Dupuis on the bench, he pulled his tooth out.
Yes.
It's because they kind of put temporaries in there and then they fix everything when you're done.
Are they easy to brush?
Oh, yeah. You love brushing them, baby. Get those things white. But yeah, I got the electric toothbrush. They give you the pick. The pick where it shoots the water?
Yeah.
They do that because, you got to get in. You can't floss my teeth anymore.
Oh,
do they hurt?
No, they feel great. Again, the only thing that's odd and that's hard to get used to in
the new bite.
The new bite. But I went there yesterday with my wife, and they just shaved some teeth, and it feels so much better. But no pain, and it feels great. And when you go there, it's not like the old days. Remember the old days where they would numb your mouth, and the needle would be like, you would see them grab the needle, and you'd be having a half a heart attack.
Yeah.
Now they just do this little pick.
A little pick.
Yeah,
That's
and they
it.
can see the nerve getting numb. I had no pain. And the best thing, Brian was like, I don't want you to battle through this. I don't want you to be like, ooh, that hurt. I don't want you to feel anything. And I was like, really? I have never heard that. And I never felt anything over my whole mouth. It was
You
awesome.
look like a happy man. And maybe it is the new teeth, but you can't stop smiling. Look at him over there, Limits. Huh?
I know. He
like
looks
this.
overjoyed.
He really does. Ron only brushed his teeth once a day, he's told us on the air. Do you know about that?
I believe that, yeah. I heard Callis, I think it was Callis, that said he only brushes his teeth a couple of times a week.
Oh, God.
I think it was Callis that said that. Don't quote me on it, but I think it was Callis.
Don't quote you on it. You just told the world that Callis goes days without brushing his teeth.
I saw somebody say that on the text line. Now, I might be incorrect here. I'm just prefacing what you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Tyler, you have to be, not you, but generally speaking, humans have to brush twice a day at the least, don't they?
Oh, when you wake up.
Yes.
Yep. And when you go to bed.
Yep.
Yeah.
And maybe once in between.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I brush my teeth at lunch. If I eat food, it's not like I'm doing a full brush. I'm just getting the food out.
Yeah.
Especially these teeth. You need to brush them 5 times a day.
You got to keep those things tight. But yeah, I brush, even before I had new teeth, I would always brush twice. I would always worry about my breath. I hate you talk to someone, they have bad breath or, you scrape your tongue? You do the tongue scraping?
With a toothbrush or?
I do with my toothbrush too, but they have these tools that grab your tongue and you take all the bad stuff off your tongue.
Limit?
Wow. I mean,
I thought a tongue scrape?
I thought you just did that with your toothbrush.
Do you have an electric toothbrush?
No.
Oh. Joe,
I
do
just
you
have
an
a
electric
regular
toothbrush?
No, I like the wooden ones. The old school wooden ones.
Wooden
They're
toothbrush.
unbelievable.
What?
They're made of bamboo.
I've used those. They
Yeah.
give them at hotels sometimes.
They're
too.
incredible. Yeah. Great feel.
No,
Limits.
the electric ones are the way to go. You just zzz, and they clean your. It's like cleaning.
Maybe
your
I'll
teeth.
try that. Yeah.
It is
It's like being at the dentist, like Dr.
Yes,
Kurtz in
yes,
Fox Chapel.
yes.
Yeah. Limits, do you think we'll reach the days of total body transplants?
No,
I wouldn't mind
we're
getting
never
one of
going to
those.
get into a head transplant either. Where
We
you just
send people to Mars in 20 minutes. Yeah. Why can't we have a total? I want to keep my brain but have a body transplant, and I want to pick the body I want.
Wait, did you hear? They just came through.
Actually, I don't want to keep my brain, but go ahead.
They just came through. They made an artificial heart that actually worked.
I did see that.
That's crazy, right?
That is crazy.
Huge for people, yeah.
Yeah, that is.
If you deal with heart issues?
It's like
that's a big
medical
upgrade.
Field and all that's going to go crazy. But
could I live to 105, Tyler, do you think?
With an artificial heart? That's a big upgrade on teeth limits, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to be making like Bob's salary to be able to afford that.
What's that price tag for a heart?
Man, I don't know.
An artificial
Hundreds of
one?
thousands.
Imagine being the first one. You're like, ugh.
I would want to be the first one.
Only former hockey players can afford stuff like that.
I should have scored more goals, Joe.
TK's been spending a lot of money on hair, teeth.
I'm starting to save now. I got to start saving. My wife says, hey, you're done. That's it.
Well, you look good, man.
I have
and congrats on that.
I have more work done than my wife. That's what she says. She goes, my wife does, she's just naturally beautiful, but she's like, the man should never have more work than the wife. And I'm like, well, sorry, I wasn't.
You're doing great.
Like you
look great. Let's get down to the business at hand here. We talked about the Hoffmans. What about the weekend? Are the Penguins going to make a big trade? Do you think they will?
That could be $1 million question, but I do think Kyle Dubas is actively going either after Robinson, because we have the cash to do it.
Jason Robertson?
Yeah, Jason Robertson. Because when you get a new owner, you're going to want to make a splash and show them that, hey, I'm trying to improve this team. I think he's going to want to do that. 2, you can't sit in the weeds and hope something comes up, because the general managers in the ownership are so aggressive now that guys are getting taken up so quickly, right? Like, look at Kachuk. There was some noise, and boom, it was already done. There's so many moves. The guy that just went to Washington.
Yeah.
Tuck. Like, these guys are getting picked up. Like, you cannot sit in the sidelines and hope your draft picks, hope your young guys come to fruition. You need to jump on guys. You need to be very, very active. But the problem with that is at the trade deadline and free agency, you're almost paying $1 million or $2 million more than during the year just because of the buzz and the competition. That's the scare. You're almost going to have to overpay for a guy that's going to be a superstar. And Joe, are you willing to give up Ben Kindle in a first rounder for Robinson? 100%.
We were talking earlier about Chinakhov, Kindle, and a first round pick. You're talking about a guy who's a 45 goal scorer and right around 100-point guy who's 26.
I know, but you need to surround him with other goal scorers. Yeah, you're gonna be in the same situation as Edmonton.
Yeah.
If you have 3 guys making all the money and you hope they're going to rise you to the promised land, that's not going to work. You need to keep Chinakhov because he can put the puck in the back of the net. The hardest thing to do in hockey is put the puck in the back of the net and probably keep pucks out of your own net with a good goalie. But I think we're okay there. I think the pipeline of goalies for the Penguins is very good, but you can't trade Chinakhov and Kindle and a first rounder. You can trade first rounder, a top draft pick, and Kindle, but you can't add Chinakhov because he's another guy who's young, can excel with Evgeny Malkin. He gives you something that's very hard to find. Where do you think, how many goals in a full year do you think Chinakhov can get? I think he can get 25, 30.
He could get more. He's that talented. But as I was saying to Bob, I still kind of wonder about his time in Columbus, about him disappearing in the playoffs. Like, what do they actually have here? I know what they'd have in Robertson. They would have a guy who scores 45 goals and gets 100 points, right, Limits?
Yeah, I think so. And you made that Edmonton point, TK. Like you say with the goaltending, though, we think they have something Not for sure, but very much a talented player in Murashov, where Edmonton does not have that. And like, how many teams have an up and coming goaltender that's been as successful, at least in the AHL, as Murashov has, that you think can be a plug and play 50 to, maybe 50, maybe 65, maybe 60 games a year he starts, right in that range, 60 games?
But I don't think
you're comfortable with it.
It's very. McDavid's a generational talent that he's the best player in the league by far. Like, by far. And do you think Edmonton's just a goalie away from being a Stanley Cup contender?
I do.
That's tough because you see their D-core, you see their third and fourth line. They need to add more than just a goalie. I think goalie's their biggest problem. And then when you look at the teams that are winning and no one's getting paid over $10 million, that should open your eyes too.
Yeah.
Tyler, getting back to the fact that there's already been some trades. We saw Matthew Tkachuk go to Florida. We've seen...
Brady.
Well, no, but he left Calgary for Florida a few years ago, right? Now Matthew, has also gone from Canada to Florida. We've seen Quinn Hughes go from Vancouver to Minnesota. What's happening here? Americans fleeing Canada? Why? And we've also seen, it seems, NHL players do what NBA and to some degree NFL players have done, which is dictate where they want to be and get there. And they seem to want to be in Florida or Vegas, a lot of them. What's going on here? Is it good for the game or bad?
Well, I think the script has flipped, right? The owners and the GMs used to be in control. Now the players kind of have control of where they want to go. I think it's good because it's such a business. I always felt like I was a piece of meat, right? Now with these no trades and all this stuff, the players are really, they know how to finagle the system to go where they want. And when you play in Canada, you are a superstar. You're all that. But if you're an American and you go up there and you come back, the taxes would scare you. Right?
Yeah.
I think that's for an American guy, and you go up there, it's different for a Canadian because your hometown, you get it, you know? But for an American to go up there and see the different, well, one, especially when your brother plays for a Florida team, there's no state tax. Like, they said he was going to make an extra $2 million more going to Florida. Like, $2 million, that's huge, right? You are going to start seeing guys try to jump ship away from Canada, in my opinion. And if you just won an Olympic
Who's next? Austin Matthews?
I wouldn't be surprised. He came here with the relationship with Kyle Dubas.
Oh! Now we have a story limit. How about Matthew Nice?
I'd take both of them. Give them all the first rounders for those two. But I can see one of those guys. Kyle Dubas loves Matthews. I think he's a big fan of Matthews. He drafted Nice. I think those guys want to come back. And I think now as a player, if you're still playing and you're seeing these guys jump ship and go to teams they want to go to, I think it opens your eyes a lot. And I think, wow, maybe this is good for me. Because Hellbuck in Winnipeg.
Him too. He might be on the move.
You can't, Winnipeg's a great city, but you can't compare being frozen for 5 months compared to being on a beach in Florida or California.
I know. I mean, there's only so many guys that can play in Florida, but there's 2 teams there.
Yeah. Even the problem with California, playing for San Jose, playing for LA, the taxes are through the roof, but the way of living, that's still an attraction. Right?
Yeah.
This living on Newport Beach and living in LA. And
what would you give up to get Matthews?
I'd be giving a first rounder in Kindle. I'd give up that too.
And Chinakhov?
I'm still a believer that Chinakhov can be a dynamic player for us. I think things are clicking for him at the right time. I think he's got confidence. I think he knows he can play in the top 6. I think he knows he's the guy that's got to put the puck in the back of the net. I ain't giving up Chinakhov.
How about Nice? What would you give up for him?
I'd give up top draft, first round draft picks, a first rounder.
Kindle?
I'd give up a Rust or a Raquel. Again, we're trying to get younger, right? We're trying to get younger. That's the thing. I'm willing to give up older superstars like Raquel, Rust, to get younger. And my platform, my thought process is let's be really good in 3 or 4 years when all these guys are hitting like around 30. Now we're going to have a team.
412-928-9370. Why wouldn't we take calls with Tyler Kennedy? Limits, he has new teeth, for God's sake. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball, softball showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan might make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's talk about some other names that might be out there, what the Penguins should be looking for in the draft. Maybe we'll hear some of the clips. Do we have those yet, Limits, from the Hoffman family?
We have a couple, yeah.
Love to hear I've never heard the sound of anybody in their family's voice yet. I'd love to hear that. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families plan for the rest of their lives. And, of course, Fan Twitter comes to you via South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Tyler was talking about his hair. Well, I'm on a little bit of a journey here with New Image. I went in there because there was bald spots forming. And I don't want that to continue. I want a new image. I guess that's why they call it New Image, huh? That's what I want. And the first thing they did was a hair and scalp analysis. And that was perfect because I finally learned what's going on. And then they gave me many different options, science-backed, not to mention experience-backed. They've been doing this for over 40 years. I chose FDA-approved laser hair therapy. I chose the special shampoos, conditioner that they have. It's working after about a month and a half. If you think you're losing your hair, you probably are. Early action matters. Get your free consultation by calling 800-514-HAIR. That's 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
First pitch just thrown by Bubba Chandler as the Pirates battle the Mariners, looking to take 2 out of 3 at PNC Park. Listen to the game, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
93.7 The Fan, The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
He's making food noises and he's eating ice cream at 7:30 in the morning.
Come on, Pony, try it. I won't let you leave with that just real quick. Num, num, num.
I'm not doing it.
Go real quick.
If I do, will you donate $50? 20.
All right.
Num, 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 num.
I can't believe you guys did that. He was all into it. He was like, nom, nom, nom.
It was really the facial expression that did
I got tears.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Just the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Blame it on Jaylen Brown if you want, but the looming divorce between he and the Celtics is on no one but Boston's front office. Letting it leak that Brown was offered in the Giannis deal is one thing. Letting a fire hose of rumors about how Brad Stevens is still shopping Brown spew forth over the last couple of days is another thing altogether. And now Boston's left with little to no leverage, and the player who carried them through Jason Tatum's absence undoubtedly wanting out. I'm Chris Mack.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring. But the truth is, they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. We have the largest fleet of trucks in the region, concrete pumping services, plus a full offering of precast products, manholes, catch basins, and blocks. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is ready to assist you with your next project. All solid foundations begin with Stone & Company, DOT and DOH certified. 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew was mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Pros, save more on what you need to get the job done right now at Lowe's. Get 15% off select custom entry and interior doors. Plus, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt Max 2-tool combo kit. Now just $169. And at the Lowe's Pro Desk, bring us your materials list and get a quote in minutes. Handwritten, a photo, or even a sticky note is all you need. Keep your jobs moving faster and on budget at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Brandon Lau just hit a massive homer for the Pirates. Just crushed it. I think Joe Block said last night that he has the most home runs per at-bat of any second baseman in history. How about that? We're talking hockey at the moment here with Tyler Kennedy as the Penguins head into a draft weekend. The new ownership group, the Hoffman family, introduced today. Father David and 2 sons. Jeff will be the guy that's pretty much running the show. And man, they sounded all the right notes, Tyler. They really did. Yep. They say we need more hotels in Pittsburgh. Are they going to start building those? What's going on here?
I hope so. Let's build this city up, baby. I think that'd be great.
They said Kyle Dubas is going to get everything he needs investment-wise. They look at the team as an investment, or don't look at the team as an investment. The team, they said, they're just going to basically pour money into. This is not an investment for them. Yeah. And that's what you want to hear from an ownership group. Not that you're going to run this thing, where you're looking after every single little penny. Yeah. And like this is the main thing in your life that you're trying to make money off of. No, you want it to basically be
almost a toy for the owners. You know what I mean? Something, and with the primary goal simply to win at any cost. Right. That's what I want to hear from an owner, and that's what people heard today.
Yeah, I thought everything was right on point. The only thing that was kind of sad, in my opinion, is when he said he's going to move the East Coast, the Wheeling Nailers, to Florida or the Everglades. But that's the guy owning a team down there, and makes sense. And he even said the people in Naples would be going nuts,
right, if he got rid of that team.
But there's so many great people in Wheeling. That team means a ton to that city.
Right.
So hopefully they get another organization.
Yeah.
But I think if you're a player for Wheeling, you're probably pretty excited to go from Wheeling to Florida. Sucks to say, but it's probably true.
Wait, but he's just going to keep the franchise there, is he not?
I don't think so. I think he's moving.
He's bringing that team to where?
Yeah, the Everglades are going to replace the Wheeling Nailers.
Yeah.
So they won't be the Nailers, at least the way the Hopmans are trying to structure this, they will no longer be an affiliate of the Penguins.
Okay. So nobody's going to Florida then?
Yes.
Yeah, they are, because they're trying to bring Everglades to replace them.
The Everglades.
They're basically trading franchises then?
Well, we don't know who's going to pick up that rink, and it's really just grabbing that team and moving them to Florida for the Everglades. And now Wheeling has an empty rink that they're probably going to try to get an East Coast team. But I feel like any of the teams on the East Coast, Wheeling would be a good destination because it's not too far.
I would think. I mean, it worked for convenience at times, but as far as for Wheeling, it's obviously a big deal, and I hope that gets solved quickly. But as far as the Penguins running their operations, it can't be that huge of a deal.
Probably moving players around, because whenever you go up or down from Wheeling to Wilkes, you're driving.
Yeah.
There's not many flights. It's just easier to drive. Now when you have that element of flying to Florida, it's a little different. Well,
let's get to this weekend and the big things that are happening. And you, Tyler Kennedy, Stanley Cup champion, have some other names on your mind as potential Penguin targets. Josh Anderson, you said?
Yes, he's got 1 year on his contract. I thought he played unbelievable in the playoffs. He's your Tom Wilson for the Pittsburgh Penguins if you can get him. He's making only 5.5. You're going to have to double it to get him a new contract. He's got another year, and I think it'd be hard because next year Montreal's going all in to try to win the Cup. I thought they looked great this year. They got beat by the Stanley Cup team. It'd be hard to get him. McTavish in Anaheim, young guy, gamer. I think he's another great player. I think he'd fit in. He's not just a piece of the puzzle, but he's like a pretty high-end piece. You know what I mean? He's not a role player. He's a skilled player that does a little bit of everything better than the third and fourth line. I think he'd be a great Shafley in Winnipeg. I think he's had his time there. His time's run out. He's another guy that would be a big, big upgrade. He's a great player. I think he gets lost up there. I don't think there's much attention in the U.S. for how good of a player he is. DeBrusk, Shane Wright, DeBrat in the Red Wings, young guy, elite goal scorer. He's another guy because the Red Wings are a complete mess right now.
You think there will be a big move by the end of the weekend? Josh Yohe reported that Kyle Dubas, a source told Yohe, is, quote, big game hunting.
Wouldn't that be something? I think he should be. I think how this weekend goes determines what direction the Pittsburgh Penguins are going. If they sit there, it's more of a long-term play, letting guys come to fruition, letting the young guys play it out, trying to steal some spots from the older guys. If they go out and make a big splash, they're trying to keep going and they're trying to win now. They're trying to make us a little bit of a push into the playoffs. So I think if he is big game hunting, that excites me because I'm very impatient and I don't want to see this be a 3 or 4 year process of trying to build a winner. I think getting to the playoffs, I think it got a little excitement through the organization, through the players, through the town.
Yeah.
That let's keep going and see how far we can take this thing.
Man, this is going to be very, very, very interesting this weekend with the draft in Buffalo to see what direction they're going. We have some quotes from the Hoffman family. I thought Jeff was really good. And we're going to play some of those, and we're going to talk to our very own Jeff Hathorn. Are we not? Oh, Limitless Wonder?
We are. This is Jeff, Geoff. Jeff with a G. Our Jeff with a J is coming up.
All right. Jeff Hathorn, he's been all over the place already today. He just got back from vacation. He's been at the Penguins. Where is he now?
He's at the Pirate game.
Holy ostrich milk.
Jeff
all right.
is everywhere.
We'll talk to him. Pirates winning 1-0 here with Bubba Chandler going in the second inning. Cole Young at the plate. North Allegheny's very own. All right, Limits. You've been wonderful. Tyler, another great appearance by you. Congratulations on your new teeth and your new hair.
New hair and getting it done, baby. I think the Penguins are to come back. I think a different team on Monday.
Wow.
Different team.
All right. We'll be watching closely. Thanks, man.
Thanks, DK.
Thanks, boys.
93.7 The Fan. Trading cards brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle. I'm told by the General that the Limits card is just flying off the shelves right now. People want a card of Limits. Your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have pics and stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Anytime we're out in the community, by the way, is also a good time to get those cards. Rain this evening, a high of 82, John Stallworth, a low of 66, Mario Lemieux, who the Hoffmans say will be back and involved, and Jeff Hoffman met with Mario, so all's good on that front. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Let's talk to Jeff about Pirates deadline, about the Penguins situation, about his first impressions of the Hoffman family. All of that coming up on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Spencer Horwitz was placed on the injured list before the game today with a hamstring injury. He was removed yesterday trying to run out a ground ball. So Jack Brannigan, recalled for the first time, is going to make his Major League debut at some point for the Pirates, potentially today. It was not in the starting lineup. It is a 1-0 game. Brandon Lau solo home run as the Pirates go to the bottom half of the second inning. Listen on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an odds boost token and no sweat token. An odds boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your odds boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
From the makers of Surfside, something new is hitting the shelves this summer. Introducing Super Light, the new vodka plus aid canned cocktail inspired by classic sport drink flavors. Super Light comes in 4 delicious flavors: fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. Only 90 calories, 0 sugar, 0 bubbles. Super Light delivers a refreshing taste that is perfect for summer. Whether you're hitting the greens, shooting hoops with friends, or soaking up the sun, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. Their 5-year price guarantee and same-day Wi-Fi available right now. It is the most intelligent, the smartest Wi-Fi. It can heal itself when there's a problem. It's also the most reliable Wi-Fi for everything: streaming, gaming, working from home, you name it. Wi-Fi coverage in every corner of your house, from the top of your attic all the way down to your basement floor. There's also a security blanket for your network. That's a big deal. Fiber-powered network with 99.999% reliability. It is built for speed. It can make everything in your home work together. So right now, lock in 5 years of predictability, 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes. Just like that, with same-day Wi-Fi. The price slot guarantee: 5 years, the same price, no contracts or commitments, and everything you need included: data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, it's Pony, back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 5-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins just made a trade. They have acquired forward Hendrix Lapierre from the Washington Capitals in exchange for a 2027 third-round pick and a 2028 fifth-round draft choice. Hendrix Lapierre appeared in over 70 games, 74 for Washington last year, totaled 16 points, 4 goals, and 12 assists. He has bounced back and forth between the Capitals and the Hershey Bears, the AHL affiliate of Washington, over the last 3 years. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Jeff Hathorn joins the show next.
Good Talk Radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hendrix Lapierre, eh?
Hendrix Lapierre, the newest Penguin. So the team will look different compared to what it looks like right now.
And Garnett Hathaway to the Panthers from the Flyers, the haunted Hathaway.
Another trade for the Panthers.
So what I'm impressed with here, Limits, from the day is pretty much everything the Hoffman said. Do you have a clip we could lead into Jeff Hathorn with?
I do, and we have Jeff. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, Jeff.
Hello, gents.
Good to hear from you, buddy. How was your vacation?
It was unbelievable.
Where'd you go again?
We went to Norway.
Oh, my word.
And then London and a day in Paris.
That is unbelievably cool.
Yes.
Is there any Steelers
stuff? It was 97 in Paris.
Oh, my God. Is there any Steelers stuff up in Paris yet? Are they getting ready for that?
Not yet. But my daughter Brooke decided to wear her Steelers shirt just so everybody knew that Yinzers were coming. And we did have a couple of people stop us and say, and either know the Steelers or ask if that's the team that's coming, to Paris in a couple of months. And we would say yes. And yeah, it was, Joe, here, I'll tell you a quick story. We're in Norway.
Yeah.
And this small coastal town. Maybe it's actually their third largest city, and it's like 80,000 people, I think. They shut off a street down by the wharf and put up a big screen TV. Now, granted, because of the time change, it's midnight when the game starts. This street is packed. It's like if Pitt and Penn State played and, a pregame party, watch party. And it was the coolest experience to watch all these people come together. The flag was going. I mean, they're all excited about it. They don't get in the sporting spotlight often. And to watch that and be a part of that was something really special.
Man, that's cool. Well, let's hear from the Hoffman family. Limits, who's talking here? The old man or one of the son, or Jeff?
So this is what Jeff Hoffman first had to say. We have 3 clips here. What Jeff Hoffman said about Mario Lemieux's potential involvement in the team.
Yeah, Mario and I have spent some time together. He's been as good as advertised, I think. Just a great guy. And I'm really hopeful that he will be a part of this in whatever way, shape, or form makes sense for him. But we would love for him to be a part of it. We know what he means to hockey, we know what he means to the Penguins, we know what he means to the city, and what he means to the league, to the NHL. And I think everybody would embrace him with open arms, especially the 3 of us over here.
Well, that sounds good, Jeff. Jeff, you're both named Jeff. So my question for you is, what do you think Mario wants to do? Like, how involved do you think he wants to be?
Here's from what I understand. Mario doesn't want to be involved in the day-to-day stuff. He doesn't want to be necessarily a part of the ownership group, but he doesn't also want to be such a token to where, reports you would hear with his relationship with the Fenway group of, they wanted to assign him to go do things. And he's like, I'm not doing that. I think he just wants to feel welcome at the games and come when he wants or bring somebody if he wants. And I think given everything that he's done for the organization, it seems like the Hoffman Group is on board with that type of relationship. Not even one where you see ceremonial former athletes that, go out to different events. I don't think he wants to do that. I think he just wants to be able to come and go as he pleases, and hopefully they'll be able to work something out, because that's been one of the shames of the Fenway Group is that Mario's just disappeared.
Yeah. It certainly was. So before we get to the other clips, what were your overall impressions of the father, David Hoffman, the multi-billionaire, and his sons, notably Jeff, who's going to be running the franchise, it sounds like. From what I heard and saw, Jeff, I wasn't there, it sounded like they hit all the right notes. Tell me your impressions.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that, well, I mean, they were well rehearsed in the terms of they knew how to answer every question, but they were direct. They looked at you. They gave concise answers. There weren't a lot of uhs and pauses that made you think they were searching for what they wanted to say. And then the dad, after not speaking at all at first because he's an alternate governor, the main figurehead for the Hoffman Group is going to be Jeff, the son. He just couldn't help himself anymore. And, he went on to say about, listen, they've won 4 of 5 ECHL titles. They're in this to win. The fact that they said they plan to be here for generations. This is not an investment. This is more of a love for them. I mean, it's everything that they're going to put money into the team. Everything you wanted to hear, they made sure and got out there. And they say they are going to be visible within the community.
Limits, let's hear the next clip.
All right, this is what the Hoffman family, Jeff Hoffman in particular, had to say about any rumors or rumblings that the team could move to another city.
This is not an investment for us. Like, as you think about a financial investment, this is a commitment to a city. It's a commitment to an organization. The Penguins are going to be in Pittsburgh and always going to be in Pittsburgh as long as the Hoffmans are part of it. The Hoffmans plan to be a part of this for generations to come.
Man, I love hearing that. I think any fan would. This is not an investment. This isn't the little old mom and pop shop looking to make their primary source of income whatever they can glean from the Penguins. They're already really rich and they're here to win. That's what I take from that. Jeff?
Same. Now, I mean, and when Roger Marino took over, he had all this money and you thought there's going to be all this investment and all. I mean, I don't remember an ownership news conference where they came in and said, well, we're not sure the capital we have, or we're not sure how much we're going to invest. So you take it, well, the actions will speak more than what was said, but what was said was exactly what you wanted to hear. From the Mario to the investing in team to wanting to win. It was very well done by the Hoffman Group. And, I give credit to Evan and the Pens media relation team, Jen Bolano as well, because they knew exactly what was coming their way.
So I read a tweet from somebody quoting one of the Hoffmans today that the games will become more kid and family friendly. Does that translate to cheaper tickets, or what was meant there?
We'll see. And some of that was, what they did in the ECHL to get people, for their Everglades team, to get them excited. They went out and just gave out a whole bunch of tickets to kids. And their philosophy was, we get the kids here, they come with their parents, they get involved, they're excited. And then he said once that happened, businesses wanted to be involved because people were at the games. They had eyes on their products. And he seemed to say that they're going to do similar type of things here. I can't imagine the same type of ticket drops. But you know what? I don't know where they ended up, but for a part of the season, the Penguins were among the worst teams in percentage of seats filled in their arena. I don't know that it would hurt them to go out to a couple of schools and just hand out tickets and kind of rebuild a bond, especially with the new ownership group. And that's what they sounded like they wanted to do.
Limits, one more clip if you'd be so kind.
Here is what David Hoffman, the founder of the Hoffman family of companies, had to say about the importance of winning.
You will win in Pittsburgh. We're committed to winning. And whatever it takes, we give the resources, we give the autonomy, we put the right people in place to win. Our coach at the Everblades is the winningest coach in the history of ECHL. We've won 4 out of 5 years, the Kelly Cup, which is a lower level Stanley Cup, and we plan to do the same thing here. This is going to be wonderful. We'll give Kyle all the resources he needs, or whatever he needs to bring a Stanley Cup back here. So, thanks for letting me speak.
Again, everything you'd ever want to hear. However, there's the inconvenient reality that they have arrived here, Jeff, just as the sun is setting on the Crosby, Malkin, Letang era, specifically the Crosby era. He may have good years left. He probably does, but we're nearing the end. So anybody can talk about how the Penguins are going to win another cup. My question would be when and how. Compete for another cup even. It ain't going to be easy.
No, and I think everyone has to remember the hierarchy of the new ownership group. Kyle Dubas has a lot of power. I mean, he's not just general manager. He's one of the heads of the organization now. So it seems like he's got a lot of authority to go out and make a monster deal if he wants to. And that's what this franchise needs. It's probably not going to be in free agency. And I don't say that because they do have money, but because it's just so limited. Like, what trade can they pull off that would get a young star to join the Penguins?
Jason Robertson?
Right, and that's the name that seems seemingly every time is thrown out there.
Yeah.
Like, Erik Karlsson will never, as a Penguin, have a higher trade value than right now. I still think I think there are other pieces that other teams would want that the Pens could get rid of. Thinking of a certain winger who's very streaky, who you could throw into a deal maybe with the Karlsson and a couple of draft picks, and you might be able to get some type of player of that magnitude. We'll see what transpires. But I do think they're going to be aggressive, and they have the green light to do so.
Limits, unless you have another question about the Penguins, I'd like to move on to the Pirates where Jeff Hathorn is right now.
I would love for you to do that.
All right, Jeff.
Where Henry Davis just hit a 2-run homer.
What? Wow.
Wow.
We're in delay. We're going to see it right now here, Jeff.
I'll be honest with you, Jeff. I'll be brutally honest with you.
He hit it oppo.
Holy ostrich pellets.
Wow.
He hit it oppo.
He crushed that thing, Jeff.
He did.
I was just about to ask you, is Hank Davis really going to play 2 games in a row here? And he just might, because Skeens is going tomorrow. So in the midst of all this, they're going to play Hank Davis 2 games in a row? Well, now you can't keep him out of the lineup, Jeff. He's got the welding helmet on.
No, you can, because Don Kelly loves sitting players after they hit big home runs.
That's true. He'll probably have 4 homers and sit tomorrow. Good point, Limits.
Yeah, it's and Brandon Lau went deep in the first inning, and I mean, what a pickup that guy has been.
Man,
I know he's had some moments. He's had some down streaks. I think every hitter has. But can you imagine a Pirate with 19 home runs before the All-Star break? I should know this, but I don't know when the last time they had a 20 home run guy before the All-Star break.
I'm going to guess that it was Josh Bell that year. He had that ridiculous month.
Maybe.
That would be my guess. All right, let's move on to Don Kelly then. Because Pony yesterday, was putting out the question, why does anybody think he's a good manager? If you think he's good, tell me why. I don't think he's a good manager, Jeff. I think he's average, but I certainly don't think he's done a terrible job. Where are you with Don Kelly?
Yeah, I don't have a grade yet on him. I know he's been here a year. I think he's learning. I love the fact that he talks to Leland all the time, that he seeks advice, that he doesn't feel like he's figured it all out. I think some of the decisions that are criticized are absolutely fair. I also think some of the bullpen decisions, if one of those guys would just do their job, I think it's more on the players not doing their job than what we've seen from the bullpen. And now you have the situation with Keller yesterday where you leave him in too long, but how do you trust the bullpen when he was pitching so well? I think those things get magnified when you have a group that's not doing well. But I'll say this, and him, Haig, you got to, and so are Kelly and Haig now all of a sudden smarter baseball men? They know how to teach hitting so much better now, or do they just go out and get better players? So I would say the same thing with the bullpen. Is it Don Kelly not knowing how to manage a bullpen, or is it a bullpen that didn't execute?
We had this discussion in the hallway earlier today, Jeff. Do you think that Don Kelly utilizes like his coaching staff well enough, or maybe even Negron, his bench coach? Or do you think that a lot of the decisions that are made are Don Kelly's and Don Kelly's alone, albeit the influence Cherington has on games?
I think most he consults pregame. You see him occasionally talking during the game, but I think most of those decisions are Don's based on the information he has. And again, he's made bad decisions. I think, to be fair to him, every manager makes bad decisions. Like, is he all of a sudden so smart for having Brandon Lau? Or is it, again, is it Lau that's just hitting the cover off the ball? And now Brian Reynolds is hitting, and now they look so much smarter because guys are executing. I look at this. Was Jim Leland a horrible manager when the Pirates would win 65 games when he first started, or did they just get better players? I always put it on the players and less on the coaches or manager in any sport. If you don't have the players, you can have the greatest coach ever. Some of the greatest managers in the history of the game have had horrible seasons because their team is crap.
I agree with every syllable and half syllable Jeff just said.
I do agree with that, yeah. That's fair.
All right, Jeff, we're going to come back to you, okay? So we have an extra long final segment. Would that be fun?
Absolutely.
I want to ask you about Brendan Sorsby. I want to ask you more about the Pirates, and maybe we'll even have another Penguin question or two. There's a lot going on right now, yes?
There is. For a quiet time for the Steelers, there's a heck of a lot of other news going on.
Jeff Hathorn, live at the ballpark. We'll be back with Jeff after a very brief intermission. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm. Well, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Limits, it feels like today's game has extra weight to it because it's perception.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be a game over 500 at the halfway point.
Yes.
It's not like the halfway point is game number 40.
It's the easy, plus for our purposes and fans, it's the easy thing to argue. You know what? After all this stuff, injuries to Griffin and Cruz, a little bit for O'Hearn, crappy bullpen he was given.
Horwitz is hurt now.
Don Kelly's going into the break, one game over 500, or
don't jump the gun, Joe Block.
I'm not. It wasn't a prediction. It's what people will say if they win, and this is what they'll say if they lose. Is Kelly goes into the break one game under. They're under 500 going into the break. They should be at least 5 games over. That's what they'll be saying.
You're
Obviously, this game's not over. It's 3-0 in the 4th inning limits. They still have a bullpen to deal with here. They could wind up 13-3 Seattle by the end of this one.
Possible.
What I'm saying is that it feels like a game that's important for perception's sake. It's important to come back and win this series. You got the Reds coming in here. I'm not going to say anything about who they should and shouldn't beat because we've seen how that plays out at times, Colorado. But it feels like an important game. Plus, if you leave this one with Hank Davis coming out of it with a really good game and Bubba Chandler, who looks great so far today, coming out of it with a really good game, I think suddenly they're inspiring hope going into the second half instead of despondency. Is that a word, Limit?
Despondency, yes. And Brian Reynolds with another base hit. He now has, I think it's either a 29 or a 30 game on base streak in a row. How about that? June Brian Reynolds, Joe. He just lights up. Like
June Brian Reynolds is like May Josh Bell from that year. I mean, this is incorrigible.
June Brian Reynolds is hotter than Crowley burning a couch at a West Virginia game.
Yes. Speaking of incandescent.
Incandescent.
What a wonderful word that is.
Nice word there, Mulvey.
How would you define it?
Incandescent?
Mm-hmm.
I honestly have no idea.
Lit.
Oh,
as the kids say.
That's what the kids say. It's fire.
Easier to say lit than incandescent.
Can I give you a quick Bubba Chandler number?
No.
Okay.
Of course you can, Limits.
This is his 5th start in June.
Mm-hmm.
His first start against Houston was not good. 5 innings, 4 runs allowed, 2 walks, just 3 strikeouts, but he did go 5 innings. His last 3 starts, not including this one, 5 1/3 against Atlanta, 3 runs, 2 earned. 5 2/3 against Miami, 2 runs, just 1 walk. Last start against Colorado, 6 innings, 2 runs, 2 walks.
It's looking a little better.
It's looking better.
I thought, and was hoping for a dynamic Bubba Chandler.
Yeah.
You know what I mean at
No, me
times?
too.
But I think he's learning how to pitch, which is a good thing.
The 6 innings against Colorado was only the second time he's done that this season. And the first one was all the way back on April 17th against Tampa Bay.
Yeah. I think he's simply learning how to pitch right now. And at some point, hopefully, you get that mixed with the one game he had 10 strikeouts. And then oh my gosh. No, that's going to be caught. And then we're looking at something special. I still think, obviously it's a special talent. That's not breaking any news, right?
No, he still has a 4.09 ERA in June, but it's getting better.
It's getting better. And I think you can really leave this game today with a good taste in your mouth. Who's going to be the first guy in today after he's done after 5 or 6?
Well, we know who it won't be. Carmen Majinski, because he pitched in a 10-run game last night.
I don't mind it.
In the 9th inning.
Everybody's all over that one. Yeah, did you happen to watch the 8-1 Colorado game last week? That was 8-6 after
they still
2 seconds.
They still won.
How about,
and that's in Colorado.
They still won. How about just win the game? How about that? Win the game.
Have Carmen Majinski be available for after Paul Skeens on Friday night?
How about win the game? That's what I like. And save the rest of your bullpen.
I think it's a waste of Majinski, who is supposed to be one of your better relievers, who has an ERA right around 2.5 since he's gone
Finish
to the bullpen.
the game, save the rest of your bullpen. I'm fine with what they did last night. Win the game.
I don't believe in Johan Ramirez, but Johan Ramirez even should be able to win that game in the 9th inning when you're up by 10 runs.
Johan Ramirez has largely been good of late, Limits. How dare you insult him like this?
Okay, who's a reliever that is throwing up beach balls? Dennis Santana? He can get 3 outs before he gives up 9 runs, right?
You really want me to answer that one? Just win the game, and let's get out of here.
Thank you, Joe.
Plus, he gets a save. Give him a little confidence, right? Come on, Limits.
Do we really need the 3 inning save when you're up by 10 runs?
All right,
Does
so,
that really
he
matter?
pitches 2 innings instead of 3, and now he's available to piggyback somebody?
Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
So that 1 inning makes all the difference.
I would have taken him out when it was an 8-run game.
Well, now I will definitely disagree with you.
I would have taken him out after just 1 inning.
Okay, Joe
1
Block.
inning, you're up by 8.
They're up 8-1. They're up 8. I'm not so sure that's safe, Limits. At any point, I just want to win the game. The dude's pitching well, keeping him in. Now, you might say, and we've had this conversation today, when other guys like Ramirez are pitching well in the 6th or 7th, and they rip him out after 1 inning, keep him in for an extra inning. I like that too, but
yeah,
I get your point.
I just think Majinski's a better pitcher than Johan Ramirez or Evan Sisk, who's had a nice year, or of course Dennis Santana.
I'm not so sure about that in a relief role. I think actually Ramirez can be pretty dynamic at times.
At times?
Yeah.
I don't think
in a limited role, yes.
I think times are typically more troublesome for him than they are plentiful.
Not lately. And I also think Sisk is,
I like Sisk.
First of all, he's a lefty, so it's just a different ball game.
Yeah.
Johan Ramirez has a 1.59 ERA in the month of June, I'll have you know, limitless wonder. 11 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, and 11 strikeouts.
That's much better.
Yeah. And his last outing in May wasn't bad either. Listen, I'm with you.
He had an ERA of 9.24 in May.
I know. And now he has an ERA of 1.59. So why aren't we giving the Pirates credit for sticking with him instead of just always shredding everything they do?
We should.
Could it be at the end of the season if they stick with certain guys that they should be praised for patience?
They've been seemingly patient with Marcell Ozuna. Now they don't even want to play the guy.
Where does that come from, Limits?
I'm just changing the subject.
I know. But I think we both agree they still need help in the bullpen.
Yeah, like Isaac Madsen could have got them.
You're talking about Carmen Majinski like he's Goose Gossage all of a sudden. You're going to throw him into every game?
Well, I think last night also proved that no matter what the situation is, Carmen Majinski is going to be used in this bulk relief role no matter what. And I think that's just ridiculous. Like, it seems like they're going to pitch him 3 innings no matter what the score is, no matter what the situation is, and they're not going to, which is going to take him out of a potential outing for today or even tomorrow, where he probably won't be available again until Saturday.
I don't know.
And I
he
just think
pitched
that's
well.
a shame.
They finished the game. I definitely would have gone with him for 2 innings for sure. And then when I look, his last outing was only 2 innings, Limits.
Well, yeah, that's because isn't that the Dodger game where they put him in when they were down by 4 runs already?
Wrong. It was the Colorado game where it was 2-1. He pitched 2 innings with 1 hit. So he is in a 2-inning role in that game.
Oh, that's the game they said that if they would have tied the game or took the lead in the top half, they would have put him back in for the 9th.
In the game before that, he pitched 3 innings and gave up 6 runs, although none of them were earned. And the game before that, he gave up 4 earned runs against the Dodgers. You're talking about him like he's, I don't know who. I already
he's
said
Mariano Rivera.
Are you positive he's the guy you want? 1 inning, 2 innings over Ramirez right now?
Yes.
Because I think you are.
Yeah.
Because I think Ramirez is better than him right now.
That's a fair opinion. Ramirez has been good this month.
Thank you.
I just think the overall track record of Majinski in the bullpen in his career is better than Ramirez, and that's true. Thank you, Joe.
Is it? Is it true now, Limits?
Yeah, it is.
We have to get back to Jeff.
We should have had poor Jeff comment more on that conversation. Top of the 4th, 3-0 lead for the Pirates. 1 on with Josh Naylor, who the Pirates were interested in the offseason and trying to bring over. He is at the plate. Listen to the game at 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. More headlines can be found at 937thefan.com. Our headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for June is Nobelstein Brewing Company's Donzi, their flagship golden ale. The charity will be the Fans' 5-alarm fundraiser for volunteer fire departments across the region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
History at the FIFA World Cup. 40-year-old veteran goalkeeper Guillermo Memo Ochoa made an emotional late-game cameo at Estadio Azteca during Mexico's 3-0 victory over Czechia. The appearance secured a perfect group stage victory and marked Ochoa's record-tying 6th World Cup roster inclusion. Is Memo Ochoa the greatest Mexican goalkeeper of all time? I'm Addie Bates.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Portugal was trading at 12% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $800 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Flying out of Pittsburgh? Don't settle for crowded airport parking and long walks with your luggage. At Globe Airport Parking, valet means you pull up, hand them the keys, and step right onto the fast shuttle, just minutes from Pittsburgh International. While your car just sits in airport parking, at Globe, they put that time to work for you. Professional wash and detailing, plus oil changes and other maintenance while you are gone at reasonable prices. Skip the stress of finding a spot at the airport and upgrade your routine. Reserve your spot now at globeairportparking.com. Globe Airport Parking. Valet convenience, premium care, and a better way to park.
A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax were applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at whalenexteriors.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
What a catch by Mangum PI there. They loaded the bases with a defensive malfunction, a little Bubba malfunction, but no runs. Jeff Hathorn is at the stadium. Jeff, did you have a good view of that catch?
Yeah, I mean, perfect view from up here because you could see it slicing away from him, and if he doesn't catch that, it's a tie game. And he gets into the hole and makes that catch. Jake Mangum.
How about Cole Young? Man, is he a good player, huh?
He is the same age as like our youngest, which it just blows you away because he came right out of high school and he's been good for Seattle. I mean, he gets overshadowed a little bit because they have a really good lineup, and Young is a nice piece of that.
Matt Clement said he's the best high school hitter he's ever seen. What's the crowd out there like,
Wow.
Jeff?
They had a huge walk-up. I'm going to say they've got somewhere between 17 and 20. So that's not bad for a Thursday afternoon.
Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Who is it today, Limits? Brendan Sorsby still?
I think he's going to be the biggest loser for the next couple of weeks.
At least when they have no supplemental draft. What's cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. All right, Jeff. Do you think the Penguins have a huge trade in them? They already made a smaller one today. Do you think they have a big trade in them this weekend? And if so, what name springs to mind?
Yeah, I think Robertson is a name that you would love to see. I mean, we haven't heard a lot about some of the other guys that might be available, but there's collateral there. All those draft picks. I mean, if someone's looking to win right now, and even though it would hurt your team initially, man, who wouldn't want Carlson the way he played last year? I just think there is a potential, and I think Kyle Dubas is looking to make a big deal. All the reports you hear from whatever insider that you're looking at speak of the Pens being very active and looking to move. And Dubas even told us, listen, we're not going to use all these draft picks. We're going to move some of them in a deal, but they're going to have to really sweeten it to get somebody that's going to have the type of impact that the Pens need to have, because they don't have a superstar under what? I mean, their superstar is close to 40 years old. So they don't have someone as good as the season that Kendall had for a first year. He's not someone you look at and say he's Sidney Crosby.
How about the Pirates? Do they have a big trade in them? And when is Ben Cherington going to make a trade that actually helps the bullpen? Even though I think some guys are pitching better, Ramirez is a prime example of that.
Could you add a starter that could help the bullpen? That's another question. Like, do you throw a veteran starter in the rotation and mess with what you have rotation-wise? I mean, is this the time? That's just something I think out loud about. I mean, you think that there's middle relief everywhere, or that there's another bullpen arm everywhere, but that bidding war might be more than what the Pirates want or what they're able to pull off. But maybe it's some other move that opens the door to help strengthen your bullpen from what you already have internally.
Jeff, I've basically asked everybody this question. I think that they need as many as 4 bullpen arms. Now, maybe that's would dwindle down a little bit because some guys are starting to pitch better. And I'm not talking about like 4 Aroldis Chapmans, but, like 3 or 4 impactful guys. Where do you think they fall with the deadline a month away?
You mean, where do I think they should add?
Yeah, like how many bullpen pieces do you think is necessary for this to be like a true contender?
I would love to see 2. I mean, I know that you fall in and out of love with Isaac Mattson. Montgomery has had some really good moments, but he's had a few bad ones, and he's not the experienced guy. I mean, Sisk has been good, but will he be good down the stretch? I mean, there's too many question marks in that bullpen, so I want to see 2 adds to that bullpen. Even if one of the adds is just more of a flyer on someone that has kind of struggled but has a history of coming up in big moments, that's what I want them to see. And if they add, I guess they're not going to get rid of Ozuna. I don't know what bench piece they could add. I kind of like this is a weird year in that most of the time we're talking about adding a hitter or adding someone experienced that can play a lot of positions or whatever it is. It seems like they've got that part of it mostly covered, and they've overcome. The other thing that has been impressive, even though the Pirates are only 500, they have had some significant injuries, and they haven't fallen off the world because of those injuries.
Are we sure they're not going to move off of Ozuna, Jeff? Like, they're basically doing what I wanted them to do with Andrew McCutchen scenario and just bat him against left-handed pitching as the DH. That's what I wanted them to do with McCutchen, and they're doing it with Ozuna.
Limits, I still think that they believe in the value that he brings in that room. That there's more to him than just what we see on the field. And I know that drives people crazy because it's bottom line what they do on the field. But they see a value in what he brings to that clubhouse, and I just don't see them making a move with Ozuna.
Jeff Hathorn on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. Rain this evening, a high of John Stallworth, 82, a low of 66. Mario Lemieux. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Jeff, we had the Kabylian Mongoose on yesterday, and it's his contention that the Steelers will not keep Will Howard, that they're going to go with 3 quarterbacks, and he ain't going to be one of them. and he thinks they may just part ways with him. What do you make of that? This mongoose.
That would be surprising from what we saw in off-field work, and what we were allowed to see during Steelers OTAs and their few days of minicamp. That would surprise me. And you add that, what we saw, into everything that we heard about Will Howard.
So you think they'll keep 4?
Shocked. No, as crazy as I get the reason why you would keep Mason Rudolph, but I still think Rudolph at the end of the day will be the odd man out, whether he's traded to another team because of an injury, late in training camp, or one of the young quarterbacks for the Steelers ends up with an injury. I will say this: if either of those quarterbacks has any type of injury, you could see them just say, all right, this is like they did with Howard last year. Howard could have been active earlier, but you just bury him all. I could see them doing that if there's any type of injury to either of the two young guys.
I actually agree with you. I think that Mike McCarthy's thinking that he can get Will Howard up to Mason Rudolph's speed. I mean, come on. It's not like Mason goes in there and suddenly, you have a great chance to win any game. Remember the Bears game last year? I think McCarthy thinks, I'd rather just develop my young guy, see what I have, and I'll get him up to where he gives us as good of a chance as Mason to win the game. City Sweeper, do you have a question?
Well, yeah.
Joe,
yeah.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Joe, let me respond to that just real quickly. I don't think the Steelers have the type of roster where you would say a backup quarterback could take us to the promised land. If Rodgers goes down, the season's over. Like you're putting your offensive hope on Rodgers. So whether it's Rudolph or Howard, doesn't matter. I mean, the season won't be what you hope that this magic could be with Aaron Rodgers.
Jeff, I've always wondered this, and it's just never has come to mind to ask until now. Like, when they put Howard and kept Howard on IR for so long, and when Skylar Thompson was on IR for so long, but clearly wasn't hurt, or if they give Drew Aller a phantom injury to keep him on IR for a long time just to develop him, how does that never come up as an NFLPA grievance?
I think you're always negotiating the next CBA. And I don't think that either side is going to rock the boat enough to really question those type of injuries, because there are injuries. Someone has a groin injury. How do you know how that's healing compared to another person? Same with the concussion or something like that. How do you know for sure? And how do you call a team out for saying what you think is probably true, but you can't prove medically? That's why I think you don't see that become more of an issue.
Jeff, what's the buzz around there with Connor Griffin? Might we see him this weekend? A very nice rehab start in Altoona. We're going to see him against the Reds.
He's here, Joe.
Did you know that, Limits?
In the booth with you? Can you put him on?
He's not in the booth with me, but he's here.
Did they announce that?
And yeah, Donnie talked about that pregame, that he was here for a scheduled look anyway. And after he got hit by a pitch, I'm sure they want to make sure that he's 100% okay. But he was supposed to play that game, then come here, be evaluated. I think there's a possibility we see him on the roster tomorrow.
Holy partridge pellets.
Wow. So
I didn't know that, Limits.
I guess one game of going 2 for 2 with a triple, a home run, and 3 RBIs is good enough in your rehab, Jeff.
While being the youngest guy on your AA team.
That's wild. Yeah, he crushed the ball yesterday.
Jeff, you're a wonderful man. Hopefully Bubba Chandler gets out of this and gives him 6 shutout or 1-run innings. I'm not inspired necessarily that he will, but I hope he does.
I second that, Joe.
Only 62 pitches in the 5th.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Efficient.
I was reading a thing the other day.
63 limit, so you were wrong.
I love that Nolan Ryan had 254 pitches in a game and then pitched 3 days later.
That's it. Carmen Majinski could never, huh, Jeff?
Oh, I mean, that's like pitches in a month for some of these guys. It's just insane.
They won't throw Carmen Mlodzinski out there. What did you think of that, Jeff? And I know we only have a minute. In like 20 seconds, I was so irritated that they kept Mlodzinski in that game when it was an 8-run game and then a 10-run game.
If there hadn't been other times where the bullpen had either blown it
Thank you,
or
Jeff.
gotten it really tight, I would have more of a problem. They needed that win. So they
Thank
put
you
the
very
best guy
kindly.
out there, and they just wrote it.
I agree with every syllable you just said. Goodbye, Jeff.
Bye, Jeff.
Thanks, boys.
Limits, are you going down to the Bucko game?
No, by the time the show's over, I wouldn't get there till like the 7th inning, and I had to stay an extra hour because Pony had a very important meeting at the ballpark today.
You could get there in 10 minutes and be there by the 6th inning. You could leave right after the show and get there in 10 minutes.
I can't leave. I have to stay here until 3. I just told you that.
Why?
Because Pony is at a very important meeting, and he's not going to be on the air until 3, and Donnie is doing the first hour.
This is a disaster. Now there's runners on first and second with nobody out. I got a bad feeling about this game, Limits. I just do.
Yeah, Chandler with what? Is that 2 walks or is that a hit and a walk?
I don't know. I didn't see it. I saw him walk somebody. Here comes Bill Murphy. Murphy's Law.
A little bit faster than he usually walks.
The slowest walker on earth. Thank you, Limits, and good night.
Thank you, Joe. See you tomorrow.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's right now 3-0. Pirates beating the Seattle Mariners top of the 5th. 2 on, nobody out. As Bubba Chandler has been pretty good so far, just 66 pitches. Listen to the game, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines can be found at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Donnie Football takes care of the first hour of the PM team before Pony is on at 3 from a jam-packed Rivers Casino. That's up next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals, Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a minus 165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Gerken Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gerken Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Book us. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Sir Grout Pittsburgh is a hard surface restoration company that cleans, repairs, and restores tile, grout, and natural stone in homes and businesses. Sir Grout Pittsburgh, 412-844-2643. Tee it up at the 2nd Annual Pittsburgh Veterans Day Parade Golf Outing, Saturday, June 27th at Cedar Brook Golf Course. Golf prizes, raffles, food, drinks, and more. Register your foursome by calling Jim Hay, 878-212-0856. Proceeds benefit the Pittsburgh Veterans Day Parade. Thanks to all of you for helping out with the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your contributions will help 25 local fire departments purchase gear, equipment, and other crucial supplies. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Julian Gray & Associates, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, and Target Freight Management. For more information, visit 937thefan.com. On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania, proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania, because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Sir Grout Pittsburgh is a hard surface restoration company that cleans, repairs, and restores tile, grout, and natural stone in homes and businesses. Sir Grout Pittsburgh, 412-844-2643. Tee it up at the second annual Pittsburgh Veterans Day Parade Golf Outing, Saturday, June 27th at Cedar Brook Golf Course. Golf prizes, raffles, food, drinks, and more. Register your foursome by calling Jim Hay, 878-212-0856. Proceeds benefit the Pittsburgh Veterans Day Parade. Thanks to all of you for helping out with the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your contributions will help 25 local fire departments purchase gear, equipment, and other crucial supplies. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Julian Gray & Associates, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, and Target Freight Management. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive-Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Penguins introduced their new ownership group today, the Hoffman family of companies, at a press conference. The NHL draft begins tomorrow night in Buffalo. The Penguins have the 23rd pick. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. From a jam-packed, red-hot, electric Rivers Casino Sportsbook, it's the PM team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is not an investment for us. Like, as you think about a financial investment, this is a commitment to a city. It's a commitment to an organization. The Penguins are going to be in Pittsburgh and always going to be in Pittsburgh as long as the Hoffmans are part of it. The Hoffmans plan to be a part of this for generations to come.
All right, well, that part was reassuring at a somewhat bizarre welcome to Pittsburgh press conference for the new Penguins ownership group. Jeff Hoffman, who is supposed to call the shots for this family, alleviating any concerns that eventually we will get to a place again where we are talking about the Penguins packing up their things and either leaving or threatening to leave. Like when they almost moved to Kansas City or Hamilton, Ontario, and a bald guy named Jim Balsillie almost bought the Penguins with the intent to move them to Canada. So that was good. I'm live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. As you know, Malsey is still on paternity leave. Donnie is back in Green Tree. Donnie was on standby to start the show off because I was over at PNC Park for a little Marconi presentation with the Pirates today, and I was sitting behind home plate. And I said, I got a show to do. Bye, guys. Shook my boss's hands, gave Bob Pompiani a pound, and came over here to the casino.
Pony, I'm actually going to give you a ton of credit for that, too. Because I was anticipating having to do the first hour. Our guy, City Limits, who's still in here with me, was anticipating having to produce the first hour because our bosses are friends with the Pirates. They were perfectly fine with you missing a day of work to hold the trophy, take a picture, and then sit with the hoi polloi behind home plate.
No, I got to do a show.
And you said, you know what, fellas? I got a job to do.
Yeah.
I owe it to everybody that I work
Absolutely.
with. So I will give you some applause there, Pony.
You know, you only have so many you only have so many shows. I'm not going to pass up an opportunity to talk to people, especially when there's big stuff afloat and big things going on. Now, what I ended up doing was, no offense to the great job that our midday guys do, but I knew that we were going to talk about the Penguins at the beginning of the show, and I didn't know when I was going to get a chance to watch the press conference or listen to it before coming on the air. So I put on Sportsnet Pittsburgh on my phone and listened to that press conference as I drove over to you. Operative word being listened to, because they had, it's the first impression, and they have mic issues the entire time.
Oh, it was a rough go. It was a rough go for the audio team.
My biggest takeaway from that press conference as it pertains to the number one thing we talk about and care about as fans, which is the on-ice product. I did not feel in that half-hour Q&A that we got sufficient answers as to what is going to go on here beginning tomorrow night, or really what could go on at this very second. Because one thing that, if you're, not paying super close attention to the NHL in June, and if you're not, that's okay. For some people, the Penguins are a 365 thing to obsess about. For other people, we care and love them, but we're not, reading and consuming countless hours of information on what's going to happen here. But the consensus is that this free agency crop stinks, and that is why Anthony Mantha, despite no showing the playoff series against the Flyers, is probably going to get, I heard one estimate yesterday, 5 years and $8 million a year, which compared to baseball and the NFL and the Steelers is not a lot of money. But think about it this way. Sidney Crosby makes $8.7 million a year, because that's what he does. That's Sid. He's superstitious about that. He allows for the organization to build and put great players around him. He makes $8.7 million. Anthony Mantha, off of really one good year, is going to get $8 million a year, and this ain't football. That ain't a fake number that's going to get reported. That's all guaranteed money. And so it's a very shallow pool of players. Stuart Skinner is another guy that is expected to get big money in a few days, and he lost his job to Arthur Shilovs in the playoffs. So that's really the state of free agency, and that means, that was my segue into saying that there's a lot more trades taking place, because teams are trying to get better via trade because they know they can't do it in free agency. And so, you never know when new ownership comes in, how forthright and how transparent and how honest they're going to be when they first talk to Penguins fans at a press conference like this. And it was interesting. They were brutally honest about some things, and they played other things close to the vest. And the thing that they played close to the vest more than anything else, I'll give this person credit. Mark Madden asked a question about the Penguins' vision. What is the plan for right now? I think it was Mark who asked that question. And it really got a corporate-ese, very down-the-middle, word salad type answer. And the Penguins and these new owners, the Hoffmans from Chicago, are saying things like, yeah, we're going to put all the resources we can into the team. Our goal is to win the Stanley Cup. But I took from this press conference nothing as it pertains to as far as, all right, are you guys going to take a shot at it this year? Or are you going to continue to slowly build it up and really go with Kyle Dubas? I think his plan before last season started, and the Penguins surprised people, and Jeff Hoffman said at this press conference, he admitted to it. The guy obviously looks at Vegas odds and stuff. He said we were expected to finish 30 out of 32 teams last year. So there's an acknowledgement that the Penguins overachieved big time. That caught Kyle Dubas by surprise. He also said at his season-ending press conference that the Penguins are really not that close, though, to competing and contending for a Stanley Cup after he watched teams play in the playoffs after the Penguins were eliminated. So what's the move? Is the move to make things that allow for the Penguins to become more competitive in the long run? Or do they look for a shortcut, and do they look to cut corners in the next few days? And we don't know after this press conference. I have said a few times here I think the best move the Penguins can make is to look at these big-name guys, these extremely productive players who either voluntarily don't want to be where they are right now, like Dylan Larkin, or teams are restricted or constricted, are probably the better word, by the salary cap and can't retain their great players like Dallas with Jason Robertson. That to me should be Kyle Dubas's number one. And by the way, I guess I should say this. They also made it pretty obvious that they have the utmost respect and belief in Kyle Dubas, and unless they're just BSing us, which, you know, people lie at press conferences. Mike Tomlin admitted to doing that all the time. I got the impression that Kyle Dubas is going to have really, maybe not autonomy per se, but is going to have not a ton of oversight and is going to be allowed to do what he thinks is best for the team. So maybe as I talk through this after leaving this Pirates game prematurely, maybe that's actually something that is the most important thing to take from this press conference, that they're going to trust Kyle Dubas. And so what is Kyle Dubas's vision? Kyle Dubas's vision might be to not do anything knee-jerk and not do anything big unless it falls into the Penguins' lap or they know that they're getting like a great bargain or a great deal in the trade that they make. And I bring that up because you could say when Dubas first took over as GM, he made a huge splash. He traded for Erik Karlsson. That was a massive move. The guy had won the Norris Trophy in San Jose. Had come off a 100-point season. There are very few 100-point blue line seasons. They don't grow on trees. There aren't a lot of Paul Coffeys out there, if you haven't noticed. But think about that trade. I mean, I don't need to recap all the names involved. That was your classic sports talk radio, 93.7 The Fan caller. Let's take all the guys we don't want and things we don't like, and let's trade them for a good player. That's what happened with San Jose. Guys we were sick of or we didn't want, whether it's Jeff Petrie or you name it, guys that were expendable and disposable got traded in that deal for Erik Karlsson. So is Kyle Dubas going to finally make a trade here in the next few days before July 1st, in the next week, or even tomorrow at the draft? Is he going to make a trade where he gives up a lot to get a lot? His record as GM here so far would say he won't. And last offseason, he made a lot of Pirate-esque deals. What do I mean by that? He made a lot of low-risk, potentially medium to high-reward deals, or no-reward deals. Parker Wotherspoon and Justin Brazeau and Anthony Mantha, and didn't give out multi-year deals, and if he did, it was for a little bit of money. Brazeau and Wotherspoon are making like close to veteran minimum salaries. So it's interesting because even the reporting around the Penguins, and they're great reporters, Yoey's covered them for a long time and has done an excellent job. There's people that should have a really good sense for where this organization is moving and going now that it has new ownership. And we still, other than Josh saying this week they want to go big game hunting, we don't know what they're really trying to do. I mean, big game hunting could also mean, other people have interpreted that to mean they're willing to trade some of their veteran players for first-round picks. They're willing to trade maybe a Raquel or a Rust or a Karlsson and get a premium pick back in the draft. We've already seen one of those deals. Buffalo took one of its defensemen and got the 4th pick in the draft. So there were some funny things from this press conference too. We'll talk about that, plus what happened with Mario here. I mean, that was the first question, and it should have been, or second question. What's going on? Hello. What's going on? One of our better colors of the week. What's going on with Mario Lemieux? And they answered that question differently than I thought they would. 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. If it's hard to hear me, that's because I am at an electric, jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook right now. Donnie has the headline. We'll have Bucko postgame once this Pirates game goes final. Here he is with the latest in sports, and we're right back on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, the Penguins have reportedly made a trade. They acquire the center from Washington, Hendrix LaPierre. 4 goals, 12 helpers last year in 74 games. They give up a couple of mid-round draft picks in return. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is brought to you by True Green, Western Pennsylvania Golf Association, Hickory Heights Golf Club, Avalon Golf and Country Club, The Grand Resort, and Shooters Golf. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Portugal was trading at 12% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $800 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
There's enough needless nonsense in the world already. Your phone plan shouldn't add to it. Verizon's new Simplicity plan cuts down on the nonsense in your life. Now there's just one plan, one price. $30 a line per month, even for a single line. And everyone gets our best 5G network. It's a phone plan designed to do exactly what a phone plan is supposed to do. Isn't that a lot simpler? Switch today at Verizon.com or at your nearest store. For new customers, $30 per line includes auto pay and switch discount. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply. Unlimited data is restricted to on-device smartphone usage. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. The Memphis Grizzlies are moving on to a new era with Cameron Boozer as their face of the franchise. Boozer in one season at Duke averaged 22, 10, and 4 assists per game. We'll look back at Boozer to Memphis as one of the best picks and fits of this year's NBA draft. I'm Chris Black.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Pirates baseball is back. Celebrate with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Must finance HMFLO APR Tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, and plates. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going
going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Pony. The summer heat is rolling in, and the last thing you want is your home's cooling system to not keep up. If your air conditioning system is making odd noises, blowing warm air, or won't start at all, call the trusted professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric. Don't wait until a small problem becomes a major breakdown as temperatures climb. Call McVeigh and schedule your cooling system maintenance today and keep your cooling system running all season long. Call McVeigh or schedule online at callmcveigh.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Moon Beer and Pop for less. It's their crazy June 30th pack sale. Get Icy Light, Coors Light, Labatt, and Labatt Light 30 packs for just $22.99 or Michelob Ultra for $27.99. Moon Beer and Pop for less in Moon Township, right across from Robert Morris University.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Yeah, Mario and I have spent some time together. He's been as good as advertised, I think. Just a great guy. And I'm really hopeful that he will be a part of this in whatever way, shape, or form makes sense for him. But we would love for him to be a part of it. We know what he means to hockey. We know what he means to the Penguins. We know what he means to the city. And what he means to the league, to the NHL. And I think everybody would embrace him with open arms, especially the three of us over here.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can listen to us, the PM Team, on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Jeff Hoffman, the face of the new Penguins ownership team, on Mario Lemieux. I mean, it's been widely reported now that Mario is going to come back to the team. There was a huge falling out with Fenway Sports Group. Mario didn't like the way that transaction was handled by Fenway. Also didn't like the way people very, very close to him were treated by Fenway Sports Group, which is hard to believe that Fenway wouldn't do a better job with that. You know, they get called a world-class, first-class organization all the time, but they did a very good job of treating the face of the Penguins franchise and one of the greatest players and ambassadors in hockey history, respectfully, apparently. And so, you know, now this Hoffman group wants to extend the olive branch and get Mario back in the fold. And everything I've heard on that is, you know, Mario, I don't think at this point in his life wants to be super involved. He's a grandparent. You know, he's got interests beyond hockey. And what I think is going to happen here, and you could hear it like in that answer, like nothing is official. I don't think that he has any kind of official role or job with the Penguins in their front office or anything like that where he's going to officially have a say on what they do with their team. What I think is going to end up happening here is they're going to offer him some kind of almost ceremonial job where he has maybe a special advisor title. You know, the thing that comes to mind for me is what the Dolphins have with Dan Marino, where Dan Marino is not a GM or a president, I don't think, or anything like that, but has, you know, a role inside that organization where it's like they roll out the red carpet for him and, you know, there's an open door policy. He can be around as much as he wants. He can input as much as he wants. And I think that's what the Penguins want to do for Mario Lemieux, and I would think he would be open to that as well, which is great for hockey here. You don't want the man that brought Stanley Cup hockey to Pittsburgh and saved hockey in Pittsburgh and won 3 Stanley Cups as an owner to feel like he was persona non grata, which kind of happened with Fenway. The other thing about this press conference that was just incredible today was the way the dad, so you've got Jeff Hoffman, and the patriarch of the family is this guy, David Hoffman. And there was only one microphone up there by design. But I think, Donnie, this David Hoffman character is used to calling the shots because he's the guy that's been in charge of these companies forever. And now his sons are obviously taking on a bigger role. But he's used to being very vocal and speaking his mind and everything else. I did not expect the hotel industry in Pittsburgh to take the stray that it did in this press conference where, to paraphrase, he pretty much said, "We have no good hotels in Pittsburgh. I think my family needs to build one here."
I don't know where you want me to go with that, but I guess more power to them.
I mean, where do I want you to go with it? You've lived in Pittsburgh your whole entire life. Has anybody ever said to you, our hotels suck? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but
do you have an opinion on hotel availability in Pittsburgh? I feel like this is something entirely new to me. Now, I've heard for years people saying it's absolutely true. We probably couldn't host a Super Bowl here, even though we just did a draft, because, you know, the clientele for a Super Bowl, you just get tons and tons and tons of people with very, 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 very deep pockets, and we don't have, like, the hotel infrastructure per se to do an event like that. But it was news to me that from someone's perspective from outside the area, one thing we're lacking is good hotels. Like, to say that the area around the arena needs to be developed more and turned into a destination where people are going to eat dinner and to have a night out with friends like the North Shore has become. They said that, and I fully expected them to say that. I did not think this kind of old loon would just take the microphone and say, you know what this area really is lacking? Hotels that people want to stay in. I think I'm going to just take all the money that I have and build one here.
I mean, the question, like it is with anything, like we've talked about with potential new stadiums sometimes down the road, where does he plan on putting it? Is it going to be the classic put it in Cranberry that we always love to use every now and then?
But that's nowhere near the arena, and that doesn't help with that.
I know, but I mean, I don't know.
You've literally got a Marriott right across the street from the arena, and you've got a Cambria Suites attached to the arena.
Correct. So I don't know. Is there still some space across, like the other way across?
He doesn't like that the Fairmont is too far away, and it's like the 1 5-star hotel that we have here. It was just a very strange thing to say. And like the other thing that this guy did that I think people expected, and obviously these are listeners that are kind of outside of our audience, but I think fans here can maybe empathize with them. I mean, like, the Wheeling hockey fans were pretty much told, yeah, we're done with you. Like, good luck finding an NHL team that wants to be your affiliate next year, which I thought kind of stunk. I don't know if I didn't expect it. I mean, they own an ECHL team. You would think the team they own becomes a Penguins affiliate, but I thought that kind of like was not necessarily a great thing for Wheeling people to hear when the Penguins are supposed to be having this very cheery, optimistic, exciting press conference. Oh yeah, the team right down the road from us is not going to be one of our farm teams anymore. So
yeah, I mean, I know that to some people would stink, but the writing was on the wall when you just looked into this family and realized, oh, they own a minor league hockey team. So as long as they can make it happen, they're going to make that team, which, by the way, has won the Kelly Cup, which is the ECHL's version of the Stanley Cup. 4 out of 5 years? 4 out of the last 5 years, including this year, when they eliminated Wheeling from the playoffs in the Eastern Finals.
Yeah. And he was going on and on about how they have big inflatable mascots there that people love and shooting T-shirts off into the crowd. He said we've got fire at games. He was really big on the theatrics of a Florida Everblades game.
I mean, it doesn't completely take away the idea of ever going to Wheeling for a hockey game again, unless they can't latch on with
Well, that's what I was
team.
going to say. I mean, I took that to mean, is it possible they're not? Could they not have a team next year because of this? Right? I mean,
I'm not sure how the affiliation rules work.
I mean, you worked in minor league baseball. I've seen that happen all the time. All right, a team, reclassifies and ends up going with another city, and then that all of a sudden that city doesn't have a team anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I know that it's gotten shifted around in the past. I mean, like the team that I called games for, it was in Morgantown, and they were at the time an affiliate of the Pirates, but previously, like the State College Spikes used to be a Pirates affiliate.
And then they were the Cardinals.
They went to they became the Cardinals affiliate, and I don't really think that
now they don't have teams anymore there, though, right? Or that's a different league. It's not even
correct. Yeah, but like the New York Penn League mostly got eliminated. Some of those teams got moved around. Well, they all got moved around. Like I don't know if anywhere lost the team completely, but some stayed.
Like, isn't that what happened to
ball.
Johnstown? I don't think Johnstown has a team anymore.
You mean Jamestown? Or wait,
no,
you mean Johnstown, the hockey team?
The Johnstown Chiefs, yeah.
Yeah,
right?
I guess
they were
you're
in the
right.
ECHL. Now they're completely out of hockey. Or if they are, it's like in a league that I've never heard of. Follow us on Twitter and watch us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Donnie is the biggest football topic of the day next in the debrief. Steve Palazzolo joins us to talk about the Steelers situation and what's going on with Joey Porter Jr. as we get closer to training camp. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Top 7 at PNC Park. The Pirates lead the Mariners 3-1 in the rubber game of the 3-game set. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and
Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross, take up to $5,000 off. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now and is too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at WhalenExteriors.com.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. This week, we're in the beer garden at Kennywood, exploring some incredible food and beer pairings from around the world at Bites and Pints. You can start with some of the delicious flavors of Cuba, including grilled shrimp and a Cubano sandwich, paired with Cigar City High Life India Pale Ale. Or take a trip to Bavaria with Schweinbraten or Bavarian Pretzel, accompanied by a refreshing Hocker Pashur Weiss beer or Von Trapp Helles Lager. Next, Polish delights including pierogies and halushki, paired with Poland's favorite lager, Ziewicz. Then travel south of the border for the flavor of Mexico with tacos de carnitas or a Baja crab cake and a thirst-quenching Stone Buenaveza salt and lime lager. These and other international food and beer pairings can be enjoyed through the July 4th holiday at Pittsburgh's favorite amusement park, Kennywood. So join us for some Bites and Pints. Please enjoy responsibly. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. Their 5-year price guarantee and same-day Wi-Fi available right now. It is the most intelligent, the smartest Wi-Fi. It can heal itself when there's a problem. It's also the most reliable Wi-Fi for everything. Streaming, gaming, working from home, you name it. Wi-Fi coverage in every corner of your house, from the top of your attic all the way down to your basement floor. There's also a security blanket for your network. That's a big deal. Fiber-powered network with 99.999% reliability. It is built for speed. It can make everything in your home work together. So right now, lock in 5 years of predictability, 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes. Just like that, with same-day Wi-Fi. The price slot guarantee, 5 years, the same price, no contracts or commitments, and everything you need included, data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, it is time for the biggest football story of the day in the Donnie Football Debrief. It is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company. Over 100 years of baking experience. I'm at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, losing my train of thought because there's all kinds of games and events going on here right now, and tons of people in the sportsbook who have made their way over from the Pirates game to have some libations and bet on some things. And yeah, as Donnie likes to point out, I am able to, I think, focus decently. Situations like this for Starkey are very hard, Donnie, because there's a million things going on in front of you at one time. Like, for example, a woman walked by me because I think on Thursdays when there's a Pirates game, the staff here at the Rivers, they are all encouraged to wear jerseys. A woman walked by me in a Detroit Lions Mike Williams jersey.
Man, what a pull that was. From that crew of wide receivers they kept picking in the first round, and then they finally got Megatron. They went, 3 years in a row, I want to say? First-round pick wide receiver.
Roy Williams.
Yes, Roy Williams, Mike
Charles
Williams.
Rogers.
Yeah, and then they finally They went with Calvin Johnson, which I think was like a year or two removed.
Yeah. Hawaii blue. Great, as they say in soccer, great kit. Did you know that that's what they call jerseys?
Yes, I am. Yeah, there's a big fixture tonight, too.
Do you have a USA soccer kit?
I do not.
No, me neither.
No. Or else I would have worn that last week at Mike's Beer Bar instead of a Kurt Angle t-shirt.
I saw Mike at the game. He was also in the Home Plate Club. Congratulations on all his success. And, yeah, they're going to be rocking and rolling 10 o'clock tonight for USA. Who are they playing, Don?
Turkey. Turkey.
All right, what do we have in the debrief?
The debrief, June 25, 2026. Pony, I don't know how much you've been following this story, but one of the, I would say, up there, if you want to say iconic high school football programs, one that people generally know pretty well in the area, McKeesport, with the best running back in the state of Pennsylvania, one of the best running backs in the entire country, Keemon Spell. They are 2 months away from the start of their season, and they are going through utter chaos off the field. Nobody has a clue what is happening at the head coaching position. This has turned into one of the craziest stories I can remember in local high school football.
You're going to have to give all of us like an abridged version of what's gone on. All I keep seeing are, and it's one of those situations like when somebody posts a long message on Facebook or Twitter, and then the response back to that is, congratulations on all your success, or my condolences.
Yeah,
for
sorry
what
to
happened.
hear that.
Yeah, and you're like, there's so much here. I don't really feel like reading it all. And I keep seeing those things about McKeesport and Brandon Short, the great Penn State linebacker who's from there and is kind enough to come on our show from time to time. I keep seeing him involved in this controversy in some way. So please tell me, like, is Spell caught up in this controversy at all? Like, what's going on there?
No. So just to clear the air there, no. Spell is not caught up in this other than being the team's
best
star player.
And the best player in the area in a very long time.
Yes, so it mostly gets back to the church that Coach Matt Miller's dad is a preacher of.
So the head coach's dad is in charge of this church.
Correct, and it is seen by many in the McKeesport community as a cult. Now, I have never attended the church. I haven't talked to anybody that has attended the church, but that is the belief in that community.
Okay.
And it does also tie into McKeesport legend Brandon Short and the tragic situation regarding his daughter's passing.
Yeah.
And
how does it tie into that?
So when his daughter was murdered a few years back.
Yep.
And the alleged story here is that somebody that is on Coach Miller's staff that is also a member at that church was asked to testify in favor of the man charged with the murder of Brandon Short's daughter.
Gotcha.
And that had Brandon Short questioning, why should I keep supporting and helping out,
of course,
this team and this football program?
Yep.
So a lot of pressure from that turned on to Matt Miller.
Yeah.
Basically because of his father's church.
Is he in the mix there? Do we know if he's involved with this?
I mean, I'm sure that he is. I'm sure he attends.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, his dad is the...
So he's somewhat supportive of this?
Yes.
Okay.
But he was not the person, he was not the individual that was asked to testify.
Right.
And I almost feel like he is kind of just caught in the crosshairs here.
Okay.
And last night, where it starts to take a wild turn, even crazier than what it already has, McKeesport had an emergency school board meeting to announce that they would be accepting the resignation of Matt Miller as the team's head football coach. And there were also several players that were in attendance, Keemon Spell being one of them. But then today is where it almost reaches a point that I think Netflix may want to get involved down the road, Andrew, because a statement got put out today by Matt Miller. And I have it for you. I'll read it here. He said, on June 11th, 2026, the day after the school board tabled their votes on rehiring last season's assistant coaches, and the day before I was scheduled to leave on a previously planned vacation, I met with the school's athletic director. He read a statement to me indicating that the school district would choose my assistant coaches for me and that I could resign. I was not given a reason for this decision. I was not told that I or any of my assistant coaches had done anything improper. I advised the AD that I would not sign a letter of resignation and I would make no decision until I returned from vacation. The next day, on June 12, after I became aware of the rumor circulating that I had resigned, I contacted the AD by email and reiterated to him I had not resigned. As recently as June 22nd, so 3 days ago, the AD and I were working to coordinate a time for me to speak with him and the superintendent at their request. In an email sent to the athletic director on June 22nd, I again stated that I had not resigned. And in a final email sent yesterday, June 24th, 24 hours ago, thereabouts, again, I stated that I had not resigned and had no intention of doing so. I was very disappointed to hear the report last night that the school board had accepted my resignation because I have never submitted one. I did not submit my resignation on June 11th, and I have not submitted my resignation at any time since then.
So the one thing I seem to be missing here that's getting lost in translation for me, and look, I know that there are rules and laws that govern public schools and how they treat employees, whether it's teachers or I don't know if Miller's a teacher in the school district. That to me would be relevant information. But why don't they just fire him? What am I missing here?
So that did get brought into question, and I believe. Let me see. There was a decent explanation put out there. Because, and this is from our buddy Carlo Zovko, who's been huge on this, the Whippeal Insider on Twitter, because that question was actually brought up by intern Dom. Why not just fire him if they want him out so badly? And Carlo's answer was they voted to renew his contract, and you cannot fire somebody under contract without a cause. They have no cause to fire Miller, so they need him to resign. So they basically need to force him to quit, and that's what they're trying to do.
Do we know what side Spell is on this? Like, is he going to play regardless of how this pans out? If he feels a sense of loyalty to this coach, could he not play there this year? If he doesn't like this guy and he is able to stick around as coach, is that going to affect his situation there this year? Do we know? Like, is he locked in to play football at McKeesport regardless? I mean, if he didn't play high school football this year, I'm sure Georgia would still gladly take him, right?
Right. I mean, I still think he would play, but there have been a few players that, popped into social media last night when the news broke that he had resigned.
And they were in favor of the resignation, or they were ticked off about it?
Correct.
Which one?
Well, that they were happy that he...
Gotcha.
That they were happy that he was going to resign.
Right.
So when that news broke, you had Spell. He said something of the likes of, like, we're about to go on a big run. One of their other star players, who is a 4-star athlete, Javian Robinson, he said he's going for 2,000 plus receiving yards this year now.
Donnie, don't you think, the Whippeal, the way that they dole out punishment on transfers is pretty much a coin flip. You never know which decision they're going to make. But if McKeesport makes a call on this coach that Spell doesn't like, I'm sure any private school in the area would bend over backwards to take him. And given how controversial this decision has been and like what's gone on in that community, I would think he would get ruled eligible at any of those schools, don't you?
Yeah, I mean,
Central Catholic, Bishop Canevin, Seton LaSalle, any of those places.
So I will add this. When the news was reported last night that he was resigning, it already appeared as if they had a replacement in place, and it was somebody who had been on the staff for a couple of decades. It also happened to be the brother of the most legendary coach in McKeesport history, because they were ready to hire Tom Smith, and that is the brother of George Smith, who is the winningest coach at McKeesport
right, but
all time.
I'm saying if this Miller guy keeps his job, could Spell make a decision then, all right, I'm going to go take my talents to another school? And if he did, I would think the Whitfield would want to make him eligible. He'd have a pretty strong case for why he wanted to go pursue an education somewhere else for 1 year, I would think.
Yeah, I suppose you can't rule that out, because the other thing about all of this is we are roughly 2 months away from the start of the season. Week 0 is the final weekend in the month of August.
Do you think
we are getting very close?
Yes.
To, I mean, there are teams that have been working out all summer. There are teams that have had, basically OTAs for high school happening all this summer. And another little layer on top of all of this, I know it's hard enough to keep track. The Steelers were holding like a 7-on-7 type deal today.
Yeah.
And McKeesport was there with their interim coaching staff.
Huh. So here's just, we're obviously putting the cart way before the horse here with Spell. Like, let's say he doesn't like what decision the school makes and doesn't like the coach and decides to transfer to a private school. If you put him on Central Catholic for this upcoming season, we know they'd win the Whitfield. Do you think they could legitimately win the state championship in that situation?
Yeah, I think that puts them over the top. I mean,
they could beat the Philly schools?
Yeah, I mean, they've been in the state championship game the last 2 years, and they've gotten handled in those games. I'll say that. They had to take on St. Joe's, 2 years ago. They had to take on LaSalle last year. LaSalle had one of the, we already know St. Joe's, they have players flooded from 5 different states. They got the youngest Harrison brother at receiver on that team.
Marvin
they're
Harrison's
ridiculous.
kid.
Yeah, Jet Harrison, I believe is his name. Then last year, they're taking on a team that had, I think one of the top defensive prospects in all of high school football. The kid's going to play safety at Notre Dame. He looks like another Kyle Hamilton. But if you get a player like Keemon Spell, who is already the best in the state at his position and one of the best in the country at his position, and you add that to what Central Catholic already has, I think that puts them over the top. And not to mention, they have an offensive line that rivals what Pitt and Penn State are able to put out there.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Beautiful day for baseball all weekend. Tomorrow night going to have great conditions too. What's going on with Joey Porter Jr. and the Steelers? Could the Steelers sneak Will Howard onto their practice squad if he doesn't make the team? Our top NFL analyst is going to tell us next. We're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It is raucous here for Bucko Baseball. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Jug Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Kia, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Got junk? 2 Men and a junk truck.com.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. With True Fan Travel, you'll enjoy 5 nights in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, Versailles, a Black and Gold Legend meet and greet, and an all-inclusive game day tailgate. October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Book now at truefantravel.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right. Penguins introduced the Hoffman family today as their new team owners. They've left the door open for Mario Lemieux to join the team. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, it's the PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right. It's always a good time here at the Rivers. Tons of stuff going on. World Cup tonight, USA's final group stage game before they make it into the knockout round, the round of 32. You can bet on that here. Steelers still more than a month away from training camp. Two big stories that have popped up this week from insiders. Number one, Joey Porter Jr. not close to a deal, says Jerry Dulac. Dulac implies that a deal might not even get done with Porter. And then the other is what Caballi has said about Will Howard. And we know how much Caballi loves Mason Rudolph. But Mark's had very good intel lately on the Steelers. And he thinks they should keep 4. He thinks they'll only keep 3. And predicts that Howard will be the odd man out. He pretty much said that the die has been cast on that too. That Howard could have a monster training camp in preseason and still not make the team because they want a veteran backup behind Aaron Rodgers and they want the project that is Drew Aller, who they picked in the 3rd round. Steve Palazzolo, our NFL analyst from the 33rd team, joins us right now. Steve, what do you think are the chances that the Steelers could sneak Will Howard onto their practice squad for this upcoming season?
I don't know. As a 6th round pick without much of a track record in the NFL, I think that's doable. He lasted long enough for enough NFL teams to pass on him. I mean, there's always a little risk with that, but I think it's doable.
When you look at that situation, why don't more teams keep 4 quarterbacks? Why have we seen with the most important position in the entire sport? Why is the trend to keep only 2 instead of it going in the opposite direction and to keep more than 3, which very rarely happens?
You know, the Vikings bucked that trend for a little bit, and they had a bunch of 4 QBs for full seasons. And then they pick up like a Daniel Jones and then rehabilitate them and then let them walk. And even though they tried to re-sign them, I like it as a strategy. Now I'm an anti-special teams guy. So in my head, holding 4 quarterbacks and getting them in the meeting rooms and seeing if you could develop them makes sense to me. Where I think the league looks at it, they say, well, we don't have reps. It's not like these guys are getting reps during the season. It's 90-95% starter and 5 to 10% backup, right? So you've got that aspect. And NFL coaches care way more about special teams than I do. I think special teams is probably more important now than it was 5 years ago because of the kickoff, and you do need some depth. You do need that 5th and 6th linebacker or 5th and 6th safety to, be on kickoff coverage or whatever it may be. So there are some roster limitations there, but you have bigger practice squads. You could hold some of those players there, and if you have injuries, you start moving players around. Plus, you still have inactives. I'm all for the extra quarterback deal. But I think coaches always feel more comfortable when they say, hey, we got 6 linebackers and we have 5 safeties, and they make their special teams coaches much happier.
Does this situation that the Steelers have really cry out for keeping 4 quarterbacks, or not really, in your opinion?
I mean, they're still in this world where they have to do anything they can to find their next guy. And so you have to, play to win this year with Aaron Rodgers, and you have to say, okay, what do we have in Drew Aller? What do we have in Will Howard? What do we do? But, and then our best backup probably is Mason Rudolph. So I think there's a world where it makes sense for the organization, right? Like, win now this year, Rodgers and Rudolph, win for the future, figure out what they have in Aller and what they have in Will Howard. And unless they're just right off the bat writing off Will Howard because, Mike McCarthy wasn't a part of drafting him or whatever it may be, I think the 4 QBs make a lot of sense as long as you have enough depth for the special teams deal that I was talking about.
Steve, once upon a time, now this is going back a number of years, so it didn't happen like yesterday, but once upon a time, the Steelers traded Josh Dobbs for a 5th-round pick. So quarterbacks have been traded that have decent but not great track records as a backup. What do you think Mason Rudolph's value would be in the next few months if the Steelers decided, let's go with both young guys and not keep Rudolph? Would there be any market for him in a trade?
Remind me, when Dobbs has moved around a ton, when did they trade him to Minnesota?
No, they traded him to Jacksonville in 2019 for a 5th-round pick.
Okay. Because, Dobbs has moved around a ton, and, we see trades, like when there's an injury in training camp or whatever it may be, and then teams are immediately desperate. I don't know what Rudolph's status is out there. I think he ends up, he's a decent backup. I think he's definitely had a little bit more success the last couple of years than he did his first few years. But I don't know, is he even a top 10 backup right now in the NFL? He's probably in that range.
Probably not.
We're talking, but like for backups, there's like you've got Mac Jones and Gardner Minshew. Those are the guys that you're competing with. And, they have some decent seasons in relief and, some not so good seasons, like Mac Jones the last 2 years. He was awful 2 years ago. He was great last year with Kyle Shanahan. So I don't know if there's a big market for that unless a team gets in there and they're like, hey, we really don't have any kind of backup right now. And, maybe you get a late round pick. But we've seen Kenny Pickett, moving around for 6th rounders and everything. So it's probably in that 6th round range.
Yes, thank you for reminding me that Kenny Pickett gets traded just about every 15 minutes. That is true.
He's still the next Joe Montana. We have time.
Joey Porter Jr., there was a report yesterday that the Steelers and Porter are really not close on a deal and it might not happen. That he might think he's worth closer to $30 million, and the Steelers could have him valued at more like $20. Now, just so I make sure I know where you're coming from on this, Steve, aren't you part of the school of thought that says that in today's NFL, coverage might be more important than pass rush?
Well, I think I've soured on that a touch in the last couple of years, and it's not so
really?
Much that it's
okay. A change of heart.
But part of it's in like how you get there, right? A lot of that analysis was based off of, hey, like when we know the results of the passing plays, there's a lot of times when you can have pressure, but it can be completed. But if there's a pass breakup or something, okay, coverage wins no matter what. I would say the way you have to view it is from a pass rush perspective, you're better off trying to roll 6 to 8 deep with impact players. From a coverage perspective, coverage is important, but it's more of a weak link type of system like the offensive line, meaning when you have a weakness, it can get picked on because of the way football is. It's just the nature of the game. Mm-hmm. So when you have a weakness, you could pick on that one corner, or if you have a weakness on the offensive line, you could pick on that one tackle, or put your best pass rusher against him, whatever it may be. So that's the tricky part, I think, when you're looking at this, and then saying, okay, what like a high-end edge rusher makes more of an impact than a high-end corner in most systems if you're not playing, a ton of man-to-man coverage. So that's how I would view it. I think from a coverage perspective, you now need a starting 5, right? You need 3 corners, and including your nickel, and 2 safeties. And I think that's what makes it tricky to pay the high-end cornerback. So I think they're pretty much equally important, but I think how you get there might be a little bit different. And from a coverage perspective, you just want to make sure that you have no weaknesses, where from a pass rush perspective, you want to get, deep and, impact players.
Steve, if you're Omar Khan here in this exercise, in this conversation, and Joey Porter Jr. is really dug in on making, say, $25, $26, $27 million a year, somewhere in that range, what would you do with him this offseason? Would you pay it, or would you do something else?
I mean, I'd have to see how he plays again, but we're talking it's a little bit below Derek Stingley, Sauce Gardner. It's in Patrick Surtain territory, and I assume Surtain's going to get reworked here soon and, maybe be the highest paid corner at some point. You're talking a top 5 paid corner. I'm not sure he's there yet. Now, he had he's a good season last year. I think if he builds on that, then I think it might be doable. He also has this strange case where he was the 32nd pick in the year that they only had 31 picks. It's like, hey, I'm a first rounder. So they don't have that 5th-year option deal, which actually would have been, a lot cheaper. It's a tough situation. I'd want to see him do it for one more year, though. Cornerback play is generally volatile, and I think he got better last year. I'd like to see him back it up with another high-end season.
So if that happens, and he does back it up, would that bring the franchise tag into play for you with him eventually?
Yeah, I think it would. I think it would. You got to feel that out, how much that affects the player and everything. But I think if he has another high end season, that's where I had him high end from a production standpoint. You could probably start to justify $25-ish million because the cornerback market has gone up quite a bit as some of these top players have hit the market. But those guys, I think Sauce Gardner, Derek Stingley, Trent McDuffie, Jalen Ramsey before, he converted to safety more and got older, Patrick Surtain, I think all of those guys are at a higher tier than what Porter's been to this point.
Steve, the last time we talked, we were going over Sorsby because we thought he was going to be in the supplemental draft. Now he's not. He's going to have to wait until next spring's draft happens unless he gets some kind of court or higher power that intervenes here and forces the NFL to change its mind on things, which I don't think they want to do, obviously. When you were watching the tape back on him and you were comparing him to some of the other quarterbacks that were going to be in the 2027 draft, like your Moore and like your Manning and those guys, was he comparing favorably to them, or was he a tick down from those guys, Steve?
I had him a tier below. Now, and that's with the caveat, of course, that we'll have one more season, and we've had a lot of quarterbacks who had that really nice final season, and it projected to the NFL, and it was fine. But I think Arch Manning, his tools and skills and what I project him to be, Dante Moore. I have a very close eye on Drew Mestamaker from Oklahoma State. Were you guys hyping him up too? Were you guys Mestamaker fans? Yeah.
Yes, we were.
I think he's got a chance. Darian Mensah from Miami. I would say Sorsby is a tick below that, but when you see the tools, that's where I think he could separate himself. If you got to see that final season, which is unfortunate, at Texas Tech, in the Big 12, in some big games with a good team, seeing him maybe do a little bit better in some late game situations, see the field better. But I think overall his accuracy, inconsistency, and seeing the field in that Cincinnati offense, I don't think we got to see that all that well from Sorsby, but he had a chance. If he got to play another 15 games, he had a chance to maybe rectify that. So that's what he's missing out on. But I think teams will look at him and say he's big, strong, fast, good arm, and he's been pretty productive, and there's room to grow, and I think that's where he'll land as this second-tier type of quarterback that is in more of the developmental range.
All right, Steve Palazzolo, ladies and gentlemen. Steve, people were mad at me in Baltimore yesterday because I said that Ben Roethlisberger's career resume was better than Lamar Jackson's. Am I right, or are they right?
I mean, you have to count the Super Bowls and the playoff runs and the longevity. So for now, you would say that. That's different than saying, like, if you were starting a franchise, who would you take in their prime? That's probably might be a different answer, but I'd say Ben's got a better.
What would your answer be then?
Probably Lamar.
Really?
With what he's done relative to it's like the two, because you're talking about the two MVPs, and he's been the guy for that offense, and I think that matters. I think that's now. Look, of course, you want to see the playoff success and everything, but I think Lamar is more of a build around type of guy. And look, Lamar is ranked. Lamar's going to be ranked top 4 in his era, right? He's with Mahomes, Allen, Burrow. He's always going to be in that range. I would say Roethlisberger was not in that top 4 with with Brady, Breeze, Manning, and Rodgers there as the clear top 4 elites, and then Big Ben is battling for that second tier with
Yes, I think that's probably right, but he's also part of a period of time where you could say the 2 best quarterbacks played of all time.
No, I get it. I know it's not fair to say, well, Brady and Manning were in the same era and he was below them. I'm just saying, like, even within his era, Lamar having the 2 MVPs and the way they've built the entire offense around his skill set, I think that all matters there.
Steve Palazzolo, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Steve. We'll talk next week.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
There you go. Donnie, I quipped yesterday that if Mulsey were here, he would have argued vehemently that Lamar is already ahead of Big Ben. Do you agree with me?
He absolutely would have, yeah. Very, very easily. He would have.
Whose side are you on?
If you're asking right now, I mean, I think by the time Lamar's done, it's going to be him. But, I mean, if you're asking for career resumes right now, I'm going to go with Ben.
And if we did career resumes right now, you would still say Mahomes is ahead of Ben, even though he has several years left to go, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So
I'm putting Mahomes ahead of him because he's won the big game multiple times and he's gotten there.
What if Lamar never wins one? Like you say eventually Lamar will get there, but what if he never gets to a Super Bowl, doesn't even make one? Would you still say that?
So I think that's what's so interesting about this group of quarterbacks, and I'm glad that Steve kind of brought up that era that Big Ben played in that had Brady, who got there and won it more than any other QB in any other franchise. Peyton Manning, he mentioned, he ended up with 2 Super Bowls. Drew Brees ended up with 1. Rodgers ended up with 1. And Ben has 2. I mean, you even have guys like Eli Manning who had multiple, of course. But it'll be interesting once we get to the end of the careers for the guys that are at the top right now, because outside of Patrick Mahomes, there are still so many, the rest of the big 3 really, or big 4 behind him, that are still looking for their first one.
Yeah.
Burrow got close but didn't get there. And you almost wonder, is he going to be like Dan Marino 2.0? Same deal with Josh Allen. Same deal with Lamar Jackson. Like for as great as Brady and those Patriots teams were and as dominant as they were, those other guys still eventually got to the top. And now we're watching a whole new crop of quarterbacks, and there are so many great ones, a handful of great ones, that haven't even gotten to the game, let alone winning it.
While Jalen Hurts and Sam Darnold are winning Super Bowls.
Right.
Mind you. 412-928-9370. I believe we're going to have Pop inside PNC Park joining us next as that game winds down. In fact, it's not over yet, but it's about to be over. And then we'll be able to get into the Pirates and this series against Seattle and the Pirates at the halfway point of the season, because this is game number 81. I'm live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, and it is rocking in here because of this Buccos game. Donnie has a headline, and we're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates trying to get the final out at PNC Park. They lead 5-1 as they attempt to take 2 out of 3 against the Seattle Mariners. The Reds come to town this weekend, 6:40 first pitch tomorrow. Paul Skeens on the mound for the Buccos, 5:45 North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk about my guys at Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is disgusting and gross, mine was, or you just don't like the look of it, you've always wanted a finished garage floor in that space of your house to either do things with, or you just like the feeling of pulling into a garage that looks good every time you enter and leave your home, well, Comer and Cross are the right people for you. They did it for me last fall. I'm so pleased with my garage floor. Less than a year later, it still looks brand new. When I had my garage sale a couple of weeks ago, people that were coming in were saying to me, oh my God, you actually do have a finished garage floor? And I said, yeah. I'm not lying on the air to my listeners. I don't even think that you're allowed to do so. That's illegal. Right now, they are offering up 50% off installation. My installation took less than 1 day. Thousands of 5-star reviews online, too, if you just don't want to take my word for it. So call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Sacramento Kings have made the playoffs once in the last 20 years. 20 years. Sacramento has been searching for a star just as long. On Tuesday night, the Kings selected Darius Acuff Jr. with the 7th overall pick. Acuff will be a star in the NBA, and the Kings have their guy. Look for Acuff to get the Kings back into the playoffs in the Western Conference. I'm Chris Black.
There's enough needless nonsense in the world already. Your phone plan shouldn't add to it. Verizon's new Simplicity plan cuts down on the nonsense in your life. Now there's just one plan, one price. $30 a line per month, even for a single line. And everyone gets our best 5G network. It's a phone plan designed to do exactly what a phone plan is supposed to do. Isn't that a lot simpler? Switch today at Verizon.com or at your nearest store. For new customers, $30 per line includes auto pay and switch discount. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply. Unlimited data is restricted to on-device smartphone usage. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zang, really wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honey-do list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first-position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%! Wow! Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Looking for the region's premier golf destination? You'll find it at Old Stonewall Golf Club. Their award-winning course layout is impressive and offers spectacular views. Visit oldstonewall.com to book your tee times this season and see why the best course is just minutes away.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
3:15, time to step up to the plate and call Buell. 724-443-5610. It's a final at PNC Park. This is a big win for the Pirates, who take 2 of 3 from the Mariners after losing Game 1 on Tuesday night. Final score today, 5-1. Brandon Lau, first inning homer. Henry Davis hit a 2-run shot. Mariners cut into that lead, made it 3-1, and then the Pirates tacked on a couple insurance runs in the bottom of the 8th. Soto came on to get the last 3 outs. They hold a Mariners lineup with names like Raleigh, Arozarena, Rodriguez to just 1 run behind Bubba Chandler, who started to unravel in this game but was able to strike out Cal Raleigh, which was a big at-bat in this game. And then the bullpen did the rest. The bullpen gave the Pirates shutout innings late in the game. So we haven't seen a lot of that this year at PNC Park. So a win over a team now that has a worse record than them. Seattle's 41-41. And yet here I am at the Rivers, and Seattle actually, get this, the Yankees and Dodgers are the only teams with better odds to win the World Series than Seattle currently at the Rivers. And the Pirates just took 2 of 3 from them. Let's talk to Bob Pompiani. I was at the game with him today. Bob, brought to you by West Shore Home's 20th anniversary sale going on right now. Visit westshorehome.com/fan, and he is on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Bob, we saw this up close. Give me your big takeaway on the Buccos win.
Andrew, it would be a nice rebound from that first game of the series. I thought that was a well-played game, but, Cole Young came up with a big hit in a 3-2 loss. But then last night,
they really responded well. Got a great effort by Ashcraft. And to me, the pitching was really good today, even though Seattle had opportunities. Some of the bullpen innings later, and this includes Chandler before that, they got him in some trouble, and he got out of it. A beautiful catch by Mangum out there in center field, which robbed Cole Young of what would have been maybe a 3-run double.
Yep.
And then after that, he came up with some big pitches against Cal Raleigh. He struck him out a couple of times today, and Rodriguez, a double play to end the next inning. So they stranded 11 guys. Seattle was 1 for 10 last night with runners in scoring position, and today was even worse. So the Pirate pitchers came through with this one. It was good to see, especially given how shaky some of the stuff has been. So taking 2 out of 3 from that team is something good. Now they got the Reds, and they need to react to that one too.
Bubba Chandler, Bob, ever since that controversial decision got made, and I still don't think they really know what they're doing with Carmen Majinski, and we saw him get wasted in a blowout win last night. But really, ever since that move got made, Bubba Chandler has pitched very well. You and I were talking during the game that he came into this game with 7 walks in the entire month of June, which for him used to be 1 or 2 starts worth. And his ascension here as a reliable arm in their starting rotation, he's still not going deep into games, Bob, but he's not self-destructing early in games and taxing a bullpen, and we're seeing better command and control from him, which is obviously a huge plus, and I think it helps defend their decision to keep him in the rotation and move Majinski to the bullpen because of his upside.
Yeah, I agree with that, and he's had to respond, and he has done that today. You know, he still issued a couple of walks back-to-back that got him into some trouble, but how he responded to that was big. So, you know, he had 101 consistently today when he was in there. If he harnesses that and locates better, the guy's going to be a huge part of what they do in the second half of the season. So, and this, Andrews, you know, this Seattle team's a really good hitting team potentially. They got some sticks there, and to get off, you know, with only 1 run today and 1 run last night against that hitting team, that's pretty good stuff by the Pirate pitchers. But the key is these starters, if they continue to do well and go a little longer in each of these games, take a little pressure off the bullpen, it might help overall the entire pitching staff.
Bob, Henry Davis was the Pirates MVP today. He's the catcher, and his pitching staff only gave up 1 run. And then he goes 2 for 3 with a homer. And he also had a double.
And a stolen base. He's never done that before in the same game.
Exactly. So his batting average actually went up, I think, 12 points today from a 136 average to a 148 average. Bob, the bar is set so low for this guy. No one, I think, is expecting him to really live up to being the number 1 pick. At this point, we just want to see him be a functional major league catcher. He's still very far away from that, but at the very least, once in a while, he shows a little bit of power, and he did again in this game today.
Yeah, and I think if he can somehow turn it into a 15-home-run season, you know, I realize he's going to be far below the expectation level when he was taken. It's difficult to attain 1-1 status and not have the expectations. The bar is extremely low, and he has one of the worst batting averages of anyone in Pirate history, given how far he's into his career. But I was encouraged with his at-bat today, especially the home run. He went the opposite way. Normally, he pulls everything, or at least seems like he does.
Very good point.
That was a good piece of hitting right there against a really good pitcher. And so that started it. Then he got a double after that. You know, sometimes you just need a little from a guy like that. And, you know, because things have fallen so far, if you get that from him and you combine that with Andy Rodriguez together, who's a more consistent hitter and a guy who gets on base a lot, I would certainly take that, especially with Griffin and Cruz coming back at some point. That lineup would be a little bit more dangerous.
Pirates play the Reds tomorrow. The Altoona Curve had an off day today, so Connor Griffin was actually back in Pittsburgh. I would like him to just stay in Pittsburgh, especially after what he did last night in his minor league rehab assignment. He hit a home run. He tripled. I know he had an error, but, you know, everything else looked great. You had an unbelievable stat on Connor Griffin from that game last night, Bob, that I wanted you to share with everybody that just speaks to how big of a talent this guy is.
Yeah, it's interesting now, unless I missed a guy. Sometimes you look at these rosters and you don't see guys who are injured or whatever, but him going back to Double-A, I think last night he still was the youngest player on that roster. This after he was up here in the majors, goes back down there, and I mean, it's a testament to how fast he's gone through the system at 20 years of age. So that's a remarkable thing. And, hopefully he gets back. They need his bat. And more importantly, I think they need his defense too. I mean, he gives them a lot more stability on that left side of the defense so they can put guys in better positions like Triolo or Gonzalez.
Bob, let's talk about the state of the Pirates here at the halfway point of the season. Give their team performance, 41-40 record. Give their team performance a grade through the first half of the season now.
So, Boney, based on what my expectations were, they're below those right now. So I would give them a C. And they still have the second half to prove that differently, and they can do it. These 2 wins should help them a little bit, given what their schedule is. But at this point, a C. I thought they'd be a better team, and if they had any consistent bullpen play with 17 blown saves, if you just take 4 of those away, it changes dramatically where they are, especially in the wild card race. And I realize every team goes through injuries, but that has certainly hurt them. I mean, Milwaukee has done so. They've lost Yelich for a long period of time, Churio for a long period of time, yet they keep on going. Quinn Priester's not even pitching with them right now. You have to overcome these things. So based on everything I've seen and what I thought this team could be, I would give them a C, but there's still a lot of games left.
Who is the Pirates' MVP of the first half?
Well, you'd have to say Brandon Lau based on his 19 home runs, I think. But I think Brian Reynolds...
I don't know if I agree with that. You think you have to give it to him?
No, I'm trying to think out loud. If you have him, I think Horwitz has been much more proficient batting both sides. Reynolds has been, on fire of late.
I think it's Reynolds. I think
it's Reynolds. I may give Ashcraft in that conversation too, just because of what they need from him, and he's giving it to them.
Reynolds has got a 30 game on base streak now. He was 1 for 3 again today with another walk.
With a walk, yep. Yeah, he's been terrific, and normally he goes through swoons, but he's avoided that altogether, and he's been by far the most consistent hitter so far to this point. So that's all good, but I think that's what happens when you bring legitimate bats into a lineup with Lau and with O'Hearn and even Ozuna when he's in there, and he needs to get going. But, I mean, all of a sudden guys like Cruz, like Reynolds, like Horwitz, they get better pitches to hit, and they have a lineup that's, more difficult to pitch around. So I think all of that together has made them a better offensive team. Now, if that continues in their bullpen, starts to plug up some of the holes they have, that could be a good second-half team. And again, to me, Pony, it's just about getting into the playoffs any way you can do it.
Yep.
They have the pitching in a short series, which could be very difficult to oust.
Man, Reynolds is one of those guys where you just want to tell him that, when we get to next week, it's not July 1st, it's June 31st. Because he just loves June. His June stats, I think, are better than any Pirate hitter ever. Barry Bonds and Stargell included.
Yeah, isn't it amazing how that happens and why? You wonder why that happens.
Somebody should ask him that.
Starts.
It's a good question.
I don't. He probably wouldn't have an answer for it because I don't think he probably looks at it that way. But it just takes him a while to get going. Now he's got to keep it going.
Bob, let me throw this one at you. Second half of the season, 41-40. Give me a guy who you think is an X factor for the Pirates. Like this guy's gonna have to come through and deliver if the Pirates make up a little bit of ground and end this playoff drought that's now over 10 years old. Give me someone who you think is going to play a very big role in making that happen if it does.
Oh, I'd like to say Davis, just because if you can get anything out of a catcher with that other part of that offense, that would be an unexpected improvement. But I don't know if I'm willing to say that just because he's been so inconsistent that way. Certainly when I've always thought the Cruz, I would say Ozuna. If you can get Ozuna back on track somehow, some way, that's going to be what they need. They brought him here for that reason. They've gotten none of it, but he doesn't find a way in the lineup every day, and I thought that was something that was going to happen. So even with these injuries, you would have thought with Griffin out and with Cruz out that he'd find his way in the lineup a little bit more than he has been.
Yep.
But if he could figure it out and get and turn the second half of the season around, boy, that could be very important for the Pirates.
How about Jones and Keller, too? I mean, can they get something from one or both of those guys? Because Keller is struggling. He gives up that home run Monday night. I think Donnie left him in the game too long. And what's Jones going to be? I mean, is Jones... See, what stinks for them right now, Bob, is they're trying to win. This is not a rebuilding year. So 2 years ago, Jared Jones pitching every fifth day, trying to work out the kinks and build his arm back up, you would have been fine with that because you're trying to develop players more than win. Well, he can't go out there and give you 4 innings and 5 runs every fifth day. And that's kind of what he's done ever since he was brought back from his injury. So that's a situation, too. I mean, you can't afford to have not only a guy not pitch well, but he doesn't go deep into games either because he's on a very strict pitch count each start.
Right. And so you have that coupled with Chandler seemingly on maybe a more modest or a more aggressive pitch count, but still, he's not going to be in there. I don't know if we'll
just
see
a bag of mystery, Bob, because when they use him, they have to use him, and they use him for more than one inning, and right now it's usually in blowouts. They're either getting killed or they're beating up the other team, and that's not a good usage of him at all.
No, 2 of the last 3 have been like that. Games that he didn't need to be in there. I thought actually last night after 2 innings he might have been taken out, but they let him in there to get the Kent DeColvey kind of save. But, maybe they're thinking, they know something more about Jones that we don't, or, that they want to keep Majinski's pitch count higher so he can get in and, kind of get into the starting rotation again at some point. But if he's going to be in the bullpen, you've got to be able to use him better than they are. I agree with that because they've had so many guys who haven't been able to deliver in big situations. And he's seeming maybe ultimately he turns out to be their closer. And I wouldn't necessarily be down with that in a bad way. I think he's got the kind of moxie, it looks like to me, that he can handle that role if need be.
I agree with that. All right, Bob. It was fun hanging out with you at the game today. I'll see you tomorrow, I think.
Yes, it
Maybe
was.
I won't. Either way.
All right, yeah.
You're the man.
You will, Pony. All right. Thanks, man. Have a good day.
Bob Pompiani, everybody. Follow us on Twitter and watch us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Let's get you in the mix here. 412-928-9370, PM Team Bucko postgame. They win today to finish the first half 41-40. They take 2 out of 3 from a team that is considered a World Series contender. Your thoughts on your Pirates at 412-928-9370. This is the flagship. When we come back from break in 2 minutes, we should have 15 people on the line that want to sound off on this team. This is your team. They got a winning record at the halfway point. What do you got to say about them? 412-928-9370. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
United States men's national team in action tonight. The final matchup of the group stage. They take on Turkey at 10 p.m. The United States is already qualified for the knockout stage. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pirates baseball is back, and there's only one way to celebrate. That's with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, made for game day. Surfside is the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside is only 100 calories and made with 0 bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. We have the largest fleet of trucks in the region, concrete pumping services, plus a full offering of precast products, manholes, catch basins, and blocks. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is ready to assist you with your next project. All solid foundations begin with Stone & Company, DOT and DOH certified, 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
Create a luxury spa with a customized glass shower door. Visit boulevardglassandmetal.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Our home team, a new pirate generation. Everybody shout, let's go
All right, PM Team Bucko postgame as you leave the game, as you flip over to us after listening to the game. Glad to have you. No Jason Mackey today. He's taking part in Bucko Family Day. Congratulations on all his success. He's normally brought to you by Westminster College. Get an exceptional and genuinely affordable education. 412-928-9370. Pirates win this game 5-1. Mariners have a mediocre record, but they're considered a good team that's just underachieved so far this year. Still great World Series odds. They play in a lousy division, so they're still a pretty good bet to make the playoffs. This isn't no joke, the team they just took 2 out of 3 from, and a big rebound after you lost Tuesday night in heartbreaking fashion. You let Cole Young pull an Ian Happ, pull a Sean Casey, pull a Matt Adams, pull all the guys from Pittsburgh that have killed the Pirates over the years at PNC Park. He's the latest to do it. It's deflating. It's another big blunder, I thought, by Don Kelly, leaving Mitch Keller in the game too long. And you rebound with an ass-kicking last night. Braxton Ashcraft shoved. Braxton Ashcraft looked like a stopper, which is something we haven't seen Paul Skeens do at all lately. 10 strikeouts, no walks. I mean, looking like a guy that's auditioning for the All-Star team. And then today, Bubba Chandler continued the good pitching, and you got really shocking production from Henry Davis with a home run double, and shocking production from your bullpen. Johan Ramirez, Eddie Sisk, Mason Montgomery, and Gregory Soto, they all teamed up to give up no runs and keep Seattle at 1 and not allow for a crooked number to go up and for the game to snowball and get away from them. So I think a pretty big win for the Pirates, and they finished the first half of the season on a strong note, taking 2 of 3 from a World Series contender. But I want to hear from you, 412-928-9370. I mean, come on now, people. This is a Pirates team that is over 500 at the halfway point. They are squarely in the mix for the playoffs. Even though there have been big bumps in the roads, there are still a lot of holes on this team. They are getting Connor Griffin back, though. So I want to get your thoughts on where you stand on the Pirates right now, how you feel about them after this game today at 412-928-9370. Let's go to Ben. He's on the Fan. Hello, Ben.
What's going on, guys? Good to hear you. Hey, so I think I have an answer to one of your questions about what do you do about Jared Jones leaving so early. If we can't get a Aroldis Chapman or a closer at the deadline, I think you move him into a closing role and put Majinski back in the starting rotation. I think Jones has the fieriness of a good closer, and I think he has just enough stuff to get you through 1 or 2 back-end innings.
That, to me, would be the pitching equivalent, Ben, of when they moved O'Neal Cruz to center field mid-season, and O'Neal Cruz didn't want to do it, and it showed right from the beginning that he was doing so reluctantly, and it was a rocky transition. The guy was asked in the minors, Jared Jones, could you pitch out of the bullpen? And he was super pissed off about it. Closer is the best job in the bullpen. It's a high-profile job. You get to pick out your music. You get to run out to the mound. There's tons of adrenaline. The ballpark standing up. I mean, he might reach back and throw 105 in a situation like that. He absolutely could. But I also think he would look at it as a slap in the face, and we're not even sure he would be good at it because he's never done it before. And so I think the only way something like that would happen is if they really fell on hard times. Like, I think they'd have to get, 7 or 8 games under 500 and maybe 10 games out of a playoff spot. And then at that point, they might just say, oh, what the hell, we're going to try it. But unless that happens, I think they're going to stay status quo and stay the course. And I don't think they're going to make that kind of career-altering decision with Jared Jones midseason. I don't. Unless desperate times call for desperate measures. But, thanks for the call. I get why you bring it up. I mean, look, that's not an asinine question. I mean, look, this isn't school where the teacher would say, hey, there's no such thing as a dumb question or stupid question. No, there's a lot of dumb, stupid questions, okay? There are. Let's not, treat kids with kid gloves. We don't have to be Fred Rogers here, all right? We're adults here. We can point out idiocy and stupidity when we see it and hear it. But, I mean, come on. The thought has crossed, I think, everybody's mind. Would Jared Jones be better as a reliever? The other thing that I didn't say to the caller, which I should have said to Ben, my bad, I don't think they want to do that either because they feel like that would be detrimental to his progress coming off of his arm injury. And when you're a closer, you're sometimes asked to pitch back-to-back days. You're asked to pitch, 3 games in 4 days. And I think that would be a big worry of theirs, that Jared Jones would not respond well to that, and that would ultimately do more harm for good to his arm and let's face it, He's really rehabbing an injury at the major league level is what's going on. That's what they're doing with him. So they're very careful with him and very precautious. This is a very difficult thing to do in sports when you're trying to protect an investment while you're trying to win. You know, you really don't see that in football. You don't see that in a lot of other sports. You can try to do it in baseball, where you ease a pitcher back, where you put pitch counts and inning caps on things. And that's what they're trying to do with him. But it's really tough to do when you're also trying to win. And that's kind of the conundrum the Pirates find themselves in with some of their young pitchers, and especially a young pitcher coming off an injury. 412-928-9370, Bucko postgame after the Pirates defeat the Mariners 5-1 and take 2 of 3 from a good team, even though they've got a .500 record to start this homestand. Here's Brandon on the Fan. Hello, Brandon.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air. What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I was born in 92. I've only seen the Pirates do good 1 or 2 years, you know, and I've loved baseball my whole life. And anybody who's not thrilled with at least the moves that the Pirates management are making and the owners actually spending some money, and we're actually in the playoff race, and if we make it into the playoffs, we can actually do some damage, especially if our pitching gets locked in. I just wanted to say that, and let's go.
Well, hold on. Thank you. I don't think you have to feel thrilled by where they are right now. I don't think they're thrilled. Okay? I mean, if you set any kind of bar for your season and have any sliver of real expectations in year 7 of a regime under Ben Cherington, just being in the playoff race and being a game over 500, that's nothing to, cheer about and get excited about. Yet they're relevant. They have some aspects of their team that make you think they could be good. They also have huge holes. This team has obvious warts. They got a wart on their nose like the friggin' witch from Snow White. I mean, that bullpen is an eyesore. That bullpen's like when somebody has something stuck in their teeth and you can't stop looking at it. I mean, it's bad. It's really bad. It's rotten. And they didn't do enough other than signing Soto in the offseason to account for this potentially happening. So that's on them. 17 blown saves. There's only 2 teams in baseball with more last I checked. Okay, so you're in rarefied air in a very, very negative statistic. There's nothing more deflating and hurtful than when you have a lead late in the game and you blow it and lose it. And the Pirates have done that a crap ton this year. So, if you're a younger fan who was born in the 90s, okay, you still saw 3 really good teams. They didn't go on long playoff runs, but you saw 94, 88, and 98 wins in back-to-back-to-back seasons. This team is not there yet. I'm not giving up on them, but I'm also not, over the moon that they're only a game over 5. What is that? We're thrilled with being a game over 500 at the halfway point? I know the Pirates have had a lot of lousy seasons. I mean, the last 33 years they've had 4 winning seasons. But, I mean, you sound like a Browns fan when you say that. And maybe people think the Pirates are the Browns of baseball. And we're celebrating 1 game over 500? 412-928-9370. Here's Greg next. Hello, Greg.
Hey, Pony. This team is infinitely more enjoyable to watch than last year, and they're competitive and they're scoring runs, and that's great, but the offense is too streaky right now. And the bullpen, it's such a glaring thing. It's staring Cherington right in the face. I don't see them making the playoffs. I see, they'll contend, they'll hang around. But no, they don't have it. You're absolutely right.
And what do we do with that season? I mean, if they go from 71 wins to 82 or 83 wins, and it's better than 500, but they missed the playoffs, do they get a pat on the back for that? Like that to me, thanks for the call, that would be a very weird season to have to commentate on. Because it would be an improvement, but it would still be below the goal of making the playoffs. And I don't think that people would get fired in that situation, by the way. Ben Cherington produces the 5th winning season in the last 3+ decades. I think they'd say, all right, Ben, let's give you one more shot next year. Let's see if you can fix the bullpen in the offseason. That's how I think they would handle that. And I would still want him fired, but I wouldn't say it guns a-blazing and with gusto. I would probably partially understand the reason why they kept him around if it goes that way. All right, this is Bucco postgame here on the PM team. I would say a pretty important win for the Pirates. This is a big morale boost, what they did here against Seattle, taking 2 out of 3. Now the last place Reds come to town. You'd like to think Paul Skeens is due for a win, and he's going to pitch in that weekend series. The Reds are in kind of free-fall mode. They just got swept by the Brewers. They have Key Brian Hayes with a batting average that he's lugging around that looks like Henry Davis. So a good chance to add to their winning record here and go on a run. 412-928-9370. And if you're a Pirate fan leaving the game, just getting done with work, I want your feelings on the state of this team right now at the halfway point. Every Pirate fan listening should have a take on where they're at right now. We had a kid call in 5 minutes ago who's in his early 30s who said, look, I'm thrilled with how this season has gone so far. Do you agree or disagree with that? Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Temperatures in the low 70s. It was a perfect day for baseball. Thunderstorms tomorrow. That might affect tomorrow night's game. But we know Pittsburgh weather works. That could all change in the next few hours. Best call next hour on the Buccos is going to win 2 tickets to see Motley Crue. Let's go. At the Pavilion at Star Lake next month. So come on now. That's added incentive to call in and give your 2 cents. 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. I am live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. This place is hopping after today's Bucco win. More PM Team Bucco postgame coming up next. But first, here's a message from FanDuel, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. And this is very, very relevant for what's happening tonight. With the U.S.-Turkey match, the United States lineup is up in the air. There's guys on yellow cards that probably shouldn't play or shouldn't play much because you don't want to risk them getting another yellow card and missing the knockout round game next week. So they've got to be careful there. They might also want to get their best player back and let him play a little bit, but not push him for all 90 minutes because of that calf injury he suffered in the first game. So all things that you can protect yourself from by going to FanDuel. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends, the sounds of winning, celebrations, endless laughs, and memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Back at Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with our friend Taylor Fournier. Taylor, why is it so important for the customer to understand family-owned and operated?
We guarantee a member of our family is always working to get the best deal for our customers. Dealerships all buy their cars for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' price in less time all the time.
And during the Make This the Summer Sales event, I hear you're expanding your Three Rivers Protection Program.
We sure did, Bob. The new and improved Three Rivers Protection Program. When you buy a new vehicle at zero cost to our customers, we cover paintless dent and ding repairs, wheel and tire coverage, lost key replacement, and many more. It's all part of our 3RP Protection Program.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers, Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Kohl's deal days are right on time. Summer arrives and suddenly you need shorts that fit, flip-flops that survive the pool deck, a bath towel that isn't secretly your beach towel. Get up to 50% off at Kohl's and Kohls.com, plus daily deals, free shipping, and instant Kohl's Cash. Now the only thing left on your list is having fun. Select styles, exclusions apply, no purchase necessary to get instant Kohl's Cash. While supplies last, ends June 28th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on the select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Do you remember 1981? MTV was launched, Dan Marino was the quarterback for our Pitt Panthers, and PGT Trucking was established in Beaver County. It's hard to believe that was 45 years ago. Since 1981, PGT Trucking has been an industry leader in flatbed transportation, providing quality jobs for drivers, diesel technicians, and office staff in Western Pennsylvania. Join the PGT Proud Professionals today. Find out more at pgttrucking.com.
Flying out of Pittsburgh? Don't get stuck in overpriced, overcrowded airport parking, dragging your bags across the lot. At Globe Airport Parking, hand them the keys and step right onto their fast shuttle, just minutes from Pittsburgh International. While your car just sits in airport parking, at Globe, they put that time to work for you. Professional wash and detailing, plus oil changes, brakes, and other maintenance, all while you travel at reasonable prices. Why pay more to get less at airport parking? Reserve your valet spot now at globeairportparking.com. Globe Airport Parking. Skip the airport lot and treat your car right.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. With America turning 250, Number One Cochrane is pulling out all the stops during their red, white, and new event. Get up to an extra $1,000 in tag savings on eligible new and pre-owned vehicles. And that's just for starters. You can also find ultra-low lease rates, value-packed pre-owned payments, and financing as low as 0% from 8 different Number One Cochrane new car brands. Plus, select vehicles have markdowns of $10,000 or more. So hurry in for the red, white, and new event. Now at Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Tag savings apply to select new and pre-owned models in stock. No specific down payment required for 0% APR. Cost per $1,000 finance is $16.67 per month with 60 months and $13.89 per month for 72 months. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer while supplies last. May not stack with other offers. Prior sales excluded. Ed 7626.
Breeze Airways is your hometown carrier for nonstop flights from Pittsburgh to Louisville. To celebrate, we're giving you and a guest a chance to win passes to the Bourbon and Beyond Music Festival in Louisville, round-trip airfare for 2 from Pittsburgh to Louisville, and a hotel stay. Enter at breezetomusic.com. Vacation is closer than you think when you fly Breeze. Send a postcard home from somewhere new this year and book at flybreeze.com. Breeze Airways, seriously nice. In partnership with Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to Pennsylvania residents age 21 and over. Enter by 11:59 p.m. Eastern on June 20th, 2026. Approximate prize value $3,850. Complete rules and price details at odyssey.com/rules. Enter at breezetomusic.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson and windows, and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals. Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a -165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and if this is a horror story that describes your home, I have a good solution for you. But first, the awful story. You're running your air conditioner constantly during this heat, and your house doesn't get any cooler. In fact, it just feels way too warm for what it should be, right? Well, you could have windows that are letting you down in a big way, but I have good news. Universal Windows Direct can help. They are making it easier than ever to get the job done. That job, of course, being getting new energy-efficient windows that keep your house comfortable regardless of the season. Right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free, plus you'll get 48 months of 0% interest financing, same as cash, and you're getting Universal's windows, which have their excellent super spacer technology. Don't wait on this one. Trust me here. Schedule your free estimate today. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen, and when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Traveling to Paris to see the black and gold? Use TrueFan Travel. TrueFanTravel.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by Faygo. It's spring and you know what that means. It's Faygo and Faygo Zero Sugar Flavors time. For 119 years, Faygo has created the flavors that make it the one true pop for Pittsburgh's taste buds. Don't forget, it's Faygo time at your local Giant Eagle location. Visit them for weekly specials.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Pirates win 5-1. They finished the first half of the season with a 41-40 record. Next up, the Reds tomorrow night at PNC Park. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from a red-hot, jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony and Muller give you the insight to make it big in the world of sports betting. The Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Miller pauses at the letters, the 1-2. And a fly ball to right center field, hit deep toward the wall, and it is gone! Opposite field! Home run! Oh, Henry Davis hits his 6th of the year, and the Pirates lead 3-0. How do you like that?
Exactly. The blind squirrel. Henry Davis found a big nut today. That was not a cheapie. I was sitting in the third row. Congratulations on all my success when that ball got out of there. And the Pirates beat the Mariners. Very clean game all the way around. Good starting pitching. Solid performance from the bullpen. Got contributions up and down their lineup. That's what they call in baseball, in the business, a formulaic win by the Pirates, where you map it out, you script it out, and it pretty much all comes to fruition. You have probably maybe 30 or 40 of those a year if you're really good. And that's what the Pirates got today against a strong team in Seattle, even though their record doesn't back that up. 41-40 at the halfway point of the season are now the Pirates. This is the real halfway point. You'll have the All-Star break, and we'll have the same conversations we're having now when we get to the middle of July. You're 9.5 games in back of the Brewers, so you're dead in the division. Okay, the division's over. I know it's half the season, but you're not going from fourth to first, in my opinion. The real question is now the wild card, and you're 2.5 out. And you're chasing two teams in your division for that wild card, the Cardinals and Cubs. The Cardinals, who have overachieved all year, they actually have a -1 run differential. And the Cubs, who have had huge peaks and valleys, they're now on a torrid run again where they've won 7 of 10, and they've won 3 in a row. You're behind the Diamondbacks. You're behind the Marlins, who came here and won 2 of 3, a surprise team. You're behind the Padres, who have not hit at all this year. With big names, those guys have really not lived up to their contracts, but they've got solid starting pitching, and they've got Mason Miller. They don't worry about blown saves there in San Diego with their bullpen. They get a lead, it's lights out. They get a lead to the 7th inning, and the game is over. So Pirates are better than their record. Plus 27 run differential. They should be 4 or 5 games over 500. They're not, because their bullpen, some questionable decision-making. We had Pomp on, and by the way, this is PM Team Bucko postgame as you leave the ballpark, as you leave down near the ballpark after maybe having a few drinks over at Mike's Beer Bar, as you leave work. The Pirates winning today 5-1. We had Pomp on last hour, and Bob gave the Pirates. Now, this is so unlike Bob, in my opinion. I thought Bob is a guy that usually wants to give Pittsburgh sports teams some love and cut them a little bit of slack. Pomp gave the Pirates season a C to this point. He gives a winning record halfway through the season a C grade. I give it a B-. That's how I would put it. I think that they have, B-, you're still passing. You're not a terrible student by any means, but I mean, unless you come from a family with zero educational background whatsoever, you're not getting Mom and dad aren't going out and buying you a new Xbox game for bringing home a B- report card. You're not getting a pizza party with friends for B-. It's just okay. And it's, the odds makers here at the Rivers thought the Pirates would be worse than this. So in that way, they're exceeding expectations. But when you're 7 years into a rebuild and you make the kind of splashy moves the Pirates made this offseason, I thought that the bar should be them making the playoffs. And among NL teams right now, there are 6, 7, 8, 9 teams with better records. So you are 10th in a 15-team league. 10 out of 15. So I can't go any higher than a B-. Now, we also had a caller last hour say, on the other side of what Bob said, conversely, that the Pirates have been tremendous this year. And because the Pirates have given us so many nightmarish seasons and so many wasted seasons, that we should be thrilled that they are one game over at the halfway point, which I think is a sad thing to admit. I'm not saying it's wrong, but there aren't many baseball cities or sports cities in America that would be doing cartwheels for one game over 500 halfway through the season. I guess we are maybe the exception to the rule, but I want to believe the Pirates can do and will be better than that. 412-928-9370. Let's talk to Jake. He's on the Fan. Hello, Jake.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, man.
So that caller that said that.
Yes, you there? We lost you. All right. Thanks for that. Let's go to Tony in Greensburg, one of our favorites. Hello, Tone.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, I had 2 quick points. My thing is, I think Kelly, to me, just has not been very good, and it mainly comes with pitching decision in game.
Yep.
I just don't understand for the life of me why you have a guy in Carmen Mlodzinski who had a mid-3 ERA as a starting pitcher. You send him to the pen because of Jones coming back, and you just don't pitch him. It makes no sense to me.
Well, pitch him.
I know they're trying to do the double start with him and Jones, but
you pitch him, but he's on a very strict routine, and there seems to be no flexibility on it. When he pitches, he's going to pitch a lot, and then he's not going to pitch again for a long time, and that really doesn't help the Pirates. Last night, and I can't believe more people weren't pissed off about this. You don't want to get mad about a 10-run win, but I'm sorry. When someone is badly misused, it upsets me. When you're up 10 runs, you don't use one of your best pitchers. That's when Brandon Bidjois should be in the game. That's when he should be trusted to get 6 outs and work on things. Instead, you burn Mlodzinski, and that, to me, is just not good asset management. And I do think that goes back to Donnie Kelly.
Yeah, and my thing is, he should be pitching, as much as we possibly can pitch him. With these guys, say one of our starters goes only 4 innings and allows 3-4 runs. He should be the guy coming in and shutting it down and giving us could easily give us 4, possibly 5 innings because he has the fatigue to be a starting pitcher. He can pitch the innings.
Yeah, he's got the stamina. His arms built up. You're not concerned about that as much. I agree.
And the second point I wanted to make real quick too is just in a broad analysis. I mean, I think these next. It's probably going to look like around 15 to 20 games until Cruz comes back. You're going to be getting Griffin back real soon. I think this is the make or break point for the season with us because if we can get the bats rolling, really rolling with Griffin back in the lineup and go maybe 4 or 5 games above 500 in the next 15 to 20, and then you get Cruz back and the offense can just be lights out, that's going to give you a chance to get your record well above 500 and allow the bullpen to really just get in a rhythm and kind of clean things up going down the stretch of the season.
Yeah, thanks, Tone. I mean, their schedule going into the All-Star break, which is July 13th. It's 3 at home with the Reds beginning tomorrow. Then you go to Philly for 3. Then you spend July 4th weekend in Washington. The Nationals, I believe, are still the highest scoring team in the National League. They've scored more runs than the Braves. They've scored more runs than the Dodgers. They've scored more runs than the Brewers. Then you've got a homestand. You're supposed to win your games at home. But you've got 6 games. It's another one of these measuring stick weeks. 3 with the Braves, and then 3 with the Brewers the weekend before the All-Star break. So, really, the only team you're going to play that's struggling right now is Cincy this weekend. The Phillies are red hot. They have been ever since they came in here and swept the Pirates and fired their manager and hired Don Mattingly. The Nationals score runs like crazy with James Wood and Abrams, and they can win a game 10-8. They're trying to bludgeon you, and so they're dangerous because they can always score. And we saw how good the Braves are, and we know what a machine the Brewers are. So they get to the halfway point 41-40, but guess what? You ease up a little bit. You could get to the All-Star break, which is the unofficial halfway point of the season. You could be 4 or 5 games under 500, no problem. And if you're 4 or 5 games under 500, then you might be 5 games, 6 games out of a wild card spot. And then we're having an entirely different conversation about what the Pirates are going to do at the trade deadline with this roster. Here is Michael in Wexford. Hello, Mike. You're on PM Team Bucko postgame.
Hey, man. No, I'm a little bit more optimistic. I see Connor Griffin coming back, O'Neal Cruz coming back. I can't imagine Keller pitches any worse than what he did in the first half. He seemed to get some things figured out the other night. I know it's one start. Bubba Chandler's getting better. I think Don Kelly's figuring out his bullpen situation. Santana, he's relied on in the past.
Is he figuring out his bullpen situation? He let Majinski pitch 3 innings with a 10-run lead last night.
Yeah, there's some of that, but I think, you're trying to pacify him as well. So I think there's some growing pains there. I think they've got to keep him stretched out just because of the young arms that you got with Chandler and Ashcraft. They haven't pitched on the back end of a full season. So I think you're still going to need him as a starter as you go. I think if you could continue to tread water, in the next 30 days, it puts you in a good spot to be able to go out and pick up somebody at the trade deadline when teams start to separate themselves a little bit more and people become more available. So it's optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I'm not counting them out, but I don't, for the life of me, I don't get the optimism and feeling like Kelly's figured out the bullpen thing. You want to be a prisoner of the moment. The bullpen did a good job today. He pushed the right buttons. Ramirez started walking guys, got him out of there. Montgomery walked through some raindrops. Soto got the job done in the 9th inning. All right. But this is 1 out of 162. The body of work with the bullpen isn't good. He does not have the shark tank to count on. But we could point to a lot of games where Donnie Kelly, the timing of pulling the starter out of the game and the decision on which relievers to use and when was not very strong or not very good. Donnie, what grade would you give the Pirates? 81 games in at 41-40. How about Pomps at a C? I mean, don't you usually think Pomp is just going to basically put lipstick on anything Pittsburgh sports teams do? That's his MO. He's always positive.
Yeah, that threw me off. That threw me off a little bit. I think I would go with a C+ as of right now. If I base it off what my prediction was going into the season, I had them finishing 86 and 76, so they would have a little bit of work to do in the second half. But I mean, I guess one of those steps is to actually be over 500 at the break. I mean, remember back just a couple of years ago, too, around the 100-game mark, they were actually a team that was over 500 before the bottom completely fell out. They were 55 and 52, I want to say, as we finished up the month of July. But, I mean, this is the first time through 81 games that they are above 500 since 2015, which is wild. Now, that 2015 team, we know, won 98 games. They were also 13 games over 500, 81 games in. They were 47 and 34. So they pretty clearly looked like they were well put together. That was the third of the 3 playoff teams. This team is certainly not that, but I guess part of the way there, you want to at least look like you have some life 81 games in.
All right. So the last caller up says he's very optimistic on these Pirates, has very positive thoughts on them as they take 2 of 3 from the Mariners and finish the first half 41-40. Is that how you're feeling? 412-928-9370. This is the Pirates flagship station. We got 2 tickets to give away to go see Motley Crue. And the best call this hour is going to get those tickets. But you got to bring strong takes on the Pirates and where we're at. The last caller sounding like this team is in great shape. And I want to know if you agree or disagree with that at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. This place, there's a man who has camo on and a very Amish-looking beard who is taking in the action here at the Rivers and loving the World Cup. Quick timeout. We're right back with your calls as the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins making a small trade today as their ownership group spoke to the media for the first time. They acquired Hendrix Lapierre from the Washington Capitals in exchange for mid-round picks in 2027 and 2028. He had 16 points in 74 games last season. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Donnie, I want to talk again about my guys at Comer and Cross. They're my garage people. They were my garage saviors. They were my garage fixer-uppers. My garage floor was not what I wanted it to be. It was cracked. It was stained. And you got to know what you're good at. You got to know your pros and cons as a person, the things you bring to the table, the things you don't. I'm not the most handy person, if you could believe that. And I made the decision, you know what, if I'm going to do this and get this done, I'm going to trust somebody to do it for me. And I want someone that is going to be there on time, that is going to give me a reasonable price, that can deliver results. And Comer and Cross did all those things for me. 50% off installation on a new garage floor right now. You've got cracks, you've got pits. They're going to fix all those things perfectly. And then they're going to give you that great finish on your garage floor that they are famous for. 50% off. It's going to, Realtor told me, going to bring up your home's value about 10%. So it is worth the call, folks. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or schedule us at comercross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Book us to manandajunkdrug.com. Cloudy with a low of 58 degrees tonight.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Brandon Lau, an 8-game hitting streak, 246 hitter, and he hits a high fly ball to deep right field. Raley back, clear the deck. Lau goes Powell with his 19th home run of the year over the Clemente wall. Give him 50 ribbies, give the Pirates a 1-0 lead in the first inning.
Live here at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, where the patrons, making it sound like it's Augusta National, it's actually the exact opposite, are loving the Buccos, and they are drinking some beers, having some cocktails, and enjoying their time here after this Bucco win. 5-1 was the final, and the Pirates finished the first half of the season 41-40. Asking for your thoughts on the Pirates at the halfway point. Pomp gave this team a C grade for the first 81 games. I thought that was really harsh. I gave them more like a B-. I think the jury is still out on Don Kelly. I think this team could make the playoffs. 412-928-9370. Brandon Lau was the pickup of the offseason by the Pirates. They gave up Mike Burrows in that trade with Houston and Tampa, and Burrows has been one of the worst starting pitchers in baseball. Lau is now on pace for 38 home runs. He's close to becoming the first Pirate since the early 70s to hit 40 bombs in a season. That would be Pop Stargell. And he's on pace for almost 100 RBI. Well, now he's on pace for exactly 100 RBI. Donnie, who's the last Pirate to have 100 RBIs in a season? Trying to think of that off the top of my head.
How many did Josh Bell have in that huge year he put together?
Great question. Let me see here. I thought he was short. I didn't think he got there. I was thinking about Pedro maybe in 2013. I know Andrew McCutcheon never got to 100 ribbies. Josh Bell. High water mark. Oh, he did. Good call. 116, Don, in 2019.
Even better than I thought.
Yeah, way better. When he was in the Home Run Derby. He got to 116 for them. Brian Reynolds has never done it. That being said, I think Reynolds is the MVP of the first half. He'd get my vote. Lau's got the better power numbers, but I think Reynolds, the issue with Lau here is the following. When there's a lefty on the mound, he's not going to play. He's not going to be really that productive. He's got horrible numbers against lefties. We've seen him get taken out of the lineup for lefties. We've seen him get pinch hit in games for lefties. Now that last part was moronic by Don Kelly. Brian Reynolds' on base percentage is 60 points higher than Lau. His batting average is 40 points higher than Lau. Neither one is a very good defensive player. But as I say that about Brian Reynolds, I have to remind myself that last homestand he robbed 3 home runs and had one of the great catches in PNC Park history. In that Dodgers game that they came back to win with Tyler Callahan and Shohei Ohtani on the mound. So he would get my vote. My top 3 to do a Donnie Gameball here thing for the Pirates halfway point MVP list would be Reynolds 1, Lau 2. I would have considered Griffin before he got hurt, but I think 3 would now be Ashcraft, Donnie, for the way he's posted up for them. I'd go Reynolds, Lau, Ashcraft. How about you?
That's probably about the way to go to do that. Maybe you throw Spencer Horwitz into the mix because he has sneakily had a really good year. And he was the only guy last year that played 100-plus games that had an OPS plus over 100. And now they have like 7 dudes who have been able to do that. And, I mean, compare his numbers to what the other 2 guys have done. I would still say that Reynolds and Lau are more impactful. Lau has the home run lead. Reynolds is better than in pretty much every offensive category than both of those guys. But Horwitz is hitting 280, on base of 386, slugging of 455. The OPS is 842. OPS plus is 131. He's also on pace for 20 home runs. We weren't really sure if he had that type of power. And going into the year, the discussion was, well, can they get the power from the middle of the infield because they won't be able to get it on the corners? I would say 20 home runs is pretty good, considering we thought the guy would top out like in the mid-teens.
I am now trying to think about when was the last time the Pirates had 2 guys with 100 or more RBIs, because Lau and Reynolds are on pace to do that. and I have the answer. 1999, Brian Giles drove in 115, and Kevin Young drove in 106.
Yeah, that was KY's monster year, I think. 98 or 99.
They had two guys drive in 100 runs. What do you think the Pirates' record was in 1999, Don?
Probably lost like 94 games.
No, they actually weren't that bad. They were 78 and 83 and finished in third. That was the last time for a very long time that they finished with a better record than the Cardinals. That was one of the years.
That's right. That
99.
Was, what, the last time since, was it like 2 years ago?
Pirates' best pitcher in 1999. Want to take a stab at that?
Oh, God, I don't know. Like, would have been in, like, Chris Benson. Was he even there?
He was. He went 11 and 14. This actually, for the steroid era, this is a crazy good year. Todd Ritchie.
That's right. Didn't he have an ERA of like 3.18 or like 3.2 or something?
He went 15 and 9 with a 3.49 ERA and threw 170 innings in the height of the steroid era. That's tremendous. And their closer was Mike Williams that year, and he had a negative WAR. He had a 5.09 ERA.
Paul Alexander's best friend.
Honestly, that team is a lot like this team, isn't it? Where you have big offensive production, you have a couple of starting pitchers with really good stats, and you had a bullpen that absolutely sucked. Right? I mean, isn't that this year? In a nutshell?
Yeah. That'd be a pretty much a carbon copy.
412-928-9370. Here is David on the Fan. Hello, David.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, listen, don't get mad at me. So I'm actually a Yankees fan, but I'm visiting a friend of mine here in Greensburg. I actually just came back from the Pirates game.
Okay.
And I guess just wanted to throw out a little outsider, inside looking in, because I actually think you guys are much better than I'm listening to some of people talk about. The Pirates, to me, are fantastic. I mean, you look at the budgets. I mean, I'm being a Yankees fan coming from my budget, looking at compared to the Pirates, so few games out of first, so few teams ahead of them. And, you compare your budget to the Dodgers, the Yankees, whoever.
So few games out of first place. They're 10 games out. What do you mean?
You're far out, but but in terms of teams being better, compare you to the Red Sox.
Okay.
I just feel like you guys are much better than you really than people are saying.
I know, but it cuts both ways. So you could say, hey, look at the Red Sox, look at the Mets. Those teams spend a crap ton of money. The Pirates are better than both of those teams. That's a testament to the Pirates. Yeah, but the Marlins spend less money than them. They've got a better record. The Guardians spend less money than the Pirates. They've got pretty much the same record. The Cardinals spend less money than the Pirates. They're 3 games ahead of them in the standings. The Brewers spend about the same amount of money and are 10 games ahead of them. So there's a bunch of teams like that. The White Sox are right up there. They're spending less money than the Pirates.
I'm not saying you guys are like deserving of an A rating, but I'm just saying I don't know if a C is fair considering what you guys are getting done with the money.
Yeah, I agree with that. But let me ask you a question about what you just said there about the money thing, right? So, by that logic, any team that spends a little bit of money, if they do decently, they should get praised for that? How about getting criticized for not spending more money?
Fair. But do they have
it? I mean, just
because it's also.
I know, but thanks for the call. Like this mindset of you're a small market team, so your expectations have to be much, much lower. I mean, that is essentially what Major League Baseball is trying to change by instituting this salary cap and floor, which there was another proposal today, and the players went crazy and said, this is garbage, we're not going to do it. So battle lines are obviously being drawn there, and it's already contentious, and we're not even into the offseason where things are really, really going to get negotiated with a deadline to play games next March. So these two are already at loggerheads. Very plain to see that, very obvious to see that, which is not a good thing. There's tons of like rhetoric and baseball saber rattling going on right now between these two sides. But, a fantastic team is just such a hyperbolic statement to make. They're a relevant team. That's a welcome change. They're based on the wild card standings, in contention and in the mix. But I'm not going to say anything more than that because you've got tons of examples. The Guardians, the Nationals, the Cardinals, the A's, the Marlins, the White Sox, the Rays. These are all teams that are spending less money than the Pirates and are a little bit worse, just as good, the same, or better. So they're not, to me, the ultimate little engine that could story that's a Cinderella defying the odds this year. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by our good friends at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We've got more of your calls coming up at 412-928-9370. We also have a manager minute with Don Kelly. Don Kelly did something today that is a big deal for managers, and we'll tell you what that is coming back. We are live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Still have to give away those Motley Crue tickets for a good Pirates call. That 412-928-9370. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
World Cup continues tonight for Team USA. They battle Turkey at 10 p.m. The United States has already qualified for the knockout stage. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
When Ron was there with you, during the conversation you would have with Ron, at the end of every conversation, many times you would go, all right, Ron, and you would move on. My wife's granddaughters were with me, and every time they were here, listen to the radio with you. And when they went home, they started saying this to their mother, all right, Ron. And nobody wanting to tell you this for months, and now the whole family's doing, all right, Ron, when they don't know what to say.
Yeah, or when they want to move on. I love that. The funny thing about this is, every time that I leave the booth and Donnie comes in at the end of the day, I say, all right, Ron, and Donnie says, all right, Ron, right back.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. The Charlotte Hornets have traded all-star LaMelo Ball to the Minnesota Timberwolves for Naz Reid, a 2033 protected first-round pick, and 3 second-round picks. Reports say that the Wolves have wanted to pair Anthony Edwards and Ball together for a while, and this is easily the most interesting backcourt in the NBA. I'm Adam Abdallah.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and let me tell you, they're turning up the heat at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. The OG bow tie guy, Mike Engel, he and his team have some sizzling deals that you have got to take advantage of. New Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks. Save big with 0% financing. New Jeep Cherokees and Gladiator Sports. Save up to $10,000 off MSRP, plus up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. Mike and his team do it the right way. They know that starts with great customer service, but they also know it always involves you getting the absolute best deal on the vehicle that fits you, your budget, your needs, everything. That's why they do it the right way for you. The Make This the Summer event starts now, and it's too hot to miss. Make sure you shop online, crownjeep.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
PM Team Bucko postgame rolls on. I'm live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Tons of people here following a big crowd at PNC Park. It was fun today. I was over there. 20,000 plus were on hand. Great weather. Wasn't oppressively hot. Blue skies. Sun pouring down. But you weren't sweating. You didn't have swamp ass. None of that stuff. To watch the Pirates win. And for Don Kelly, it's win number 100 for him as Pirates manager in the last year and a half on the job. I've said I don't think he's a good manager, which is not to say he sucks. He's not John Russell. He's not Derek Shelton. But as we try to figure out who the Pirates are, what the Pirates are over the second half of the season, I think the jury's very much out on him. I'm not convinced in him. I think he still shows a level of inexperience that could cost the Pirates. He never managed in the minor leagues. So, Jim Leland, by the time he became Pirates manager, had managed, I think, thousands of games maybe. That might be an overstatement, but hundreds of games in the minor leagues at just about every level. Clint Hurdle, when he became Pirates manager, had extensive experience as a manager. We know he took the Rockies to the World Series in 2007, which honestly, when you think about it, and look, I got sick of Clint. I think he stayed too long. We see managers with an expiration date. Mike Sullivan had an expiration date with the Penguins. Mike Tomlin had an expiration date with the Steelers that they didn't want to pay attention to and they ignored. But when you think about Clint Hurdle for a second, the guy managed the Rockies to the World Series, and that is such a tough place to win because of the altitude. And he got the Pirates to the playoffs. I mean, Don, he won't end up in Cooperstown, but those are two very, very impressive things to have on a resume. Rockies
No doubt.
to the World Series, and he made the Pirates a good team.
He also did that, and it came after his initial press conference getting laughed at, maybe not to the degree like Dan Campbell or Liam Cohen in the NFL, but when he said that, I'm going to come in here and this team's going to win 90 games, like people would be lying if they said they didn't scoff or laugh at that idea.
Yeah.
And he came in here and he did it. He was able to do it twice, almost three times. I know that the 2014 team was just short of 90 wins. But the Colorado thing, too, I think as someone like Ben Tenuta or some of our younger folk would say here at the office, kids forget what Clint Hurdle did with the Rockies in 2007. They were, 7 or 8 games or something like that out of a playoff spot entering September. And they went on they
had one of the greatest months in baseball history.
Insane tear.
Yeah.
They got to the playoffs, they won a 1-game wild card, and then they go all the way to the World Series. That should be remembered as one of the more remarkable runs, even though the team didn't win the whole thing.
Do you remember the ace of that pitching staff?
Oh. Lefty guy, right?
Yep.
Oh, man. I know it wasn't Kazmir because he was in Tampa Bay. Is it like Jeff Francis?
Yes, it was.
Let's go.
That's a great job.
The Red Sox swept them.
Yeah, they sure did. And the Rockies always bitched that they had too much time off, and that's why they lost that series after they took Arizona out. Let's get to Don Kelly. Let's hear from him. I mean, sometimes Donnie Kelly always wants to find positives after bad games. He's kind of cut from the Shelton cloth that way. He's got a reason, I think, to be happy today because when the Pirates lost Tuesday night in the way they did, he left Mitch Keller in the game too long, Cole Young, Pittsburgh on Pittsburgh crime. I mean, that's another one of those losses potentially that could cause a nosedive. And they rebounded in a great way last night. Your momentum's only as good as your next day starting pitcher, as Leland would say. And Braxton Ashcraft had, I think, given the circumstances, the best start of the season for the Pirates. And then you followed it up today. Another strong showing from Bubba Chandler. You got contributions from Henry Davis, the likes of Henry Davis. And your bullpen was flawless, did not give up a run. So Pirates in a good spot after this game going into a series against the Reds who stink right now. Here's Don Kelly's take on things.
How about Henry Davis? That was sick. Really, really happy for him. Proud of him. He's been working really hard to go oppo right there and hit it out. And then the double was huge in the base running. Andy caught a great game too. Yeah. I think there is a little bit to be said for getting some dad strength, and he's been working really hard at that for a long time. To be able to go to right center, and he's been close a couple times. He has the strength to do it. I think it might have been a little bit added, but huge game from him. Yeah, if you recall, he did it against Ohtani when Ohtani was with the Angels, when Oppo, he's just getting back to, a really good path to the ball, and he's still able to pull it like he did later on the breaking ball. It's been really cool to see him work so hard and continue to go through. I mean, it's tough when you're going up there and he has hit the ball hard. We've talked about that, but it's right at somebody to stay with it. Really cool to see the success today.
Not that the Mariners didn't have chances late, but how do you feel like the bullpen covered the final 3 2/3?
Yeah, we bent, we didn't break, and found a way to make some huge pitches when we needed to. Sisk, coming in and getting out of the 6th inning, and Monty getting out of the 7th, and then Monty and Soto had the clean 8 and 9, but I thought our bullpen did a really good job.
Other than Carmen, how big was it for you to have a full bullpen at your disposal to be able to play those matchups?
Yeah, and honestly, because of Carmen too, yesterday doing what he did to come in and cover that, and to have a full rested pen ready to go, it was nice.
Exactly. 81 games through now, halfway through the season. Just how would you assess where this team's at right now?
Well, we're in a good spot. We talked about the other day. I think that we've been resilient. We've bounced back. I mean, this series no different against a really good team in the Mariners. To come back and win the series, the last two. I feel like we've done that throughout the course of the first half. We've faced adversity. Right now we've got a bunch of guys hurt, and everybody shows up every single day working to get better themselves and working to help the team win in any way possible. And there's a better team that we'll see in the second half. They're more consistent. We need to play better in order to get to where we want to go. We're in a good spot, but we're not there yet.
What do you make out of what you saw from Bubba today? Where first 3 innings really strong, last 2 he was able to get out of some jams and get through with minimizing damage.
Yeah, he did. First 3 innings were really, really good, and then the 4th and 5th got into some trouble, made some pitches when he had to, and just felt right there in the 6th. Understanding the pitch count wasn't high, and with Raleigh and Young coming up, that it had some good at-bats off of him prior. Felt like it was the right move to go to the pen, and the pen did a great job, and I thought Bubba threw the ball really well.
How much of that getting out of jams was just the defense stepping up and making some plays?
Yeah, defense is huge. I mean, Mangum, the line drive by Young in the gap, Nick Gonzalez, Cali with the ball that Garver hit. I'm probably forgetting some, but those are the ones that stand out right away. But I thought defensively we played really strong today.
Bubba's been able to stack together, a couple pretty strong starts in a row. I think 4 in a row. What's kind of been the difference in your eyes and what he's been able to do, just the progress that he's been able to make over these last 4 starts in particular?
He's got elite stuff. I think the emotionality and being able to slow things down when he needs to and get back in the zone. I think as the season has gone on, seeing him be able to take a step back, take a deep breath, and find that release point again to get back in the zone. And I think that's come in multiple ways, being able to use his off-speed. I mean, I thought the off-speed pitch he threw 3-2 for strike 3 in the first inning was a huge pitch. I don't know if he was doing that, 5 or 6 starts ago.
That's a manager's minute there with Don Kelly, his 100th win as Pirates manager, following this 5-1 win over Seattle today. Is this the best Pirates series win of the year? So they swept the Orioles early in the year. That was the first home series. That's when Connor Griffin made his debut. That was pretty cool, but the Orioles have proven to be a pretty bad team. They went to Chicago. What was that? That was a little bit after Easter. And they took 2 of 3 from the Cubs. They went to Milwaukee and took 2 of 3. Played a lousy game on Sunday there, but won Friday and Saturday night, if I do remember correctly. That's probably the right call. They beat Tampa 2 out of 3 at home. That's when Mulsey threw out the first pitch. And Apple TV made the mistake and showed him thinking that he was A.J. Burnett.
Now, I assume you're putting just a lot of weight into, who the opponent was.
Yes, because I would say Minnesota's not very good, and they swept Derek Shelton.
Right. I mean, I was also just gonna bring up. It was early May, but when they just laid the smackdown on Cincinnati and scored almost 30 runs in the series, and Cincy scored 8, and they got 7 of them in one game. So I didn't know if you were going to throw that in there because they won 9-1, 17-7, and then 1-0.
Yeah, not a bad one. Not a bad call there either.
What about, I think this might be a sneaky one. It didn't start out like a good series, but this team is right there in the mix with them in the wild card race. So they lost the first game, but then they won the last 2 at Arizona.
Yeah.
1-0 and 4-2.
Yeah, that was
and Skeens was awesome.
Yep. That's right. And that was back when Mitch Keller wasn't somebody who took a match and gasoline to the mound with him.
Yeah, he was very good in the third game.
All right. So when we come back here, we're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Tons of people continue to file in here after the game. Here also to watch the U.S. World Cup match tonight. I want to talk about the Pirates at the halfway point of the season. We've had several people want to debate whether or not they've had a good year so far and how we should feel about the Pirates being 41-40, the first time they've had a winning record halfway through the season since 2015, which also happens to be the last time they made the playoffs. And I want to get your take at 412-928-9370. And the best call on the Pirates is going to win 2 tickets to see Motley Crue, who come to town next month. I mean, come on now. Motley Crue is one of the great hair bands of all time. I'm hooking you up with free tickets. All you got to do is chime in on the baseball team that you care about and give a bleep about. If you didn't, you wouldn't be listening to The Fan right now as the flagship home of the Pirates, the place where we air 90% of the games after the Pirates win a big series and right the ship a little bit. And how about what Donnie Kelly said before anybody got a question in? Give it up for Henry Davis. And is there any renewed hope that Henry Davis can figure it out as a number 1 overall pick? A home run and a double in today's win against Seattle. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. I'd love to talk to you. Remember, Malsey is off on paternity leave, so that leaves us more time to talk to each other. Listen on Wednesdays to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week for the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. This week, Cole Young, the guy that hit a home run against the Pirates on Tuesday from Wexford, his rookie card is in that giveaway. But you have until noon tomorrow to enter 937thefan.com contesting page. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. Thunderstorms possible tomorrow. That might mess with Pirates and Reds. We'll see. Paul Skeens will be on the mound. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. We'll be back on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. Linseek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. Lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
If you've got experience, though not necessary, working as a stonemason, bricklayer, concrete finisher, work on retaining walls, or you just need to break in as a laborer with a company that has its best days ahead of them, well, listen up. Precision Pointing is on a trajectory like a rocket ship. They're growing so fast, and they need people. So join the team with a winning culture, a place with true upward mobility. Don't just be a grunt for someone else. Be a valued team member at Precision Pointing. Real skills, real pay and benefits, and a real career. If you're interested, head to brickpointingpittsburgh.net to find out more.
Guys, it's Mulsey here, and I want to tell you about all the great deals that can be had right now if you're looking for the Mitsu that fits you. At Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, they are turning up the heat, and your OG bow tie guy, Mr. Mike Engel, he has some sizzling deals for you. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions, you can get up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Crosses, take up to $5,000 off. Plus, get up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. Mike and his team do it the right way. They know you deserve the best deal on the Mitsu that fits you, and that's exactly what they get you. So take advantage. The summer sale starts now. It is too hot to miss. You got to get down there and see them at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and always online at crownmitsubishipa.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an odds boost token and no sweat token. An odds boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your odds boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Today, we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Jeremy.
When I was a kid, I used to spend hours watching my stepdad work on cars. It really turned into something special, and now I work on all my own cars. I heard about Rock Auto the first time just doing an internet search. I couldn't recommend Rock Auto enough. Fact is, my kids go there to buy. I tell my neighbors about them. I tell pretty much everybody about them.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
Adam, summer's great unless you're the dad in charge of every project around the house.
You mean my second full-time job?
Exactly. That's why Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with the new security system.
No tools, no ladders, no watching online tutorials at midnight.
Their experts handle the installation while you enjoy your summer.
Now that's a project I can get behind.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply. Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at WhalenExteriors.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out.